Chapter 1. Is there a mistake? Here, you lecherous sage, this is the latest chapter of the plum in the silver vase. Should be quiet. These are truly exquisite, so fair and so ample. I must gather inspiration quickly for the sake of art. I shall not waver. A middle-aged man with a mane of white hair lurked outside the bathhouse, drooling profusely yoshi yoshi. I have found my muse again, the spiral technique should be done this way. Sigh. A 13-year-old boy sighed in resignation, shaking his head and casting a disenchanted glance at Jiraiya. If you don't want it, I'm leaving. Wait. Ouch. Ah, pervert. Don't hit. If you must strike, at least put your pants on first. Ouch, not the face. 3 minutes later, with a bruised and battered face resembling that of a pig, Jiraiya caught up to the boy. Grinning, kid, how can you be so disloyal? After all, you're my disciple. The master sacrifices for art, and you run faster than a rabbit. You sacrifice for art. I must write for you, right? The boy chuckled, brandishing a copy of the plum in the silver vase. Old rules apply. The manuscript fee is 37%. You take 3, and I take 7. Splendid. Jiraiya was not the least bit angered. He eagerly took the book and began to read. Growing increasingly excited, his face flushing with enthusiasm finally, he exclaimed, Zhi Ge, you truly are talent. This novel is exceptional, absolutely remarkable. The Uchiha family is foolish for not recognizing your genius. Don't mention them to me. The previously amused Zhi Ge's expression suddenly darkened, prompting Jiraiya to quickly fall silent. Zhi Ge, in his past life, was a renowned author, particularly known for his romantic works, with readers comprised of handsome men and beautiful women. Once, he wrote a non-romantic piece, which resulted in readers sending him bombs. Leading to his demise by a twist of fate, he arrived in the world of Naruto, reborn as an infant of the Uchiha clan. Yet, as an ordinary person without any bloodline limit, he was deemed a failure by the Uchiha family and ultimately expelled. His parents were brutally murdered by their Uchiha companions in a bid to protect him, their Sharingan stolen. He could only watch helplessly as his parents perished before his eyes. The pain was excruciating, a heart-wrenching agony. Zhi Ge's memories remained limited. The Uchiha clan sought to silence him, and had it not been for Itachi's timely intervention during the massacre, he would have long been gone. Zhi Ge was uncertain if Itachi had intentionally spared him or simply overlooked him. In any case, he survived and was later taken in by Jiraiya, following the lecherous sage on his artistic explorations. Damn, this segment is brilliant. I never knew such a position could be entered. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Finishing a chapter with an insatiable expression, isn't it a tragedy that heaven should envy the talented? Your artistic flair is so profound, yet you possess not a shred of chakra. What a pity. As he spoke, he turned to Zhi Ge, stating earnestly, I've taught you all the taijutsu I know. If you truly wish to walk the path of a ninja, I can recommend someone. Though he resides in Konoha, Gaimedo, the blue beast of Konoha. Zhi Ge replied with a subtle smile, picturing the burly man with thick brows and a warm heart. Indeed, in terms of taijutsu, he is indeed a talent. Jiraiya said, unusually serious. However, while he may excel in taijutsu, he still possesses chakra within him, unlike you, who has none. At this point, Jiraiya chose not to elaborate further. Zhi Ge smiled faintly, self-mockingly remarking, yes, I lack even a basic system, it seems, in this life. I shall merely write books and pass the time. Fortunately, those who read my works will surely prosper. Ding dong. New content from the plum in the silver vase detected. The pirate mission system is automatically generated. Loading host. Host Uchiha. Zhi Ge. Age 13, chakra, 0. System loading complete. Minor achievement as a novelist. Task complete. Newbie gift package dispatched. A series of electronic notifications suddenly echoed in Zhi Ge's mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. Damn. After 13 long years, the system has finally arrived. Zhi Ge was elated. But wait, I'm in the world of Naruto, and you give me a pirate system? Luffy battling Naruto? Or Zoro clashing with Sasuke? That's not the point. The real question is, what does it mean that the latest plum in the silver vase is available to view? As a system, are you also a lecher? How absurd. Truly absurd. Zhi Ge rolled his eyes, but refrained from making any comments. hastily opening the newbie gift package. Ding dong. Newbie gift package opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Gomu Fruit. New system task initiated. Passed the Chunin exam's first round. Zhi Ge blinked in surprise. Then his eyes widened as he leaped up in excitement. Dung, dung, dung. It's the Gomu Fruit. Is this really the Gomu Fruit? This is the sun god Nika. I, Zhi Ge, have spent a lifetime writing for readers, teaching countless techniques. Finally, the heavens have opened their eyes. I am destined to become the protagonist, to dominate the world of Naruto. Ha! Zhi Ge was immensely thrilled with the thought. He absorbed the energy of the Gomu Fruit, and suddenly realized he could alter his size and shape at will. He suddenly conceived a bold idea. Kid, you little rascal. Jiraiya, observing Zhi Ge lost in thought, assumed he was overwhelmed with sorrow and quickly reassured him. Don't worry, not being able to become a ninja is no big deal in the future. You will dedicate yourself to art, and I will protect you. Lecherous sage. At that moment, Zhi Ge suddenly opened his eyes, excitement radiating from him as he looked at Jiraiya, declaring, I want to return to Konoha to participate in the Chunin exam. Oh, what? Damn, kid, are you out of your mind? Zhi Ge set off towards Konoha, while Jiraiya did not follow. Zhi Ge had wanted to persuade Jiraiya to return to the village, especially since this Chunin exam coincided with Naruto's generation, and Orochimaru would be present. The third Hokage would also perish during this time. He wished to convince Jiraiya to return and avert disaster, but ultimately, he could not sway him. The man insisted he must remain in Amigakure for the sake of the beautiful women there, and for the sake of art. With no other option, Zhi Ge had to return to the village alone. 5 days later, after many years, Zhi Ge returned once more to the gates of Konoha. Gazing upon the entrance, a multitude of emotions surged within him. It was here that he witnessed the tragic demise of his parents at the hands of their kin, their eyes cruelly gouged out. This enmity was unforgivable. Yet, Itachi had inadvertently avenged him. Hatred. He harbored no resentment towards Konoha. However, there was one man he had returned to kill. Shimura Danzo. Why did the Uchiha clan target him? Why did they murder his parents? Was it merely because he lacked a bloodline limit and was deemed a failure? Yes, but not entirely. It was because of Shimura Danzo's cowardice. He branded Zhi Ge as a harbinger of misfortune, a plague upon the land. In the end, the Nine Tails ravaged the village, resulting in the tragic deaths of many Uchiha clan members. Danzo reemerged, claiming that all of this was due to his existence as a plague. Better to believe than to doubt, the ruthless Uchiha clan sought to eliminate him, to extinguish his family. Though the Uchiha clan was no more, Danzo still lived. One day, he would exact his vengeance upon him. Chapter 2. Jiraiya's Disciple. Taking a deep breath, Zhi Ge shook his head, setting aside his thoughts for the moment as he strode directly toward Konoha. Hello, please step over here to register. Soon, a Chunin guard stopped him given the ongoing Chunin exams. Konoha had increased its defenses to prevent spies from other nations from infiltrating. On the surface, there were over a dozen Chunin and several Jonin. Yet, Zhi Ge's keen senses detected the presence of Umbu lurking in the shadows, numbering no less than 20. What is your name? Which country do you hail from? Are you here to participate in the Chunin exam? If so, please register here. If not, kindly leave at once. The guard Chunin fixed his gaze upon Zhi Ge's unfamiliar face, incessantly questioning him. The surrounding Chunins glanced his way, as if poised to strike at the slightest sign of trouble. After all, the Chunin exam required a Jonin instructor to accompany at least 3 participants. Yet this individual had arrived alone, which was suspicious. Zhi Ge, from the land of fire, Konoha, I have returned to participate in the Chunin exam. Zhi Ge responded calmly, his demeanor unruffled. You are one of us from Konoha? The recording Chunin paused, raising his head to regard Zhi Ge with a scrutinizing glare. At the same time, the surrounding Chunins swiftly closed in, encircling Zhi Ge. Indeed, Zhi Ge answered without hesitation. Where are your companions? The Chunin's expression grew increasingly hostile. I have no companions. Where's your teacher? The Chunin's demeanor turned even more unfriendly. He has sacrificed himself for art. Seize him. No sooner had Zhi Ge spoken than the group of Chunins rushed forward, intent on apprehending him. In this critical moment, ensuring the safety of Konoha was their foremost duty. This individual appeared suspicious, his words incoherent. Such a person should be apprehended, even at the risk of error. At this moment, when tensions were at their peak, Zhi Ge slowly retrieved a forehead protector from his pocket, upon which a single character was inscribed: Oil. Wait a moment. Just then, a booming voice resounded, and a man stepped forth. He strode forward briskly, his gaze fixated on the forehead protector in Zhi Ge's hand, momentarily lost in thought. Zhi Ge regarded the individual before him, momentarily taken aback. It was Iruka, Naruto's first teacher, an unassuming yet remarkable instructor of the Ninja Academy. Iruka held immense significance in Naruto's life. He was the first to acknowledge Naruto and served as his guiding light. After a brief pause, Iruka gradually regained his composure. With a trembling voice, he inquired, "Are you the disciple of that esteemed individual?" Zhi Ge calmly nodded, holding a deep respect for Iruka. Nanny. At this moment, the group of Chunin finally came to their senses, staring in astonishment at the forehead protector held by the youth, their hearts gripped by disbelief. This forehead protector signified something of great importance, and they understood it all too well. This was the emblem of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Could it be that this young man was the disciple of that esteemed individual? Goodness, they nearly caused a tremendous blunder. Zhi Ge offered Iruka a slight nod before turning his attention to the Chunin who was taking notes, calmly asking, "May I enter now?" "Of course. Please do come in." The group of Chunin immediately parted to create a path for Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge ambled leisurely through the throng of people, gradually walking away. His silhouette receded into the distance. The Chunin watched as Zhi Ge's figure diminished, instinctively swallowing hard. He is actually Lord Jiraiya's disciple? Lord Jiraiya hasn't returned to Konoha in many years. I never expected him to take on another apprentice. Wait a moment, the last disciple of Lord Jiraiya was. As these words escaped, everyone paused momentarily, and then shock rippled through the crowd as their gazes instinctively turned toward Hokage Rock. There, for colossal statues of men stood, representing the Hokages of past generations. And at the position of the fourth Hokage, a handsome visage was depicted. The fourth Hokage, that man who moved like the wind, the one known as the Yellow Flash, the man who safeguarded Konoha with his very life. So, does this mean that the youth is the junior of the fourth Hokage? Unknowingly, someone blurted this out, and all the Chunin instinctively swallowed again, staring blankly at the youth's retreating form. Zhi Ge paid no heed to the expressions of those behind him. His gaze instinctively flickered toward a shadowy direction, a faint smile gracing his lips. Perhaps it was an innate ability, although he could not produce even a hint of chakra within him. His sensitivity to chakra had always been strong since childhood. Within a radius of 100 meters, he could distinctly sense the chakra of everyone, even those concealed in the shadows. In the darkness, a scarred man paused slightly, instinctively taking a few steps back, internally astonished. Could it be that this kid has discovered me? Yet soon, he dismissed this absurd notion. Impossible. How could a mere genin possibly detect his presence? It must be an accident, a mere coincidence. Who was he? Senju Ibiki, a special jonin from the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire, the captain of the torture and interrogation force, and the chief examiner of the first test in this Chunin exam. He was known as the torture maniac examiner, a genin discovering his whereabouts. How could that be? He immediately recognized the youth as the once Uchiha child. He never anticipated that the boy was still alive. Meanwhile, the Umbu ninja, lurking in the shadows, promptly relayed this news to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo. The remnants of the Uchiha clan still lived. Moreover, he had become the disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. He had returned to Konoha. In an instant, this revelation sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of Konoha. Upon hearing this news, Danzo's brow furrowed deeply. He immediately rose from his seat, eager to dispatch the Umbu to eliminate this Uchiha remnant. However, considering the third Hokage and the implications concerning Jiraiya, He hesitated to take action. Send someone to keep a close watch on him. If he dares to pose any threat to Konoha's safety, execute him on the spot. After much deliberation, Danzo issued his command, and soon several Umbu departed swiftly. As the winds of change began to stir, Zhi Ge remained blissfully unaware, making his way deeper into Konoha until he soon came to a halt. For he had spotted someone in the distance, a young boy clad in a green training outfit, with white bandages wrapped around his hands and feet. Before him stood 3 individuals: Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. Observing their postures, filled with determination and confidence, occasionally stealing glances at Haruno Sakura, Lee's mouth curved into a slight smile. Ah, the familiar scene was upon him. Chapter 3. Confrontation with Sasuke. How is this possible? Sasuke stared incredulously at Lee, his face a mask of disbelief. Having activated his Sharingan, he could see his opponent's movements clearly. Yet, his body could not keep pace at all. So fast, it was simply too swift. Panic flickered across his face, and in the next instant, bang! With remarkable swiftness, Xiaoli circled behind Sasuke and sent him soaring with a powerful kick. Following this, he leapt into the air, the bandages wrapped around his hands unfurling rapidly. Lotus Blossom. Zhi Ge, with his feet poised like a coiled spring, propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, appearing in a flash between Xiaoli and Sasuke, effectively separating the two. The 3 of them landed gracefully. Sasuke looked at Zhi Ge in astonishment, recognizing the mastery of taijutsu. Xiaoli's expression grew serious as he fixated his gaze on Zhi Ge. The phrase taijutsu master immediately surfaced in his mind. As a fellow ninja trained in taijutsu, he was astounded by Zhi Ge's speed. Naruto and Sakura also stared in awe at the suddenly appeared youth. This guy is formidable. Long time no see, Naruto. Zhi Ge smiled gently, turning to gaze at the still-dazed Naruto. Naruto, momentarily taken aback, suddenly leaped up, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed, "Wow, wow, wow, Uchiha Zhi Ge. Oh my goodness, it's you. When did you return?" "Just arrived." Zhi Ge smiled. "Uchiha? Naruto? Do you know him?" Sakura glanced at Naruto with a hint of surprise, her gaze swiftly returning to Zhi Ge, her heart fluttering as a blush crept across her cheeks. This young man was incredibly handsome, perhaps even more striking than Sasuke. She found herself captivated should Sasuke make way for Ino. Yet, she also held feelings for Sasuke. "Haha, Sakura, this is my childhood friend, Zhi Ge." Naruto exclaimed with unabashed joy, rushing toward Zhi Ge. "Uchiha, Zhi Ge." Suddenly, a voice filled with fury echoed through the air. Sasuke's pupils dilated in shock. His fist clenched tightly, his gaze fixed on Zhi Ge, trembling with rage. The anger in his Tutomo Sharingan was palpable as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You're still alive? Then I shall ensure your demise." Fire style, fireball jutsu. As his words fell, a massive fireball hurtled toward Zhi Ge, causing the onlookers to change their expressions dramatically. Zhi Ge's expression tightened as he swiftly dodged, his gaze fixated on Sasuke. Calmly, he inquired, "Do you intend to kill me?" "Spare me the unnecessary words." Sasuke trembled with rage, launching several shurikens at Zhi Ge, simultaneously propelling himself forward with lethal intent. "Sasuke, stop!" Naruto interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhi Ge, his voice ringing with urgency. "Sasuke, what are you doing? He is our comrade." "Naruto, step aside." Sasuke, his Sharingan activated, glared fiercely at Zhi Ge, consumed by fury. "It's all his fault. This accursed Uchiha plague. It is because of him that our clan was annihilated by that wretched Itachi. If it weren't for him, Itachi would still be my beloved brother." He had believed Zhi Ge perished in that tragic massacre, yet here he stood, alive. Enraged beyond measure, he bellowed, "Naruto, move, or you shall perish alongside him." "Sasuke, what has become of you?" Sakura stared in disbelief at the furious Sasuke, unable to comprehend how the situation had escalated so drastically. Sasuke offered no response, merely casting a glance her way, sending a chill of terror coursing through her. Was this truly her Sasuke? "Sasuke, Zhi Ge is my ally. A mere ordinary person without chakra. I will not allow you to harm him," Naruto declared, arms outstretched, resolute in his stance. "An ordinary person without chakra?" Lee blinked in surprise, his gaze shifting to Zhi Ge. "Very well. If you seek death, I shall not hesitate to take you with him." In a fit of rage, Sasuke roared and charged at Zhi Ge. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. He rapidly formed seals, unleashing a torrent of flames aimed directly at Zhi Ge. Naruto's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Zhi Ge, You cannot match Sasuke. Flee. Do not worry, he assured, as long as I am here. I will ensure Sasuke does not harm you. With that, Naruto prepared to summon multiple shadow clones. At that moment, Zhi Ge smiled faintly, gripping Naruto's arm firmly. His demeanor calm as he turned to Sasuke, saying with a gentle smile, Naruto, allow me to handle this. Zhi Ge, you. Naruto's eyes were filled with concern. Who was Sasuke? A widely recognized genius, now wielding the Sharingan. And Zhi Ge? A worthless Uchiha, lacking even chakra. How could he possibly contend with Sasuke? Was this not a reckless invitation to death? In that instant, Naruto, ever so carefree, had forgotten Zhi Ge's astonishing speed. The flames of the Phoenix Fire technique surged forth. With a faint smile, Zhi Ge slowly bent down, extending one arm backward, stretching. The sound of the rubber bullet echoed as Zhi Ge unleashed a single punch. Just one punch. The myriad of Phoenix Fire dissipated into white smoke. Opposite him, Sasuke stood in a daze, staring at the scene. Not just him. Naruto and the others were also left speechless, standing frozen in place. Sasuke's furious Phoenix Fire was effortlessly extinguished by a single blow? It was utterly inconceivable. Most importantly, it seemed as if Zhi Ge's arm had lengthened just moments ago. At this instant, Zhi Ge turned around, casting a dispassionate glance at Sasuke. Sneering coldly, with your level of intellect, you truly tarnish the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Silence. In that moment, the arena was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Zhi Ge offered a faint smile and coldly remarked, were it not for Itachi's sake, you would already be a corpse at this moment. With that, he cast a slight smile towards Naruto before turning to depart, leaving a group of onlookers in a state of astonishment. Zhi Ge. In the next instant, Sasuke erupted with fury, his crimson eyes blazing as his entire body trembled violently. Itachi. How dare he mention Itachi? This clearly struck at the very core of Sasuke's vulnerabilities. Consumed by rage, he surged towards Zhi Ge with unrestrained speed, exclaiming, You shall perish, you harbinger of misfortune, unworthy to utter the name Uchiha. The long-simmering hatred within him erupted at that moment, for he had lost all reason, driven solely by the desire to avenge his kin. With a calm smile, Zhi Ge remarked that in his eyes, Sasuke's speed was utterly insufficient. Bang! The rubber whip. With a single kick, the prodigious Sasuke was once again sent flying. Zhi Ge turned around, casting a dispassionate glance at Sasuke before shaking his head, declaring, You were too weak. With those words, he directed his gaze towards a shadowy corner and departed. However, he soon came to a halt, for a figure had emerged before him, with crimson hair and panda-like eyes, and carrying a colossal gourd on his back. It was Gaara. Chapter 4, Kakashi Itachi, the future 5th Kazekage. Gaara gazed at Zhi Ge with palpable excitement, sand visibly spilling from the gourd behind him. Meanwhile, Kanjiro stood frozen in place, instinctively following Gaara's line of sight to behold a youth who seemed devoid of any chakra fluctuations. A mere ordinary person? Yet, how could such a mundane individual ignite Gaara's enthusiasm? He had missed the scene where Zhi Ge had decisively defeated Sasuke. Hee, Gaara chuckled with glee, as sand erupted from his gourd, hurtling towards Zhi Ge at alarming speed. Stop, Gaara. Kanjiro's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly grasped Gaara's hand. He was acutely aware of the lethal capabilities of his younger brother. If Gaara unleashed his power, it would surely spell death. Not only for this chakra-less individual, but even for everyone present. If Gaara were to go berserk, none would survive. To put it bluntly, in Gaara's eyes, the attendees were mere refuse. Let go. Gaara twisted his head stiffly, regarding Kanjiro with an icy glare that resembled a soulless killing machine. Just one glance. Merely one glance, and Kanjiro instinctively recoiled several steps. Swallowing hard as he stammered, Gaara, put away the gourd. Keek. Gaara erupted into maniacal laughter, disregarding Kanjiro entirely as the sand within the gourd surged forth, targeting Kanjiro himself. The latter's face paled in disbelief. He had never anticipated Gaara's merciless assault would be directed at him. His complexion turned ghastly. Not only would revealing his puppetry before the folks of Konoha be disastrous, but even if he exerted all his strength, he could not withstand Gaara's wrath. He instinctively glanced towards Temari, seeking salvation. Gaara. Temari's face was also ashen, and she shouted urgently. Upon hearing her, Gaara turned slowly, casting a hesitant glance at Temari. And after a moment's pause, he ceased his actions. Huff. Kanjiro gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, having truly felt the chilling breath of death moments prior. That suffocating sensation still haunted him. Thankfully, Gaara exhibited a hint of sibling affection. Simultaneously, the eyes of Lee and others fell upon Gaara, their expressions grave. This guy from Sunagakure is formidable. Yet, in the next instant, the previously halted Gaara suddenly erupted in manic laughter. Sweeping his hand wide as the airborne sand surged toward Zhi Ge, his face radiated uncontainable excitement, his lips curling into a frenzied grin. Zhi Ge's expression subtly shifted. Yet, he refrained from making a move, instead directing his gaze towards the shadows. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through the arena, and a middle-aged man clad in a green training outfit materialized out of thin air, dispersing the airborne sand with a swift kick. Upon landing, he struck a rather conspicuous pose. Behind him trailed a red turtle. "Teacher Kai," Little Lee exclaimed with exuberance upon recognizing the newcomer. Kai chuckled heartily, and then, bang. He delivered a punch squarely to Little Lee's smiling face, sending him flying through the air, and sternly admonished, "Fool, how could you use that technique against a comrade? I only wish to challenge the genius of the Uchiha clan. I want to prove that Teacher Kai is right, that even without ninjutsu, I can still be an exceptional ninja." Little Lee, with a bruised face and tear-filled eyes, gazed earnestly at Might Guy. Might Guy, deeply moved, looked back at Little Lee with profound affection, tears welling in his eyes. The master and disciple exchanged a heartfelt glance before embracing tightly. Indeed, this is what youth embodies. The onlookers could not help but facepalm. Witnessing this scene, Zhi Ge couldn't help but smirk. It was hard to fathom that such a man had almost delivered a decisive blow. However, in the next moment, Gaara went wild. His excitement directed at Might Guy as the sand in the air began to tremble violently, then hurtled towards him. Might Guy turned, his demeanor cold as he observed the chaos. With a single punch, he obliterated the swirling sand. His gaze grew increasingly frigid as he spoke icily. "You from Sunagakure. Your opponent is my disciple. If you wish to fight, summon your Kazakage." Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards Might Guy. Astonishing. However, Might Guy merely cast a brief glance at Gaara before shifting his focus onto Zhi Ge, his expression grave. Had this young man just sensed his presence in the shadows? How could that be possible? He was a jonin. This lad didn't he even possess a trace of chakra? How could this be? Yet, an individual devoid of chakra had remarkably honed his taijutsu to such an extraordinary level. Admirable. He gazed deeply at Zhi Ge, approached him, gently patted his shoulder, and departed with a smile. Hyuga Niji suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring at Zhi Ge, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "He truly has absolutely no chakra within him." The revelation left everyone astonished. Niji scrutinized Zhi Ge intently, then approached Lee with a serious inquiry. "Lee, is his taijutsu formidable?" "Indeed, exceedingly so." Lee nodded without hesitation. "How does he compare to you?" After a moment of contemplation, Lee gravely responded, "In a full-power confrontation, it would be indistinguishable." Niji's eyes narrowed in disbelief as he looked once more at Zhi Ge. He was acutely aware of Lee's strength at full capacity. To think this Uchiha, whom many deemed a failure, could be so powerful. It seemed this Chunin exam would prove to be even more intriguing. Niji regarded Zhi Ge with profound contemplation before leading Lee and Tintin towards the registration area. "Zhi Ge." Sasuke rose, his expression as dark as a stormy sea, gritting his teeth in fury as he glared at Zhi Ge, begrudgingly making his way to the registration area, with Sakura hurrying closely behind. Both Lee and Zhi Ge, along with the panda-eyed ninja from Sunagakure, instilled a sense of threat in him, leaving Sasuke's usually inflated ego somewhat deflated. "Zhi Ge," Naruto called out, glancing at him. To which Zhi Ge waved his hand dismissively. "Go ahead. See you at the Chunin exam." As the crowd dispersed, Zhi Ge slowly made his way to the registration desk, where he encountered a familiar face, Kakashi, nonchalantly seated with his legs crossed, engrossed in a copy of Ika Paradise. Upon noticing Zhi Ge's approach, Kakashi discreetly cast a sidelong glance. Being a member of the Umbu, he had already received news of Zhi Ge's return to the village. Zhi Ge cast a glance at Kakashi, then proceeded to the registration desk. The Chunin at the desk looked surprised to see Zhi Ge approach alone. "Are you here to participate in the Chunin exam? Where are your companions?" In a moment of exasperation, Zhi Ge sighed bitterly. "I have no companions." Chapter 5. The Sound Ninja Trio. The Chunin exam comes with explicit regulations, mandating that participants must register in teams of 3. No companions? "Youngster, are you here to amuse us? Go on, go find somewhere cooler to linger." The Chunin in charge of registration, somewhat impatient, urged Zhi Ge to depart. "Zhi Ge, isn't Jiraiya's reliability rather questionable? I had thought he had made the necessary arrangements, yet it turns out he lacks even the qualifications to register. How utterly disappointing. At this rate, it seems the system's task may remain unfulfilled." Zhi Ge was momentarily rendered speechless, raising a hand to his forehead in mild frustration. Yet, in the next instant, his gaze fell upon Kakashi, and his eyes sparkled with sudden intrigue. With a mischievous grin, he inquired, "Senior, have you ever read the plum in the golden vase?" Kakashi, lifting his head to regard the serenely smiling Zhi Ge, widened his eyes in astonishment. Zhi Ge regarded Kakashi with a serene smile, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Kakashi, in a burst of exhilaration and disbelief, leapt from his seat, gazing at Zhi Ge with wide eyes. "What did you just say?" Zhi Ge glanced at the registration desk and calmly inquired. "Would you like to read the latest chapter of The Plum in the Golden Vase, Senior?" Kakashi's eyes widened. Well, to be precise, it was his single eye that did. "Of course I do. As an LSP, how could I not desire it? I dream of it incessantly. Although paradise of affection is delightful, it pales in comparison to the plum in the golden vase." "Oh, you are familiar with the plum in the golden vase?" Kakashi whispered. "Hiki." "Naturally." With a gentle chuckle, Zhi Ge demurred. "Indeed, venerable senior, I am the very author of the plum in the golden vase." "Preposterous," Kakashi retorted, incredulous. "A mere child such as yourself could scarcely have crafted such a novel." He regarded Zhi Ge with unconcealed skepticism. "Esteemed Kakashi-sensei, pray, direct your gaze hither." Zhi Ge spoke as he produced his trump card. It was indeed the latest chapter of Silver Vase Plum. "Esteemed senior, this is the unpublished newest chapter of Silver Vase Plum." Zhi Ge leisurely swayed the novel in his hand, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Goodness, goodness, goodness. I never imagined that this young lad before me is the author of The Plum in the Golden Vase. There can be no mistake. Only the author possesses the latest, unpublished version of this work." Kakashi holds a deep admiration for the plum in the golden vase. It has imparted upon him a wealth of knowledge previously unknown and postures yet to be mastered. Zhi Ge calmly regarded Kakashi, then cast a glance at the registration area, remaining silent. Kakashi immediately comprehended the situation and slowly approached the Chunin responsible for the registration, intending to submit his name first before reporting to Lord Hokage. However, a group of Chunin smirked subtly. Yet they dared not offend Kakashi and could only obediently allow Zhi Ge to register his name. Is this truly Konoha? How disappointing. A worthless individual without even a companion can sign up. It's utterly ludicrous. Just then, a mocking voice echoed from behind. Zhi Ge furrowed his brow slightly, and upon hearing the sound, turned to see a haughty man approaching. This individual sported a wild, upward-swept mane of gray-black hair and wore a beige outer garment adorned with 3 red characters signifying death. Zhi Ge also noticed the wind holes in the palms of his hands. Zhi Ge recognized the individual before him, a man named Sak. Behind him stood 2 others, one with a spiky hairstyle and the other with flowing locks. They were the infamous trio of sound ninjas. All of them were subordinates of Orochimaru. Sak cast a disdainful glance at Zhi Ge, sarcastically remarking, "Such trash, I could easily obliterate with a mere flick of my hand, yet Konoha treats them as treasures. It seems Konoha is not as formidable as it appears." However, his words had not fully escaped his lips before they were abruptly cut short. Zhi Ge had already dashed forward, leaving behind a fleeting shadow, and delivered a powerful punch to his face. Bang! With a dull thud, Sak was sent flying, leaving behind a deep scorched mark on the ground. Zhi Ge turned around, casting an indifferent glance at him, and coldly remarked, "Did I permit you to speak?" After a brief pause, the spiky-haired Tosi finally regained his senses and roared at Zhi Ge, "You're courting death, kid." However, scarcely had his voice faded when Zhi Ge had already closed the distance between them. Tosi's expression shifted dramatically. He had distinctly sensed no trace of chakra emanating from this boy, indicating that it likely was not ninjutsu. Moreover, it did not appear to be jinjutsu either. If it was neither ninjutsu nor jinjutsu, then it must be taijutsu. Yet, how could taijutsu be this formidable? This speed was astonishing. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the opponent's strike had already arrived. Bang! Tosi was sent flying, crashing heavily into Sak, resulting in an intimate collision between the two. Zhi Ge brushed off the dust from his clothing and spoke with a hint of disdain. "The Sound Ninja Trio? Is this all they have? Truly pathetic. How dare they compete at such a level? Do they not fear disgrace?" As his words echoed, he turned to gaze indifferently at Jean, who stood frozen in shock. His silent observation sent a chill down her spine, causing her complexion to pale and her body to tremble slightly, evidently taken aback by Zhi Ge's earlier remarks. In that moment, the arena fell into an oppressive silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The assembled Chunin stared in astonishment, their faces a mix of disbelief and fear. This youth was undeniably formidable. Shikamaru, standing nearby, cast a deep glance at Zhi Ge but chose to remain silent. Ah, you are courting death. After a brief pause, Sak and Toth slowly rose from the ground, their foreheads vein-popping with fury as they fixed their glare on Zhi Ge, clearly enraged. They exchanged a glance and charged at Zhi Ge with reckless abandon, Jean trailing closely behind them. It was 3 against 1. Shikamaru's expression tightened as he swiftly formed hand seals in front of his chest. Meanwhile, Zhi Ge regarded the approaching sound ninja trio with a calm demeanor, choosing not to retreat but to advance instead. The Chunin responsible for registrations were left dumbfounded by this audacious move. 3 against 1. And those 3 sound ninja were evidently quite strong. Yet this boy did not cower. He opted to strike first? How foolish. They would soon meet their demise. Sak was momentarily taken aback by Zhi Ge's boldness, but his lips curled into a cold smirk, exuding an air of murderous intent. Just then, a figure appeared, interposing between Zhi Ge and the sound ninja trio. Kakashi, holding his beloved book, turned and cast a frigid glance at the trio. With just that singular gaze, Sak and his companions felt a wave of terror wash over them. Their faces drained of color as they instinctively swallowed hard. From that one eye, they sensed a palpable aura of death. Sak exchanged glances with his comrades and coldly remarked, "Bullying the weak, this is Konoha." However, his words were abruptly silenced as Kakashi delivered a swift kick that sent him flying. He then coldly regarded the terrified Toth and Jean, stating, "This is Konoha. If you disagree, feel free to call for help. I'm willing to engage equally." Chapter 6, A Lesson for the Sound Ninja Team. Sak clutched his face, overwhelmed with shock. This man is incredibly powerful. At that moment, the remaining 2 sound ninja regained their composure, their expressions reflecting their discomfort as they looked toward Kakashi. This individual was utterly arrogant. However, acknowledging Kakashi's status as a jonin, despite their resentment, they dared not retaliate. The group of Chunin at the registration desk remained silent, unsure of how to proceed. Kakashi surveyed them, coolly stating, "Consider this a one-time concession." After speaking, he cradled his book and coldly departed from the crowd. The group of Chunin exchanged glances, then looked at Sak, who had been kicked aside, shaking their heads with a sigh. This young man was far too impulsive. Especially here in Konoha, his recklessness was astonishing. Sak, clutching his face, rose from the ground, his expression filled with rage as he glared at Kakashi's retreating figure. His eyes ablaze with fury. He vowed to settle the score with Kakashi one day. However, given his current strength, confronting Kakashi was out of the question. Yet, the boy named Zhi Ge was a target he could still teach a lesson to. He fixed a vengeful gaze on Zhi Ge, as if intending to pierce him with his stare. Zhi Ge turned around, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at the trio from the Sound Village, stating calmly, "I shall reiterate, do not provoke me." His gaze shifted to Sak, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Sak trembled involuntarily, instinctively retreating a few steps. Meanwhile, TOS, unable to tolerate the situation, stepped forward defiantly. "It was only because the elite shinobi from Konoha were present that I granted you some semblance of respect. Now that they have departed, do you dare to act so brazenly? Indeed, what are you, to oppose us from the sound? It seems you court death." Sak added with a sneer, malice flickering in his gaze. "In that case, I would not hesitate to incapacitate you before the exam." With that, Zhi Ge waved his hand, a fierce gust of wind sweeping forth, rustling Sak and his garments. What an astonishing aura. What is happening? Why do we have no intelligence on this boy? Jean felt a bead of cold sweat form as he sensed the oppressive pressure emanating from Zhi Ge. Fear not. If he were truly formidable, that esteemed individual would have informed us while he was in the village. A nameless nobody like him can only bluster. Sak retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Zhi Ge. "You lot had better cease this at once. If you lay a hand on us before the exam, it will be deemed a diplomatic incident. Konoha will not tolerate such occurrences." The Chunin in charge of registrations noticed the escalating tension and immediately intervened, asserting, "This situation is on the verge of spiraling out of control. I must insist that you halt." He exchanged glances with his comrades, signaling for higher-ranking ninjas to intervene. Upon hearing the Chunin's words, Sak scoffed derisively. "And who are you? This is not your place to speak." He pointed an accusatory finger at the Chunin. "You sound ninjas are not worthy of knowing my name." The Chunin retorted with a mocking smile. "This esteemed Chunin, I am aware that you too find these outsiders intolerable in our Konoha. Allow me to take action against them, and I assure you, no lives will be lost." Zhi Ge's expression remained unchanged as he spoke indifferently. "Well then, very well. Zhi Ge, you must be mindful of your limits." The Chunin, observing Zhi Ge's resolute gaze, felt it unwise to further intervene. Moreover, he had long desired to teach these sound ninjas a lesson, yet given his position, any rash action could lead to severe repercussions. Haha. TOS. Did you hear that? This little brat dares to lecture us. He even claims no one will get hurt. Haha. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Sak immediately erupted in fury. How dare this insolent child act so arrogantly before him? There was no choice but to teach him a lesson. Remember, don't let him catch you off guard like before. Sak cackled menacingly. Of course, you can rest assured. With a sinister grin, Sak turned to face Zhi Ge, his eyes glinting with frost. I shall see how you intend to teach me a lesson. With that, he clenched his right fist and struck fiercely towards Zhi Ge's head. As Zhi Ge observed Sak's movements, his expression remained impassive, showing no intention of evading or even defending himself. Noticing this, Sak sneered, Humph. You won't dodge. Aren't you courting death? The thought barely formed in his mind when his attack came crashing down. Boom. Sak's fist struck Zhi Ge's head, yet to his astonishment, Zhi Ge's body showed no sign of injury, as if he had not been harmed at all. How could this be? Sak's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the advancing Zhi Ge. At that moment, a cold voice pierced his ears. Is that all? With that, Zhi Ge delivered a resounding slap. Crack. Sak was sent flying, losing a tooth in the process. He crashed to the ground, howling in agony. Why you? He pointed at Zhi Ge, his face twisted with resentment and fury. He could hardly believe that he had been so thoroughly bested by this unknown youth. Sak's strength was nearly on par with the Chunin. How could such a weakling possibly be his match? He must have resorted to some trickery. The more Sak pondered, the more convinced he became, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Ha! This kid must be using some kind of sorcery, otherwise, how could he send me flying with a single slap? I see he is merely putting on an act. With his feeble strength, how could he possibly achieve this? With this thought, Sak scrambled to his feet, raising his hands towards Zhi Ge with a mocking sneer. Kid, no matter what sinister technique you've employed, it pales in comparison to absolute power. Void slash. Sak's pupils constricted as he gathered an intense chakra in his hands. Two massive shockwaves formed in the air, hurtling menacingly towards Zhi Ge. Seeing the danger in Sak's technique, Shikamaru quickly warned Zhi Ge. Don't worry, I won't lose. With a subtle smile, Zhi Ge abruptly unfurled a cavernous maw, a maw of rubbery expanse, poised to engulf all before it. As soon as Zhi Ge's voice fell, Sake's slash of the void was forcefully devoured by Zhi Ge. What? Is this even human? Upon witnessing Zhi Ge's technique, Sake was so terrified that his eyes nearly popped out. Do not be overly excited. The best is yet to come. Chapter 7. Sen no Abiki. As Zhi Ge observed Sak rendered motionless with fear, he refrained from further discourse and abruptly expelled the gas from his abdomen. Sak, unable to evade in time, was rendered unconscious by his own void slash. However, at that moment, a figure unexpectedly appeared behind Zhi Ge. Upon turning around, he was taken aback to find Jean, the woman from the Inrin team. What? Are you contemplating a sneak attack on me? I have no desire to engage with women. It would be wise for you to stand aside, Zhi Ge coldly stated. Upon hearing this, Jin's face immediately revealed a hint of embarrassment. However, as a member of the Sound Ninja, she was compelled to fight. I apologize, but allow me to teach you a lesson, you arrogant little brat. With that, Jean launched an attack directly at Zhi Ge. Boom. Jin's fist struck fiercely towards Zhi Ge. Witnessing this scene, everyone else held their breath in anticipation. Humph. Zhi Ge let out a cold snort, twisting her body to evade Jin's assault. Although this woman possessed formidable offensive capabilities, her speed was lacking, and her strength was not particularly overwhelming. To Zhi Ge, it felt as if everything was unfolding in slow motion. What on earth are these lines? After Zhi Ge evaded Jin's assault, he abruptly discovered two nearly imperceptible fine threads entangled upon his attire. These delicate strands incessantly coiled around his form, inducing an inexplicable sensation of numbness throughout his body. This peculiar feeling was akin to being ensnared by an unseen force. What is happening? Why can I not move my body? Just as Zhi Ge pondered these questions, a voice suddenly manifested in his ear. Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback. Quickly raising her head to gaze upon the sight before her, there stood Jin Zheng, a cold smile gracing her lips, while in her hand she held 10 remarkably sharp kunai. Zhi Ge was taken aback, not anticipating the woman's attack to be so astutely executed. It bore little resemblance to the typical tactics of a woman, resembling instead the effects of some specialized weaponry. Indeed, this is my ninjutsu, manipulating shuriken through an intricate thread. Though you are formidable, it is unfortunate that you are about to perish beneath my deadly tools, Jin declared, simultaneously flicking his 10 fingers. causing the shuriken to launch forward with the speed of a magnet drawn to metal, hurtling towards Zhi Ge. Quite intriguing. I concede that you possess more intellect than that previous wind user. However, such a level is utterly insufficient in my regard. What? A rubber machine gun? As soon as Zhi Ge's voice fell, his arm swiftly elongated, and in that fleeting moment, his fist rained down upon the woman named Jean with relentless force. Her body resembled that of a fragile paper doll, utterly incapable of withstanding such an onslaught. The sound of her bones fracturing resonated through the air. As she was mercilessly struck again and again, akin to a shattered rag doll, violently hurled to the ground. Every inch of her skin had become bruised, leaving no patch unscathed. Well, have I perhaps gone a tad too far? This is essentially an enhanced version of my beautiful fist. Zhi Ge mused, observing the fallen Jean, who lay on the ground, battered and bruised. He couldn't help but exhale a sigh. It was undeniably brutal. Yet, there existed an inexplicable beauty within this violence. Ahem. At that moment, Jean coughed a few times and turned her gaze towards Tuasi. Tuasi was the leader of the ninja squad, but at this instant, both of his companions had fallen to Zhi Ge in less than a minute. Alone and vulnerable, he couldn't help but swallow hard. So, what now? Will you continue to provoke me? Seeing his timid demeanor, Zhi Ge couldn't help but tease. Are you afraid? Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Tos quickly shook his head, indicating that he would refrain from further action. Although he felt 100 grievances within, he was aware that more pressing matters awaited him, and he could not prematurely reveal his trump cards to the prying eyes of the Leaf Village ninjas. I apologize. We were too abrupt. On behalf of my two companions, I extend our sincerest apologies. Witnessing this individual, Tos, sincerely apologizing, Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback. It seemed this fellow was indeed perceptive. However, regardless of his awareness, Zhi Ge was determined to settle the score today. Zhi Ge's gaze was as frigid as ice as he stared at Tuasi, and then, with a sudden shift, he vanished from sight. Tuasi, taken aback, was struck with alarm. What a predicament! Was this young man lying in wait, poised to launch a surprise attack? What were his intentions? A wave of terror surged through Tuasi, prompting him to flee. Yet, his speed was no match for Zhi Ge's prowess. In the blink of an eye, Zhi Ge reappeared behind him, preparing to strike. Zhi Ge coldly remarked, I shall not take your life. However, after mocking me, it is impossible for you to leave unscathed in my presence. Halt. Just then, a deep, raspy voice intervened, preventing Zhi Ge from taking action. Everyone turned to see a scar-faced jonin from Konoha. You are Zhi Ge, are you not? It is not unreasonable to teach a lesson to the ignorant. But do consider my position as the chief examiner of this first test and refrain from overstepping. Zhi Ge gazed upon the scarred visage of the scruffy individual before him, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. How could such a person possibly be the chief examiner? Indeed, esteemed examiner. Zhi Ge withdrew his fists and, with a playful demeanor, lowered his head to respond. All right, I am the chief examiner for the first round of the CH-9 exams, Marino Ibiki. I am here to inform you that the first round of the CH-9 exams is about to commence. This time, it will be a written test. I hope you all perform well. Please follow me. With that, he turned and strode forward, exuding an air of arrogance. What? Their essay written test in the CH-9 exams. The revelation left Uzumaki Naruto utterly bewildered. Hey, Naruto, this is the CH-9 exams. Do you really want to lose? As Zhi Ge observed Naruto's demeanor, he couldn't help but tease. I will definitely win. Naruto opened his mouth and then broke into a characteristic broad smile. Thus, a multitude of candidates, under the guidance of the chief examiner, Mori no Ibiki, entered the examination room. Along the way, many were discussing Zhi Ge's recent performance. This unknown lad had indeed made a name for himself in front of the crowd. Although his combat skills were not particularly remarkable, the fierce awareness and power he had just displayed left a profound impression on many candidates. Truly, as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, he should not be underestimated. This individual is likely a hidden gem. While everyone was still immersed in the recent battle, Chief Examiner Mori no Ibiki led them to the innermost seats. Chapter 8. The attention-grabbing cheating dear candidates. I am Mori no Ibiki. Your first written examination consists of fill-in-the-blank questions. The content pertains to everything you have encountered during this assessment, as well as your research on various aspects of the ninja world. You are required to submit a complete answer sheet to me within 2 hours. Remember, do not be foolish enough to cheat. 8 proctors will be watching you. Chief Examiner Ibiki stated, surveying the room with a calm demeanor. Understood. Got it. The crowd responded in hushed tones. Now, the examination begins. With that, Chief Examiner Ibiki turned and exited, firmly closing the door to the examination room. Observing this, everyone promptly opened the question cards on their desks. Not to be foolish enough to cheat, which implies that as long as the method of cheating is clever, it might be permissible? Zhi Ge quickly comprehended the meaning behind Sanai Ibiki, unable to suppress a smile that escaped his lips. Several candidates present had already been expelled for their despicable acts of peeking and passing notes. However, Zhi Ge remained motionless, diligently searching for a divine inspiration that would enable him to answer the questions solely through his own capabilities. At last, he found it. It is you. At last. Zhi Ge discovered a distinguished individual in the front row, wholly engrossed in answering questions. However, obtaining a glimpse of his examination paper proved to be quite a challenge. Hiki, if it is due to physical reasons, then I cannot be deemed to have violated any rules, can I? Very well. In that case, a rubber balloon. Zhi Ge suddenly inhaled sharply, causing his entire body to rapidly swell to more than 10 times its original size. In less than a minute, he transformed into a colossal figure of considerable girth. Aha! With this, he could effortlessly view his examination paper. Zhi Ge seized this precious opportunity, his hands swiftly dancing across the paper, and before long, half of the blank sheet was filled. Hey, Zhi Ge, what on earth are you doing? Why does your body suddenly feel so peculiar? The sudden intervention of Zhi Ge naturally drew the attention of the examiner, Mori Nyabiki. After all, it was impossible to overlook the enormous, tank-like object that had materialized before them. How unjust. Examiner, my body indeed has a peculiar condition. It enlarges every 2 hours, and I cannot control it. Though he was fabricating a story, Zhi Ge displayed no signs of embarrassment. You rascal. Very well. Let it return to its original state. Mori Nyabiki waved his hand in resignation, fully aware that this was merely a trick to cheat. However, the ability to cheat through innate physical talents was a hallmark of a clever ninja, and such talent was indeed worth retaining. While the examiner had no objections, Zhi Ge's actions provoked considerable agitation among the other candidates. What is happening? How can this boy possess the unique multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan? Indeed, it was exceedingly strange. Such a technique could only be mastered by members of the Akimichi clan. How could this Uchiha brat be so formidable? Just how strong is he? Earlier, he single-handedly defeated 3 sound ninjas at the entrance, and now he has grasped the multiplication technique. I hope I do not encounter this terrifying individual in the upcoming matches. The gazes of numerous candidates fell upon Zhi Ge, each contemplating how to avoid such a predicament. Meanwhile, a few candidates whispered among themselves, could it be that Zhi Ge is actually the most exceptional newcomer in Konoha village? Humph, a tiresome trick. He brings disgrace to our Uchiha clan. Members of the Uchiha would never stoop to learning such foolish ninjutsu. Uchiha Sasuke glared at Zhi Ge, now once again the center of attention, and silently cursed. Humph, this brat truly believes that a little muscle can grant him free reign. How laughable. When the time for our duel comes, I will crush you with my utmost strength and show you who the true Uchiha genius is. Sasuke's expression darkened. Such arrogant prodigies found it difficult to acknowledge others, especially those of a similar age. As time flowed steadily onward, the candidates displayed their clever cheating techniques. Those foolish cheaters, under the mental pressure exerted by Mori Nyabiki, faced constant elimination. Finally, the examination concluded. The final results revealed that, from the originally crowded pool of candidates, only 2/3 had passed. It was surprising to see so many contenders remain this year. While Mori Nyabiki was busy organizing the examination papers, a lively figure suddenly flew into the examination hall. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, a stunningly attractive female Nin appeared before them. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Hurry and follow me to the venue for the second exam. What? Who are you? The first reaction among the candidates was skepticism, as this woman seemed somewhat foolish and suspicious. How infuriating. My name is Mitarashi Anko. I am your examiner for the second round of exams. Is this year's crop of newcomers truly this impolite? The female Nin's expression turned icy as she spoke, her tone laced with arrogance, as if she expected everyone to bow down before her. Mitarashi, doesn't that mean toilet? Zhi Ge quietly underestimated the situation in his heart but dared not voice his thoughts. After all, he had no desire to provoke the esteemed examiner. However, when he lifted his gaze, he found Hong Do staring at him with a smile that was more enigmatic than inviting. Goodness, women are truly formidable. A cold sweat broke out on Zhi Ge's forehead as he quickly turned his head away, avoiding her gaze. The rest of the candidates followed the examiner, Hong Do, to the venue of the second examination, the Death Forest. Listen closely. I possess 15 heavenly scrolls and 15 earthly scrolls, which will be randomly distributed among 30 groups. Each group must retrieve a pair of heavenly and earthly scrolls within the forest and reach the designated location within 5 days to pass. She declared. Of course, these scrolls can only be preserved within their paper form, which is also imbued with a binding curse. Should anyone trigger this curse, the scrolls will instantly detonate. I advise those harboring any notions of luck not to attempt opening them. Lastly, I hold a special scroll. It is neither heavenly nor earthly, but void. This means that the unfortunate soul who acquires this void scroll must eliminate at least 2 teams to obtain both heavenly and earthly scrolls for advancement. For the other teams, regardless of whether they hold heavenly or earthly scrolls, acquiring the void scroll equates to a successful pairing. As Hongdo spoke, she waved the void scroll in her hand, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she regarded the candidates. Doesn't this mean that the one who obtains the void scroll will immediately become the target for all 30 groups? Chapter 9. The Dreadful Temptress Indeed. This is far too perilous. Who would willingly seek that scroll? It's tantamount to courting death. How terrifying. Is this fellow deliberately targeting us? I have no intention of becoming cannon fodder. What is the matter? Are you all afraid? Do you still wish to participate in the second examination? Yes. I want to participate. A frenzy of anxious responses erupted from the crowd. You all seem remarkably lacking in confidence. The odds are a mere 1 in 30, which is already absurdly low. Do you truly believe such misfortune would easily befall you? How could anyone be that unlucky? As the others fretted over the possibility of drawing the void scroll, Zhi Ge could not contain his laughter from the corner. Oh, this student appears to be quite confident. Hongdo turned to Zhi Ge, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Since you possess such confidence, might I inquire your name? I am Zhi Ge, Uchiha Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge, without a moment's hesitation, proclaimed his name, for he was acutely aware that his identity could not remain concealed from the woman before him. Upon hearing this, Hongdo's eyes narrowed into slits, as if she were contemplating an intriguing conundrum. This youth, intriguing indeed. Very well, since you possess such confidence, then you shall be the one to bear this unfortunate burden. With a smile, Hongdo concluded her words and retrieved the scroll from her bosom. Handing it to Zhi Ge, Zhi Ge clutched the still-warm scroll in his hands, yet an expression of mirth eluded him. Goodness, this woman is utterly infuriating. To present me with this explosive in front of so many witnesses, is she not shoving me into the depths of a fiery abyss? Gazing at the scroll that emanated a delightful milky aroma, Zhi Ge nearly swooned. No, I must protest. Why thrust this scalding hot potato into my hands, particularly before everyone? Is she not essentially inviting them to come and snatch it from me? Zhi Ge continuously scanned the surroundings, seeking a remedy. Yet those around seemed to have sensed Hongdo's actions, their attention converging upon Zhi Ge. TSK. Why? Because I am the chief examiner. Is that reason sufficient? As Hongdo spoke, she drew Zhi Ge into her embrace, exuding an air of intimacy. Let me tell you, do not think to ensnare me with your allure. I am not so easily swayed. I shall report this to Grandfather Hokage. You are endangering minors. Amidst the warmth radiating from Hongdo, Zhi Ge's heart felt as though it had plunged into an icy abyss. You are truly adorable. Hongdo playfully pinched Zhi Ge's cheek and continued. I do not intend to target you maliciously. Rather, it is that this year you are the sole participant in the examination, which is already against the regulations. My leniency is a favor to you. Should you not express your gratitude? Zhi Ge. Oh my goodness. Hongdo's words left Zhi Ge utterly bewildered. Thank you. Zhi Ge could only force a stiff smile as he replied, very well. Go and retrieve the scroll. Remember, you must pass the examination. Hongdo chuckled softly, then gave Zhi Ge's shoulder a reassuring pat. Zhi Ge dashed into the death forest without uttering a single word, and obtaining the scroll was tantamount to acquiring a death warrant. There was no time to hesitate. Remaining still would only invite capture. Zhi Ge was acutely aware that the second round of the Chunin exams might appear to others as a mere skirmish. However, for him, the unfortunate bearer of a treacherous scroll, it was nothing short of a harrowing siege. Even having gained the advantage, he still found himself ensnared by the enemy's ambush. Within less than half a day in the Forest of Death, Zhi Ge encountered 2 squads of sand ninja. The second squad consisted of 6 individuals, each wielding various weapons, exuding an air of lethal intent and determination to prevail. As soon as Zhi Ge laid eyes on them, he inwardly cursed his misfortune. The leader of the sand shinobi regarded Zhi Ge's nonchalant demeanor with a disdainful snort, declaring, I expected you to possess some formidable abilities. It turns out you are nothing more than a lone, useless fighter. I advise you to obediently surrender the scroll in your possession, otherwise. We Sand Shinobi shall show no mercy to a mere leaf village Jinin like you. In response, Zhi Ge chuckled coldly and retorted, Humph. Aside from Gaara, who possesses some real strength, the rest of you are merely a ragtag bunch. What? The Sand Leader, incensed by these words, erupted with fury. And one of his hot-tempered comrades lunged forward with a furious roar. Upon witnessing the cessation of conflict, Zhi Ge let out a cold smirk. And with a sudden stomp of his right foot, he vanished from the spot. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, the technique of earth escape. The leader of the Sand Ninja struck the ground with a formidable punch, producing a resounding boom as the earth fractured, revealing numerous crevices. A powerful gust of wind erupted, reducing the surrounding trees to mere dust. Seizing the opportune moment, Zhi Ge surged forward, his hands outstretched to grasp the Sand Ninja leader's collar. With his left hand securing the opponent's hands, he delivered a forceful blow to the abdomen with his right arm. The power of the ceasefire was immense, instantly inflicting profound anguish upon the leader of the Sand Ninja. Bang! Zhi Ge forcefully cast the Sand Ninja leader aside, who fell heavily to the ground. The leader lay there, letting out a pained wail before struggling to rise, his eyes reflecting sheer terror as they met Zhi Ge's gaze. What is happening? Why is this young man's physique so extraordinary? Boss, it is evidently your overconfidence that has led to this. This fellow possesses merely this single skill. Watch me now. Wind release. Shuriken Wind Sphere. One of the Sand Ninjas hurled 6 shurikens toward Zhi Ge, each enveloped in a swirling gust of wind, rendering their trajectory chaotic and nearly impossible to defend against. As soon as Zhi Ge noticed the situation, he swiftly retreated to evade the onslaught of 6 shurikens. Bang! 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 The 6 shurikens continued to soar towards Zhi Ge, despite their initial failure to strike. Zhi Ge, far from complacent, swiftly retreated, covertly channeling the power of his Gum Gum Fruit. Gum Gum Whip. Zhi Ge extended his leg and executed a sweeping kick, forcefully sending the 6 shurikens spiraling away. What? How could this lad effortlessly neutralize my signature move? This is just the beginning. Rubber pistol. As the Sand Ninja momentarily faltered, Zhi Ge swiftly elongated his arm and delivered an uppercut that knocked him out cold. Hey, wake up, wake up. The Sand Ninja captain shook the dazed ninja's head, attempting to rouse him from his stupor, but he remained as unresponsive as a stone. How infuriating. The leader of the Sand Ninja gritted his teeth in rage, his eyes betraying a fierce intent to kill. Chapter 10. An easy fight against 6. What is so extraordinary about this boy's physique? He can withstand both wind release and shuriken? How on earth is he accomplishing this? The Sand Ninja captain racked his brains, ultimately deducing that direct confrontation was unwise. After all, there were still 5 of them left, providing an undeniable numerical advantage. Boy, even if you were fortunate enough to defeat one of us, there are still so many more waiting for you. You must hand over the scroll today. The captain's gaze toward Zhi Ge was shrouded in ominous clouds, akin to a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey. Zhi Ge also noticed the gaze of his opponent, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, revealing a hint of alluring mischief. He then turned around and beckoned to the group of Sand Ninjas. Oh, come on. Let us see who possesses the superior skill. You. Seeking death. The Sand Ninjas, incensed by his words, tightened and then relaxed their grip on their weapons, gathering their strength once more. Upon witnessing their demeanor, Zhi Ge instantly recognized that these individuals were on the verge of unleashing their fury. Consequently, he suppressed the nonchalant expression that had adorned his face, replacing it with a gravitas befitting the situation. Nevertheless, Zhi Ge did not truly regard his adversaries with any measure of respect. Rather, he had prepared an even grander surprise awaiting them. After all, his exploration of the rubber fruit's potential was still in its nascent stages, and these individuals would serve as perfect practice material. Humph. The leader of the Sand Ninjas, observing Zhi Ge's brazen attitude, let out a cold snort and exchanged glances with the 4 Sand Ninjas beside him. He then advanced towards Zhi Ge, accompanied by several others. Upon witnessing this, Zhi Ge promptly took a step back. However, as he ascended from the ground, the earth beneath him suddenly fractured, and several sharp rock spikes erupted from below. Observing these menacing protrusions, Zhi Ge furrowed his brow and swiftly evaded them. Yet, to his astonishment, slender iron vines suddenly sprang forth from the ground behind him. These iron tendrils seemed to possess a life of their own, instantly ensnaring his legs. Zhi Ge was taken aback, forcefully breaking free from the iron vines. However, these iron tendrils appeared to grow increasingly dense, swiftly ensnaring his entire being. Upon witnessing the cessation of hostilities, Zhi Ge could not help but feel a twinge of unease. Though these iron vines posed little threat, They possessed the unsettling ability to immobilize one's movements. Zhi Ge felt the binding force upon him growing increasingly formidable. Yet he maintained his composure. Haha, aren't you quite arrogant? Are you still so confident now? The leader of the Sand Ninja, witnessing Zhi Ge ensnared by the combined jutsu of his squad, immediately erupted into triumphant laughter. Upon witnessing the confrontation, Zhi Ge, with an air of defiance, coldly retorted, "Oh, really? Do you believe that such trivial skills can confine me? You truly underestimate my capabilities. What do you think you are? Even with your supervising teacher, you could never hope to match my prowess." Rubber fruit ability. Rubber balloon. With a single utterance, Zhi Ge's body instantaneously expanded into a spherical form, augmenting its volume several dozen times. The iron vines, lacking in elasticity, erupted and snapped apart. Humph. Another instance of multiplication technique. Did you think we were unprepared? We encountered this trick during the first examination. You brat. Prepare to meet your demise. Upon witnessing this, Captain Sharingan's eyes sparkled with excitement. And with a flick of his wrist, a scythe over 3 meters long materialized in his grasp. Die. He bellowed, raising the scythe to strike downwards. Clang. The scythe struck the rubber sphere, merely producing a shower of sparks. How is this possible? So resilient. Captain Sharingan's eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting sheer astonishment. Not only that, Zhi Ge's rubber sphere was visibly increasing in size at an alarming rate. Damn it. What on earth is this creature? Its body is even harder than steel. Captain Sharingan's heart raced with terror, yet he refused to concede. Die. He shouted once more, swinging his arms in a wide arc as he brought the scythe down fiercely towards Zhi Ge's head. Humph. A mere parlor trick. Zhi Ge let out a cold snort and struck out with his fist, colliding directly with the scythe. A resounding clang echoed as the two forces met in a stalemate. Furthermore, the recoil from the impact sent a twinge of pain through Zhi Ge's fist. Such formidable counterforce. Zhi Ge was taken aback, but his reaction was swift. Seizing the moment before his opponent's strength waned completely, he unleashed a sudden burst of power. Crack. Snap. A cacophony of shattering sounds echoed through the air. With a decisive strike, Zhi Ge unleashed a powerful punch, causing the scythe in the hands of the Sand Ninja captain to instantly morph blood splattered forth, and taking advantage of his opponent's momentary disorientation. Zhi Ge swiftly incapacitated his right arm. With unyielding force, he then drove his foot into the captain's chest, crushing him mercilessly into a mangled heap. Witnessing the brutal demise of his comrade beneath Zhi Ge's foot, the Sand Ninja leader's face contorted in disbelief, his eyes igniting with a fierce intensity. What shall we do? Our captain has fallen. The squad members, stricken with both fear and astonishment at the sight of their leader being trampled, felt a wave of helplessness wash over them. Despite their own formidable prowess, they were acutely aware of Zhi Ge's overwhelming strength, and they realized he had yet to unleash his full potential. What is there to fear? Your captain is gone, yet I, as your leader, shall continue to guide you. The 4 of us together can surely subdue this wretch. The Sand Ninja leader seethed inwardly as he beheld Zhi Ge's demeanor, resolutely proclaiming, "You are doomed, boy." Upon hearing the anguished cries of the Sand Shinobi, Zhi Ge furrowed his brow slightly, and then, with a cold smile, remarked, "Is that so? I shall await the spectacle. Kill him. Bring me his head," bellowed the leader of the Sand Shinobi, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. At that moment, the other ninjas finally reacted, hastily drawing their weapons and charging towards Zhi Ge. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of muffled thuds, the Sand Shinobi were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths. It was not that they lacked the will to continue their assault. Rather, Zhi Ge's formidable prowess rendered them incapable of approaching him. Each time they attempted to strike, he effortlessly evaded their attacks, retaliating with a brutality that left them aghast. Witnessing this scene, the remaining Sand Shinobi were left in a state of shock. They had not anticipated that this seemingly frail youth could be so terrifying, easily besting even their powerful leader. Nevertheless, the determined Sand Shinobi leader refused to concede defeat, charging relentlessly towards Zhi Ge once more. How astonishingly resilient these wretches are. One must wonder from whence they derive such courage and confidence. Are they truly unafraid of death? Zhi Ge gazed disdainfully at the group before him and chuckled. He possessed the formidable power of the rubber fruit, and these mere minions dared to challenge him. With a cold smile, Zhi Ge unleashed a powerful punch, striking a Sand Ninja squarely on the cheek, rendering the opponent unconscious. Chapter 11. The Submission of the Scroll. Subsequently, Zhi Ge turned to survey the surrounding Sand Ninjas, a glimmer of derision flickering in his eyes. How dare you, mere novices, challenge me? Zhi Ge, while speaking, raised his hand and swiftly seized the garment of a ninja, lifting him effortlessly, with one foot firmly planted upon the adversary's face. With a foot firmly planted upon the opponent's head, Zhi Ge compelled him to bow in submission. At that moment, his gaze met that of the Sand Ninja leader, who stood a short distance away. A wicked smile curled upon Zhi Ge's lips as he inquired, "Do you wish to take your own life? Or shall I escort you to your demise?" Upon hearing Zhi Ge's tone, laden with disdain, the Sand Ninja leader felt an explosion of rage within, his face contorting into a grotesque grin. "Very well. You are quite audacious. Do you even know who I am? You shall perish today." With that declaration, the Sand Ninja leader brandished a massive black axe from his back and raised it high, aiming a fierce strike at Zhi Ge. Observing the descending axe, Zhi Ge merely scoffed. "Humph. Is this truly worthy of being called a weapon?" Without hesitation, Zhi Ge reached out and grasped the black axe with ease. A thunderous boom resonated from the weapon, yet it remained utterly unmoved. The Sand Ninja leader's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment, gazing at Zhi Ge as though he were a mythical beast. Moreover, he sensed the axe gradually losing its weight, becoming increasingly lighter. No, it was not merely losing its balance, it was being forcibly extracted from his grasp. How could it be possible for his full-force strike to be countered so effortlessly? This black axe was his pride and joy, yet it was snatched from him with such ease. As the black axe fell into his possession, Zhi Ge smiled faintly. "You wield this pitiful axe and expect to challenge me? You are hardly worthy." After Zhi Ge spoke, he cast the black giant axe onto the ground. At that moment, the Sand Ninja were left in stunned silence. This young man was nothing short of terrifying. "Leader, what shall we do?" One of the Sand Ninjas cautiously inquired, noticing their leader frozen in place, looking utterly bewildered. The leader's expression fluctuated between despair and determination. If they fled now, perhaps they could save their lives, but remaining here would likely lead to their complete annihilation. Yet, retreating would mean losing face. However, if they stubbornly insisted on preserving their pride, it would undoubtedly cost them their lives. Contemplating this, the Sand Ninja leader gritted his teeth and commanded, "Withdraw. Retreat." Upon hearing the leader's orders, the remaining ninjas hastily stowed their weapons. Witnessing this scene, a smile crept across Zhi Ge's face. "Humph. You think you can simply leave? Let me tell you, unless you relinquish the 2 scrolls you possess, none of you shall leave here alive. You insolent brat. How audacious. We can scatter and escape. Do you really think one person can stop us all?" The Sand Ninja leader scoffed. "Oh, is that so? Since you doubt me, then do give it a try." With that, Zhi Ge turned his back and beckoned the group of Sand Ninjas behind him to flee quickly. As the Sand Ninjas heard Zhi Ge's words, they took off in a desperate flight. Unfortunately, no matter how swift they were, they could not outpace Zhi Ge. "Heh, you think you can escape? It's too late." With a decisive exclamation, Zhi Ge clapped his hands against the ground and leapt into the air. Rubber fireworks. Zhi Ge leaped into the air, his body spinning swiftly as he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes with his outstretched hands and feet upon the scattering Sand Ninjas. Bang! 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 The Sand Ninjas were utterly incapable of withstanding such an onslaught, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Alarmed by the scene, the leader of the Sand Ninjas turned pale. "Leader, what shall we do?" The Sand Ninjas were now in a state of panic. "Damn it! I never anticipated this foe possessed such an elusive physique. There is no escaping now." The leader muttered curses under his breath. "We have no choice but to fight to the death. Let us give it our all." With that declaration, the leader charged forward. Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet. The leader's Earth Release technique activated instantaneously, summoning a colossal Earth Dragon that surged forward to collide with Zhi Ge. "Hey, to wield such a formidable B-rank technique, you truly live up to your title as leader. Yet, the scale of your jutsu is rather unimpressive. Witness this. Rubber slingshot." As the Earth Dragon lunged, Zhi Ge sneered. He stomped his feet against the ground, wrapping his arms around 2 nearby trees. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward like a slingshot, hurtling directly towards the Earth Dragon of the Sand Ninja leader. "What? This fool dares to collide with my Earth Dragon using his body. Is he seeking death?" A mocking expression spread across the leader's face. "Ha, kid. This time you were surely doomed." However, in the next instant, the leader's expression froze in disbelief. As Zhi Ge's body met the Earth Dragon, the thick rock shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. "What is this? How did he accomplish that?" The leader was utterly flabbergasted. "What kind of jutsu is this?" "This is my signature move." As Zhi Ge beheld the bewildered expression of the Sand Ninja leader, he could not help but feel a surge of triumph. Observing Zhi Ge's audacious demeanor, the Sand Ninja leader trembled with rage, exclaiming, "Damn it. How can this fellow be so formidable?" A member of the Sand Ninja team muttered under his breath, How could I possibly know? I'm not a parasite in his belly. I cannot fathom what he thinks. Upon hearing this complaint, the Sand Ninja leader shot him a furious glare and bellowed, "Silence." Just as the leader was reprimanding his subordinate, Zhi Ge's body, propelled by inertia, had already arrived before him. Bang! Zhi Ge raised his right fist and struck the chest of the Sand Ninja leader with tremendous force. The impact echoed as the leader spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The sheer power of Zhi Ge was astounding. As the Sand Ninja leader soared through the air, Zhi Ge pursued him relentlessly, lifting his right foot and delivering a powerful kick to the leader's abdomen. A sharp crack resonated through the air as bones shattered, and the Sand Ninja leader clutched his stomach in agony. "Ah!" he screamed, collapsing to the ground, his face pale. Clearly gravely injured. "No, don't kill our leader. We are willing to hand over the scrolls." Chapter 12. Are you teaching me how to act? The Sand Ninja team could no longer maintain their composure and immediately knelt before Zhi Ge, pleading for mercy as they presented 2 scrolls inscribed with the character Heaven. It was at this moment they truly comprehended just how formidable their adversary was. How perceptive. Witnessing this display, Zhi Ge nodded in satisfaction and put away the scrolls. "Regrettably, your scrolls are merely 2 volumes of the Heaven series. I still require a volume from the Earth series to complete the set." As this thought crossed his mind, Zhi Ge vanished from sight. "Leader, what should we do?" The remaining Sand Ninja turned to their leader after Zhi Ge's departure. "What else can we do? We must flee. Do you wish to throw away your lives?" The Sand Ninja leader roared in fury. "What gives you the right to live?" Sand binding coffin. Just as the leader was reprimanding his subordinates, a sudden force of sand ensnared them all. The group looked up in terror to see Gaara's team approaching. Gaara, we are fellow villagers. What is the meaning of this?" One Sand Ninja exclaimed in desperation. "Lord Gaara, please release us. What are you doing?" "Indeed. We are all compatriots. Spare us. We are all under your father's command." Several others echoed, pleading for mercy. Seeing Gaara turn against him and his team, the Sand Ninja leader's expression darkened considerably. Did you not just suffer a defeat? So many of you were bested by an inconspicuous child?" Gaara scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "You are correct. But Lord Gaara, you cannot indiscriminately take innocent lives." The Sand Ninja leader retorted, his teeth clenched. "Indiscriminate slaughter? Our Sand village has no need for useless trash." Sand funeral. Gaara, dismissing any further conversation with the feckless ninjas, unleashed his sand funeral technique, instantly reducing those ensnared by sand to mere blood. "Gaara, is this really necessary?" After all, those individuals could represent some future combat strength. Kankuro felt a surge of anxiety as he observed Gaara's complete lack of remorse towards his kin. What use do these weaklings serve? Can you honestly expect them to contend with the ninjas of Konoha? Gaara shot Kankuro a glare that froze him in place. "My apologies." Kankuro lowered his head, adopting a penitent demeanor. "Enough. Do not waste your thoughts on them. Gaara, we have now gathered the scrolls of heaven and earth. It is time to depart." "Is it not?" Temari interjected, sensing the tension between the two. Gaara regarded Temari, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "There is no rush. I have yet to partake in something far more entertaining." "More entertaining?" Temari questioned, perplexed. "The boy we just fought against. Come, let us pursue him." Gaara gestured towards the direction Zhi Ge had taken. "Gaara, we already possess the scrolls. Is it truly necessary to complicate matters further?" Temari voiced her concerns. "Are you instructing me on how to act?" Gaara frowned slightly, clearly displeased by her words. Temari quickly shook her head, attempting to clarify. "Gaara, that is not what I meant. I simply meant, enough. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Let us go." Gaara huffed and turned, striding away with purpose. Temari sighed inwardly, then followed closely behind Gaara. Zhi Ge vanquished the Sand Ninja squadron, yet was left with but 2 identical scrolls, leaving him in a state of discontent. "Hey, system, was it not promised that I would receive a reward for succeeding in the first stage of the Chunin exam? Where is my reward? Are you perhaps peeking at my silver bottle, Plum? Come forth, do not feign ignorance." Ding. "Congratulations, host, on passing the first stage of the Chunin exam. You have received the reward, Premium Military Rations X2. Premium Military Rations? What purpose do they serve? Surely they are not some trickery that leaves one hungry for 3 days and nights." Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhi Ge couldn't help but roll his eyes. The efficacy of the Premium Soldier's food pill, it restores half of the user's injuries. Damn, it only heals half of the injuries. Truly remarkable quality. Although Zhi Ge felt extremely displeased, there was little he could do. Such rewards were bestowed upon him by the system, and no matter how unsatisfied he felt, he had to endure it. Ding. Detecting the host's current progress. Updating tasks. Latest task. Passed the third round of the Chunin exam. This is far too easy. Isn't it? There is hardly any challenge at all. What are you saying too easy? You truly are full of fighting spirit, aren't you? As Zhi Ge had just shut down the system, he was suddenly greeted by a familiar voice from behind. Turning around, he was astonished to find the trio from Konoha village, Kiba, Shino, and Hinata. What brought them here? We heard that you were battling against a squad of sand shinobi all by yourself, so we came specifically to assist you. Hinata said shyly, her gaze cast downward. Those minor characters are no challenge for me. You needn't worry. Zhi Ge replied with a chuckle. Upon witnessing Hinata's bashful expression, Zhi Ge erupted into hearty laughter, playfully patting her shoulder. Hinata, upon hearing his words, lowered her head, appearing as if she wished to speak yet hesitated. Akamaru, what troubles you? Why do you suddenly look so frightened? Zhi Ge reassured her, he is our comrade from the Hidden Leaf Village. There is no need for fear. While the group engaged in light-hearted banter, Kiba suddenly noticed that his ninja dog, Akamaru, was quaking uncontrollably above him. This is bad. An enemy approaches. Almost simultaneously, Shino also sensed the ominous signal of danger. Is that so? Is there a formidable foe? Zhi Ge remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger, as he had yet to master the observation haki. Indeed, he was formidable. Furthermore, we were entirely no match for him. I propose that the four of us take refuge for the time being. Through the reconnaissance insects he had dispatched, Jinai gleaned a rough understanding of the opponent's strength. He chuckled. You three should conceal yourselves. No matter how powerful the adversary, I refuse to flee. Zhi Ge smiled and said, do not act impulsively. The enemy is approaching. You should find a place to hide quickly. Otherwise, it could become quite troublesome. Hinata urged anxiously. Indeed, Zhi Ge, even if we band together, we may prove insufficient against this adversary. Do not push yourself too hard. Shino quickly nodded in agreement. Chapter 13. A body crushed beneath foot, rest assured. I am quite formidable. You should conceal yourselves for now. Should I happen to fall, you may either come to my aid or flee. Zhi Ge exuded an air of confidence that bordered on arrogance. Both Sharingan and Hinata were taken aback by his words. This lad truly was audacious. Nevertheless, they held a considerable admiration for Zhi Ge, as they had witnessed his prowess firsthand. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. Should any misfortune befall you, we shall not flee. As you spoke, he pulled Sharingan and Hinata away to conceal themselves in a distant thicket. Upon witnessing that they had successfully concealed themselves, Zhi Ge cast aside his apprehensions. The enemy was approaching swiftly. Zhi Ge too began to adopt a serious demeanor. A solemn expression graced his face as he pondered. The enemy? I am eager to discover who they truly are. At that moment, the figures of the Gaara team appeared on the horizon, hastening towards them. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhi Ge's face. Is it them? No wonder Jinai and the others mentioned that the enemy is exceedingly perilous. If it were Gaara, Zhi Ge truly lacks the confidence to triumph over him. You brat, how audacious you are. Our two teams from the Sand Ninja were utterly defeated by you? Kenjio Lang remarked with a disdainful grin as he gazed at Zhi Ge. It is merely that your Sand Ninja are utterly incompetent. I only employed 30% of my strength to vanquish them all. You. Kenjio Lang's fury ignited upon witnessing Zhi Ge's demeanor. You are but a mere genin from the Hidden Leaf Village, and yet you dare to scorn a Sand Ninja so. A sinister glint flickered in Kenjio Lang's eyes. Zhi Ge regarded Kenjio Lang with a hint of scornful amusement gracing his lips. Are you seeking vengeance for those Sand Ninjas? If so, spare me your idle chatter and unleash your techniques directly. Then I shall not hold back. Kenjio Lang declared, and in an instant, his form vanished from sight. The very next moment, he reappeared before Zhi Ge, lifting his foot to deliver a kick aimed at Zhi Ge's chest, only to have it effortlessly evaded. Is this truly all you possess in your attempt to defeat me? Kenjio Lang thought, momentarily startled by his own failed strike, before launching another punch towards Zhi Ge's abdomen. Upon witnessing Kanjiro's actions, Zhi Ge remained disdainful, thinking to himself how this individual truly overestimated his own capabilities. How audacious to attempt an assault at such a sluggish pace. As Kanjiro's fist barely grazed Zhi Ge, he immediately felt a tremendous force of recoil. Kanjiro's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively withdrew his attacking posture. How could this be? I was clearly exerting all my strength. Yet, my opponent remains utterly unscathed. Does this lower ninja possess some form of extraordinary body technique? As this thought crossed Kanjiro's mind, his eyes suddenly sparked with realization. Subsequently, he thrust both hands forward, launching two poison needles directly from his palms towards Zhi Ge's face. Rubber rotation. Zhi Ge let out a cold grunt. bending his right leg slightly as he spun around with sudden force, causing Kenjio Lang's poison needle to shoot into the void. Observing this, Kenjio Lang's eyes narrowed into a mere slit, and a peculiar technique surfaced in his mind. He raised his right leg high, then summoned all his strength to deliver a fierce kick towards Zhi Ge's waist. Zhi Ge had anticipated his unexpected move and swiftly executed a sudden step to evade the ambush. With a powerful whip kick, he struck. Bang! Kenjio Lang was sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground. Well done, young one. You certainly possess some strength. Kenjio Lang, shaking off the impact, stood back up. Aside from some inexplicable debris falling from him, he bore not a single mark of injury. You were quite impressive as well. To withstand such a heavy blow and emerge unscathed. Zhi Ge was secretly astonished to see that Kenjio Lang was unscathed. It seemed he had underestimated him. With a swift motion, Zhi Ge charged forward once more. Kenjio Lang, witnessing Zhi Ge's audacity to advance again, let out a chilling laugh. Do you still wish to court death? He leaped into the air, bringing his hands together to form a peculiar seal. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion erupted before him, engulfing the sky in a shroud of smoke. What is this? Zhi Ge's pupils dilated in alarm upon seeing Kenjio Lang unleash such a technique. The corners of Kenjio Lang's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Child, perish. At that moment, Kenjio Lang's body surged forward with astonishing speed, crashing violently into Zhi Ge. Bang, bang, bang. Kenjio Lang relentlessly struck at Zhi Ge's chest with fierce blows. The ferocity of Kenjio Lang's onslaught was overwhelming, each strike imbued with tremendous force. Zhi Ge is utterly incapable of withstanding Kenjio Lang's onslaught, forced to retreat incessantly. This individual possesses such formidable techniques. In Zhi Ge's heart, astonishment surged, yet simultaneously. A greater fighting spirit ignited within him. He could not allow himself to be bested by such an adversary. The power of the rubber fruit. The rubber battle axe. Zhi Ge suddenly extended his foot straight upwards, then with a swift motion, struck down fiercely at the approaching Kenjio Lang. This maneuver left Kenjio Lang with no time to evade, resulting in him being forcefully crushed beneath Zhi Ge's colossal foot. Bang! Zhi Ge felt a sudden explosion beneath his feet, as if something had been crushed under his weight. Upon lifting his foot, he was astonished to discover that Kenjio Lang had been reduced to mere fragments beneath him. What is this? Kenjio Lang is so feeble? Zhi Ge swiftly withdrew his move, astonished that he had inadvertently shattered the puppet with such force. Ah, have I struck too hard? Do not flatter yourself. That was merely my puppet. Suddenly, Kanjiro's voice emerged from behind a large tree. Zhi Ge leaned forward and discovered the real Kanjiro, who was concealed behind the trunk, manipulating several chakra threads. However, Kanjiro was drenched in sweat, for his puppet had never been broken by anyone other than his father. The prowess of Zhi Ge, it seemed, was formidable and perhaps on par with his own. Enough. Let the childish games cease here. Kanjiro, you have truly disappointed me. Gaara's voice abruptly interrupted the clash between the two, expressing his dissatisfaction with the stalemate. Upon hearing this, Kanjiro's eyes flickered with a tinge of unwillingness. Yet he lacked the courage to voice his dissent against Gaara. He cast a glance at the shattered puppet on the ground and coldly remarked to Zhi Ge, "You unfortunate child. If you were to perish by my hand, it might have been a more merciful end. Alas, you must now face Gaara." With that, Kanjiro swiftly turned and dashed towards Shikamaru, eager to avoid any unintended consequences during Gaara's battle, an encounter that could indeed be lethal. "Gaara, is it? This is not our first meeting. I do not believe you." As Zhi Ge was about to articulate his thoughts, he was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming aura emanating from Gaara. In that instant, even breathing became a laborious task. Such formidable strength. Chapter 14. The suppressive force of hand-to-hand combat. At that moment, a thought emerged in Zhi Ge's mind. This was the true embodiment of fear. He realized that Gaara was indeed extraordinarily powerful. After casting a profound glance at Gaara, he instantly recognized that this was not an adversary to be trifled with. Just then, Gaara abruptly swung his arm, and the air around him seemed to be shrouded in a cloud of brown sand. Then, Gaara's form gradually faded from sight. Gaara's movements were astonishingly swift, so rapid that Zhi Ge could not even muster a response. This time, Gaara did not hold back as he had during their initial encounter. He aimed directly at Zhi Ge's chest and delivered a fierce kick. Boom. This strike sent Zhi Ge's body plummeting into the ground. Gaara stood tall, gazing down at Zhi Ge from above. At that moment, Kenjio Lang finally caught up. "Leave this little brat to me," Kenjio Lang respectfully addressed Gaara. "Step aside. You embarrassing fool." Gaara shot a glare at Kenjio Lang, his voice icy. Kenjio Lang instinctively recoiled, obediently stepping aside. For reasons unknown, Gaara exuded an aura of extreme danger. Yet, Kinjio Lang understood that he was no match for Gaara, even as his elder brother. Gaara harbored not a shred of sentiment for him. In a confrontation, he would show no mercy. Thus, he chose to endure. He cast a glance at the fallen Zhi Ge before turning to depart. TCH. I was merely caught off guard. Surely, you do not believe you can defeat me. Zhi Ge's face was etched with displeasure. Gaara cast a dispassionate glance at Zhi Ge before making a provocative gesture. Look, you truly have no understanding of what respect entails. In that case, rubber straight punch. Zhi Ge leaped into action, delivering a powerful rubber fist towards Gaara. Gaara let out a cold snort and effortlessly caught Zhi Ge's fist with his hand. As he tightened his grip, he drew Zhi Ge closer to him. His strength was immense. Zhi Ge's fist felt as though it were ensnared by iron pincers, resisting all attempts to break free. Gaara twisted forcefully, but the familiar sound he expected did not follow. Gazing at Zhi Ge, Gaara furrowed his brows, his eyes icy. Are you devoid of bones? If it were anyone else, this twist would have at least shattered their bones, Gaara remarked coolly. With that, he flung his arm, casting Zhi Ge aside. With a thunderous crash, Zhi Ge's body collided with a great tree, rebounding before crashing to the ground. Zhi Ge felt the pain coursing through his body, gritting his teeth in response. Yet, he dared not indulge in any recklessness, enduring the excruciating agony as he rose to his feet. Damn it! What manner of creature is Gaara? How can he possess such immense strength? Could it be due to his remarkably robust physique? No, that cannot be. He is merely a ninja, after all. Could there be a mysterious force residing within him? But how could such a power manifest within his being? Zhi Ge found himself utterly perplexed. At that moment, Gaara had already approached Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge was taken aback, hastily retreating 2 steps. You little brat. I tell you. There is no chance for you to escape now. Today, I shall end your life, Gaara declared, suddenly raising his fist and delivering a heavy blow aimed at Zhi Ge's head. Rubber balloon. As Gaara's punch descended, it landed directly on Zhi Ge's belly, which had transformed into a balloon. All the force dissipated instantaneously, inflicting no real harm upon Zhi Ge whatsoever. How intriguing. You truly are a formidable opponent, Gaara remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips, revealing a hint of a wicked smile. Humph. This is my signature move. Do you really think your little tricks can surpass me? Zhi Ge let out a cold snort and charged forward once more. Gaara also scoffed, raising both fists. Bang, bang, bang. The fists of Gaara and Zhi Ge collided in midair, unleashing formidable gusts of wind that swirled around them, causing the surrounding trees to rustle ominously. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled thuds reverberated through the forest, shaking it to its core. The clash of power between Gaara and Zhi Ge intensified in the air, accompanied by continuous explosive sounds resonating from the atmosphere. However, amidst the fray, Zhi Ge seemed to discern a vulnerability in Gaara, despite his extraordinary strength. Gaara appeared less adept at close-quarters combat. While Gaara's power surpassed that of Kanjiro by a margin, it was not significantly so. Thus, when engaged in close combat with a master of physical techniques like Zhi Ge, Gaara found himself at a disadvantage. Aware of this imbalance, Gaara would swiftly evade whenever Zhi Ge approached, striving to avoid a direct confrontation. Yet, Zhi Ge, a proficient practitioner of close combat, made it challenging for Gaara to evade his strikes. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as Gaara, unable to dodge in time, was sent flying by Zhi Ge's blow, crashing into a tree. Thud. Gaara lay on his back, staring at the sky, his body heavily thudding against the ground. How could this happen? Gaara being suppressed? Kanjiro's eyes brimmed with disbelief. How dare you kick me? At that moment, Gaara suddenly sprang to his feet, his gaze dark and fixed on Zhi Ge, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Gaara's presence grew increasingly terrifying, even causing Kanjiro to feel a pang of trepidation. He gazed at Gaara in astonishment. Unable to fathom why Gaara's aura had transformed so menacingly, was he about to unleash another self? Sand shuriken. As Gaara rose, 9 shurikens formed from gathered sand materialized around him. The instant his words fell, they hurtled toward Zhi Ge. This was one of Gaara's most proficient jutsu, wielding immense power capable of effortlessly annihilating even ordinary ninjas. Yet, Zhi Ge did not flinch. Instead, he clenched his right hand into a fist the size of a cooking pot, blocking it against his chest. Bang, bang, bang. The 9 shurikens struck Zhi Ge's fist, only to shatter and vanish into thin air. The fist of Gaara remained unscathed, with only a few grains of sand slipping through his fingers. This is impossible. Kankuro stared at Gaara in shock, his expression one of disbelief. How could I love Gaara-san Shoikin possibly fail to inflict even the slightest injury upon this individual? Chapter 15. The Impending Fury of Gaara. Zhi Ge gazed at Gaara, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. Ha ha ha. I told you. You're nothing more than a mere child playing with sand. You can't even scratch the surface of my strength, yet you aspire to defeat me? Such delusions are utterly laughable. Zhi Ge laughed maniacally, his gaze towards Gaara filled with disdain. Gaara's expression darkened. Your strength is indeed formidable, but defeating you is not an impossibility. Gaara scoffed, raising his fist and pointing it at Zhi Ge. Suddenly, the scattered sand on the ground seemed to receive a simultaneous command, swiftly launching itself towards Zhi Ge's body. Swish. Swish, swish. The grains of sand danced rapidly around Zhi Ge, relentlessly slicing through his skin, leaving behind numerous crimson trails. The countenance of Zhi Ge finally grew somber, as he realized that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Gaara's ninjutsu was exceedingly peculiar, capable of releasing sand at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. The sand under Gaara's command seemed almost sentient, allowing him to manipulate its form at will, transforming it into various shapes. Moreover, due to the nature of the fruit he had consumed, Zhi Ge's body was composed of rubber, enabling him to withstand a substantial portion of the impacts. However, the sand was evidently beyond his capacity to disregard at this stage. Zhi Ge now found himself in a passive position, clearly at a disadvantage. Gaara cast a glance at Zhi Ge, sneering, "Is this all the skill you possess?" With that, Gaara formed another seal. Suddenly, the ground beside him transformed, as countless particles of soil swiftly converged towards him. And in the blink of an eye, a multitude of sturdy stones formed around Gaara's body. Gaara unleashed his earth release, stone-shattering technique. Once these stones were created, they hurtled towards Zhi Ge at an astonishing speed. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of violent collisions ensued, as the stones relentlessly struck Zhi Ge, each imbued with an overwhelmingly terrifying force. Bang, bang, bang. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a pained roar, Zhi Ge writhed on the ground, his body thrashing in agony. Upon witnessing Zhi Ge's injury, a cruel smirk crept across Gaara's face. Haha. Zhi Ge, you still cannot measure up. At that moment, Zhi Ge abruptly rose to his feet, a surge of white energy emanating from him. Do not underestimate me. Rubber revolving blast. Zhi Ge retracted his fist, then rotated his arm, twisting his hand into a spiraled form before delivering a powerful blow towards Gaara. Boom. The rubber projectile struck the approaching stone with tremendous force, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Yet, even after shattering the stones, Zhi Ge's fist continued its trajectory towards Gaara. Thud. Had he succeeded? Amidst the swirling dust, a resounding crash echoed, and a smile of elation spread across Zhi Ge's face. However, as the dust settled, his joy vanished entirely. For instead of landing upon Gaara's body, his fist had collided with a formidable wall of sand before him. What on earth is this? Zhi Ge let out a startling exclamation, his expression shifting between uncertainty and alarm. The defensive capacity of this sand wall was astonishing. When he struck it with his fist, which was nearly the size of a cooking pot, he felt as though his hand was on the verge of becoming numbed from the impact. Such a formidable barrier, astonishingly, was composed entirely of sand? A profound astonishment surged within Zhi Ge, as he never anticipated that this individual could possess such formidable strength. Shield of sand. Gaara narrowed his eyes, revealing a sinister smile. This is my unique ability. What do you think? Don't you feel a tinge of despair? Zhi Ge remained silent, his pupils constricting as an overwhelming aura began to emanate from him. Humph. Era scoffed, swiftly gesturing with his arm, sending a vast wave of sand surging towards Zhi Ge. Do you think this will defeat me? Dream on. Zhi Ge bellowed, unleashing an incredibly terrifying force that seemed capable of penetrating all defenses, charging directly at Era. This is bad. Handiri, sensing the magnitude of the threat, suddenly wore a grave expression. Era, I shall not disappoint you. With that, a layer of white light began to manifest around Zhi Ge's arms, swiftly coalescing into a singular form. Rubber siege cannon. No sooner had he spoken than Zhi Ge's fists rained down upon Era from all directions like a torrential downpour. Faced with such an onslaught, Era had no choice but to mobilize an even greater amount of sand to shield a wide area. However, this played right into Zhi Ge's strategy. Dispersed strength is the easiest to breach. Indeed, when the final strike of the rubber fist, resembling a rocket, crashed into Era's sand shield, it shattered instantaneously. A punch landed squarely on Era's face, sending his body uncontrollably hurtling backward. Thud. Era fell to the ground, Disbelief etched across his face. Clearly astonished by the sheer power of his opponent, Zhi Ge gradually approached my arrow. It's over. It's truly over. Witnessing this scene, Kanjiro's face was filled with despair. Do you also realize that this fellow is doomed? Haha. It matters not. I merely wish to teach him a lesson. Rest assured. I have no intention of ending his life. Zhi Ge smiled faintly, clearly pleased with Kanjiro Lang's reaction. Fool, you're finished. While Ai Luo has yet to unleash his wrath, you should flee at once. Kanjiro Lang's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat as he widened his eyes. Fixated on Zhi Ge. Upon hearing Kanjiro Lang's words, Zhi Ge scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his face. I would never run away. You insolent brat. You have no inkling of the terrifying events that are about to unfold. If you do not flee, I shall take my leave. With that, Kanjiro Lang prepared to depart from the scene. However, at that moment, a voice abruptly emerged from behind him. Zhi Ge, he speaks the truth. You must run. This individual known as Ai Luo is growing increasingly powerful. Kanjiro Lang abruptly turned his head to find Hinata, Kiba, and Shino had appeared behind him without his notice. It was Hinata, with her Byakugan activated, who had warned Zhi Ge to be cautious. Chapter 16. The sudden appearance of the great serpent. She sensed a terrifying surge of power emanating from Ai Luo's chakra network. A force unlike anything she had ever encountered before. What? The expression on Zhi Ge's face shifted slightly, after all. He was well aware of the notorious reputation associated with the name Bayan. Since Hinata had stated it so emphatically, it was undoubtedly true. Attempting to flee? It was too late. My power is insurmountable. Gaara bellowed, seizing Zhi Ge's right arm and dragging him back towards himself. Gaara, I implore you. Please stop. Kankuro shouted anxiously from the side. Yet, Gaara seemed to be impervious to his pleas, gripping Zhi Ge's arm with unwavering ferocity. Gaara's gaze was frigid, and a cruel smile played upon his lips as he declared, No one can thwart me. I crave blood. Gaara, consider it a sister's plea. We did not come here for mere amusement. Please do not lose control at this moment. Tamari cried, collapsing to her knees beside Gaara. He disregarded her completely, forcefully pushing Tamari aside with a swift motion of his hand. Gaara, do not forget the fourth Kazakage's instructions. Kankuro shouted desperately. Father. Gaara's lips curled slightly, and in that instant, his once crimson eyes regained their composure. I apologize, everyone. I shall refrain from further violence. He released Zhi Ge's arm, bowed courteously to the group, and retreated into the depths of the forest. What a terrifying individual. Kiba and Shino gasped, collapsing onto the ground in sheer exhaustion as the great harbinger of doom finally departed. Gaara's strength was utterly formidable, akin to an imposing mountain, imposing a heavy sense of oppression upon all present. Indeed, what is his true origin? The power he wielded moments ago was horrifying. I felt as though my very soul was on the brink of shattering. Shino's voice was laden with trepidation. You need not concern yourselves with Gaara's background. Kankuro turned to face Shino, his gaze icy and his tone chilling as he warned, I hope you never encounter us again. Kankuro understood that Gaara's display of power had undoubtedly instilled fear in the three individuals before him. We, Kiba stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought. Zhi Ge rose directly to his feet and spoke calmly, I will inevitably settle scores with this fellow sooner or later. Just now. I discerned profound restraint in his eyes. I am convinced that there will come a day when he can no longer contain himself. As Zhi Ge turned to leave, he remarked, I must be on my way. Zhi Ge, wait. Where are you going? Hinata inquired urgently. Me? Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a smile. I have been rather unfortunate. I obtained 2 volumes of the Book of Heaven. Now, I must seek a volume of the Book of Earth to pass this examination, if you do not mind. I happen to possess an extra volume of the Book of Earth that you may take as compensation for my earlier misfortune. Kanjiro Lang sighed and slowly retrieved a scroll of the Book of Earth from his backpack. No need for that. I shall rely on my own strength to acquire it. Zhi Ge declined Kanjiro Lang's kind offer and strode directly into the depths of the jungle. Damn, I never anticipated that this Gaara would be so deranged. If he had truly lost control just now, I fear everyone present would have perished. As Zhi Ge walked, he muttered to himself. After less than an hour of travel, he suddenly sensed an unsettling presence. To his left lay a colossal dead snake, its size almost exaggerated. The serpent's skin was tough, adorned with sharp spines. Disturbingly, there was a gaping, bloodied wound on its abdomen. This was. Zhi Ge furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the creature before him, yet he discerned nothing amiss. Just as he prepared to turn away, the serpent suddenly opened its eyes, fixedly staring at Zhi Ge. Those orbs resembled the abyss of darkness, exuding an aura of endless malevolence. What is happening? This creature. Upon catching sight of the serpent's gaze, Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback. His steps involuntarily retreated as he cast a wary glance around him. Hiss. At that instant, the serpent abruptly lunged, its tail whipping menacingly towards Zhi Ge. Damn. Has this creature lost its mind? Zhi Ge swiftly evaded while simultaneously launching a powerful punch towards the serpent. However, the snake did not retreat. Instead, it continued its relentless assault. With a thunderous explosion, a terrifying shockwave surged forth, causing the very ground to tremble. This was an exceptionally formidable serpent, its massive body resembling a mobile rocket launcher as it charged towards Zhi Ge. Goodness, is it truly that powerful? Zhi Ge's countenance changed dramatically as he hurriedly retreated, attempting to evade the enormous serpent. However, the serpent's speed was exceedingly swift. As Zhi Ge took 2 steps back, the enormous serpent pursued relentlessly, its tail striking forcefully against Zhi Ge's shoulder. Crack! With a soft grunt, Zhi Ge fell to the ground, his face ashen. Although this fall did not inflict any significant harm upon him, the sensation of pain was undeniably real. How unfortunate I am to have been successfully ambushed by a snake. Zhi Ge could not help but curse. At the same time, he sensed that this serpent was certainly not a wild beast, but rather a summoned spirit beast conjured by someone. What manner of individual possesses the ability to summon such a creature? Before Zhi Ge could ponder further, the imminent threat of the great serpent loomed before him. With a swift motion, he executed a rubber flying kick. At that moment, the massive serpent opened its gaping maw and lunged towards Zhi Ge. Bang! Zhi Ge swiftly raised his leg and kicked at the serpent's mouth. This time, the serpent did not manage to bite him. Instead, he sent it flying with his kick. Bang! 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 With a series of swift kicks, Zhi Ge sent the colossal serpent flying, its massive form crashing heavily onto a distant branch. With a splatter, the serpent expelled a mouthful of blood. Yet it did not relent in its assault, persistently advancing towards Zhi Ge. Its body resembled that of a tank, each landing creating a powerful impact reverberating through the air. Thunderous roars echoed. Zhi Ge executed a backflip, deftly evading the onslaught of the colossal serpent. Yet, this formidable serpent did not relent. It continued its relentless advance toward Zhi Ge. A profound sense of unease surged within Zhi Ge as he hastily leaped to the side, striving to increase the distance between himself and the formidable serpent. However, at that moment, the massive snake lunged forward once more, intent on colliding with Zhi Ge's body. Die. Rubber battle axe. With unbridled fury, Zhi Ge crushed the serpent's head beneath his mighty foot, blood splattering and staining the entire forest. Chapter 17. The Mysterious Grass Ninja Duo. Curse it. What unfortunate luck, to encounter ferocious beasts in such a place. Zhi Ge murmured softly to himself, then hastened his pace in a bid to escape. Impressive indeed. The young ninja from Konoha has managed to defeat this formidable serpent? Just then, a sardonic voice reached Zhi Ge's ears. Who is it? Upon hearing this voice, Zhi Ge promptly ceased his advance and turned towards the source of the sound. There, at a distance, stood 2 men clad in black robes and conical hats. Though their features were obscured, the headbands they wore revealed them to be ninjas from the grass village. Are you the one known as Zhi Ge, the young ninja from Konoha? Inquired the shorter of the 2 men. Who are you? Zhi Ge fell silent for a moment before coldly inquiring. He did not recognize these 2 individuals, especially considering they were mere ninjas from the insignificant grass ninja village. You need not concern yourself with our identities. Coincidentally, my brother and I find ourselves rather bored here, so we thought we might entertain ourselves by playing with a little brat like you, said the shorter man with a nonchalant smile. Zhi Ge's expression darkened, his right hand clenched into a fist, and his gaze, icy and piercing, swept over the 2 individuals before him. In a low, grave tone, he warned, I strongly advise you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Ha ha. How pitiable. A mere child dares to threaten us? One of the taller men scoffed. Do you truly believe you can prevail? You are nothing more than a lowly genin from the Hidden Leaf Village. Is that so? Are you not also mere chunin from the grass village here to participate in the chunin exams? You are simply one more than I, Zhi Ge retorted, his eyes narrowing slightly, a glimmer of cold light erupting from deep within. He slowly advanced toward the 2 ninjas, an aura of lethal intent emanating from him. You need not continue with your pretense. Against the 2 of us, you stand no chance, the shorter man said, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Heh, really? Why do I get the feeling that the 2 of you initially comprised a team of 3, but one was eliminated, leaving you as a duo? With a dismissive smile, Zhi Ge cast a cold gaze upon the short man. Ha! Truly charming in your ignorance. Our esteemed companion has embarked on far more significant endeavors. However, there is no need for me to enlighten you. Merely know that your demise is imminent. The tall man laughed heartily, as if gazing upon a corpse. Since you have spoken thus, I shall not hold back. Zhi Ge coldly declared, and in an instant, he appeared before the two ninjas. Bang! 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 Two iron fists struck towards the chest of the ninjas. The two swiftly evaded. Bang! Zhi Ge struck once more, this time targeting the neck of the short man. Bang! The short man extended his left hand to block the punch, successfully deflecting the blow. However, immediately after parrying Zhi Ge's fist, he received a swift kick to the abdomen. Bang! The man who had been kicked suddenly resembled a lifeless wooden figure. Ha! A substitution technique, is it? But what purpose does it serve? With a disdainful sneer, he remarked that the substitution technique was indeed impressive. However, it proved utterly ineffective in his presence. Bang! He unleashed another kick, shattering the substitute, and charged towards the tall man. You little brat from Konoha. Do not get too arrogant. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. The tall man bellowed, conjuring a massive water sphere around him with his water-based ninjutsu. Break it for me. Rubber straight punch. With a resounding shout, Zhi Ge swung his elongated fist towards the water dragon projectile. Boom. The water dragon burst apart, scattering droplets in every direction and enveloping Zhi Ge. Just then, a short man emerged, launching a combination of ninjutsu from behind Zhi Ge. Earth release. Earth dragon projectile. The short man relentlessly unleashed the earth dragon projectiles, submerging Zhi Ge, who was drenched in water. In the blink of an eye, only Zhi Ge's head remained visible. It was at this moment that Zhi Ge realized something was amiss. The prowess of these two individuals was far beyond that of mere genin. The release of such B-rank ninjutsu indicated that they possessed at least chunin-level capabilities, and they could potentially be elite jonin-level ninjas. Their strength was undoubtedly on par with his own. Yet, they had concealed their true power, leading him to underestimate them as genin, which resulted in his predicament. Nonetheless, Zhi Ge would never concede defeat. What are your intentions? Why do you possess such formidable strength yet choose to participate in the chunin exams? Zhi Ge let out a cold snort, his gaze fixated intensely on the two ninjas. Why? You little brat have no right to know so much. Just understand that the chasm between us is vast. The short man sneered, speaking with an air of arrogance. Hey, your ninjutsu may possess some merit, but in my eyes, your combined strength amounts to nothing. With a disdainful glance, Zhi Ge spoke. Let us see the extent of our prowess. The two ninjas exchanged cold sneers as they brandished their weapons, a sharp short blade and a slender sword. Their expressions were imbued with arrogance, as if they had come merely to toy with their opponents. I am eager to witness the extraordinary skills you claim to possess, Zhi Ge coldly uttered, extending his hands directly towards the two individuals. However, they seemed to have anticipated his move, swiftly leaping aside to evade his assault. Humph. Do you truly believe that the two of you can take my life? Such delusions. With a cold snort, Zhi Ge pivoted his body and charged once more at the two individuals. Seeking death. Earth release. Quagmire assault. The shorter man bellowed, slamming his right hand onto the ground. Instantly, a torrent of mud surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the earth fractured, creating a deep circular pit. Countless streams of mud erupted like geysers, threatening to engulf Zhi Ge's figure. Damn it! Rubber slingshot. Just as he was on the brink of being submerged, Zhi Ge reached out and grasped two sturdy trees. He then propelled himself upward, enabling his body to effortlessly escape the mire. Humph. Wishing to flee from the depths? A mere dream. Water release. Water sphere assault. The taller man scoffed, raising his right hand, and two water spheres, infused with chakra, shot forth in an instant. Whoosh. Whoosh. The water spheres sliced through the air with a piercing sonic boom, striking Zhi Ge directly. Ah. With a mournful cry, Zhi Ge fell upon the treetop. This approach is untenable. I must first defeat one before seeking another. A flicker of malevolence passed through Zhi Ge's eyes. Rubber mace. He bellowed, curling his foot into a spiral before seizing the tall man's body with the back of his foot and swiftly spinning to slam him into the ground. Chapter 18. The two who were instantly defeated. The tall man, believing Zhi Ge had been rendered unconscious, let down his guard and was caught off guard. Bang. He was sent flying, crashing against the ground. Damn it. How can it hurt so much? The tall man gritted his teeth. Yet Zhi Ge showed no mercy as he charged forward, planting his foot squarely on the tall man's cheek and sweeping his right leg. Boom. The tall man was sent sprawling through the air, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing down. Struggling to rise, his face twisted in a grimace, he exclaimed, "How infuriating! How can this guy be so strong? Why did my ninjutsu fail to work?" The shorter man furrowed his brow, his expression filled with perplexity. "We must combine our strengths. Otherwise, we may very well fall victim to him today," he declared, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Despite their formidable prowess, this was their first visit to Konoha village. Moreover, during their recent skirmish, both of their ninjutsu had been countered by Zhi Ge, leaving them somewhat flustered. They were elite subordinates carefully selected by Orochimaru. How could they be subdued by a mere genin? As the shorter man pondered this, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he drew his ninja tools and charged at Zhi Ge. "I knew you would attempt a sneak attack." Zhi Ge's lips curled into a subtle arc. As he lifted his gaze, he extended his arms, lunging toward the diminutive man. "Humph, a mere parlor trick. Earth style, earthen wall." The short man scoffed, his right hand sweeping through the air with force. Boom, 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 boom. 3 earthen walls materialized instantaneously beneath him, securely encasing his form within. Yet, in the very next moment, Zhi Ge's hands effortlessly pierced through the earthen wall. What is happening? The short man widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Zhi Ge. His earth escape technique had utterly failed to obstruct the opponent. Zhi Ge's palm had directly penetrated his defenses. What kind of technique is this? Could it possibly be a form of body technique? The short man speculated inwardly. However, at that moment, Zhi Ge exerted force with his arms and violently hurled the man's body away, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Cough. The short man spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes bulging in shock as he gazed incredulously at Zhi Ge. "My earth escape. It actually failed?" The short man exclaimed, his gaze fixated on Zhi Ge. "What exactly is this technique of yours? Why does it feel as if your arms can extend infinitely?" The short man inquired. "Hiki. It's nothing much, merely a peculiar form of body technique." Zhi Ge smiled faintly, a hint of mockery flickering in his gaze. "No, this isn't ordinary martial arts." The short man suddenly widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Who on earth are you? An ordinary nin could never possess such strength. Does it truly matter who I am? When I inquired, you remained tight-lipped, didn't you? Let us simply engage in a muddled battle, focusing solely on victory and defeat." Zhi Ge shrugged without offering a response. The short man felt a deep sense of foreboding wash over him at this sight. He cast a glance at Zhi Ge, an unsettling thought creeping into his mind. "Do not let this little fellow intimidate you. Surely, the two of us can overpower him." At that moment, the tall man also stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Zhi Ge with an icy intensity. "Is that so?" Zhi Ge's lips curled into a faintly mocking smile, as he provocatively remarked. "Then go ahead and give it a try." With that declaration, he launched forward, delivering a powerful punch towards the tall man. "Humph! Arrogant!" The tall man scoffed, meeting Zhi Ge's advance head-on. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding thud, sending sparks flying. The tall man felt a searing pain radiate through his arm, forcing him to stagger back a few steps, while Zhi Ge remained steadfast and unmoving. "How is this possible? He can actually match me blow for blow. No, I cannot afford to delay any longer. If Lord Orochimaru returns to find me in this state, I am doomed." The tall man's mind was engulfed in frantic turmoil, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. Then, his gaze shifted to the shorter man, a glint of vicious intent flickering within. "You hold him off, and I will take care of him." With that, the tall man charged directly at Zhi Ge. Upon witnessing this, Zhi Ge curled his lips into a sardonic smile, revealing a hint of scorn. In the next moment, he charged forward with unrelenting vigor. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, each delivering dozens of strikes without a clear victor emerging. However, it was evident that the tall man held no advantage whatsoever and was, in fact, at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, the tall man remained obstinate, his fist raining down upon Zhi Ge like a torrential downpour, attempting to overwhelm him. "Humph! Such arrogance!" Zhi Ge's lips curled into a scornful smile, a profound disdain evident upon his face. With decisive motions, he effortlessly neutralized the assault of the shorter man with a swift clap of his hands. He then forcefully stomped his right foot down, extending his leg to deliver a crushing kick to the taller man's jaw. No, no. The tall man's pupils constricted, fear surging within his eyes. His body was propelled backward, colliding violently with a distant boulder before crashing to the ground. Gasp. The tall man coughed up blood once more, his head growing increasingly foggy. "This is the essence of my martial prowess." Zhi Ge let out a cold laugh as he slowly approached the tall man, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Your physical prowess is utterly insufficient to withstand me. I advise you to surrender promptly. Bah, you shall not see me yield. Upon hearing these words, the tall man erupted in fury, leaping from the ground to charge at Zhi Ge once more. However, as he regained his footing, he was once again sent flying by Zhi Ge's sweeping kick, reminiscent of rubber. You. The tall man clutched his chest. His complexion as pale as parchment, a flicker of dread surfacing in his eyes. Despair enveloped him entirely. Are you truly a genin? Such skill is hardly befitting of one at your rank. If you belong to the Umbu of Konoha, then I concede defeat. But, you. The tall man's eyes brimmed with terror as he gazed at Zhi Ge. This is of no consequence. With a cold sneer, Zhi Ge remarked, you will perish sooner or later. I merely intend to impart a lesson. As the words left his lips, he seized the tall man's collar and executed a deft shoulder throw, sending him crashing several meters to the ground. The tall man felt as if every bone in his body had shattered, agony etched across his face. He attempted to rise from the ground, only to discover that he possessed not an ounce of strength left. You worthless fool. I can't be bothered to lift a finger. Zhi Ge let out a cold laugh, regarding the tall man with a look of disdain. How infuriating. Just wait. Someone will avenge me. Chapter 19. The strange curse marked. The tall man bellowed in fury, his eyes filled with malice. Avenge you? Are you implying that you expect him to seek vengeance on your behalf? Zhi Ge pointed to the short man behind him, who was preparing to launch a surprise attack, and let out a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Humph, I can see that you are formidable. But you underestimate me greatly. The person I speak of could crush you with merely a single finger. The tall man scoffed. Is that so? Zhi Ge let out a cold laugh, saying, I am quite eager to witness just how formidable this individual you speak of truly is. The tall man, upon hearing this, couldn't help but scoff. Do you truly believe you can stand against him? To be frank, even the entirety of Konoha combined would be no match for him. His words dripped with arrogance and disdain. Oh, is that so? Zhi Ge's lips curled into a slight smirk, his expression one of disbelief. Yet, in the next moment, a glimmer of sharp insight flickered in his eyes. He turned to face the short man behind him, his countenance darkening instantly. If you can divulge the name of the person he mentioned, I might spare your lives. What does that mean? Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, the short man's expression subtly shifted, a hint of confusion surfacing within him. What is this fellow playing at? Has he uncovered something? Do you truly think I would trust you? Even if I were to reveal it, it would only lead to a more brutal demise. The short man retorted coldly. Then you shall have no one to blame but yourself. With a piercing glint in his eyes, Zhi Ge swiftly lunged towards the diminutive man. The man's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily raised his weapon for defense. However, in the blink of an eye, Zhi Ge seized the weapon from his grasp. Bang! With a powerful punch, Zhi Ge struck the short man's chest, instantly bringing him to the ground. The short man's face turned pale as blood surged from his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. The atmosphere was suffused with an icy chill as Zhi Ge cast a disdainful gaze upon the diminutive man before him. His voice resonated with the chilling essence of a hellish fiend, sending shivers down the spine. Speak, or perish. With that, Zhi Ge clenched the kunai he had wrested from the smaller man's grasp and swung it down with ferocity. The blade sliced through the air, and blood erupted forth, painting the ground crimson as it severed the larger man's neck. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, motionless, a grotesque scar marring his throat. The taller man's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his comrade had met his end at the hands of Zhi Ge. I understand now, he gasped, realization dawning upon him that this youth was far more formidable than he had ever anticipated. I will tell you everything, he panted, desperation lacing his words. The person is called. Before he could divulge further, strange sigils manifested across his body. In an instant, these markings enveloped him, and with a horrific explosion, his flesh was torn apart. The aftermath left nothing but a pool of blood in his wake. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhi Ge furrowed his brows and then lifted his gaze towards the sky. Damn it! This person has been marked with a curse to prevent any leakage of information. How utterly vexing! With a low curse, Zhi Ge's eyes brimmed with indignation. He initially intended to glean some information about his adversary through the tall man. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the latter had been ensnared by a curse. However, Zhi Ge did not leave this confrontation empty-handed. Within the diminutive man's backpack, he uncovered a plethora of scrolls. Among them was the Tome of Earth he so desperately sought. Indeed, it was a serendipitous find. He had not anticipated that these individuals had amassed such a significant collection of scrolls. Judging by this circumstance, it appeared that at least 4 teams had perished at their hands. Zhi Ge squinted his eyes, filled with a chilling intent to kill. However, the foremost task at hand was to acquire the scroll and successfully pass the second examination. With this thought in mind, Zhi Ge departed from the location. Upon arriving at the tower at the end point, he found that a Nin had been waiting there, anticipating the return of the candidates from the Forest of Death. To his surprise, it was none other than Teacher Irika. Zhi Ge presented his scroll of the world, only to be taken aback to discover that Irika was the one responsible for collecting the scrolls. Upon seeing Zhi Ge, Irika was momentarily stunned. Then his face transformed into an expression of astonishment and joy. You managed to survive alone in this forest of death. Zhi Ge nodded indifferently, uttering no words. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the second examination. Irika inhaled deeply, a glimmer of brilliance shining in his eyes. Thank you. Zhi Ge clasped his hands. Casting a glance towards the distant Gara's team, his eyes gleaming with a palpable murderous intent. It appeared that these individuals had successfully passed the examination long before. With the third round of the exam approaching, one could only hope that you would endure. Irika was filled with anticipation for Zhi Ge. The performance of Zhi Ge astonished him and filled him with excitement. Thus, he fervently hopes that Zhi Ge may succeed in the third round of examinations. Thank you. Zhi Ge offered a simple thank you, without elaboration, and departed from the scene. Irika gazed at Zhi Ge's receding figure, an inexplicable sense of unease swelling within him. How does this lad compare to Naruto in terms of strength? Irika murmured to himself as he hastily made his way into the tower. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Today marked the commencement of the third round of examinations. All the genin who had successfully navigated the second round gathered in a grand arena. The rules for this examination were straightforward, one-on-one combat, with opponents determined by lottery. Their names displayed on a large screen. Proclaimed the head examiner, Moonlight Gale. Understood, the crowd nodded in unison. Very well, let us turn our attention to the big screen. The first match's participants are about to be revealed. Moonlight Gale surveyed the arena before continuing. Hearing this, most genin turned their gazes toward the screen, which displayed a matchup. Uchiha Zhi Ge versus Awagakyure's when he. Zhi Ge? Could he be the newly emerged star? The crowd's attention sharpened. Let the match commence. Moonlight Gale cleared his throat and announced. Whoosh. As Moonlight Gale's voice faded, Zhi Ge leaped into the air, landing in the center of the arena. Meanwhile, when he descended the stairs leisurely, as if he regarded Zhi Ge with utter indifference. This individual possesses overwhelming strength compared to Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge is no match for him. Indeed, we should not harbor any hopes. The spectators began to murmur among themselves. Not only them, but even Irika and several other jonin displayed expressions of concern. Chapter 20. The Genius of Awagakure. After all, while Zhi Ge's talent is extraordinary, he is merely a fledgling in the field. In contrast, when he from Awagakure is the proud disciple of Jonin Wani. It is said that he has already attained Chunin-level strength. The only reason for his lack of promotion is his continuous engagement in perilous missions. What a pity. Zhi Ge drew such an unfortunate lot. Regardless of the outcome, the chasm between them is insurmountable. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Irika's eyes. Although Zhi Ge possesses considerable talent, his overly arrogant demeanor will surely lead to his downfall. Another jonin shook his head with resignation. We can only resign ourselves to fate. Should Zhi Ge's life be in jeopardy, I will intervene in the match. Irika sighed. Both Zhi Ge and Naruto belong to the same cohort of newcomers and share many similarities. Naturally, Irika wishes to avoid witnessing any misfortune befall Zhi Ge. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the arena. The battle between Zhi Ge and when he has commenced. Such intensity. Zhi Ge, truly deserving of his title as a newly minted ninja, astonishingly holds his ground against when he right from the outset. The spectators in the observation platform gasped in unison, their gazes fixed upon the contest unfolding on the arena. In this fierce engagement, Zhi Ge and when he are embroiled in a close-quarters combat of martial prowess. The speed of Zhi Ge is astonishing. His arm swinging his rubber fist rained down upon when he like a tempest. When he, with his fist clenched, continuously counters, successfully parrying the relentless onslaught. Witnessing this scene, the spectators in the observation area can't help but murmur their admiration. This is talent, despite Zhi Ge being significantly younger than one he. His prowess is already sufficient to deem him a prodigy. What does talent matter? Strength is the sole criterion for a ninja. When he scoffs coldly, planting his foot firmly, and launches himself toward Zhi Ge like a cannonball. Bang! With a heave, Zhi Ge propelled himself skyward, evading when he's assault. Simultaneously, a forceful punch landed squarely on when he's abdomen. Ack! When he cried out in agony, blood trickling from his lips, as he stumbled backward, his face paling instantly. How can this be? He muttered in disbelief. Hey. Zhi Ge scoffed derisively at his incredulity. In a flash, Zhi Ge bent his legs slightly, utilizing the elasticity of his stance to launch himself from the arena floor. He surged forward once more, his hands conjuring a myriad of phantom fists that rained down upon one he with relentless ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch struck when he with devastating force. Is that all you can muster, these flowery, ineffectual moves? Earth release, earth flow barrier. When he roared, his hands weaving through a series of intricate seals. Instantly, a wall of earth and hue materialized around him, shielding him completely from Zhi Ge's relentless attacks. Undeterred by the impervious earth flow barrier, Zhi Ge shifted his weight and sprang into the air once more. Rubber-strong whip leg. With a fierce roar, Zhi Ge clasped his hands together and suddenly kicked the ground. Boom. The floor cracked open, and his elongated left leg burst forth, sweeping towards Konoha. Truly, the remnants of the Uchiha clan are formidable. As Konoha observed the sweeping kick approaching him, he could not help but nod in acknowledgement. However, this poses no challenge to me. With that, he gritted his teeth and waved his hands, causing a massive net made of rocks to materialize in front of him. Earth-style, rock binding net. Boom. The sweeping kick collided violently with the net, producing a thunderous sound. Instantly, the net trembled violently. Although the power of Zhi Ge is formidable, the great net is remarkably resilient. Boom, boom, boom. The whip-like kicks incessantly assail the great net, causing it to tremble violently. Konoha, witnessing that his defenses remain unyielding against Zhi Ge's onslaught, breathes a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, Zhi Ge suddenly leaps into the air. He then forcefully presses his hands downward, propelling his legs to stomp toward the great net. The double-barreled rubber rocket launcher. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the great net shatters, and Konoha is sent flying by Zhi Ge's powerful kick, crashing heavily onto the competition stage. Konoha spits out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning even more pallid. How is this possible? He managed to shatter Konoha's earth style. How did he accomplish that? Irika and the other four Jonin stare wide-eyed. They are acutely aware that Konoha's technique is an exceptionally advanced earth style from the Rock Village, its power comparable to a full-force strike from an elite Jonin. Yet, such a formidable earth style was utterly obliterated in a mere 5 seconds under Zhi Ge's assault. This terrifying strength surpasses all their expectations. Haha. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhi Ge suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When he rose to his feet, gazing at Zhi Ge, his eyes brimming with fury. Do not waste any more time. My patience is limited. I can no longer afford to indulge in this farce with you. With a cold smile, Zhi Ge stepped forward and launched another assault on Konoha. How dare a remnant of a fallen family act so brazenly before me? Earth escape. From the heavens. Sticky clay descends. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by Konoha's thunderous shout, a viscous substance plummeted from the ceiling, enveloping Zhi Ge in an instant. Zhi Ge's hands incessantly beat against the clay, desperately attempting to extricate himself from its grasp, yet all efforts proved futile. Aren't you rather arrogant? Continue your bravado. When he observed Zhi Ge, ensnared tightly by the clay, a mocking smile dancing in his eyes. With a swift gesture, he proclaimed, "Seal." In an instant, Zhi Ge's limbs were entirely bound by the clay, leaving him ensnared within its confines. Now, what grounds do you have to be so audacious? Haha. As when he approached the thoroughly entangled Zhi Ge, his gaze brimmed with a palpable murderous intent. This is dire. I never anticipated that this lad from a Wagakure would wield such intricate earth techniques. His prowess has evidently surpassed that of a typical Chunin. The observing Jonin exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. This earth jutsu, even elite Jonin would require considerable time to break free from, wouldn't they? Although Zhi Ge is formidable, he is merely a newcomer who has recently returned to the village. He is undoubtedly no match for Konoha. Alas, it appears that Zhi Ge's fate is grim. What a pity. Our rare talent from Konoha faces off against Konoha. Chapter 21, The Hot Patch. A chorus of spectators shook their heads in sorrow, their eyes glimmering with regret. Meanwhile, when he was poised to deliver the final, fateful blow to Zhi Ge. Now, Zhi Ge was utterly trapped by Konoha's descending clay, rendering him a mere plaything. What a disappointment. This match is over. The little brat from Konoha. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. When he mercilessly unleashed the dragon fire technique upon the immobile Zhi Ge. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the clay beside when he ignited, transforming into searing waves of heat that surged toward Zhi Ge. Damn it. As Zhi Ge narrowed his eyes slightly, he felt an intense sensation of searing heat. He realized that this time, escaping the clutches of the clay was likely impossible. Explode, when he exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he finally believed he could easily defeat Zhi Ge. With a sudden flourish of his arms, a torrent of viscous clay erupted like a fountain, transforming into fireballs that hurtled towards Zhi Ge. Damn, damn, damn. Zhi Ge's eyes were filled with horror as he watched the barrage of clay balls rush towards him. Yet, his body remained utterly still. The combination of fire and earth techniques intensified the flames engulfing Zhi Ge, forming a massive barrier of fire before him. Boom, boom, boom. The flames collided with the clay, producing a cacophony of explosions that sent flames soaring dozens of meters high. Haha, kid, I don't believe you can withstand this for long. When he sneered, his face brimming with mockery as he watched Zhi Ge surrounded by flames. In less than half a minute, the arena fell silent, devoid of Zhi Ge's voice. Seeing the situation unfold, when he retracted his ninjutsu, and as the smoke cleared, everyone beheld Zhi Ge lying motionless in the center of the arena, severely burned. Is it over? The chief examiner, Moonlight's Swift Wind, furrowed his brow deeper at the scene. Just a mere child. Even a Ch-nin would be easily crushed. When he cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Zhi Ge, snorting derisively. At that moment, he also felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The continuous use of large-scale ninjutsu had drained his chakra significantly. I need to rest for a moment if this kid isn't treated by the medical team soon. He might not survive. When he turned to walk towards the sidelines. Wait, just as when he prepared to leave, a voice called out from behind him. Who? He whirled around, but found no one there. Could it be an illusion? He murmured to himself before continuing to head toward the sidelines. Suddenly, Zhi Ge struggled to sit up from the ground, his gaze dark and fixed on Wenhee. Upon hearing this, Wenhee froze mid-step, slowly turning to look at Zhi Ge. You're not dead. Haha. Zhi Ge suddenly erupted into laughter, a triumphant expression on his face. Observing Zhi Ge's demeanor, Wenhee was struck by confusion. What on earth is this kid up to? It's impossible. I clearly had control over that clay. You had no power to resist. How could you possibly be alive under my dragonfire technique? Ha 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 ha. Zhi Ge continued to laugh maniacally. You underestimate me far too much. And you underestimate the ninjas of Konoha. Do you truly believe a mere pile of mud can defeat me? Hearing Zhi Ge's words, Wenhee's expression darkened suddenly. And he gazed at Zhi Ge with grave concern, asking, Kid, how on earth did you manage that? Hige, why don't you take a guess? Zhi Ge, with a smile upon his lips, savored the exquisite military rations in his mouth. Had it not been for the reward bestowed upon him by the system, he might have met his untimely demise just moments ago. Very well, system. I shall never again utter the words that you are a burden. Who would have thought that this exceptional military ration would indeed prove its worth? Zhi Ge felt a sense of relief within himself, while when he was consumed by rage. Esteemed examiner, this scoundrel is resorting to deceit. What is he consuming? It must be a forbidden drug. He ought to be expelled from the arena. When he glared at the examiner, Yu Guangji foamed and shouted vehemently. Upon hearing Wenhee's words, Yu Guangji foam cast a cold glance in his direction and replied indifferently. Wenhee, I implore you to choose your words wisely. Your statements may influence our judgment. What do you mean? Wenhee questioned, perplexed. Are you not aware that potions are essential tools for a ninja? The fact that he has access to such superior potions indicates he has adequately prepared for the examination. There is nothing amiss, nor is it against the rules. Yu Guangji Feng stated with a calm demeanor. Are you suggesting that his consumption of drugs is permissible? An incredulous expression spread across Wenhee's face upon hearing Yu Guangji Feng's words. Yes. Listen closely, all of you. In this duel, I will only regard the outcome. As for the type of pills or potions you consume, I am indifferent. Yu Guangji Feng declared loudly. How infuriating. This is truly treacherous. When he stomped his foot in frustration, his heart brimming with fury. However, with the examiner's declaration, he found himself at an impasse. He had no choice but to muster the courage to defeat Zhi Ge once more. Yet, unbeknownst to him, through their previous encounter, Zhi Ge had already discerned his tactics. The current Zhi Ge was no longer the Navi novice he had once been. Haha, rock-hidden brat. Let us see how you continue to be so arrogant. Zhi Ge gazed at Wenhee, who stood there with an expression of fury, and burst into a wild laugh. Wenhee felt a weight in his heart as he looked at Zhi Ge. However, he soon conceived a possibility, a strange smile creeping onto his face. It seems I have underestimated your strength. Yet what of it? In my eyes, you remain nothing but a worthless fool. With that, Wenhee charged towards Zhi Ge. Swish. as when he rushed at him, Zhi Ge's pupils constricted. He was acutely aware of the ferocity of Wenhe's attacks, and thus did not dare to be careless. Die! He shouted, unleashing his rubber battering ram. Zhi Ge's fist struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the entire arena floor to cave in. Boom! The impact sent a shockwave back to Wenhe. When he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling to the ground. This fellow's strength is astonishingly formidable. His physique is almost like a cheat code. A sense of alarm gripped Wenhe. It appears that he has truly met his match this time. A trace of despondency etched itself across his face. Although he is a lower-ranked ninja, his power far exceeds that of an average middle-ranked ninja. Now faced with an opponent capable of fighting above their level, what could he possibly do? Chapter 22. The victor, Zhi Ge. No. I absolutely cannot allow this individual to survive. Otherwise, my victory will be in vain. With this thought, when he immediately sprang to his feet and charged toward Zhi Ge. Whoosh! As Zhi Ge beheld Wenhe charging towards him, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Little brat, take this. Upon witnessing Zhi Ge's advance, when he bellowed, brandishing the kunai in his grasp and fiercely striking towards Zhi Ge. Observing Wenhe rushing in his direction, Zhi Ge's pupils constricted, and a grave expression surfaced in his gaze. Bang! Zhi Ge raised his right arm to deflect the kunai wielded by Wenhe. What? When he was taken aback to see that his kunai had been effortlessly blocked by Zhi Ge, a chill ran through him. Impossible! How could your body have become so resilient? When he gazed at Zhi Ge in disbelief, he had exerted all his strength, yet had only managed to break through a mere layer of flesh. What on earth is wrong with this young man? Observing the astonishment on Wenhe's face, Zhi Ge felt a surge of exhilaration. Haha, how do you like me now? Seeing Zhi Ge's expression, when he clenched his fists tightly. Damn it, you shall perish. Boom. The kunai hidden in Wenhe's sleeve was hurled forth. As the kunai flew towards him, Zhi Ge's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that when he had more tricks up his sleeve. Regardless of the outcome, I must not be defeated. Rubber rocket. With this thought, Zhi Ge swung his arm back with great force and then executed a wide arc, channeling all his strength into his fist as it descended upon Wenhe. This is bad. Witnessing this scene, Wenhe's complexion changed drastically. He understood the magnitude of Zhi Ge's strength. His current move was utterly defenseless against it. Thud! A dull sound reverberated. When he felt as if a tank had collided with his chest, his body flew through the air like a cannonball. Boom! Crack! After a heavy landing, Wenhe's ribcage was nearly shattered. His entire chest cavity caved in. Gag! Feeling the excruciating pain in his chest, Wenhe's face turned ashen. A spray of bright red blood erupted from his mouth. Wenhe, witnessing this, the instructor leading the Awagakure team bellowed and rushed towards Wenhe. However, when he had already lost the capacity to fight, his injuries were far too severe, leaving him with no possibility of continuing. The other participants from Awagakure, upon seeing this, were struck with alarm. Wenhe, quickly, treat Wenhe. Observing Wenhe's grave injuries and unconsciousness, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of panicked shouts. Humph! Witnessing this scene, the instructor's expression darkened, his eyes radiating a fierce glare. You little beast! How dare you strike so ruthlessly? You deserve nothing less than death. Seeing Wenhe's tragic condition, the instructor's murderous intent became apparent. Addressing Zhi Ge, who approached him calmly, the instructor enunciated each word with intensity. Hearing the instructor's words, Zhi Ge let out a cold laugh. The rules of dueling inherently involve life and death. Besides, I did not truly intend to kill him. Otherwise, how could that fellow named Wenhe still be alive? Hearing Zhi Ge's retort, the instructor's face oscillated between shades of green and purple. You, regardless, since you have defeated our Wenhe, you must pay the price. You must bear full responsibility for this. Observing Zhi Ge's disdainful demeanor, the instructor gritted his teeth in fury. Their village's strongest newcomer had been injured by a mere brat from Konoha, and in such a wretched manner. This was undoubtedly a significant blow to the reputation of Awagakure. With this in mind, he silently vowed to reduce Zhi Ge to ashes. Humph! Zhi Ge, upon witnessing the furious expression of the team leader, felt his own countenance darken, and in a frigid tone, remarked, Surely, you do not wish to resort to bullying the weak? Is it that your rock-hidden village cannot bear the weight of defeat? The words of Zhi Ge caused the team leader's expression to stiffen, yet upon recalling that when he lay unconscious on the ground, a surge of humiliation arose within him. You little brat, do not speak nonsense. Upon hearing this, a mocking smile curved at the corner of Zhi Ge's lips. Nonsense, you say? It seems you cannot bear the defeat. Is this truly the extent of your strength from Rock Hidden Village? Zhi Ge cast a scornful glance at the teacher from Awagakure. Very well. Since you relish in your verbal victories so much, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, the team leader's eyes narrowed, emanating a chilling aura of murder. In an instant, his figure moved, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. Witnessing the speed of the team leader, Zhi Ge's pupils constricted, and he hastily sought to evade. Yet, the team leader pursued relentlessly. Enough. A dark flash appeared before the two, revealing the proctor, Moonlight Swiftwind. Upon seeing Moonlight Swiftwind's sudden arrival, Zhi Ge sighed in relief, although his face was still adorned with a cold smirk. Moonlight-sensei, this clown only bullies the weak. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. The team leader's expression darkened as he scolded fiercely upon Moonlight Swiftwind's intervention. Moonlight Swiftwind, unfazed by the words, turned to Zhi Ge and stated calmly, the victor of this match is Konoha village. Uchiha Zhi Ge. Hearing Moonlight Swiftwind's proclamation, Zhi Ge felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained an appearance of composure. Humph. The team leader snorted disdainfully, directing his gaze at Wenhee, who lay on the ground, covered in dust and dirt, and swiftly scooped him into his arms. Wenhee, hold on. Medical ninjas will arrive shortly to assess your injuries. You will be fine. Wenhee nodded with great difficulty, determination etched on his face. Deep within, he was filled with resentment. Despite his potential having reached the level of a chunin, he had succumbed to a mere rookie genin in this competition. This was a bitter pill for him to swallow. He was resolute in reclaiming his honor in this contest. He must defeat Zhi Ge and prove his prowess. Humph. I shall see just how long this little brat can remain so arrogant. Wenhee sneered inwardly, as when he contemplated his situation. The surrounding ninjas from Awagakure began to murmur amongst themselves. Who is that little brat? To have defeated Awagakure's genius, his strength must be considerable. Indeed. Konoha village truly breeds exceptional talent. It appears Awagakure will face embarrassment in this chunin exam. Yes, a genius from Awagakure defeated in a single blow. The future of the ninjas from Awagakure does not seem promising. Chapter 23, The Watcher. Awagakure has suffered a significant disgrace this time. You little beast. The humiliation of today shall be etched in my memory. When we regain our strength, it will be your day of reckoning. The Awagakure teacher felt a surge of anger as he watched Zhi Ge's retreating figure, yet his face bore no trace of fear. He believed that once when he recovered, he would undoubtedly crush this brat. Even if they lost this match, the future still held potential for retribution. Congratulations, Zhi Ge. You've made a remarkable debut. Naruto clapped Zhi Ge on the shoulder, his face brimming with envy. Naruto-kun, you flatter me. With a humble tone, Zhi Ge expressed a hint of pride upon his face. Haha, this is indeed a moment worthy of celebration. I hope that when it is my turn to take the stage, I too may be graced with the fortune of victory. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Shikamaru approached, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Fear not. The ninjas of our Hidden Leaf village are exceptionally strong. There shall be no issues at all. At Shikamaru's assurance, both Naruto and Zhi Ge nodded in agreement with smiles. Naruto-kun, Shikamaru-kun, I have some matters to attend to. Please do your best in the upcoming matches. I shall take my leave. With that, Zhi Ge turned and departed from the arena. Observing Zhi Ge's exit, both Shikamaru and Naruto exchanged puzzled glances. Why does this person seem so peculiar? Shikamaru furrowed his brow, casting a suspicious gaze at the retreating figure of Zhi Ge, a flicker of doubt emerging within him. Hearing Shikamaru's remark, Naruto too knitted his brow. Yet, Zhi Ge was acutely aware that his participation in the Chunin exam was merely a secondary endeavor. His primary aim was to uncover the truth behind the Uchiha clan's tragic massacre. With everyone preoccupied with the competition, it was an opportune time for him to investigate the village, taking advantage of its momentary vulnerability. However, the longer he lingered in the village, the more intense that familiar sensation became, accompanied by an unsettling aura that seemed to grow around him, filling him with unease. Thus, after the conclusion of the exams, he resolved to depart immediately. He was determined to delve into the investigation of the massacre and ascertain precisely who was implicated in the Uchiha clan's demise. Of course, beyond these matters, he was keenly aware of the presence of numerous umbu within the Hidden Leaf village. Should he engage in any reckless behavior, it would likely be swiftly uncovered. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to take the risk, for he was eager to unearth the truth surrounding the Uchiha clan's past. He yearned to comprehend what had transpired and why they had been annihilated. As he walked, Zhi Ge suddenly spotted a familiar figure. The owner of this silhouette was caught peering into the women's bathhouse. Pervy Sage, what are you doing? Didn't you claim you would remain in the Rain Village? Why are you here spying? Upon witnessing the lecherous sage's antics, Zhi Ge bellowed. Startled by Zhi Ge's outcry, Jiraiya abruptly looked up. His expression one of shock as he stared at Zhi Ge. Caught in the act of his covert mischief, the ever-unabashed Jiraiya, however, showed no signs of guilt. I wasn't doing anything. I just wanted to take a bath. He scratched the back of his head, followed by a cheeky grin. Is that so? But that is the women's bathhouse. Zhi Ge stifled a laugh and said, well, I am merely practicing. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Jiraiya was momentarily rendered speechless. Practicing? Surely, one need not hide outside the women's bathhouse to observe. He retorted, you must be rather eager. Observing Jiraiya's expression, Zhi Ge burst into laughter. Nonsense. I am the great Jiraiya. How could I ever stoop to such acts? In response to Zhi Ge's declaration, Jiraiya adopted a serious demeanor. TCH. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. After all, you are nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. Zhi Ge curled his lips and remarked, you little rascal. How dare you label me as a ravenous wolf in pursuit of carnal pleasures? I merely sought inspiration after indulging in your Jin Ping Mei, hoping to gather some material. Observing Jiraiya's indignant expression, a subtle smirk graced Zhi Ge's lips. I see. It appears you are in search of a lady to practice with. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by Zhi Ge's words. Ahem. Do not speak so recklessly. I am merely here to seek enlightenment. TCH. Zhi Ge scoffed at Jiraiya's reaction, his disdain evident in his laughter. Although he was not well versed in matters of desire, Jiraiya's eyes and demeanor had betrayed his true intentions. You little rascal. I shall not entertain you further. I must continue with my training. I will deal with you later. Jiraiya's face flushed crimson at Zhi Ge's taunt, and in a huff, he turned to flee into the distance. Training? Wait. I just passed the third round of the Chunin exam. Take me along for training. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhi Ge immediately called out, you just passed the third round of the Chunin exam. Indeed. Zhi Ge nodded thoughtfully and added, I encountered a remarkably skilled youth from the rock-hidden village, yet I managed to subdue him. However, I am acutely aware that the individuals I will face in the future will be even more formidable. Therefore, I humbly request the lecherous sage to provide me with specialized training. You seek specialized training? Very well. However, I have one condition. Jiraiya contemplated for a moment before speaking. What condition? Just say it. I will comply. I require you to immediately compose a work as exceptional as Silver Bottle Plum for my perusal. Is this condition too much to ask? Upon hearing Jiraiya's demand, Zhi Ge fell into silence for a brief period, ultimately gritting his teeth and retorting, "Isn't this an unreasonable demand? There is only a month remaining until the formal examination. By the time I finish writing the book, I will have no time left for training." Humph. If that is the case, then so be it. Jiraiya coldly scoffed upon noticing Zhi Ge's reluctance. Hey, Jiraiya, you are forcing my hand. In that case, I shall expose your recent escapade of peeking at the women's bathhouse. Someone come. Zhi Ge clenched his teeth in response to Jiraiya's words. What? Zhi Ge? You are being dishonorable. Jiraiya's expression darkened upon hearing Zhi Ge's threat. You are the one making my life difficult. How can you accuse me of being dishonorable? Jiraiya was at a loss for words after hearing Zhi Ge's retort. All right. If that is the case, I shall provide you with a unique form of specialized training. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. Zhi Ge was taken aback by Jiraiya's words. The expression on Jiraiya's face seemed to suggest that he was not jesting. What kind of special training? Pray, do tell. Zhi Ge hastily inquired. Well, are you brave enough to face me in battle? Jiraiya pondered for a moment before responding. What? Perverted sage. You're not contemplating silencing me, are you? With my current strength, how could I possibly contend with you? Chapter 24. Classic Training. Zhi Ge gazed at Jiraiya with astonishment, exclaiming loudly. Jiraiya is a formidable warrior within the ninja realm, one of the legendary Sannin, although endowed with the powers of the rubber fruit. Zhi Ge knew he could never match Jiraiya's strength. Of course, I would not engage you in a full-scale battle. Are you not aware that to enhance one's abilities, one must engage in actual combat? Have you not sensed your own growth following these 3 rounds of examination? Jiraiya inquired. Now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case. Zhi Ge was taken aback. What exactly do you want me to do? Follow me. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Jiraiya led him swiftly towards the east, and soon they arrived at the secluded mountains behind Konoha village. At that moment, the area was enveloped in an eerie silence. As Zhi Ge gazed at the dense forest ahead, a wave of profound unease washed over him. What on earth was Jiraiya planning? Did he intend to betray him? Noticing Zhi Ge's apprehensive expression, Jiraiya smiled gently. Fear not. I merely wish for you to sit beneath this tree and rest for a while. This spot has served as a training ground for generations of Hokage. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhi Ge's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly a training ground? What shall we do next? Zhi Ge gazed at Jiraiya with palpable excitement. This was the most clandestine training ground in the ninja world, a place beyond imagination. And he was certain it would astonish him. Jiraiya spoke with an air of mystery. Upon hearing his words, Zhi Ge felt a surge of anticipation. No wonder Jiraiya's audacity had grown. It was clear he had been scheming something significant. Realizing this, a joyful expression illuminated Zhi Ge's face. He promptly seated himself beneath a grand tree, eagerly awaiting the unique training Jiraiya was to bestow upon him. Just then, Jiraiya took a deep breath and retrieved a bell from his pocket. What do you intend to do with that? Zhi Ge gazed at Jiraiya with a look of utter bewilderment. This bell training is an essential rite of passage for every formidable warrior. I shall secure it to my waist, and if you manage to seize it, you will have successfully completed the training. Jiraiya spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback, a wave of disbelief washing over him. Perverted sage, is this truly the special training you speak of? Goodness, this is utterly humiliating. Zhi Ge could not help but exclaim. What do you know? Allow me to enlighten you. If you can seize this bell, it will prove your capability to pass the test. Otherwise, you shall remain stagnant, unable to progress. Jiraiya gazed at Zhi Ge and remarked, Goodness, perverted sage. Is it truly that severe? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhi Ge could not suppress a roll of his eyes. Naturally, if you manage to snatch this bell, it signifies that you possess the strength to inflict harm upon me. Surely, you comprehend my meaning. Jiraiya replied. As Zhi Ge absorbed Jiraiya's words, he swallowed hard, recognizing the gravity of the bell training. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. You had best not regret it. With that, Zhi Ge bolted towards the thicket ahead. Chuckling softly at Zhi Ge's actions, Jiraiya smirked. No need to rush. Take your time. His lips curled into a sly grin. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the bushes, reaching for Jiraiya's waist. Upon noticing this hand, Jiraiya's expression darkened instantly. Humph, you fool. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your intentions? You merely wish to ambush me. With a derisive laugh, Jiraiya waved his sleeve and swiftly retreated. Bang! At that moment, Zhi Ge unexpectedly burst forth from the thicket. You managed to evade me, but I still have tricks up my sleeve. Zhi Ge laughed heartily and declared. With that, I shall charge at Jiraiya once more. With a resounding thud, the two clashed again. Ha ha ha. What a feisty little brat. I quite admire your spirit. I can withstand all your assaults. Let us see how you attempt to ambush me this time. Jiraiya chuckled in response. Hee, those are your words. As Zhi Ge spoke, he dashed toward the tree, swiftly hooking his feet around the trunk and extending his body towards Jiraiya. Humph, a mere parlor trick. Jiraiya scoffed upon witnessing Zhi Ge's maneuver, mirroring his actions by securing himself to the tree. The two remained locked in a stalemate. However, moments later, Jiraiya abruptly released his grip. With a resounding crash, as he swung his body, the treetop shook violently, sending Zhi Ge hurtling backward. Upon landing, Zhi Ge began to pat himself down vigorously. Suddenly, he noticed his right leg trembling uncontrollably. His eyes widened in shock at the unexpected loss of control. What's this? Do you still wish to ambush me? Let me assure you, your flashy techniques are utterly ineffective against me. Jiraiya remarked disdainfully as he observed Zhi Ge's predicament. Frustrated, Zhi Ge scratched his head, utterly perplexed by Jiraiya's tactics. It seemed as though Jiraiya was deliberately toying with him. Well, with only 2 hours until sunset. You better step up your game. Don't let that bell slip away. Upon seeing Zhi Ge's distressed expression, Jiraiya couldn't help but smirk with a sense of mischievous accomplishment. Rest assured, lecherous sage, I shall not be defeated by you, Zhi Ge declared, rising to his feet. Behold, rubber machine gun. He leapt into action, charging toward Jiraiya with fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Jiraiya, unfazed by the onslaught, let out a cold grunt and rolled aside to evade the barrage of punches before vaulting to another tree. This won't he do. You cannot hope to win with such tactics. Frustration consumed Zhi Ge as he realized his attacks had failed to land, prompting him to hammer towards Jiraiya perched atop the tree. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of fists colliding reverberated through the woods. Ha ha. You think that little cleverness will suffice against me? I anticipated this move long ago. Jiraiya laughed heartily, leaping once more, soaring beyond the treetop's reach. In response, Zhi Ge hastily pursued him. Whoosh. The two raced into an open clearing. Though your strength has improved since our last parting, the enhancement remains modest. Allow me to demonstrate something formidable. Chapter 25, The Awakening of Armament Haki. Ninjutsu. Thousand Book Stance. With a swift motion of his hands, Jiraiya unleashed a torrent of countless shuriken toward Zhi Ge. So many. Zhi Ge gasped in astonishment at the onslaught of shuriken raining down from the sky. Humph. Witness my power. Rubber balloon. With a thunderous roar, Zhi Ge's body swelled several times in an instant, bracing himself against the barrage of sunban with his own abdomen. The pain is unbearable. These sunban penetrated Zhi Ge's skin, leaving him feeling like a hedgehog. Foolish boy. Remember this. Never use your body to block such attacks again. What if the enemy employs poison saban next time? Jiraiya gazed at Zhi Ge, his expression one of exasperation at the boy's folly. Yes, understood. Lowering his head in submission to Jiraiya's admonition, Zhi Ge dared not retort. How infuriating. The disparity in strength is overwhelming. I can only endure this relentless assault. System, come forth immediately. What happened to the promised rewards for passing the third stage of the exam? Ding. Host detected as having passed the third stage of the Chunin exam. Task reward, Basic Armament Haki. Latest task update, successfully passed the formal Chunin exam. Armament Haki? Splendid. Although it is merely basic, it is certainly better than nothing. Upon realizing that his body had mastered the art of armament haki, Zhi Ge promptly enveloped his fist with this formidable power. Rubber great swinging fist. Zhi Ge extended his arm and swung directly at Jiraiya. Bolstered by the power of armament haki, this punch possessed tremendous destructive force. I told you. Your fists, kid. What the? Bang. The punch landed squarely on Jiraiya's chest, sending him hurtling backward as he attempted to lecture Zhi Ge. Witnessing Jiraiya's flight, Zhi Ge couldn't help but rejoice. That's it. Exactly. Rushing to Jiraiya's side, Zhi Ge crouched down, ready to assist him. Yet, to his astonishment, the moment he touched Jiraiya, he was sent flying by a powerful palm strike. However, in that fleeting moment of being thrust away, Zhi Ge's right hand firmly grasped Jiraiya's clothing. As he lay on the ground, his fingers brushed against the bell at Jiraiya's waist. What? This kid? Feeling the touch of Zhi Ge on the bell, Jiraiya's pupils dilated in shock. He never expected this young one would manage to reach the bell. But it wasn't over yet. Rubber battle axe. Zhi Ge directly infused his armed color haki into his feet, and a formidable, enhanced rubber war axe came crashing down upon Jiraiya's head. This brat. How did his power suddenly multiply? Damn it. Summoning technique. Arise. Frog Wintai. Just as he was about to be crushed into a pulp beneath Zhi Ge's colossal foot, Jiraiya summoned his most powerful summoning beast, Frog Wintai. Upon his arrival, Frog Wintai unleashed a thunderous roar. Woo. With a deafening bellow, Frog Wintai overturned Zhi Ge's massive foot. What the heck? Perverted sage. You trickster. How could you suddenly summon such a powerful creature? Witnessing Jiraiya's unexpected summoning of a gigantic frog, Zhi Ge was left utterly bewildered. The battlefield is ever-changing. You have much to learn. Jiraiya chuckled with confidence. You little brat. Who are you calling a monster? Upon hearing Zhi Ge's derogatory remarks, Frog Wintai immediately erupted in a fit of rage. Seeing the creature's fierce demeanor, Zhi Ge quickly silenced himself. He truly feared provoking it. Wintai, don't take a child's words to heart. Jiraiya laughed as he glanced at him. I'm not a monster. I am an extraordinary being. How could mere mortals like you compare to me? Upon hearing Jiraiya's mocking tone, Frog Wintai became quite displeased. Very well. Then you shall entertain this brat. Jiraiya shot a look at Zhi Ge before turning to leave. All right, that is your choice. Frog Wintai, witnessing Jiraiya's departure, was instantly filled with fury. Humph, you little brat. I will make sure to teach you a lesson, so you understand the consequences of arrogance before me. Frog Wintai glared at Zhi Ge and then charged forward. Seeing the frog rush towards him, Zhi Ge hastily retreated. Perverted sage. You fraud. How dare you use a summoning beast to fool me? Next time I see you, I will definitely not let you read my new book. Damn it. Stinky brat. Stand still. Noticing Zhi Ge attempting to flee, Frog Wintai leaped after him. Who? Hearing Frog Wintai's shouts behind him, Zhi Ge let out a breath. Although his speed was impressive, it ultimately paled in comparison to Frog Wintai. Before long, Zhi Ge found himself pursued by Frog Wintai. Witnessing this, Zhi Ge gritted his teeth. Damn it. Today, I shall fight you to the end. Upon finishing his words, Zhi Ge swiftly turned and charged towards the formidable Wang Tai. What a bold fellow. To dare confront me head-on. Wang Tai scoffed, and with a swift motion of his claws, unleashed a tremendous force of suction that surged forth towards Zhi Ge. What is this? It feels rather terrifying. Witnessing Wang Tai's claws, Zhi Ge's heart sank. Humph. You think you can contend with me? You are still too inexperienced. Wang Tai, seeing Zhi Ge momentarily stunned by his display, reveled in his triumph. Yet, in the next instant, his expression froze. 4. His powerful suction was unexpectedly resisted by Zhi Ge. How is this possible? This fellow, isn't he merely human? Wang Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. Humph. It is nothing of consequence. My strength is unparalleled. Upon witnessing the plight of Winter the Toad, Zhi Ge let out a cold snort. At that moment, he had pushed his mastery of armament hockey to its zenith, yet he could merely manage to fend off one of his advances. This simply would not do. He had to employ it once more. Otherwise, even he would not be able to endure for more than a few minutes. Zhi Ge pondered silently. Regardless, it matters not. After all, I have no need to vanquish the frog. Wen Tai. It suffices for it to recognize my prowess. With unwavering resolve, Zhi Ge once again wielded the rubber battle axe. The air resonated with thunderous sounds. Boom, bang, bang. As Zhi Ge's foot descended, it involuntarily caused the eyes of Han Tianwen to widen in astonishment. Good heavens, what an extraordinary individual, to be capable of employing his body to such an extent. Han Tianwen exclaimed, simultaneously bracing himself with his arms to withstand Zhi Ge's enormous foot. How infuriating! How could there be such overwhelming pressure? In an instant, Han Tianwen's legs buckled beneath him. Chapter 26. The Great Battle with Han Tianwen. Han Tianwen, is this how easily you are brought down by me? What a disappointment! With a triumphant smile, Zhi Ge declared, You'd better be prepared. I shall teach you a lesson and have you kneeling at my feet. The fierce Froggy Wen roared, drawing his sword with a flourish. Upon witnessing Froggy Wen's formidable demeanor, Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, a genuinely colossal blade, measuring a staggering 40 meters, swung menacingly towards Zhi Ge. His expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed inwardly, What on earth is that? If I were to be struck by such a blow, it would spell my end. It seems my only option is to evade. With a resolute thought, Zhi Ge gritted his teeth and suddenly leapt aside. Bang! His figure swiftly darted to the side just as the colossal 40-meter blade struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The earth shattered beneath the blow, sending dust swirling into the air. Witnessing this scene, Zhi Ge felt an immediate wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, he had managed to evade in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Phew, that formidable frog leader is truly terrifying. Zhi Ge wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression grave as he pondered. No, I must devise a way to extricate myself from this. I cannot continue down this path. Observing the increasingly frenzied attacks of the frogman, Zhi Ge thought urgently. This fellow is nothing short of a relentless machine. There is simply no stopping him. At this rate, I will inevitably be worn to death. Faced with the formidable strength of the frogman, Zhi Ge found himself at a loss. Very well. It is paramount that I prioritize my escape. Upon contemplating this, Zhi Ge hastily took off in a frantic dash. You little rascal, where do you think you're going? Wen Tai, the frog, bellowed as he pursued Zhi Ge. I don't care anymore. It's best to make my escape first. As Zhi Ge observed the relentless pursuit of the tenacious frog Wen Tai, he hastily fled to the opposite side of the mountain. Humph, this little rascal thinks he can escape. Not a chance. Upon witnessing Zhi Ge's attempt to flee, Frog Wen Tai erupted in a fit of rage. With a swift whoosh, accompanied by a resounding buzz, his speed astonishingly increased severfold. Impossible. How can this be? He is merely a frog. Zhi Ge was left in shock as Frog Wen Tai closed the distance with alarming rapidity. You little brat. Do not even think about escaping. Even if the King of Heaven were to intervene today, I shall capture you. You scoundrel. Frog Wen Tai bellowed, then abruptly quickened his pace. A thunderous boom echoed as Frog Wen Tai leaped, his massive form landing directly in front of Zhi Ge. Lowering his gaze upon Zhi Ge, Frog Wen Tai revealed a cruel smile, uttering, Now, kneel before me. With a menacing countenance, he raised his claw, preparing to strike down upon Zhi Ge. Damn it! How can this monster be so formidable? I am utterly no match for him. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhi Ge's heart was in turmoil. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the fist of the formidable Winter the Toad struck Zhi Ge with tremendous force. HM? What is this sensation pressing against me? Could this young lad still be alive? Winter the Toad felt a tingling sensation emanating from his palm, and upon bending down, he was astonished to discover that Zhi Ge, with his diminutive fist, was resolutely pushing against his claw. How is this possible? How can such a small child possess such incredible strength? Wenta the Toad's expression was one of disbelief. No matter. I shall subdue him first. With this thought, Wenta the Toad abruptly raised his claw and aimed another strike at Zhi Ge. This time, his strength was even more terrifying than before. Bang! A deep, resounding sound echoed across the sky. Zhi Ge's body was forcefully struck to the ground by the formidable Wenta, akin to a frog. Thud. Instantly, Zhi Ge's form crashed onto the earth with great impact. Oof. Zhi Ge felt the excruciating pain coursing through his body. He realized that his survival from the lethal strike was merely the result of Han Wentai's deliberate restraint. Why was I able to withstand that blow just now? I sensed that the force behind the fist seemed to have intensified. Zhi Ge, lost in thought, struggled to rise. It must be said that although he had just been knocked down by the formidable Wenta, he had not sustained any serious injuries. And his body possessed an extraordinary recovery ability. Could it be the power of armament hockey? At this realization, Zhi Ge's eyes sparkled with clarity. Indeed, the strength he had just experienced must have stemmed from his own armament hockey. With this thought, Zhi Ge promptly closed his eyes and concentrated deeply on his training. Ding! The system detected that the host was diligently practicing and had rapidly accumulated training experience in a short span of time. Ding! Based on your accumulated experience, the system will upgrade your initial armament hockey to an intermediate level. Would the host like to proceed with the upgrade? Of course, such formidable power must be harnessed at once. Without hesitation, Zhi Ge responded to the system's prompt. Ding! Host confirmation received. Shall we upgrade the initial armament hockey? Confirmed. The system has acknowledged. Please hold for a moment. As the system's voice faded, Zhi Ge felt an immense surge of power swell within his mind. As this energy coursed through his body, he sensed himself brimming with boundless strength. Incredible! What an exhilarating sensation! Overwhelmed by the surge of energy within, Zhi Ge could not help but let out a series of jubilant roars. This feeling was absolutely extraordinary. Kid, what are you doing? Have you been stunned by my blow? Wenta exclaimed, unable to restrain his scorn upon seeing Zhi Ge's ecstatic expression. Haha. Wenta, do not be so arrogant. Soon it shall be your turn to be stunned. With a mysterious smile, Zhi Ge was enveloped in a powerful aura of armed color and unprecedented force surging within him, making him feel as if he had been reborn. Prepare yourself, Master Frog. Rubber Great Hammer. As he felt the surge of power coursing through him, a smirk curved at the corners of Zhi Ge's mouth. Raising his right fist high, he launched a powerful punch towards Wenta the Frog. With Zhi Ge's thunderous roar, the ground trembled beneath him. Wenta the Frog felt the overwhelming might and his pupils constricted in alarm. This is bad. Quickly, dodge. He shouted frantically. But it was too late. Thud. Just as Wenta the Frog was about to panic, Zhi Ge's fist struck his chest with tremendous force. Bang! Wenta the Frog was sent crashing to the ground. The earth shaking and stones flying, a significant portion of the ground beneath him collapsing in the aftermath. Chapter 27. Peril lurks everywhere, good heavens. What on earth have you consumed, you little rascal? How did you become so strong all of a sudden? Wenta the Frog exclaimed, rising from the ground and rubbing his abdomen in astonishment as he gazed at Zhi Ge. Haha, Master Frog, this is what we call silence before the storm. When I strike, it's truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ge let out a mischievous laugh and said, You cheeky rascal, I shall take you on. The frogman Wentai replied with a face full of indignation. Humph, come at me. Upon hearing the words, Zhi Ge scoffed disdainfully before charging forward. Bang, bang, bang. The two swiftly became entangled in combat. In this fierce confrontation, both parties were nearly evenly matched. The previously one-sided battle shifted dramatically when Zhi Ge acquired the intermediate level of armed color hockey. Now, Zhi Ge was sufficiently formidable to challenge the formidable frog boss. Throughout the skirmish, the frog boss increasingly acknowledged this disciple of Jiraiya, engaging earnestly in the battle while imparting some combat techniques to him. A large frog and a Leaf Village ninja, such an extraordinary pairing, astonishingly battled for 3 days and nights on the back mountains of the Leaf Village. It was only when Zhi Ge, utterly exhausted, collapsed and fell asleep that the frog went and took his leave. During these 3 days, Zhi Ge felt an unprecedented surge in his progress, particularly in the application of armed color hockey, which had reached an entirely new realm. Now, he could face even a middle-ranking ninja with composure. It must be said that Jiraiya's choice of this manner for Zhi Ge proved to be extraordinarily effective. Time flew by, and the day of the official Nin exam was fast approaching. This competition attracted numerous spectators, with even the esteemed Kazekage of Sunagakure invited to witness the event, marking an unprecedented spectacle. This year, with the Kazekage personally overseeing the event, we hope to showcase the unparalleled prowess of Sunagakure. Haha. Our Zhi Ge from Konoha village is equally exceptional. He is the most formidable student I have ever encountered. Not only does he possess remarkable talent, but he can also make his body stretch and contract with the agility of a spring. Truly enviable. Indeed. This child's potential is extraordinarily high. This nin exam is bound to shake the entire ninja world. I have heard that many talented youths from various clans will participate in this competition. Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga will also compete. Yes, these three are all outstanding representatives of the younger generation. Whoever emerges victorious will surely gain worldwide fame, regardless of who claims the championship. It is a blessing for our Konoha village. We must wholeheartedly support this competition. Haha. Sunagakure will undoubtedly not be outdone by anyone in this nin exam. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhi Ge felt a flicker of anticipation rise within his heart. This was a decisive competition concerning his future development. If he could triumph, he would garner renown in the ninja world, achieving instant fame and becoming a focal point of attention throughout the realm. However, it would also be a grueling battle. Although the strength of Zhi Ge has significantly increased, he is still faced with formidable opponents, and he is uncertain about who he will encounter in the competition. Nevertheless, it is imperative for him to secure victory in this match. Now, I shall announce the two competitors for the first round of the tournament. Once all the participants have gathered, the enigmatic Hino Kagutsuki steps into the center, clearly assuming the role of the new chief examiner for this prestigious event. How peculiar. Why is it you? What has become of the previous examiner, Moonlight Gale? Zhi Ge cast a glance at the enigmatic figure of Shiranui Jinken standing beside him, perplexed. According to protocol, should not the chief examiner be the Moonlight Gale? Why had it transformed into the present Shiranui Jinken? Haha. Guess what? Observing Zhi Ge's bewilderment, Shiranui Jinken burst into laughter. Zhi Ge was taken aback, astonished that the seemingly earnest examiner before him was indulging in such frivolity. As this realization dawned upon him, a bewildered expression graced Zhi Ge's face. How could he possibly know? Just as Zhi Ge was engulfed in confusion, Shiranui Jinken slowly began to elucidate. Moonlight Gale was assassinated 3 days ago, right here in the village. What? Upon hearing this, Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback, and a trace of worry soon crept onto his face. How did he die? Was it an assassination by the enemy? Indeed, his demise fills me with profound sorrow. When his body was discovered, it was already cold to the touch, although it is currently unclear who the perpetrator may be. The nature of the wound indicates it was inflicted by a blade. No Heineke's Jinken nodded in response, slowly articulating a knife wound. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ge furrowed his brows slightly. Could it be that this incident was premeditated? A wave of unease surged within him at this thought. Indeed, such a matter must have been meticulously planned. After all, it is unlikely that anyone would randomly attack a special jonin from within the hidden leaf village. It seems that this Chunin exam may witness even greater casualties. Nara Shikamaru said indifferently, what does this imply? Are we to believe that there are those who would target our leaf village? Zhi Ge was taken aback for a moment, then inquired, it is quite possible. However, at present, it remains mere speculation. Lord Hokage has chosen to keep this matter under wraps to prevent it from escalating beyond control. Young one, I confide in you because you are a leaf ninja. I hope you remain vigilant during the upcoming competition. Do not fall prey to the lurking enemies in the shadows. Noazuki Jinken calmly analyzed the situation. After hearing this, Zhi Ge took a deep breath, his face etched with seriousness. He understood that Noazuki Jinken was not speaking lightly. Rest assured, I shall exercise utmost caution. However, I am somewhat concerned about the repercussions should our leaf village lose this competition. Zhi Ge pondered for a moment before inquiring. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Xianjian fell into silence for a brief spell, then replied, if we were to lose, there might be some losses. However, such losses are negligible. After all, this nin exam serves merely to showcase everyone's training achievements and to foster closer ties with the Land of Wind. Hearing this, Zhi Ge remained silent for a moment, then slowly nodded, affirming, I understand. Very well, prepare yourself. The competition is about to commence. Having spoken, Uchiha Xianjian departed. As he left, the contestant stage was immediately enveloped in the previous clamor once more. The first round of the competition officially commenced. Contestants Uchiha Zhi Ge and Hyuga, please take the stage. At this moment, the referee announced the beginning of the match. A wave of cheers resonated throughout the venue, with everyone eagerly shouting towards the arena. Zhi Ge, go, go. Zhi Ge will surely triumph over his opponent. Chapter 28. Uchiha vs. Hyuga. The Uchiha clan versus the Hyuga clan. This is bound to be a spectacle. Zhi Ge was taken aback, never anticipating that the first competitor in this competition would be himself. However, he felt no sense of oppression or anxiety. On the contrary, a flicker of joy danced within his heart. Zhi Ge, you need not worry. Your strength is formidable. There will undoubtedly be no issues. At that moment, Sharingan Jinkan unexpectedly approached him, gently patting his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Thank you. Zhi Ge smiled faintly and nodded. Do you think Zhi Ge can win? I don't know. Although Zhi Ge is quite formidable, Hinata Niji is a genius. Indeed, he already possesses the strength of a Nin, though he has yet to receive the promotion. Nearby, several friends from Konoha watched Zhi Ge on the arena and excitedly exchanged comments. Upon hearing their words, Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but chuckle before turning away from the contestant stage. In the competition arena, Uchiha Zhi Ge stepped confidently onto the stage. Zhi Ge, it is a pleasure to meet you again, Hinata Niji remarked with a slight smile. Indeed, I wonder who is truly superior, the foremost genius of the Hyuga clan or the remnant of the Uchiha clan like myself. Zhi Ge nodded and calmly stated, Then, let us begin. Hinata Niji replied with a smile. Indeed. With that, both of them simultaneously swung their arms. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. In an instant, a tempestuous surge of chakra exploded from Niji, unleashing an unparalleled force that swept across the arena, leaving all the spectators in utter astonishment. Is this the level of a Chunin? Such a terrifying display of chakra. Not only the audience, but even the judges were equally stunned. Their gazes fixed on the fierce battle unfolding before them. This is a magnificent confrontation. Zhi Ge, in this match, we shall finally compete against each other. Hinata Niji exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he looked towards Zhi Ge in the distance. Zhi Ge offered no reply, for he felt no need to. He possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. He was resolute in his conviction that he would vanquish Hyuga Niji. His sole ambition was singular, to emerge as the ultimate victor of this tournament. With a thunderous roar, a gust of fierce wind surged from Zhi Ge's fists. Akin to a ferocious tiger unleashed, propelled by formidable strength towards Hyuga Niji. Undeterred by this onslaught, Niji met the attack head-on, his visage betraying no hint of fear. The ground trembled with a resounding explosion as the two figures abruptly vanished, only to reappear in an instant on the opposite side of the arena. Such astounding speed. Zhi Ge seemed to have grown exponentially stronger, his prowess having seemingly doubled since the preliminary rounds. Truly, he was Uchiha Zhi Ge. Indeed, a worthy opponent for battle. Alas, if only my daughter were not so young, I would surely wish for her to wed such a promising youth as Uchiha Zhi Ge. Amidst the audience, a group of Konoha ninjas engaged in fervent discussion, their eyes filled with eager anticipation as they observed the duel unfolding. It was undeniable that Zhi Ge was formidable. Even Hyuga Niji could not claim absolute certainty of victory against him. Yet, that did not deter Niji from his desire to conquer his adversary. Humph, Zhi Ge, I have already discerned your techniques. Niji suddenly proclaimed with a cold shout, as a surge of blue chakra erupted from him. In an instant, his assault came raining down like a torrential downpour, relentlessly targeting Zhi Ge. What? The spectators gasped in astonishment at this spectacle. The chakra emanating from Niji coalesced into myriad small orbs, hurtling towards Zhi Ge with fervor. Such a fierce display of taijutsu. Many ninjas could not suppress their admiration at this sight. Haha, Zhi Ge, surely you cannot withstand this, Niji declared, his expression one of triumph as he gazed at his opponent. In that moment, he appeared as a harbinger of death. Observing this, several Konoha ninjas shook their heads in dismay. Indeed, Hyuga Niji was remarkably strong. Mastering chakra control in such a short time was an accomplishment beyond the reach of many young ninjas. It seemed Zhi Ge was destined for defeat. Yet, in the next moment, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Zhi Ge revealed a peculiar smile, raising his hand with an air of nonchalance as he reached for the chakra spheres before him. What? Gasps of incredulity rippled through the crowd. How could this be? Was he not being thoroughly suppressed by Hyuga Niji? How could this be possible? A chorus of disbelief echoed around them. Niji's face mirrored their astonishment as he stared at Zhi Ge, incredulously exclaiming, How is this possible? Were you not under my control? Why can you still resist? He struggled to comprehend that Zhi Ge could grasp these chakra spheres without sustaining injury. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even someone of Uchiha Sasuke's exceptional talent could not withstand his attacks. Yet here was Zhi Ge, defying logic. As the scene unfolded, Many ninjas felt a wave of relief wash over them. Thank goodness Zhi Ge was unharmed. Otherwise, the outcome of this match would have been irrevocably altered. I have long mastered the art of countering chakra. I merely deemed it beneath me to employ it until now. This is the perfect opportunity to test my skills. As Zhi Ge's lips curled into a subtle arc, an overwhelming aura of armed color erupted from his body. A resonant hum filled the air as a layer of blue light burst forth, forming a membrane that shielded him from the approaching chakra sphere. What technique is this? Why does it feel somewhat familiar? Such a peculiar ninjutsu. Observing Zhi Ge's technique, several Konoha ninjas couldn't help but engage in discussion. This move of Zhi Ge's seems unfamiliar. It surely cannot be a technique from the ninja world, can it? What sort of ninjutsu is this? Regardless of its nature. As long as his power is formidable enough, it suffices. Indeed, upon hearing this, numerous ninjas nodded in agreement, acknowledging the complexity of Zhi Ge's technique. I never anticipated this fellow would possess such prowess. Witnessing this scene, Hyuga Niji's expression turned serious. He had not expected the opponent's ninjutsu to yield such effects. All of this was beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his victory. Chapter 29, The Terrifying Byakugan Combination Technique Byakugan. Activate. With a furious roar, Hyuga Niji instantaneously summoned the chakra within him. A luminous white pupil flashed within his dark eyes, and the muscles and veins on his face became distinctly visible. What? Is this the Byakugan that the Hyuga clan prides itself upon? I have heard that the power of the Byakugan can perceive an enemy's movements. Moreover, it can effortlessly see through an enemy's chakra pathways. How formidable! Witnessing this spectacle, many were taken aback. The Byakugan can even penetrate an enemy's chakra network? No wonder they regard the Hyuga clan with such trepidation. This power is indeed terrifying. However, such a level of ninjutsu is still insignificant before me. Seeing the Byakugan erupt in Niji's eyes, Zhi Ge displayed a hint of disdain, and then, with a slight stomp of his feet, he vanished from his original position. In the next moment, Zhi Ge's figure reappeared beside Hyuga Niji, his fists clenched tightly as he aimed to strike at Niji's head. Humph! Sensing the fierce wind rushing from behind, Hyuga Niji let out a cold grunt, swiftly evading the lethal blow. Bang! Crack! In an instant, Niji halted midair, his legs forcefully stomping the ground, launching himself towards Zhi Ge like a cannonball. Boom! In the next moment, Niji and Zhi Ge collided, an invisible shockwave radiating outward. What? How is this possible? Observers were left in disbelief. They had never expected that Zhi Ge, who had just been suppressed by Niji, would now retaliate. What exactly is the extent of this guy's strength? After activating the Byakugan, he has become even stronger. At that moment, even Hyuga Niji stared at Zhi Ge in shock, his eyes filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, his attacks had been significantly sharper and swifter. Even his speed had increased. Boom, boom, boom. At this juncture, the two figures were entangled in fierce combat, their blows colliding incessantly. This fellow, he has concealed his true strength. A Konoha ninja gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, just how powerful is he? Indeed, this fellow's strength far exceeds that of an ordinary chunin. The remaining observing ninjas nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Given this, predicting the outcome of the battle has become exceedingly difficult. Witnessing this scene, everyone privately speculated. Boom. Just then, Zhi Ge swung his fist, striking Hyuga Niji squarely in the chest. Niji, however, managed to deflect Zhi Ge's punch with a palm strike, demonstrating parity in their martial prowess. Bang, 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 bang. The two continued to clash, each impact igniting a dazzling brilliance. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds resounded, engulfing the entire arena in the intensity of their fierce confrontation. At this moment, Hyuga Niji's expression darkened, his countenance laden with gravity. He realized that he was swiftly falling into a disadvantage. Zhi Ge appeared tireless, exerting relentless effort from beginning to end. Damn it, I must defeat him. At this moment, a fiery rage ignited within Niji's heart. Boom, boom, boom. The next instant, his right fist rose once more, forcefully crashing towards Zhi Ge. 8 trigrams 64 palms. With a single punch, Hyuga Niji unleashed the clan's secret technique. 8 trigrams 64 palms. This technique is a closely guarded secret of the Hyuga clan. Within the clan, aside from a select few elders and core family members, none are capable of executing it. This secret technique possesses tremendous power, and when combined with the Byakugan's visual advantage, it can unleash its utmost force. Boom. Crack. One palm struck Zhi Ge's left shoulder, sending him hurtling backwards several meters, his expression paling. Meanwhile, Hyuga Niji surged forward, pressing the advantage. 8 trigrams 64 palms, 9th palm, 10th palm, 11th palm. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 consecutive palms. Hyuga Niji pushed the Hyuga clan's secret technique to its limits, each palm imbued with devastating destructive force. At this sight, many gasped in shock, unable to believe their eyes as they witnessed the relentless clash between the two combatants. Is this fellow truly a branch member of the Hyuga clan? How has his strength surged so rapidly? A high-ranking Konoha official watching the scene couldn't help but swallow hard, his face reflecting disbelief. It is known that after the first 3 rounds of the exam, Zhi Ge was universally recognized as one of the top 3 candidates among Konoha's participants. Yet now, he is unable to withstand Hyuga Niji's 8 trigrams 64 palms and is indeed at a disadvantage. How can this not astonish anyone? 8 trigrams 64 palms truly lives up to its reputation, a testament to the Hyuga clan's ultimate technique. At that moment, not far away, Hyuga Niji's uncle, Hyuga Hisashi, observed the scene with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Hyuga Niji's talent far surpassed his expectations. He could now affirm that Hyuga Niji is undoubtedly the future hope of the Hyuga clan. Alas, though this young man's strength is impressive, he is ultimately just a branch member, and his foundation remains too weak. Nearby, another high-ranking Konoha ninja remarked to Hyuga Hisashi with a smile, "I believe it is time for your Hyuga clan to consider a new heir." Hearing this, Hyuga Hisashi's expression shifted slightly, then he chuckled, "Indeed. I have yet to determine a suitable heir. Moreover, I believe that this young man's talent is second to none in all of Konoha." In less than a minute, Hyuga Niji had unleashed the entirety of his 8 trigrams 64 palms. Glancing back at Zhi Ge, who remained standing in the arena, Niji was taken aback to discover that this fellow had withstood the full onslaught of the 8 trigrams 64 palms without shedding a single drop of blood. How could this be? At that moment, Niji's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that his opponent's physique could be so formidable. "Ha! I told you, I will bring you down." Zhi Ge laughed heartily, his gaze turned towards the heavens. At that moment, much of his armament was disrupted by Hinata Niji. Yet it was precisely this that safeguarded Zhi Ge's internal organs from the damage of the gentle fist technique. "You are the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. Thus, it is you who shall now experience my true strength." As the words fell, Zhi Ge's eyes suddenly sharpened with intensity. Chapter 30. The Overwhelming Power of Taijutsu Whoosh. In an instant, his form vanished from sight, reappearing behind Hinata Niji, his right arm poised to strike. Rubber puncture punch. Immediately, Zhi Ge's fists collided forcefully with Hinata Niji's body. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted as Niji was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. However, just as he landed, his legs sprang back with remarkable force, delivering a fierce kick. Bang! His foot struck Zhi Ge's abdomen, propelling him several hundred meters away. With a thunderous roar, Niji leaped up once more, legs extending outward to deliver another powerful kick to Zhi Ge, causing him to spit blood. "Your strength has significantly improved since our last encounter." Zhi Ge lay on the ground, his expression somewhat disconcerted as he spoke. "So what? I warned you long ago. This battle will only end with your defeat." With that, Hyuga Niji charged directly towards Zhi Ge. "Do not be so arrogant. You are not the only genius here." Rubber battle axe. As Zhi Ge seized the opportune moment, he descended from the heavens, his colossal feet aimed directly at Hinata Niji. What is this?" Upon witnessing Zhi Ge's feet descending upon him, Niji's pupils involuntarily contracted. Boom. A muffled sound erupted as Zhi Ge's feet plunged into the earth, creating a profound pit that continued to expand outward. Whoosh. In that instant, Niji felt the hair on his body stand on end, a surge of danger flooding his mind. Yet, he had a contingency plan. Kaiten. In a heartbeat, Niji unleashed a torrent of chakra from all his chakra points, simultaneously spinning his body to completely deflect Zhi Ge's rubber war axe back at him. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. The moment Zhi Ge's feet made contact with Niji's skin, they were instantly repelled by the force of the backlash. At the same time, Niji's figure surged forward, raising his fist to deliver a powerful strike directly against Zhi Ge's chest. A thunderous crash echoed as Niji felt as if his Zhi Ge could not help but unleash a roar towards the heavens. "This is my most formidable technique," Zhi Ge proclaimed. "If I were to exert my utmost strength, I could vanquish you in but a single second. Yet, I find it beneath me to do so." As Zhi Ge spoke, he slowly rose from the ground, a cold smile directed at Hyuga Niji. "I shall show you what true genius is." With that declaration, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. What? That fellow has escaped again. Niji's expression shifted, a grave look flickering in his eyes. This adversary was exceedingly cunning. Every time Niji believed victory was within his grasp, the opponent would abruptly disappear, leaving him defenseless. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, and Zhi Ge's silhouette suddenly materialized behind him. Awaken! Rubber heavy fist. With a fierce roar, Zhi Ge struck forcefully at the back of Hyuga Niji's head with his right hand. In that instant, Niji's body trembled violently, for he had sensed the imminent threat to his life. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as Niji was sent flying several dozen meters by Zhi Ge's overwhelming punch. Crashing heavily against a large tree, a crimson droplet of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. You have lost. Jisha slowly approached Hyuga Niji, a victorious expression adorning his countenance. Why? Why can I not perceive the flow of your chakra? My Byakugan can distinctly capture your movements, yet it fails to unveil the trajectory of your chakra. Who on earth are you? Niji, his visage pale, struggled to rise from the ground and inquired. Because I possess no chakra at all. Upon hearing this, Niji was momentarily rendered speechless. No chakra. This is impossible. His Byakugan grants him an infinite field of vision. Even a stone could be seen with utmost clarity. How could this individual exhibit energy fluctuations, yet lack chakra? I truly possess none. All my attacks, akin to those of your comrade Rock Lee, are purely taijutsu. Enough, Zhi Ge declared. You are lying. This is impossible. Hinata Niji could hardly fathom this revelation. How could it be possible that a peer could defeat him solely through physical prowess? You claim I am deceiving you? Very well, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. As he spoke, Zhi Ge's haki surged fervently, transforming into ethereal white vapor that danced through the air. As these tendrils of vapor approached Hinata Niji, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. What is this? I sense immense power, yet I do not see any chakra. In that fleeting moment, Niji's expression shifted dramatically. This is my true strength, Zhi Ge proclaimed, turning away as he strode towards the arena's exit. I concede, Niji muttered, striking the ground in frustration, though he harbored resentment. The reality was undeniable. He was no match for Zhi Ge. The victor of this match is Zhi Ge of the Uchiha clan. The chief examiner, Naruto, announced loudly. Well, Zhi Ge has won. He actually triumphed. How terrifying. His speed is astonishing. Moreover, the techniques he employed bore no trace of chakra, as if he relied solely on brute strength. However, why did he refrain from using chakra? Could it be he intends to resolve this with mere fists? The audience buzzed with astonishment. Zhi Ge is the true prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Disagree if you dare. Indeed, I once believed Uchiha Sasuke was the strongest newcomer this year, yet Zhi Ge has surpassed Hinata Niji. The disparity is evident. Had Uchiha Sasuke faced Hinata Niji, he would have surely been overwhelmed. Haha, Zhi Ge is indeed the foremost genius of the Uchiha lineage. As Zhi Ge basked in the surrounding admiration, a sudden, jarring voice resonated throughout the arena. I refuse to accept this. I am the true prodigy of the Uchiha clan. This declaration echoed across the battlefield. I will not concede. I am the strongest newcomer. As these words fell, an abrupt silence enveloped the arena. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Standing beside a great tree was a young man clad in black, his eyes brimming with defiance as he fixed his gaze upon Zhi Ge. This was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. What's happening? Naruto exclaimed. Has that kid lost his mind? I've never seen him so brazen. Sakura remarked, it's no surprise. Everyone is proclaiming Zhi Ge as the Uchiha's greatest talent. Perhaps this has struck a nerve with Sasuke. Shikamaru added, no way. That peculiar kid wouldn't dare to act out in such a setting, would he? Choji chimed in, indeed. The Hokage and Kazekage are watching. It would be disgraceful for Sasuke to cause a scene. Kanjiro noted, this is becoming increasingly intriguing. I can gather valuable information from this. Naruto questioned. Is he out of his mind? What is he doing? Does he intend to provoke Zhi Ge further? At that moment, Hinata Niji observed the black-clad youth beneath the tree's shade, his face etched with surprise. He recognized this figure, Sasuke. He knew Sasuke was one of the most exceptional talents of the Uchiha clan. Do you truly wish to challenge me? Zhi Ge's expression darkened, his eyes betraying a profound astonishment. The only other member of his clan in the village, and yet here they stood, at such odds. However, Sasuke seemed unwilling to afford him any semblance of dignity. What, afraid to accept? Are you not the self-proclaimed prodigy of the Uchiha? Sasuke scoffed coolly. Humph. Zhi Ge snorted, then turned to the chief examiner, Naruto, stating indifferently, this fellow is beneath me. I shan't waste my time fighting him. Upon hearing this, Sasuke could not help but smirk. Did you not claim I was unworthy of being your opponent? If that is the case, I would relish the opportunity to compete against you. Zhi Ge replied, there is no need for a contest, even if I were to lose. How embarrassing it would be to engage in a fraternal conflict before thousands. I would find it disgraceful. Zhi Ge cast a glance at Sasuke, unceremoniously rejecting him, and turned to stride towards the outskirts of the arena, leaving the audience in a state of utter astonishment. What is happening? Zhi Ge actually relinquished so readily? This is quite bizarre. Zhi Ge is the future hope of the Uchiha clan. How could he engage in a confrontation with Sasuke here? If he were to accidentally harm his opponent, the Uchiha clan would be left with but a single heir. A commotion arose among the spectators. Zhi Ge, during the contest, actually conceded. Moreover, it was due to Sasuke. How could this be? Aside from his tall stature and handsome appearance, Sasuke possessed nothing that should instill fear in Zhi Ge. Yet, Zhi Ge has indeed backed down. What on earth is going on? You cannot escape. Today, you will fight, whether you want to or not. At that moment, Sasuke had already caught up with Zhi Ge, seizing his shoulder with determination. What do you intend to do? Zhi Ge, filled with indignation, demanded, I wish to spar with you to prove that I am not worthless. Sasuke retorted sharply, gripping Zhi Ge's arms tightly, shaking him vigorously. No, this is a competition arena. Inflicting harm is strictly prohibited. Sasuke, you have a bye in the first round. It is not yet your turn to compete. Naruto quickly interjected upon witnessing their actions. This is no jest. Should Sasuke injure Zhi Ge, it would indeed lead to serious consequences. What of the bye? Zhi Ge has already advanced, hasn't he? His next opponent is undoubtedly me. Why not resolve this now and avoid any unnecessary trouble? Sasuke declared, his gaze fixed on Zhi Ge with an air of arrogance. Altering the rules on a whim requires the approval of the Hokage. It is not something you can dictate. Naruto urged in protest. Then let the Hokage grant his consent. Sasuke waved his hand dismissively, his impatience evident. Naruto hesitated, momentarily at a loss for how to respond, and could only turn his gaze towards the Hokage. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, covered his face in disbelief at the absurdity unfolding below. He had not anticipated Sasuke's impulsiveness. He thought it best to advise Sasuke to temporarily vacate the arena to avoid becoming a spectacle for the Wind Shadow. Not to worry. I am eager to witness the clash between the two prodigious youths of the Uchiha clan. Hokage-sama, please grant Sasuke's request, the Wind Shadow remarked, casting a glance at the third Hokage. Upon hearing the Wind Shadow's words, the third Hokage furrowed his brow slightly but did not refuse. Very well. You may decide. But do not go overboard. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for the two to continue their match. See, the Hokage has already given his consent. What excuse do you, coward, have now? Humph. In that case, I shall indulge you. Zhi Ge let out a cold snort, and with a sudden stomp of his right foot on the ground, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, surging towards Sasuke. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, appearing right before Sasuke. Sasuke's expression turned grave as he swiftly evaded. Boom. A terrifying force of the punch grazed past him, shattering a massive boulder and causing the onlookers to retreat in alarm. What astonishing explosive power! What kind of martial arts is that? The display of restraint astonished everyone. Humph. Sasuke, your strength is still far from sufficient. You are simply not my match. Zhi Ge smirked, launching another strike after his previous attempt fell short. Each punch he delivered tore through the surrounding air, creating slender fissures in its wake. The force of his attack was truly formidable. Yet, Sasuke remained unperturbed, his figure shifting gracefully as he deftly evaded the blows. The two combatants' fists clashed in midair, producing a series of sharp, resonant sounds. This was a fierce contest. Their speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows. Bang, bang, boom, boom, bang, bang, bang. Their bodies collided relentlessly upon the arena, while the spectators gaped in awe, fearful of missing a moment of this thrilling confrontation. However, at that moment, Sasuke's figure abruptly vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Zhi Ge. Whoosh. Chapter 32. The Contest of Uchiha's Greatest Prodigy. Sasuke unleashed a punch, imbued with a fierce gale. What? Such incredible speed. Could he truly be the genius of the Uchiha clan? The spectators could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Your martial prowess may be great, but it does not guarantee victory over me. Rubber fist. With a cold snort, Zhi Ge clenched his fists and abruptly turned around, colliding his fist with Sasuke's. Bang. A tremendous shockwave erupted, sending debris flying as the arena floor was upheaved. Pfft. Blood trickled from the corner of Sasuke's mouth as he staggered and fell to the ground. In contrast, Zhi Ge merely stepped back a few paces before regaining his balance. At that moment, Sasuke wiped the blood from his lips and rose to his feet. He looked up at Zhi Ge and said coldly, "I admit I underestimated you earlier, but now I have nearly recovered. Let us continue our duel. Can't you see the disparity between us? If you strike again, I cannot guarantee I won't retaliate seriously." Ignoring Zhi Ge's warning entirely, Sasuke leaped forward, closing the distance to stand directly before him. The pupils of Zhi Ge instantly contracted as he swiftly evaded. Whoosh! Yet, just as he began to move, Sasuke's fist was already perilously close to his chest. The rubberized giant pendulum. With a swift spin, Zhi Ge deftly deflected the incoming punch, simultaneously extending his left fist to counter Sasuke's assault. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation once more, each blow imbued with a terrifying gale that stirred the dust upon the arena floor. A thunderous roar echoed. The very ground of the stage trembled violently, and the audience seats shook with a fierce intensity as if an immense weight bore down upon their chests, rendering them nearly breathless. In their relentless clash, every technique and maneuver unleashed waves of formidable energy that shattered the surrounding walls. A relentless surge of force radiated towards the arena, causing the spectators to stagger back involuntarily. Retreating several steps, bang! Zhi Ge's fist struck Sasuke's chest, sending him flying. Sasuke fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Struggling to rise, he caught sight of Zhi Ge, who was watching him with a cold smirk. Unable to contain himself, he broke into a grin. "Is this all you've got? Come at me again." The expression on Zhi Ge's face shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "You truly are one who does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Coffin. It is you who shall encounter the coffin. Fire release. Great fireball technique." Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, and as he executed the intricate gestures, a colossal fireball materialized from thin air, radiating an intense heat. The expression on Zhi Ge's face shifted dramatically as he hastily retreated. Simultaneously, he unleashed the unique abilities of his rubber fruit. Rubber great mouth, devour. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Zhi Ge's head inexplicably expanded to the size of a two-story building. With a gaping maw, he voraciously consumed the massive fireball technique conjured by Sasuke. What on earth? Is this even human? My goodness, he is actually swallowing fire release with his mouth. Such an act is utterly unheard of. This monster. Surely, I'm not dreaming. The audience erupted in astonished gasps as they witnessed this spectacle. They beheld Zhi Ge's mouth, now resembling the size of a house, and the sight was nothing short of terrifying. Yet, Zhi Ge seemed oblivious to his own transformation. His eyes fixated on Sasuke, brimming with a palpable intent to kill. "Wah! What manner of creature are you?" Sasuke felt an involuntary tremor coursing through his body at the sight of Zhi Ge. "Here is a burp for you." Zhi Ge suddenly pouted, expelling a dense cloud of black smoke towards Sasuke. In an instant, Sasuke's vision was completely obscured by this thick fog. This is bad. Sensing the impending danger, Sasuke hastily attempted to evade. However, at that moment, he found himself unable to move his feet. Glancing down, he realized that Zhi Ge had seized his ankles amidst the chaos. Haha, do you finally comprehend the situation? It is already too late. A sinister smile crept across Zhi Ge's lips as he forcefully yanked, sending Sasuke crashing to the ground. Sasuke landed with a thud, emitting a painful groan. His face contorted in agony. Witnessing Sasuke's plight, the spectators erupted into exuberant cheers. Haha, Zhi Ge is finally on the verge of victory. This is incredible. My blood is boiling with excitement. This guy is simply mesmerizing. I have made up my mind when I return home tonight. I shall break up with my boyfriend and pursue you. What on earth is this? Sasuke lay on the ground, his complexion pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Overwhelmed by discomfort, he could not suppress his fury as he exclaimed, "Bastard." Zhi Ge approached Sasuke with a mocking smile, crouching down to gaze upon him. "You insolent brat, do you still dare to act arrogant now?" I. Sasuke opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words, as he was indeed in a rather disheveled state. "If you willingly concede now, I shall overlook this transgression." Zhi Ge spoke softly, and Sasuke's expression instantly shifted, revealing a glimmer of defiance in his eyes. "I apologize, but the Uchiha clan has never bowed to anyone." Upon hearing this declaration, the audience erupted in astonishment. What? This individual actually rejected Zhi Ge. Can you believe it? Is he out of his mind to refuse Zhi Ge at this moment? This is tantamount to courting death. Zhi Ge's combat prowess undoubtedly surpasses his by a significant margin. Even if he is the top newcomer from Konoha this year, he stands no chance against Zhi Ge. Many spectators shared the sentiment that this individual must be utterly insane. As they witnessed Sasuke's steadfast refusal to relent, gasps of disbelief filled the air. Zhi Ge narrowed his eyes and rose to his feet. It appears you remain unrepentant. Since you persist in your folly, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. Sasuke's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. At this moment, he cared not for his own dignity. He intended to utilize his final trump card to vanquish Zhi Ge. Sharingan. Activate. In an instant, Sasuke's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, the pupils displaying the iconic double tomo. You have awakened the Sharingan. Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's appearance. Huh. This is the hallmark of our Uchiha clan's genius. Someone like you, a mere waste, could never possess it. After uttering those words, Sasuke propelled himself forward, leaping fiercely towards Zhi Ge. With the Sharingan activated, Sasuke's speed surged, and his strength became formidable as he carved a sweeping arc through the air, crashing down upon Zhi Ge with tremendous force. Chapter 33. Chidori? Chidori. A resounding boom echoed. A tremendous force erupted from Sasuke's right fist, striking Zhi Ge directly and sending him hurtling away. Bang! Zhi Ge's body collided with the railing of the arena, breaking it, and he found himself ensnared within the shattered remnants of the barrier. With a sudden leap, Zhi Ge propelled himself upward, yet at that moment, Sasuke had already positioned himself before him. It is over. I am the strongest of the Uchiha clan. Chidori, Reikage. Sasuke's gaze was as frigid as frost. With a swift motion of his right hand, bolts of lightning erupted forth, transforming into hundreds of slender arcs of electricity, surging toward Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge raised his arm to shield himself, and a transparent barrier coalesced around it. This was a defense forged from the armament haki, and Zhi Ge was eager to ascertain whether Raikiri was more formidable than his own haki. Stop. Sasuke. Do not act recklessly. Please, cease your actions. Sasuke. You will kill him. The Leaf ninjas present cried out in unison, desperate to prevent such a tragic confrontation among comrades. Unperturbed, Sasuke pressed forward, his Raikiri advancing inexorably. Bang! 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 Several arcs of shimmering electricity pierced through the protective barrier. Electric shock. Zhi Ge's expression underwent a dramatic change. His body shuddered as he clutched his chest, his face as pale as parchment. Cough, 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 cough. As Zhi Ge coughed violently, an exceedingly unpleasant expression contorted his face, his body swaying precariously. Aha, Zhi Ge, you have ultimately succumbed to me. I am the strongest of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke proclaimed, gazing skyward with an air of unabashed arrogance. He had always been the pride of Konoha, the chosen one. His father, Uchiha Fugaku, was the clan leader, and as his sole surviving son, he rightfully bore this title. Zhi Ge, I shall not be as lenient as you. I will show you no mercy. Sasuke's gaze grew increasingly ferocious. Upon hearing these words, a cold smirk crept onto Zhi Ge's face, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes as he slowly replied, I can't go on. Spare me, Sasuke. At this declaration, Sasuke's expression shifted slightly. You. Yet before Sasuke could finish his thought, Zhi Ge suddenly burst into laughter. If you expect to hear such words from me, you might as well go to sleep. What? What do you mean by that? Witnessing Zhi Ge's sudden change in demeanor, Sasuke's expression darkened, his tone growing progressively colder. Zhi Ge smiled faintly and said, Sasuke, do you truly believe that I would be defeated by you? You greatly overestimate yourself. Your Chidori is utterly ineffective against me. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Sasuke's eyes. However, it was only when he beheld Zhi Ge's form that he realized the veracity of his claims. His Chidori had, in fact, inflicted no harm upon Zhi Ge whatsoever. No, this cannot be. My Chidori is an S-rank ninjutsu capable of cleaving through the very lightning in the skies. Why? Why can it not wound you? As Sasuke spoke, he surveyed his surroundings, his eyes brimming with disbelief. In his gaze, there was a hint of amusement as he turned to Sasuke. Do you think I would divulge my secrets? Now it is my turn to strike back. Rubber Storm. Zhi Ge, weary of engaging in trivial banter with such a brash youth, leapt high into the sky, extending his fists and feet. In an instant, a multitude of strikes rained down upon Sasuke. Faced with Zhi Ge's tempestuous onslaught, Sasuke found himself utterly incapable of resistance. His body staggered backward, each contact with Zhi Ge's fist resembling the impact of a 1,000-ton hammer, leaving him bloodied and gasping in agony. The torment he endured was far more severe than the injuries he had sustained in the Death Forest. Pain etched upon his face. Sasuke clutched his head and continued to retreat, yet he remained unable to evade the relentless barrage of Zhi Ge's fists. With a splatter, he coughed up blood. His complexion pale as parchment, his body swaying precariously. It was time for this to come to an end. Zhi Ge let out a cold snort, his body trembled. And a surge of energy erupted forth. In an instant, his figure transformed into countless afterimages, launching an assault towards Sasuke. Sasuke could no longer withstand the mountainous onslaught and collapsed to the ground. The victor, Uchiha Zhi Ge. With the announcement from the chief examiner, Noara Genkan, Zhi Ge leaped down, standing before the prostrate Sasuke, gazing down upon him with a mocking glint in his eyes. Sasuke lowered his head, remaining utterly still. Why the silence now? Zhi Ge let out a cold chuckle, advancing step by step towards Sasuke, and then remarked, "Weren't you quite arrogant? Keep up that bravado. Continue to fight me." Zhi Ge's lips curled into a slight smile, a triumphant expression gracing his face. He had deliberately relaxed his guard moments ago, fully aware that victory was assured. Good heavens, this was an utterly one-sided domination. Indeed, I sense that Sasuke has been completely toyed with by Zhi Ge. Every technique he employed has faltered before Zhi Ge. This fellow is nothing short of a prodigy. Zhi Ge is truly formidable among his peers. He stands as an unparalleled anomaly. Is this individual truly just a genin? His talent evokes memories of the rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi from Konoha. Such unparalleled prowess is indeed a rarity. The ninjas in the audience began to murmur amongst themselves, their eyes shimmering with envy and admiration. They had not anticipated that this battle would unfold in such a manner. Zhi Ge is indeed formidable, while Sasuke finds himself utterly helpless in resistance. Although his Raikiri possesses tremendous power, it proves utterly ineffective against Zhi Ge. The assault by Zhi Ge could inflict harm upon Sasuke without the necessity of employing ninjutsu. It is nothing short of a dimensional descent. Sasuke, do you still refuse to accept this? Observing Sasuke kneeling on the ground. A flicker of disdain crossed Zhi Ge's eyes as he coldly inquired. Sasuke, still prostrated on the ground, offered no response. It appears you have indeed conceded. Noticing Sasuke's disregard, Zhi Ge turned to depart. At that moment, however, an unexpected flurry of feathers began to drift down from the sky. What is happening? The more I gaze at these feathers, the sleepier I feel. Zhi Ge gazed at the sky filled with feathers, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. After taking only a few steps, he suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. No, this is not good. It's an illusion. Who is it? By the time Zhi Ge realized that something was amiss, he found himself powerless to resist. At that moment, his consciousness began to blur. And just before closing his eyes, he caught sight of numerous unfamiliar faces wielding shurikens, assaulting the audience present. Chapter 34. The collapse of Konoha plan begins. Zhi Ge. Wake up. Sasuke. What is happening? After an indeterminate period, Zhi Ge slowly opened his eyes, only to discover he was lying in Sasuke's embrace. Sasuke, having regained his composure, looked at Zhi Ge, who had just awakened from his stupor, with a flicker of remorse crossing his face before his gaze shifted to the surroundings. Outside the audience area, most of the spectators had succumbed to slumber. I'm not entirely sure what transpired, but it appears we have been betrayed by the Sound and Sand Shinobi. They are attacking Konoha. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Zhi Ge gasped in disbelief. What? The Sand Shinobi would do such a thing? Indeed, Sasuke nodded. Let us flee at once. Zhi Ge struggled to rise, only to discover that he could not exert control over his own body. Glancing down, he realized that his form, ensnared by an illusion, remained in a state of paralysis, rendering him temporarily devoid of combat capability. How could this be possible? A look of incredulity surfaced on Zhi Ge's face, his eyes brimming with shock. Zhi Ge, Sasuke, though you are both mere genin, you are also the pride of Konoha. Now that our village faces adversity, if you still possess the dignity of a ninja, you must undertake the responsibilities befitting your role. The proctor, Kakashi Hashigaki, solemnly placed a hand on Zhi Ge and Sasuke's shoulders before plunging into battle. What is this? When my clan was exterminated, we Uchiha were seen as a scourge. Now, in times of crisis, I have become a source of pride. Zhi Ge murmured quietly to himself, for his primary purpose in returning to Konoha was to investigate the truth behind the massacre of his clan. If you're afraid, then you might as well hide. After all, no one will see you. Sasuke scoffed coldly as he set Zhi Ge down and pursued the direction of the Sand Ninja. Just moments ago, he had observed Gaara and his companions sneaking away in a particular direction, prompting him to stealthily follow. Damn it, why would I fear a defeated foe? Zhi Ge's expression darkened ominously as he watched Sasuke depart, and he cursed through gritted teeth. In his view, Sasuke was deliberately trying to provoke him. Little one, are you truly unafraid? Zhi Ge had just risen to his feet when suddenly 2 sound ninjas appeared before him. Judging by their attire, they were at least elite ninjas of the Chunin rank. Damn it, these sound ninjas truly spared no expense in their rebellion, even sending the elderly, infirm, and disabled from the village to the battlefield. Zhi Ge gazed at the 2 individuals before him, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. How absurd. A mere Chunin from the Hidden Leaf dares to look down upon others. Huh, this child is quite arrogant. Another ninja approached Zhi Ge's side. Indeed, to belittle us is a grave mistake. He must be taught a profound lesson today. Absolutely. We cannot leave him alive. He must be eliminated. The 2 sound ninjas positioned themselves on either side of Zhi Ge, their faces twisted into menacing grins, poised to unleash a fervent retaliation. Observing this spectacle, Zhi Ge could not suppress a yawn. He was acutely aware that even among Chunin, there existed a disparity. The capabilities of these ninjas from a small nation were hardly worthy of his concern. If you 2 are so eager to meet your demise, then do hurry. I am pressed for time. In Zhi Ge's eyes flickered an intense aura of menace as he spoke with indifference. Huh? A mere genin dares to utter such grandiloquent words to us? Seeking death, are we? The 2 sound ninja, incensed, brandished their weapons and charged towards Zhi Ge. Do you truly believe that the 2 of you are worthy adversaries against me? What a delusion. In Zhi Ge's eyes, a hint of disdain emerged as he raised his hand and struck with swift precision. Bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, 2 sound ninjas were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The 2 clutched their heads, wailing in agony as crimson blood trickled through their fingers. My head aches terribly. How can this child be so formidable? A chilling aura emanated from Zhi Ge, instilling fear in their hearts. Faced with such terror, they dared not continue their provocation and hastily scrambled to their feet, fleeing in disarray. Oh dear, you 2 imbeciles. Zhi Ge couldn't help but mutter as he watched the 2 sound ninjas retreat in embarrassment. However, after his outburst, he found himself momentarily stunned, for upon raising his gaze, he realized that atop the roof, the Kazekage of Sunagakure was locked in confrontation with Lord Hokage. What on earth? How could Sunagakure possibly engage in a clash with the Hokage? Zhi Ge found himself in a state of bewilderment. Sunagakure, one of the leading ninja villages in the Land of Wind, had previously enjoyed a cordial relationship with the Fire Nation. However, the recent confrontation between Sunagakure and the esteemed Hokage left Zhi Ge utterly perplexed. Could it be that this entire situation was orchestrated by the Kazekage? Betrayal was his utmost disdain. In a fit of anger, Zhi Ge leaped onto the rooftop in a matter of moments, eager to uncover the truth. Halt. At that very instant, a voice called out to him from behind. When Zhi Ge turned around, he beheld a group of masked figures standing behind him. Zhi Ge immediately recognized them. They were the elite Umbu of Konoha village. You Umbu, not only do you turn a blind eye to the plight of Lord Hokage, but you also dare to obstruct me? Have you all betrayed us as well? Zhi Ge questioned furiously upon seeing the Umbu members before him. Upon hearing his words, the faces of the Umbu members grew stern. You little brat, do not speak nonsense about betrayal. We are the finest of Konoha, and you should refrain from such reckless talk. Indeed, we stopped you to prevent you from rushing to your doom. Take a good look ahead. Upon hearing the words of the leading man, Zhi Ge turned to look back. He discovered a violet barrier directly ahead, encircling the rooftop and enclosing both the wind shadow and the fire shadow within. Beneath the barrier lay the charred remains of a half-burned corpse, which, judging by the attire, appeared to belong to a member of the Umbu. What is this? A barrier? Zhi Ge's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with an expression of disbelief. Indeed, this barrier was meticulously set up by the enemy's elite guard, unless the Hokage himself were to dismantle it from within. There was no possible way for anyone to breach it from this side. The members of this Umbu squad possessed the strength of Jonin. The moment one made contact, immediate death would ensue. If you were to venture in, it would be tantamount to a futile sacrifice. The Umbu man nodded in agreement and continued to speak. Upon hearing the words of the Umbu, Zhi Ge's expression immediately turned gravely serious. He never anticipated that the Hokage would encounter such a formidable adversary. Why did he not dismantle the barrier from within, allowing us to assist him? After listening to the man's remarks, Zhi Ge felt a sense of bewilderment. Zhi Ge, take a closer look at what lies within the barrier. That individual is not the Kazekage. Rather, it is Orochimaru, the former rogue ninja of Konohagakure. This fiend could extinguish our lives with merely a flick of his finger. I believe the Hokage is acting to prevent unnecessary sacrifices. Chapter 35. The unmasked Orochimaru. The man shook his head, a glimmer of trepidation flashing in his eyes. What are you saying? Orochimaru aims to kill the Hokage? Indeed. This individual is one of the most terrifying ninjas in the ninja world. Even if we were to unite our strengths, it is uncertain whether we could overcome him. The man sighed, his gaze filled with concern. Damn it. No wonder he is so formidable. He is Orochimaru. Orochimaru. You are familiar with this person? The other Anbu, upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, displayed expressions of astonishment. Humph. Do you take me for a mere child? While I may not understand his motives for targeting the Hokage, I have certainly heard of the legendary Sannin. Rest assured, I shall not allow him to succeed. Zhi Ge clenched his fists tightly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Do not utter foolish words. Orochimaru is a perilous individual. I strongly advise departing at once. Indeed, refrain from provoking Orochimaru. I urge you to leave as well. Do not allow yourself to be captured. Observing this, the group of Anbu urged Zhi Ge to retreat, unwilling to see him march towards certain doom. You need not say any more. I am resolute in my duty to safeguard the Hokage's safety. Zhi Ge let out a cold snort, remaining unmoved. Witnessing Zhi Ge's indifference, the members of the Dark Division grew anxious. This insufferable brat truly lacked appreciation. Even if he was the most formidable newcomer, his arrogance blinded him to the importance of respecting his elders. Such a disposition would inevitably lead to his downfall. Indeed, he treated this entire situation as a mere jest. Orochimaru's strength is nearly on par with that of Lord Hokage. Humph. Have you all finished your chatter? Instead of wasting time here, why not devise a plan to rescue Lord Hokage? Zhi Ge fixed his cold gaze upon the members of the Anbu, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. The Anbu members, taken aback by his intensity, immediately lowered their heads and fell silent. Old man Hokage, quickly, break the barrier. I, Zhi Ge, have come to rescue you. Stop this madness. Zhi Ge shouted loudly. Quickly hide. This place is extremely dangerous. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but frown and roar. Haha, how amusing. Teacher, have you truly lost your wits, or is it that Konoha has no one left? The esteemed Hokage himself is relying on a mere chunin for assistance. Haha. Orochimaru laughed heartily upon witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction. Hiruzen's expression turned grim, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Orochimaru. Even faced with his once most favored disciple, he found it difficult to strike with lethal intent, despite the dire circumstances. However, he did not intend to retreat. He coldly addressed the Anbu, protect Zhi Ge's safety. The children are the future of the village. Allow this old man to bear the brunt of danger. As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, he removed his Hokage cloak, revealing his battle attire underneath. Seeing this, Orochimaru's eyes glinted with excitement, and he proclaimed loudly, Excellent. It seems my teacher truly intends to settle this once and for all. In that case, I shall eliminate you first. With that, Orochimaru transformed into a gigantic serpent and charged toward Hiruzen. Though aged, Sarutobi Hiruzen's prowess remained formidable, bolstered by extensive combat experience. Orochimaru was no match for him. Haha, old man, prepare to meet your end. Orochimaru sneered cruelly as his massive tail swung toward Hiruzen's head. Reacting swiftly, Hiruzen brandished his kunai to intercept the attack. A thunderous crash echoed as Hiruzen was sent flying into the wall. Seizing the moment, Orochimaru lunged again. Hiruzen met the challenge with his kunai. The two engaged in a fierce battle, neither yielding an inch. Orochimaru was indeed formidable. It appeared that Hiruzen was in for a grueling fight. Observing the intense clash, the Anbu's expressions darkened. They realized that with Orochimaru's strength, easily defeating Sarutobi Hiruzen was an unlikely feat. Fire release. Grand fire destruction. Hiruzen gritted his teeth as he unleashed his ninjutsu against the oncoming serpent. Flames engulfed the entire building. Orochimaru retreated hastily as the inferno erupted beside him, incinerating the serpent he had conjured. Haha, old man, is this all you have left? Orochimaru sneered, but then, to his surprise, he emerged from the ashes of the serpent. Do not be too arrogant, Hiruzen retorted coldly. Swiftly wielding his kunai to unleash a powerful offensive, Orochimaru dodged frantically, yet Hiruzen's strength was overwhelming. No amount of trickery would suffice. Finally, Hiruzen launched a shuriken directly at Orochimaru, striking him in the abdomen. With a gasp, Orochimaru's face turned ashen as he stumbled to the ground. Hiruzen was taken aback by the potency of his own strike. Orochimaru, it is not too late to concede. Haha, old man, do not think to provoke me. Your feeble techniques cannot harm me. Orochimaru's sinister grin revealed a glint of madness in his eyes. Then, his body transformed into a puddle of mud, vanishing from sight. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen's face reflected a hint of sorrow. Damn it. A substitution technique. No sooner had he spoken than Orochimaru reappeared behind him. His face twisted with malice, his pale yellow eyes fixed intently on Hiruzen. A chilling aura emanated from Orochimaru as he coldly stated, "Teacher, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, you will face a gruesome fate. I will not surrender. Unless I am dead." Hiruzen's expression was resolute. He had made up his mind. Then perish. Orochimaru declared. Shadow Snake Hand. In an instant, countless small snakes surged from Orochimaru's sleeve, racing toward Hiruzen. His expression changed as he brandished his kunai for defense. However, given his age and frail state, Hiruzen could not fend off so many snakes entirely. Damn it. Earth Release. Earth Dragon Technique. Hiruzen bellowed, unleashing his Earth Ninjutsu. A mound of earth erupted from the ground, charging at Orochimaru. Startled, Orochimaru swung his serpent tail to shatter the mound, but it snagged on a stone, sending him tumbling. What? How could the stone be a substitute? A flicker of rage crossed Orochimaru's face as he realized he had been deceived. Teacher, you are despicable. How could you trick me? Humph. Orochimaru, I merely took precautions. Hiruzen chuckled coldly, launching another earth projectile. Boom. Orochimaru dodged urgently, unwilling to confront the attack head-on. After all, his strength was slightly inferior to Hiruzen's, and he did not wish to lose his life due to carelessness. Orochimaru, do you think this is the end? Behold, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Hiruzen exclaimed, throwing 5 shurikens. He quickly formed hand seals, and the 5 shurikens multiplied into 50, all hurtling toward Orochimaru. Damn old fool. Do not get too cocky. Impure world reincarnation. Just as the shurikens were about to strike, 2 coffins emerged from the ground, blocking the projectiles. Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief. He was not shocked that his technique had been thwarted, but rather by the figures emerging from the coffins. It was the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Orochimaru, how dare you mock the dead? Hiruzen shouted in fury. He. Teacher, did you not expect this? There is much more you have yet to comprehend. Prepare to embrace your demise. Embrace my demise. Ha. Your greatest retribution was your reluctance to kill me in the past. As he laughed, Orochimaru inscribed curse seals upon the first and second Hokage, who instantly began to react as if electrified. This is truly perfect. A battle between the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the third Hokage is a sight that occurs once in a millennium. Ha. Orochimaru gazed upon the relentlessly struggling first and second Hokages, his face alight with excitement. Sensei, he declared, I have warned you, your fate will be far from favorable. Now, allow me to send you to accompany the dead. Ha. Perish, Sensei. Orochimaru laughed maniacally, his hands weaving intricate and peculiar hand seals. In an instant, a dark crimson beam surged from Orochimaru's being into that of the 2 Hokages. In the next moment, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, charged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen with fervor. Humph. Mere trifles. Sarutobi retorted with a scoff, violently whipping his kunai to intercept their assault. However, he was compelled to retreat abruptly, astonished to witness Hashirama and Tobirama's bodies continuously regenerating. This must be the effect of the impure world reincarnation. How many wicked arts has that scoundrel Orochimaru mastered? This cannot continue. I shall surely be defeated. Sarutobi furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Zhi Ge and the Umbu squad were driven to the brink of madness, their anxiety escalating. The prior one-on-one confrontation had allowed for a semblance of calm observation, but now, facing a 3-on-1 scenario, compounded by Sarutobi's advanced age, the situation had become exceedingly dire. What shall we do? We must assist our venerable Hokage. Zhi Ge clenched his fist, a look of anxiety etched upon his face. We must stop Orochimaru. The members of the Umbu squad nodded solemnly in agreement. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed through the sky. A massive toad descended from above, and atop its head stood Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, when did you? The Umbu squad, upon recognizing their visitor as Jiraiya, were filled with joy and promptly knelt down. However, at that moment, Zhi Ge's loud exclamation interrupted them. Pervy Sage, why have you arrived so late? The situation is dire. We need your assistance immediately. You insolent brat. Do you even know who you are addressing? This is the legendary Sannin. How dare you call him Pervy Sage? Indeed. Zhi Ge, your audacity knows no bounds. Please. Lord Jiraiya, do not take offense. Calm your wrath, Lord Jiraiya. The Umbu squad wore anxious expressions, fearful of incurring Jiraiya's ire at such a critical juncture. Haha, you lot. Pervy Sage is my master. What is wrong with me calling him that? Zhi Ge gazed at the Umbu team with an expression of deep concern, which instantly ignited his ire as he bellowed at them. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Zhi Ge was, after all, a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 shinobi. No wonder he possessed such formidable prowess. I had always asserted that this young man was undoubtedly reliable. Indeed, he is a true testament to Jiraiya's teachings. The members of the Umbu were left in awe upon realizing that Zhi Ge had become a student of Jiraiya, their expression shifting dramatically. Old man, please don't succumb to death. Jiraiya, observing the battle within the barrier, furrowed his brow in concern. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed Jiraiya's arrival, which took him by surprise. The once seemingly unremarkable disciple had come to his aid. You rascal, you've finally come to see me. Surely, you haven't come just to bid me farewell? Sarutobi jested upon seeing Jiraiya. Jiraiya merely chuckled, responding with a gentle, of course not. You will always be my master. With that declaration, Jiraiya's form suddenly swelled, and in an instant, he conjured a Rasengan with a single hand. Realizing his intent, Sarutobi swiftly maneuvered to the side of Orochimaru's guard, Jirobo, and sent him flying with a powerful kick. At that very moment, the entire barrier vanished. Rasengan. As the barrier dissipated, Jiraiya charged directly at Orochimaru and struck him fiercely in the chest. A thunderous boom echoed as Orochimaru was sent hurtling away, blood spattering from his mouth, his face contorted with indignation. Damn you, Jiraiya. After so many years apart, you greet me with a Rasengan without even exchanging pleasantries? How inconsiderate. Chapter 37. Insufficient skill wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Orochimaru revealed a faint smirk. Jiraiya, observing Orochimaru's nonchalant demeanor, couldn't help but furrow his brow. You haven't changed at all, have you? Jiraiya, it has been ages. I believe my strength is not far behind yours. I am eager to see whether you have progressed during this time. With that, Orochimaru lunged at Jiraiya, exclaiming, let me witness the extent of your power. Orochimaru shouted, arms outstretched, unleashing a flurry of serpentine strikes. With a single motion, 8 symbols of yin and yang coalesced into 2 gigantic hand seals, crashing down upon Jiraiya with ferocity. This time, Jiraiya did not evade, allowing Orochimaru's attack to land squarely upon him. Boom, boom. The sound of 2 colossal explosions resonated across the sky. Jiraiya was sent flying, crashing to the ground, pain etched across his features. Lord Jiraiya. The Umbu team trembled in fear upon witnessing his injury. At that moment, Sarutobi appeared beside Jiraiya, seizing him by the collar and coldly declaring, suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, and a massive black serpent lunged at Jiraiya. Bang! The 2 hands collided, unleashing a deafening explosion. Orochimaru felt an immense force surge toward him. Boom! His body was propelled backward. Wow! How impressive, Lord Jiraiya! The Umbu members cheered, astonished by his newfound strength. It appears that Lord Jiraiya has not slackened in his training during this time. Yet, one among them scoffed, training, my foot. This lecherous sage spends all his days perusing my written tales. Zhi Ge let out a cold snort and charged directly into the fray. This confrontation between elite warriors was something he deeply yearned for. He sought to discover the limits of his own strength through this encounter. You reckless brat. Withdraw immediately. This is not a mere child's play like the Chunin exams. Lives are at stake. Jiraiya, witnessing Zhi Ge's advance, felt an overwhelming sense of concern. As his mentor, he knew his disciple all too well. This young man had a penchant for engaging in perilous endeavors since his youth, and had it not been for Jiraiya's timely arrival, the consequences could have been dire. With this thought, Jiraiya's brow furrowed in distress. This boy remained far too young. I don't care, Zhi Ge proclaimed defiantly. This time, I shall demonstrate my formidable power to everyone. I aspire to become a presence akin to the legendary 3 ninjas. With a cold snicker, Zhi Ge unleashed a punch, instantly sending forth a burst of white light that hurtled directly towards Orochimaru. Jiraiya, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but furrow his brow. This insufferable brat, how has he regressed so much? He certainly did not wish for his disciple to tread the same misguided path he had once taken. This reckless fool, he is far too full of himself. Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru bellowed in response to the unfolding event. From his sleeves, all the serpents lunged toward Zhi Ge's outstretched hand, and in an instant, Their fangs pierced through Zhi Ge's haki, embedding themselves into his flesh. Ah! Zhi Ge let out a piercing cry of anguish. At that moment, his armed color haki proved futile, and his physical form was utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the venom. You insolent brat! Do not overestimate your abilities. This is a duel between the three legendary ninjas, not a skirmish for mere mortals to intervene. If you persist in your foolish heroics, prepare to meet your demise. Jiraiya bellowed in fury, then charged directly at Orochimaru. Boom. Buzzing. Orochimaru was taken aback by Jiraiya's tenacity. He witnessed their fists collide with an earth-shattering impact, producing a cacophony of sound. Two colossal forces clashed, generating a multitude of turbulent air currents. In a moment of inattention, Zhi Ge was unexpectedly struck by a punch from Orochimaru, sending his entire body hurtling through the air. With a violent cough, blood spewed forth from his mouth. You reckless brat! Do not overestimate your abilities. Retreat to the rear at once. I have no desire to see you come to harm, Jiraiya exclaimed, urgently advising Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his complexion somewhat pale, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. He fixed his eyes upon Orochimaru and Jiraiya, enunciating each word with conviction. I shall not retreat. You old hound, Orochimaru. Today you will witness the might of this young master. Rubber machine gun. With that declaration, Zhi Ge charged once more towards Orochimaru. You madman! Do you even comprehend the words that escape your lips? Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment, his expression a mixture of disbelief and concern. This insufferable brat. He has truly lost his mind this time. Boom. Orochimaru, observing Zhi Ge's fervent demeanor, also shouted in fury. He swiftly drew the Kusanagi sword from his mouth. Bang, bang, bang. Unperturbed, Orochimaru wielded the Kusanagi sword with deft precision, parrying Zhi Ge's rubber machine gun with ease. In a moment of distraction, he was struck down to the ground by a single stroke of the sword, subsequently ensnared by a venomous serpent. You little rascal! Stay right there. Let us see if you dare to be so impulsive again. Upon witnessing this, Jiraiya let out a long sigh of relief. How infuriating! Zhi Ge gazed at his hands, marred by numerous wounds from the relentless onslaught, his frustration palpable as he stomped his feet in anger. Is the disparity in strength truly this vast? System, show yourself. Where is my reward for passing the Chunin exam? Zhi Ge observed the battle between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and he erupted with a shout. Ding! It has been detected that the Chunin exams, in which the host is participating, are currently in a state of suspension, therefore the mission is also on hold. What? I have triumphantly secured victory in both of the only 2 matches. Are you jesting with me? Upon hearing these words, Zhi Ge was instantly taken aback. Ding! The system has detected that the Chunin exam is in an irretrievable state, and accordingly, it grants the host a compensatory reward. Ding! May I inquire if the host accepts the compensatory reward? Accept. Accept. Hurry and present it. Having something is certainly better than having nothing. Upon hearing this news, Zhi Ge was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Thunder Fruit. Would you like to use it immediately? Is it truly possible to consume 2 at once? Eat. It is imperative to eat. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhi Ge opted to consume the Thunder Fruit. In that instant, a surge of thunderous energy coursed through his entire being. An unprecedented strength began to swell within him. Hey, system, please assist me thoroughly. Accompany the Buddha to the west. Enhance my haki further, for my current power is far too feeble. Orochimaru can easily shatter it with a mere flick of his finger. Chapter 38. Thunderfruit. Zhi Ge anxiously shouted at the system. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, there was not a single response from the system within his mind. Damn it, this wretched system. It's one thing for the rewards to come slowly, but to play dead at such a critical moment is utterly infuriating. Zhi Ge could not help but utter a curse. However, at that very moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. System, let me tell you, whether or not you grant me the upgrade to the Conqueror's Haki is of no consequence to me. My life is but a worthless trifle, and I would not lament its loss. It is just a pity that I cannot bring to fruition the sequel to the plum in the golden vase that I had recently conceptualized. Ding! The system detected that the host was facing peril. It has automatically upgraded your intermediate armament Haki to the supreme armament Haki. Well, how astonishing! Upon hearing that there would be no sequel to the plum in the golden vase, the system bypassed even the advanced level. This is truly remarkable. Zhi Ge could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This system is indeed quite sinister. However, this also provides a sense of confidence to confront Orochimaru head-on. With this thought, a fierce expression crept across Zhi Ge's face, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Orochimaru, aren't you quite formidable? Today, I shall make you aware of my prowess. It seems there's a generational gap, but let that be. With that, Zhi Ge charged forth once more. Upon witnessing Zhi Ge's renewed attack, Orochimaru's expression darkened further. This rascal is truly a madman. Is he courting death? You insolent brat. I despise such insolence. Since you seek your demise, I shall oblige. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with a fierce glint. He stepped forward, swinging the Kusanagi sword towards Zhi Ge with lethal intent. The one courting death is you. 8 million volts. Lightning Shuriken. As Zhi Ge observed the situation, he promptly harnessed the power of the thunder fruit within him. In his hand, 3 shurikens materialized. Swirling with blue lightning, and with a swift motion, they erupted towards Orochimaru. Bang, bang, bang. Orochimaru hastily raised the Kusanagi sword to deflect Zhi Ge's assault. Although the shurikens were effortlessly blocked, the electric force coursed along the Kusanagi and struck Orochimaru directly. A dull thud echoed as Orochimaru was sent flying backward. His face flushed with rage as he glared at Zhi Ge, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Damn it. My body seems to be paralyzed again." He could feel a tingling numbness spreading through his arms and legs. What is happening? Isn't this kid supposed to be incapable of ninjutsu? How has he suddenly mastered such formidable lightning techniques? Shock filled Orochimaru's eyes. He could hardly fathom that an ordinary genin could unleash lightning techniques with such terrifying potency. Haha. Orochimaru, you have yet to uncover many secrets. Today, I shall unleash my full strength and shatter you. Zhi Ge gazed at Orochimaru's astonished expression, feeling an overwhelming sense of triumph within. The reason he chose this moment to confront Orochimaru was to impart a profound lesson, demonstrating that he was not to be trifled with. You insolent brat, do you truly believe I am as feeble as those 2 grass shinobi in the Forest of Death? Orochimaru's countenance grew increasingly grim. Humph. Indeed. So it was that you had already infiltrated Konoha at that time. You scheming scoundrel. With a disdainful snort, Zhi Ge lunged once more at Orochimaru. You little brat. Your arrogance knows no bounds. Today, I shall take it upon myself to deal with you in Orochimaru's stead. At that moment, the man standing beside Orochimaru suddenly spoke up. Upon closer inspection, it turns out that this individual is none other than the legendary thousand-handed Tobirama. What on earth? I am battling against the second Hokage. What kind of infernal joke is this? Zhi Ge gazed at the man, instantly feeling a sense of bewilderment envelop him. You little rascal. It is indeed impossible to spare anyone at this moment. The old man is fiercely engaged in battle with the first Hokage, and I shall handle Orochimaru myself. As for the second Hokage, he will be your responsibility. Jiraiya observed the unfolding situation and could not help but speak up. Jisha gazed at Orochimaru, then turned his attention to Jiraiya, wearing a face of despair. Oh my goodness. Why didn't you mention this earlier? The second Hokage is so formidable. Then, does that mean I am destined for a dire fate? Zhi Ge swallowed hard, a sense of unease creeping over him. What am I afraid of? I shall take good care of you. Moreover, Orochimaru's Edo Tensei is of a low caliber, summoning the second Hokage with only a fraction of his former power. There is nothing to fear. Jiraiya chuckled mischievously. His demeanor rather lewd. Surely not. Even a mere tenth of his strength is beyond my ability to contend with. After all, he is the king of forbidden jutsu. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhi Ge's expression instantly transformed into one of profound indignation. Is this fellow even human? A mere fraction of his power could easily annihilate me. What would happen if I encountered someone even more formidable? Would I not be obliterated in an instant? Enough of this idle chatter. I shall commence now. You better brace yourself. As Jiraiya spoke, he retrieved an explosive tag from within his robes and tossed it into the air. The tag ignited gradually, morphing into a blazing fireball. In the next moment, Jiraiya gestured, and the flaming sphere hurtled toward Orochimaru. Damn it! I shall ensure your demise is utterly humiliating. Witnessing the approaching fireball, Orochimaru roared in fury. He swiftly brandished the Kusanagi sword to defend himself. You little brat, do you still have the leisure to observe your surroundings? I am coming for you. Simultaneously, Senju Tobirama executed a swift movement, appearing before Zhi Ge in an instant. How astonishingly fast! Zhi Ge was taken aback. The speed of Senju Tobirama surpassed even that of Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru's speed was exceptional, it paled in comparison to that of Senju Tobirama. Young one, I am not merely swift. In the next moment, Senju Tobirama had already appeared before Zhi Ge, his fist clenched tightly, and he struck down with tremendous force. His speed was astonishing. With a single punch, Even the air seemed to tremble. That fist resembled a colossal mountain bearing down upon Zhi Ge. How formidable! Such speed can only be described as divine. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhi Ge's pupils constricted sharply. He disregarded everything else and hastily elevated his armed haki to its utmost limit to withstand this formidable punch. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed. Zhi Ge suddenly felt as if his body had been bombarded by countless heavy explosives, and in an instant, he was propelled backward, crashing violently against a towering tree, leaving a significant dent in its trunk. Hiss! This fellow is unexpectedly powerful. Zhi Ge struggled to rise, though his body remained unscathed. The haki he wielded had absorbed the brunt of the assault. He had been utterly unprepared for the sudden ambush by Senju Tobarama. You, young man, your strength is commendable. Indeed, you managed to withstand my attack. However, this is where your fortune ends. Chapter 39. Confrontation with Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama approached Zhi Ge with a smile, declaring, "Humph, I do not believe it." In Zhi Ge's gaze, a profound battle fervor emerged. Is that so? Then let us witness my prowess. With that, Senju Tobarama forcefully stomped his foot upon the ground, his form transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged once more towards Zhi Ge. 10 million volts. Thunder descends. With a clenched jaw and a fierce shout, Zhi Ge summoned the tempest overhead, where dark clouds gathered ominously and thunder roared. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning, imbued with devastating power, surged towards Senju Tobarama. Humph! A mere parlor trick. Senju Tobarama scoffed, extending his right hand with a swift motion, conjuring a brilliant flame that blazed gold within his palm. Fire release! Great fire dragon! He bellowed, and the inferno erupted forth, spreading like a volcanic explosion in all directions. Crack! Everything that the fiery column touched was reduced to ash, the terrifying force sending shivers down the spines of all who witnessed. The air trembled with a resounding boom as fire clashed with lightning, generating two spheres of brilliant light that collided and exploded in a cacophony of chaos. The shockwave from the blasts uprooted the surrounding trees, causing one massive trunk to splinter and crash to the ground. Yet, amidst this turmoil, the flames and lightning continued their relentless battle, neither side yielding an inch. Boy, unleash whatever skills you possess, or you shall find no further opportunities, Senju Tobarama declared, vanishing from sight once more, only to materialize before Zhi Ge in an instant. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Zhi Ge flicked his wrist, and a bird-like entity composed of crackling electricity manifested in his grasp. Whoosh! The moment the avian figure appeared, it blazed a fierce crimson. What in the world is this? Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding gripping him. In the next heartbeat, the bird-shaped entity unleashed a torrent of red lightning straight towards him. Damn it! What manner of creature is this? Senju Tobarama's expression soured in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a display from this young adversary. Bang! The lightning struck him squarely, sending him hurtling away, skidding across the ground, and leaving deep furrows in its wake. Senju Tobarama rolled helplessly, his body marred by the remnants of electric devastation, appearing utterly disheveled. Zhi Ge let out a sigh of relief. Although he was unaware of how his Thunderbird had accomplished such a feat, he could certainly sense that the previous strike was not lacking in power. Now, let us see how you will respond. Zhi Ge let out a cold snort. Alas, the body of one resurrected from the impure earth can be infinitely restored. Senju Tobarama slowly rose to his feet, the original wounds on his body visibly healing at an astonishing pace. How infuriating! To think he would prove so tenacious. Just when Zhi Ge believed he had defeated the second Hokage, he was struck by the realization that he had been overly optimistic. Your strength is commendable. At such a tender age, you are already capable of great responsibilities. Truly, Konoha is blessed with promising successors. I find myself increasingly fond of you. Regrettably, my body is under the control of Orochimaru, and I must engage you in battle. A hint of resignation graced Senju Tobarama's lips. Prepare to meet your demise. In the next instant, Tobarama's arm swung vigorously. Whoosh! A flame coalesced into a fiery scythe, hurtling towards Zhi Ge. What kind of technique is this? As Zhi Ge beheld the swiftly approaching flaming scythe, his expression shifted dramatically. In the next instant, the scythe cleaved through the void, descending upon Zhi Ge with lethal intent. The air surrounding the flaming scythe radiated an intense heat. This is dire. There is no evading it. The expression on Zhi Ge's face changed dramatically. In the next moment, he forcefully hurled the Thunderbird from his left hand. The Thunderbird exploded in midair, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that surged forth to confront the flaming scythe. A thunderous roar erupted as the two forces collided. The two bursts of fire quickly dissipated, transforming into countless sparkling embers. It actually managed to block it. Shinchitaka narrowed his eyes. Such an attack is ineffective against me. Little demon, you cannot triumph over me. Humph. I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you. Zhi Ge gritted his teeth. In the next moment, his left hand unexpectedly elongated by several meters, directly lunging towards Senju Tobarama. Whoosh. A glimmer of cold light flashed as Zhi Ge swiftly thrust towards Senju Tobarama. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of intertwining metal echoed as Senju Tobarama continuously wielded his shuriken, deflecting Zhi Ge's powerful strikes. The two combatants found themselves locked in a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. Suddenly, Senju Tobarama burst into laughter, a triumphant expression adorning his face. Boy, it's not too late to concede now. A mocking smile appeared on Senju Tobarama's face. Not a chance. With a cold snort, Zhi Ge clenched his left hand. A layer of azure radiance emerged from his left arm, entwined with arcs of lightning, presenting an exceedingly terrifying spectacle. What is this? Senju Tobarama's expression shifted dramatically, his face changing in rapid succession, for he sensed a formidable power emanating from Zhi Ge. No, this power feels strangely familiar. It is the power of lightning. Yet, such a figure has never appeared in the ninja world. Where did he acquire this skill? If that is the case, let me show you the might of my lightning power. In the next moment, the lightning on Zhi Ge's left arm intensified, resembling a blazing sun, radiating an astonishing brilliance. This is... Senju Tobarama's expression changed drastically. What in the world is this? In the following instant, the might of that lightning grew increasingly terrifying and dazzling. 30 million volts. Lightning beast. Boom. In the next moment, a colossal blue beastly apparition materialized instantaneously upon Zhi Ge's arm. The beast roared and bared its fangs, exuding a terrifying force of lightning from within. Senju Tobarama's countenance shifted. How is this possible? What is this creature? Boom. With a sudden force, Zhi Ge's left hand struck fiercely towards Senju Tobarama. Bang. In the next moment, Senju Tobarama's body erupted violently, transforming into countless shimmering stars, drifting away with the wind. Kid, I concede, you are indeed formidable. However, this technique will not vanquish me. In the blink of an eye, Senju Tobarama's shattered form reassembled, restoring itself to its original state in less than a minute. Genjutsu. Dark Pursuit Technique. Suddenly, Senju Tobarama unleashed a grand illusion, and in an instant, the previously clear sky morphed into a realm of utter darkness. Chapter 40. The Sealing Technique of Master and Apprentice. How can this be? I can see nothing. The dense darkness rendered Zhi Ge completely blind, akin to a sightless person unable to perceive anything. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama moved freely within the shadows, entirely unaffected. His figure appeared before Zhi Ge like a specter. Die. In a flash, the short blade in Senju Tobarama's right hand shot forth with lethal precision. No. Zhi Ge let out a piercing scream. And in the next moment, a blade struck him squarely in the chest. The sound of a gushing torrent of blood erupted forth. Could it truly penetrate the defenses of the most formidable Busashoku Haki? Is this the blade technique of the second Hokage? Thud. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The fierce gaze of Zhi Ge glowed red. Is that so? A cold smile graced the lips of thousand-hand Tobarama. In the next instant, he swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. Bang. Water release. Water surge wave. In the following moment, the space surrounding Zhi Ge began to tremble violently. A colossal wave materialized from thin air. This is bad. Zhi Ge sensed danger and yearned to flee from the area. However, the force of the turbulent waters was overwhelming. Bang. The figure of Zhi Ge was instantaneously engulfed. Huffing and puffing, Zhi Ge gasped heavily, his wounds worsening incessantly. There is no escape for you now, young man. You have nowhere left to flee. Senju Tobarama approached Zhi Ge slowly, a sinister smile gracing his face, his gaze filled with lethal intent. This is not water release at all. It is clearly the release of the sea. Zhi Ge erupted with fervent criticism in his heart. Your body has already sustained grave injuries. At this moment, you are no longer a cause for concern. Senju Tobarama let out a cold sneer. Even so, it is undoubtedly you who will ultimately fall. With that, Zhi Ge gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. He yearned for a decisive battle with Senju Tobarama. Truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Senju Tobarama remarked with disdain. 60 million volts. Lightning Dragon. Zhi Ge placed his hands before him, gathering arcs of purple electricity. In the next moment, a colossal lightning dragon emerged from the storm. The lightning dragon roared. "You shall perish." With a thunderous cry, it lunged towards Senju Tobarama. How foolish. To unleash lightning in a realm engulfed by water. Are you courting death? Senju Tobarama's expression shifted slightly as he raised his hand, revealing a short blade. Yet, before he could make a move, the lightning dragon clamped down upon him with unyielding force. In that instant, the technique of darkness was also abruptly dispelled. Perverted sage. Now is the time. Hurry and seal him. I cannot perform sealing techniques. This is all I can do. With a thunderous roar, Zhi Ge declared, "Do not panic. I am here." In the next moment, Jiraiya appeared directly behind Senju Tobarama, wielding a rope that he forcefully wrapped around Tobarama's form. "You all, let me go?" Senju Tobarama bellowed in fury. His face darkened as he struggled with all his might. Yet, Zhi Ge's lightning dragon remained steadfast, clenching tightly onto Tobarama's body without yielding. Secret technique. Heaven and Earth Seal. A resounding hum filled the air as a colossal circle manifested around Senju Tobarama, enveloping him entirely. Tobarama's eyes widened in horror at this sight. However, before he could utter a word, Jiraiya's sealing technique had already come to fruition. "Well done, Orochimaru. Let us see how you will respond now." On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen had also completed the sealing of the first Hokage, shifting the battlefield dynamics to a trio of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Zhi Ge confronting Orochimaru. The scales of victory began to tip in favor of the Hidden Leaf Village. "Haha, do you truly believe this can defeat me? Such foolish delusions. I am Orochimaru, the pinnacle of ninja." Orochimaru laughed maniacally. "Is that so?" Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a faint smile, slamming his right foot onto the ground. A thunderous boom echoed as the entire structure trembled violently. "Why must you be so enraged, sensei? To be defeated by your former disciple is indeed a matter for celebration." Orochimaru sneered at the frostbitten expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Orochimaru, I warn you once more. You have no chance of success now. Your plan to destroy the leaf will be utterly shattered." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was etched with cold determination. He would not allow anyone to threaten the Hidden Leaf Village. "Haha, perhaps you remain unaware? The ninja of the Sand Village have unleashed my various summoned beasts around the village. The Hidden Leaf has already been ravaged beyond recognition. All I need to do is defeat you, the Hokage, and I can completely annihilate the leaf." Orochimaru's face was etched with disdain. In his eyes, the leaf was nearly obliterated. Even the defenders had perished, leaving only scattered remnants to be dealt with by his subordinates. All that remained was to vanquish Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Oh, is that so?" Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, genuinely unaware of this development. "Haha, it seems you are indeed oblivious." Orochimaru laughed heartily. "All I need to do is defeat you. As for the others, even if they all perish, it will not alter the outcome." "Humph." Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly, unwilling to engage in further banter with Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, you are truly a dreamer. With my teacher and Zhi Ge, this young lad, you stand no chance." Jiraiya's face mirrored his fury. "Do not speak too soon. 2 old men and a mere child cannot possibly amount to anything. Even if your powers were to combine, it would not shake me." Orochimaru retorted with a sneer. "Is that so? Your words imply you still possess youth. Let us not forget, Orochimaru, that we are both over 50 years old." Jiraiya mocked, gazing at Orochimaru with derision. "Haha, Jiraiya, it appears you have lost your senses. Do not conflate me with someone like you. You will soon discover whether I am aging." Orochimaru coldly laughed, placing his hand upon his face, subsequently revealing a shocking visage that would astonish Zhi Ge for a lifetime. With a brutal rip, Orochimaru tore away his aged facade, revealing the countenance of a young man in his 20s. "You, how could you?" Zhi Ge's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene before him. Chapter 41. Rebirth Without Corpse. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya were equally astonished, their mouths agape, utterly unable to fathom how this young man was connected to Orochimaru. "Surprised, aren't you? This is the forbidden technique I have developed. Rebirth Without Corpse. Through this technique, I can preserve my physical form in eternal youth, free from the burdens of aging," Orochimaru remarked, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he observed the shock on Zhi Ge and his companions' faces. You are nothing but a monster." Jiraiya trembled, pointing at Orochimaru, his complexion as pale as a sheet, on the verge of fainting. "I can do more than merely maintain a youthful appearance. I can completely control my soul within this body. If I desire, I can even utilize the jutsu that this body has mastered." Orochimaru licked his lips with anticipation. I never imagined you would truly develop such a forbidden technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, his expression growing increasingly complex. Reflecting on the moment he had spared Orochimaru in the past, a twinge of regret flickered in his heart. If only he had been more resolute, more ruthless back then, perhaps the present circumstances would not have unfolded. Alas, there are no remedies for regret in this world. I concede that you possess some skill, but to think you could destroy Konoha with this forbidden technique is sheer folly. I shall see if your youthful body can withstand us old-timers. Jiraiya scoffed, brandishing his kunai with determination. Futile. Summoning technique. Orochimaru bit his finger and made a swift incision along his arm, summoning a multitude of serpents in a grand display. Damn it, he has summoned such a formidable creature. Zhi Ge exclaimed. Zhi Ge, you handle the multitude of snakes. Jiraiya shouted in fury. What? This is utterly treacherous. That creature can rival the great Toad Sage. You want me, a mere genin, to manage it? Is this how a master behaves? Zhi Ge lamented, his face a mask of despair. Why don't you challenge Orochimaru directly? Meanwhile, the third and I can deal with the snakes, Jiraiya suggested with a grin. Are you kidding me? Cease the conflict, yet tears elude me. This is truly a predicament of indecision. Perhaps it is best to confront the myriad of serpents myself. You, the lecherous immortal, are indeed most cunning. With no choice but to cease hostilities, I had to confront the myriad serpents. That's the spirit, my boy. Such practical experience is far more valuable than 1,000 rehearsals. Put in your utmost effort, Jiraiya said with a mischievous grin. This predicament is not without your influence. Zhi Ge exclaimed with exasperation, alas. Such a lack of courtesy. How could one speak to their elders in such a manner? Hurry and apologize. Jiraiya feigned indignation. Scolding Zhi Ge, you old rogue. How dare you demand an apology from me? Why don't you just vanish? Cease your bickering at once. With those words, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted the quarrel between the two. Upon hearing his command, both Jiraiya and Chika halted their exchange simultaneously. Before them, the colossal serpent, Manda, which had been coiled in place, surged forth toward the trio. Leave it to me. Zhi Ge leaped forward in a single bound to the side of the myriad serpents, swiftly grasping the kunai in his hand. Be cautious. The strength of such a summoned beast is exceedingly formidable, Sarutobi Sasuke cautioned as he advanced toward Orochimaru. Watch out. Zhi Ge, this creature possesses a remarkable level of sentience and the ability to cultivate its own power. Jiraiya shouted, also charging toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Jiraiya's audacity to confront him. Let us engage, then. Orochimaru bellowed, emanating a powerful surge of chakra. At this moment, Zhi Ge had no inclination to concern himself with Orochimaru's movements. The multitude of snakes before him was more than enough to occupy his attention. However, to Zhi Ge's astonishment, as he approached the myriad of serpents, a single tail shot forth from the mass of snakes. With a resounding crack, the tail struck Zhi Ge with great force. Hisses. Zhi Ge was violently thrown to the ground. The clothes adorning his body were instantly shredded by the serpent's tail. Hiss. It hurts. So painful. Zhi Ge felt an overwhelming agony coursing through his body, and a grimace involuntarily appeared on his face. Although his physique had taken on a rubber-like resilience, he could still perceive a distinct pain, illustrating the formidable strength of the myriad serpents. Orochimaru, witnessing Zhi Ge being sent flying, could not suppress a sinister grin. This insignificant brat is not even worthy of my little finger. Such a triviality. Orochimaru scoffed. You seek your own demise. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhi Ge roared in anger, raising the kunai in his hand and bringing it down forcefully towards Wan Shi's head. However, to Zhi Ge's astonishment, his kunai did not strike its intended target but instead missed entirely, being deftly deflected by Wan Shi and smashed against the wall with a resounding crash. The wall crumbled instantly, revealing the futility of conventional ninja tools against Wan Shi. Undeterred, Zhi Ge resolved to employ rubber bullets. Observing the ineffectiveness of his kunai, he swung his long arm towards Wan Shi with renewed vigor. Wan Shi, witnessing Zhi Ge's fist approaching, displayed a profound mockery in his eyes, making no attempt to evade as Zhi Ge's blow connected squarely with his forehead. A thunderous explosion echoed around them, yet upon inspection, Wan Shi appeared completely unscathed. Zhi Ge gasped in disbelief. Could this man truly withstand his rubber bullets? Upon witnessing the astonishingly high defensive prowess of the myriad serpents, Zhi Ge's eyes widened in astonishment. You little imp. How dare you present such trivial antics before me? If you possess any other abilities, feel free to reveal them. The myriad serpents roared with reckless abandon. Very well, then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With a chilling glare, Zhi Ge leapt into action. In an instant, he concentrated his haki, enveloping his fist with an overwhelming aura. Rubber Storm. This technique was a fortified version of the rubber machine gun. And combined with his supreme haki, even the toughest of foes would find it insurmountable. The might of the Rubber Storm was swiftly unleashed. Chapter 42. The Legendary Spirit Beast Bang. Bang, 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 bang. The relentless sound of fists echoed in the air. The skin of the 10,000 serpents began to emit smoke, accompanied by a hissing sound. Ha ha, you're nothing special, brat. The 10,000 serpents, seeing only minor scratches on his body, couldn't help but bask in his arrogance. His serpentine skin was renowned for its resilience. Not even the most powerful ninjutsu could penetrate it. Humph, do you think this is all I'm capable of? You truly underestimate me. Upon witnessing the appearance of Wan Shi, Zhi Ge let out a disdainful scoff. Oh, what other abilities do you possess? Feel free to showcase them. Wan Shi, with his serpent-like eyes, fixated his gaze upon Zhi Ge, as if anticipating something. Humph, allow me to demonstrate my true prowess. The moment the words left his lips, Zhi Ge directly awakened the power of his Thunder Fruit. Fully aware that mere punches and kicks derived from the rubber fruit would not suffice to conquer such a legendary spirit beast. Only by integrating the abilities of the Thunder Fruit into his being could he hope to vanquish it. Crash! As the conflict ceased, the awakening of the Thunder Fruit was ignited, and a surge of electricity coursed along the arm, converging into the fist. Crack! 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 A cascade of violet arcs emanated from the knuckles. Crack! The arcs instantly leapt onto the body of the Serpent King. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A pungent scent of singed flesh permeated the air. Whoa! The Serpent King's body quivered violently, its anguished howls echoing as it writhed in torment. Hiss! You! Witnessing the shocking sight of its own scales being scorched by the purple arcs, a look of disbelief washed over the Serpent King's face. This is impossible. How could this be? Aha! There is no need for doubt. Your physique is indeed formidable, so resilient that even my rubber fist cannot budge it. Alas, I am not merely a ninja with a singular ability. Zhi Ge let out a boisterous laugh, waving his arm with grandeur. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed. A torrent of azure lightning descended with ferocity. Hiss! Where the lightning enveloped, the flesh of myriad serpents swiftly transformed from purple to black. Sizzle! Hiss! The serpents howled in agony, their blood-red eyes fixated on Zhi Ge, exuding a fierce malevolence. Hiss! In the next moment, the myriad serpents lunged forward, aiming to sink their fangs into him. The serpent's teeth were razor-sharp. For an ordinary person, a bite would surely spell doom, even for a stone. As the serpents charged, Zhi Ge's pupils constricted slightly. The speed of the serpents was astonishing. He found himself unable to react in time. This is not good. Zhi Ge swiftly altered his direction and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Two sharp fangs collided against Zhi Ge's right arm. A wave of intense, acidic numbness coursed through him, causing Zhi Ge to involuntarily gasp. His right arm was nearly bitten through. Truly, it was the legendary spirit beast. Ha ha, little brat. I concede that your attacks are numerous and varied, yet such feeble strikes cannot possibly harm me. Your ninjutsu is pathetically weak in my eyes. Therefore, you might as well kneel and apologize to me. Otherwise, I shall ensure you cannot bear the consequences. The mighty serpent laughed arrogantly, its tail thrashing about, desperately trying to shake off the lingering numbing sensation from earlier. Is that so? Then feel free to try. The serpent was taken aback. Suddenly, Zhi Ge was enveloped in a surge of blue electric light behind him. Experience my technique. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. A colossal thunderbird burst forth. With a powerful flap of its wings, it charged directly towards the serpent. The serpent was struck with dread. The threat posed by the thunderbird was far greater than the lightning Zhi Ge had just unleashed. Moreover, this was no ordinary move. The thunderbird wielded immense power, and each beat of its wings generated overwhelming electricity. Hiss! The serpent flicked its tongue, attempting to evade, but it was too late. The thunderbird lunged ferociously at the serpent's form. Boom! 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 Thick arcs of electricity erupted around the thunderbird. Ah! The serpent let out a piercing scream. The thunderbird's electric assault was terrifying, leaving the serpent's body charred black. Many of its scales had been reduced to ashes. Hiss! The thunderbird opened its beak once more. In the next moment, it unleashed another torrent of lightning upon the serpent. Crackle! Crackle, crackle, hiss, hiss, crackle. A gaping hole appeared once again on the serpent's body. Zzz, zzz, zzz. The serpent's skin had been utterly scorched by the electricity, exposing its blood-red innards. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the serpent's skin crimson. The serpent stared in disbelief at the scene before it. How could this be? How could my scales and skin be so thoroughly cooked? The serpent roared incessantly, yet its body slid uncontrollably towards the ground. Zzz. The serpent writhed upon the surface, producing a deafening sound of friction. Observing the writhing serpent, Zhi Ge's lips curled into a faint smile. Crack. In the next instant, the serpent could no longer endure the pain. It opened its massive jaws and lunged at Zhi Ge. Humph. Zhi Ge let out a cold laugh. In the next moment, he extended his right foot and delivered a powerful kick to the mouth of Wan Shi. Bang. A muffled roar echoed. As Zhi Ge delivered a powerful kick with his right foot, he sent the myriad of serpents flying into the air. A colossal serpent tail, stretching several meters, was flung from the heavens. Thud. The multitude of serpents crashed heavily to the ground. Hiss. They writhed in agony, their tails charred and blackened. With a sense of indignation, they gazed toward Zhi Ge in disbelief. How could this happen? Despite sustaining grievous injuries, their strength remained formidable. Yet now, they found themselves utterly incapable of resisting their adversary. Could it be that the thunderbolts had weakened their very essence? Hisses. The serpents emitted a deep, resonant growl, their eyes ablaze with fury. After all, they were the legendary spirit beasts. When had they fallen to such a lamentable state? Humph. Who would have thought? Zhi Ge gazed indifferently at the myriad of serpents, declaring, had it not been for the pursuit of a solution, you would have long since met your demise. I refuse to submit. I refuse to yield. You are merely a trifling specter. How could you possibly vanquish me? If that is the case, then allow me to demonstrate whether or not I can accomplish this. With a dismissive smile, Zhi Ge scoffed. Buzz. Thunderous roars echoed. The myriad of serpents resolved to strike first. Its form vanished without a trace. Whoosh, whoosh. Two afterimages instantaneously flickered around the myriad of serpents. Chapter 43. Fury's decimation of the myriad serpents. Two serpent claws fiercely lunged towards Zhi Ge's body. Mere trifles. With indifference, Zhi Ge dismissed the situation entirely. In the next instant, he lifted his right leg with determination. Thud. His foot struck fiercely upon the claw of the myriad snakes. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as the claw of the myriad snakes was utterly crushed beneath Zhi Ge's foot. Hiss. The myriad snakes gasped in astonishment. Its claws were renowned for their exceptional resilience. How could they have been shattered so effortlessly by the opponent's foot? Moreover, it was executed with such precision and swiftness. What on earth is happening? How do you feel? Is it not somewhat astonishing? Do you not sense yourself akin to an insignificant ant? Zhi Ge smiled faintly. His smile appeared serene, yet a hint of lethal intent lurked deep within his gaze. His strength had significantly increased. With the addition of this power of lightning, he could undoubtedly vanquish his opponent. Boom. Water escape. Fourfold dragon bullet. At that moment, Wan Shi suddenly raised its head and unleashed four colossal water spheres towards Zhi Ge. Splosh, splosh. For torrents of water soared into the sky. The columns of water reached heights of over 10 zhang. They surged towards Zhi Ge with fierce determination. With a thunderous roar, the water struck the ground, obliterating the earth and trees, creating a massive crater with a diameter of 5 meters. Zhi Ge let out a cold snort, a mere parlor trick. In the next moment, lightning swirled around Zhi Ge's body. Boom, boom, boom. The body of Zhi Ge suddenly soared high, with a resounding roar. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhi Ge astonishingly consumed the entire water column of Wan Shi. Gurgle, gurgle. Zhi Ge chewed on the water column while swallowing. How could this be possible? The myriad of snakes stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. They were utterly baffled by how Zhi Ge accomplished such a feat. How could this happen? What is going on? How could it be? How could you possibly consume my water escape? Who are you really? The myriad of snakes struggled incessantly. They could not accept that their opponent was merely immortal. Since you are so eager, let me return it to you. Zhi Ge offered a chilling smile. In the next moment, Zhi Ge exerted tremendous force. Whoosh. The water in his mouth gushed forth. No. No. You are not human. You are a monster. A monster. The myriad snakes emitted piercing shrieks. Humph. You have realized too late. Zhi Ge scoffed dismissively. In the next moment, he unleashed the power of lightning once more. A deafening roar echoed through the air. Arcs of electricity swirled before him. The power of the Thunder Fruit. Thunderbolt Spear. With a crackle, the lightning coalesced into a long spear, which descended violently upon the myriad serpents. Bang! The spear struck the serpentine body of the countless snakes. Coupled with the water drenching their forms, it pierced through their bodies with ease. Hiss! 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 The countless serpents emitted sounds of excruciating pain, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Perish! In the next instant, the conflict once again summoned forth the fury of lightning. Thunderous roars echoed through the air as bolts of electricity transformed into countless silver needles, mercilessly piercing the head of the myriad serpents. Crackling arcs of electricity erupted from these needles. In an instant, the arcs penetrated the skull of the serpents. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the multitude of serpents. And then, with a deafening explosion, their heads shattered. The immense body of the serpents collapsed with a resounding crash. What? How could this little brat have vanquished the serpents? Orochimaru stood in stunned disbelief at this unfolding scene. How could the serpents possibly be defeated? After all, it was the Serpent King from the Dragon's Den. How could it succumb to a mere child? What on earth is happening? Orochimaru's gaze was fixated on the figure of the child, unable to reconcile the image of this mere boy with the slayer of the serpents. This is undeniably just a child. The serpents are dead. Zhi Ge spoke softly. Now it's your turn. Aha. Just based on you? Who do you think you are? Orochimaru laughed arrogantly. Indeed. Just based on me. Do you have any objections? Zhi Ge let out a cold laugh, his eyes brimming with derision. It is now 3 against 1. I wonder what you intend to use to contend with us? As Zhi Ge spoke, he subtly twisted his wrist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bolts of lightning instantaneously shot forth, resembling 3 sharp swords, swiftly piercing towards Orochimaru. What? Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically. The speed of these lightning strikes was astonishing. Do you think you can harm me with such a technique? Summoning Jutsu. Rashomon. In the next moment, Rashomon materialized. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The lightning struck the Rashomon, only to be absorbed by it. Little brat, I am one of the legendary Sannin. Do you really think you can injure me so easily? Orochimaru chuckled coldly, dismissing the attack entirely. In his eyes, as long as Rashomon could withstand this assault, victory was assured. Is that so? What if we join forces? Fire style. Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire style. Dragon Fire Technique. Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen simultaneously unleashed their fire techniques. Boom, boom. Waves of flames relentlessly battered the Rashomon summoned by Orochimaru. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy collisions echoed continuously. Bang, bang, bang. Rashomon endured the onslaught of the fiery waves, but with each moment, the flames intensified. Finally, the last surge of fire crashed against Rashomon, shattering it completely. Damn it. These 2 old-timers and that brat are truly formidable. Orochimaru found himself drenched in cold sweat as he gazed at the fierce trio before him. Originally, dealing with his former teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the equally renowned Jiraiya had already left him at a disadvantage. Now, with Shiji's addition, he surmised that it wouldn't be long before he met his demise at their hands. No, I must devise a strategy. Orochimaru's eyes flickered as a plan formed in his mind. Ha ha ha. You don't think that I am the sole core of this Konoha destruction plan, do you? Orochimaru sneered ominously. What does that mean? With a furrowed brow, Zhi Ge couldn't help but exclaim, Ha! Let me inform you. The Sand-Hidden Village has mobilized their most formidable weapon to aid my endeavor. What? What do you mean by that? Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and others were momentarily taken aback. Haha, I relish the sight of your astonishment. Chapter 44. The hope of the entire village. Orochimaru laughed maniacally, the tailed beast. Shikaku of the Sand Village has arrived in Konoha. How will your feeble ninjas confront the onslaught of the tailed beast? Haha, just imagining that scene exhilarates me. You, damn you, Orochimaru. You despicable scoundrel. Jiraiya erupted in fury. He could hardly fathom that Orochimaru would resort to treachery at such a critical moment. Orochimaru, you are truly contemptible. How could you have once been a ninja of Konoha? The members of the Umbu expressed their indignation in unison. Contemptible? I do not share your sentiment. This is war. It is either your demise or mine. My sole adversary is the village of Konoha. This plan of destruction can only culminate in one outcome, the obliteration of Konoha. Orochimaru roared with ferocity, as if victory were already within his grasp. Stop with your bluster. Where is this tailed beast? I see nothing. Zhi Ge coldly barked. You will not find him. How about this? I shall offer you a warning. I have already instructed the Sand Shinobi to lure Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, into the woods outside the village. Consider this. Naruto is indeed the vessel of the Nine Tails, yet he is an exceedingly foolish ninja. If Naruto were to be slain, the Nine Tails might seize the opportunity to escape. With the power of the Nine Tails combined with Shikaku, the One Tail, ha ha ha. Master Sarutobi, even in your prime, you would likely find it difficult to resist. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya visibly changed their expressions. They understood the terrifying influence of the Nine Tails. If the Nine Tails were to truly escape, it would spell a tremendous disaster for the entire Hidden Leaf village. This is bad. We must rush to the village entrance to support Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared. Don't even think about it. As long as I am here, none of you shall proceed. Orochimaru coldly snorted, summoning a multitude of giant snakes to block every possible exit of the venue. Damn it, we are indeed short-handed, given the circumstances. Zhi Ge, you must go alone to rescue Naruto. Jiraiya inhaled deeply, turning his gaze toward Zhi Ge. Nanny, are you certain? Perverted sage. To rescue Naruto would mean facing Shikaku, the One Tail. Are you not sending your disciple into the fiery pit? Zhi Ge was taken aback. He simply could not comprehend Jiraiya's actions. This fellow was nothing short of insane. To think he would have him confront Shikaku, the One Tail. Wasn't that utterly nonsensical? There was simply no one available to assist. The only person he could rely upon was his esteemed disciple. Rest assured, Naruto is a product of my own tutelage. He is exceptionally powerful. Even if the two of you cannot defeat Shikaku, it is still feasible for you to retreat unscathed. How absurd. Zhi Ge was overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears. Yet, he understood the urgency of the situation and knew he could not afford to negotiate at this moment. Very well. Hokage Grandpa. Perverted sage. Take care of yourselves. I shall go and rescue Naruto at once. Zhi Ge gritted his teeth and spoke with determination. He was acutely aware that Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen had placed the hopes of saving the village solely upon his shoulders. Go forth, Jiraiya said, giving Zhi Ge a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Do not worry. I shall be fine. He laughed heartily. Rest assured, I too shall be unscathed. Their comforting words resonated throughout the entire venue. Zhi Ge nodded and transformed into a streak of lightning that soared into the heavens. Young one. I shall observe how you intend to rescue your companion. As he watched Zhi Ge's departing figure, Orochimaru's lips curled into a wicked smile. In that moment, it seemed as if he envisioned the complete annihilation of Konoha. How infuriating. The despicable Sunagakure has resorted to such treachery, even employing tailed beasts in their assault. Zhi Ge swiftly advanced towards the forest, meticulously tracking Naruto's trail. Although he was aware that Naruto's speed could not surpass his own, he remained cautious and did not dare to relax even for a moment. After all, Naruto and the Sand Shinobi had a considerable head start, and he had already lost the advantage from the outset. Moreover, lacking proficiency in tracking techniques rendered him incapable of pinpointing their location. Thus, he could only pursue them blindly. Suddenly, from the distant underbrush, a series of feral, savage roars echoed, followed by the emergence of a colossal black creature from the thicket. It was an enormous black tiger, measuring at least 8 meters in length. The beast's appearance was grotesque, with blood-red eyes radiating a fierce glint. Its mouth was agape, revealing a row of sharp fangs, and its claws were adorned with menacingly sharp talons. A dense, eerie black mist emanated from its form, suggesting it was not an ordinary wild tiger. Could it be a summoned beast? With this thought, Zhi Ge immediately heightened his vigilance. After all, summoned beasts do not roam alone. There must be hidden foes lurking nearby. The black tiger emitted a deep growl, and in an instant, it lunged forward, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, it reappeared behind Zhi Ge. This is bad. Zhi Ge's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly dodged. Just then, the black tiger lunged once more, knocking Zhi Ge to the ground. How infuriating. The previous battle with the second Hokage and the myriad of snakes had drained me significantly, leaving my focus compromised and allowing this beast to exploit my moment of vulnerability. How vexing. Zhi Ge's expression darkened as he abruptly rose to his feet. With a fierce roar, the black tiger, upon seeing Zhi Ge stand, let out a low growl and lunged with a claw aimed at Zhi Ge's chest. Damn it. Zhi Ge immediately evaded, simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to the abdomen of the black tiger. After a resounding thud, the black tiger was sent flying. However, within mere seconds, the black tiger roared in fury and rose once more, charging at Zhi Ge again. Damn it, bastard. Zhi Ge once again clashed with the Black Tiger, engaging in a relentless battle amidst the dense forest. The sounds of impact echoed, bang, bang, bang. Roar, roar, roar. A man and a tiger fought fiercely, their forms intertwining in a near-constant dance of conflict. Cursed be it. Infuriating. Howl. Grr. Their furious roars filled the air, each attack imbued with terrifying force, causing the very ground to tremble beneath them. Sweat beaded on Zhi Ge's forehead, while the once formidable black tiger lay battered and broken. How infuriating. I had anticipated resolving this matter swiftly, yet it has proven to be a vexing challenge. Time is of the essence. I cannot afford to squander it any longer. The thought of Naruto potentially facing peril ignited a sense of urgency within Zhi Ge. Perish. With a furious roar, Zhi Ge unleashed the formidable power of his Sound Thunder Fruit. Chapter 45. Ambush Boom. A bolt of lightning shot forth. Crackle, crackle. The electric surge struck Black Tiger, immediately etching deep fissures into its hide. Roar. In agony. Black Tiger surged with renewed fury, leaping towards Zhi Ge. How dare this beast approach? Upon witnessing Black Tiger's swift advance, Zhi Ge's countenance paled in shock. He had not anticipated such speed from the creature. This strike had not fully drained its strength. Get away from me. Rubber battle axe. Bam. A surge of overwhelming power coursed through his legs in an instant. Zhi Ge leapt high into the air, wielding his rubber battle axe to crush the Black Tiger beneath him. In an instant, the creature's body erupted into a shower of flesh. Hiss. Blood splattered across Zhi Ge's garments, causing him to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. This beast is truly formidable. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze resting upon the distant thicket. He sensed that something was watching him from within. Come forth. You have already been revealed. With a commanding voice, Zhi Ge exclaimed. Hee. Indeed impressive. I do enjoy intriguing prey such as yourself. Following a cold chuckle, a man emerged gradually, clad in a black robe. His face was obscured by a grotesque mask, and prominently displayed on his forehead was the forehead protector of the Sound Ninja Village. Are you a subordinate of Orochimaru? Zhi Ge inquired, his expression revealing a hint of wariness upon encountering this unfamiliar figure. Indeed. The man nodded, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. What a relentless pest you are. Your master's nefarious scheme is destined for failure. If you possess any sense, you would do well to depart swiftly and preserve your life. Upon hearing the admission that the man was sent by Orochimaru, Zhi Ge scoffed, openly displaying his derision and contempt. Orochimaru has dispatched a group of subordinates to meet their demise. How pathetic. Is that so? Perhaps not. The figure in black robes sneered disdainfully as an overwhelming surge of power emanated from him. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he raised his arm, and in an instant, 9 Sound Ninja materialized behind him. Seems I've fallen into an ambush, Zhi Ge mused. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhi Ge's face momentarily registered a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru would go to such lengths, preemptively laying an ambush with the Sound Ninja squad to besiege him. Haha, young man. It seems fortune has not favored you. Our mission is to ensure that no one passes through here, aside from the Sand-Hidden Village and the Ninetales brat. With that declaration, the remaining 9 Sound Ninjas swiftly surrounded Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge's expression darkened to an extreme degree. Damn it, this group of individuals has chosen the most inopportune moment to appear. Am I to meet my end in this desolate wilderness? The mere thought of potentially perishing in such a remote location caused him to grit his teeth in frustration. At this moment, Zhi Ge had less than 40% of his strength remaining, compounded by the exhaustion incurred from his recent battle with the summoning beast. Facing a squad of 10 nin from the Sound Village, he found himself somewhat outmatched. No, I cannot confront them head-on. I must employ cunning instead. Though injured, I can still evade this Sound Ninja squad through agility and quick reflexes. With this resolve, Zhi Ge swiftly altered his course. With a powerful leap, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the opposite side. Attempting to flee? It will not be so simple. The 9 members of the Sound Ninja squad promptly pursued him, their speed astonishingly surpassing his own, quickly closing the gap. Witnessing this, Zhi Ge's countenance darkened further. Since escape was futile, he had no choice but to confront them directly. He drew forth 10 shuriken and hurled them toward his adversaries. A mere child's play. Such tactics are futile against us. Wind release. Wind wall. The cloaked figure, upon seeing the shuriken, could not suppress a disdainful smirk. And with a swift motion of his hand, a formidable wind wall materialized before him. Boom. The shuriken collided with the wind wall, shattering instantly. What? How can he be so powerful? Observing this scene, Zhi Ge's brow furrowed deeper. He, the cloaked figure, witnessing Zhi Ge's dismay, revealed a sneer. Youngster, do not think such rudimentary techniques will suffice against us. Boom. Before the cloaked figure's words had fully escaped him, an intense surge of lightning erupted around him. This tempest of electricity was imbued with boundless ferocity, unleashing countless kunai in an instant towards Zhi Ge. Lightning release, 1,000 bolts assault. Hiki, underestimating our prowess. The power of the Thunder Fruit. 8 million volts of lightning sphere. With a fierce command, Zhi Ge summoned a tempest of lightning that surged violently around him. As colossal spheres of thunder coalesced into existence in an instant. Boom, boom. The air crackled as successive thunderbolts erupted, thwarting the dark-robed figure's attacks and forcing him to stagger back. How could you possibly possess such formidable lightning release? The cloaked man exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Zhi Ge's display of thunderous power. Enough of your prattle. Prepare to meet your demise. With a frigid expression, Zhi Ge spat out. The shurikens in his hand began to whirl rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing sounds filled the air as the sharp shurikens shot forth like lightning towards the figure in black robes. Humph. Observing the incoming shurikens, the black-robed man sneered, his right hand swiftly forming a fist, striking directly against the flying shurikens. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, the shurikens exploded one after another. As the black-robed man advanced relentlessly, shattering all the shurikens in his path. Witnessing this, Zhi Ge's expression changed. The black-robed man was indeed formidable. Little brat, die. As he spoke, the black-robed man waved his hand, and fireballs, each wrapped with explosive tags, materialized in the air. Seeing the approaching fireballs, Zhi Ge hurriedly dodged, yet was still struck by several of them. His shoulder erupted in a violent explosion, blood gushing forth, inflicting severe wounds. Upon witnessing this scene, the black-robed man's eyes narrowed. He hadn't anticipated that you would survive. It seems I have underestimated you, little brat. Thus, I must resort to more serious measures. No sooner had he spoken than the black-robed man swiftly reached into his sleeve. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of metal arrows shot out from his sleeve. These metal arrows traveled at incredible speed, coated with deadly poison, rendering them nearly impossible to evade. Seeing this, Zhi Ge's expression shifted slightly. This is dire. He immediately attempted to dodge, but the sheer quantity of arrows made it impossible for him to evade them all. Damn it. 1 million volts. Flickering Thunder Shadow. Chapter 46. Do not mess with Konoha's lower ninjas. As the metal arrows were about to pierce his chest, Zhi Ge activated Flickering Thunder Shadow. A translucent membrane enveloped him, causing the metal arrows to collide against it, bursting upon impact. Humph. But at that moment, a cold smirk appeared on the black-robed man's face. Charge. Let's finish off this brat together. Yes. Upon hearing this, the other 9 sound ninjas surged forward. Witnessing this, Zhi Ge gritted his teeth and instantly fled. Thinking of escaping? Do you really believe you can? The 9 nines simultaneously drew their kunai and charged towards Zhi Ge. At this moment, the 9 surrounded Zhi Ge completely, making it nearly impossible for him to escape, even if he sprouted wings. Damn it. Seeing this, Zhi Ge cursed fiercely. He then extended his hands, gathering armed color hockey, and began to spin rapidly in place. What the hell is this technique? The 9 sound ninjas were momentarily taken aback. However, as they prepared to attack again, Zhi Ge's figure had already surged towards them. Rubber Great Windmill. With a fierce roar, Zhi Ge spun rapidly, unleashing an unparalleled gust of wind that surged forth towards the 9 sound ninjas. A chorus of anguished screams erupted as their bodies were violently lifted by the force of the wind, crashing down to the ground. Each of them was struck by the power contained within Zhi Ge's fist, propelled by the tempestuous air. Zhi Ge spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body swaying precariously several times. Although Zhi Ge's techniques did not rely on chakra, his physical stamina was not infinite. The relentless intensity of battle, coupled with the high-energy techniques, had pushed his body to the brink of exhaustion. In that fleeting moment, he even wished he could be a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast. What sort of monstrous technique is this? The pallor on the black-cloaked man's face was evident. He had been thoroughly intimidated by Zhi Ge's prowess. This move was truly terrifying, capable of sending his subordinates flying. Moreover, while the technique appeared innocuous, every individual struck by it suffered from a debilitating effect, rendering them temporarily incapable of resistance. You all shall perish. Zhi Ge took a few deep breaths before charging directly at the figure clad in black. With his legs slightly bent, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball aimed at the dark-robed man. The black-clad individual's pupils dilated momentarily, and he hastily raised his left hand to assume a defensive stance. Bang! A powerful fist struck against his arm, sending his body hurtling backward. Crack! The left arm of the dark figure shattered, rendered utterly useless. Damn it! Damn it! He bellowed in fury, yet he was acutely aware that, at this moment, he had no recourse. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to summon the remaining chakra within him to mend his injured arm and fractured bones. You wretched scoundrel! I will end your life. Boom, boom, boom. As the black-robed man attempted to heal, he frantically unleashed a barrage of metal arrows. Yet none found their mark on Zhi Ge, which only fueled his rage. Humph. My fists are not something an ordinary person can withstand. You can no longer form seals. Your defeat is inevitable. With a cold sneer, Zhi Ge stomped his feet fiercely, propelling himself into the air and charging directly at the figure cloaked in black. A powerful fist descended upon the black-robed man's head. Seeking death, the black-robed man barked, retaliating with a punch aimed at Zhi Ge. In an instant, the two forces collided. Bang! A terrifying shockwave erupted from their fists. Puff! Puff! Both combatants simultaneously coughed up blood, their bodies hurtling backward. Damn it, this power! How is it possible? The black-robed man, feeling the tumult within his body, was filled with horror, his eyes reflecting an overwhelming sense of despair. He had never anticipated that this seemingly 12 or 13-year-old boy possessed such terrifying strength. It is important to note that he was a veteran nin from the Sound Ninja Village, an elder who had once defected from Konoha alongside Orochimaru. However, in the face of this boy, his formidable identity and power were rendered as fragile as paper, instantly torn to shreds, leaving him utterly defenseless. Damn it! Who on earth are you? The black-robed man could not help but ask in a panic. Who am I? Heh, I am Zhi Ge from Konoha Village. Merely a humble genin. Genin? Impossible. You must be joking. If you were a genin, I could eliminate you in an instant. How could it possibly be? Upon hearing this, the black-robed man's shock was beyond words. He had never encountered a genin with such formidable power. So what? With your level of strength, you could only roll back to the Ninja Academy and retake your classes in Konoha. Zhi Ge let out a cold laugh, declaring, You wretched lot from the Sound Ninja Village shall meet your demise today. With that, he lunged once more towards the figure in the black robe. You seek death. The black-robed man's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. Yet, as he attempted to rise, he discovered that the bones in his right hand had been shattered beyond repair. A wave of involuntary tremors coursed through his body, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. No, I refuse to accept this. How could I possibly be defeated by a mere brat? The thought was unbearable. The black-robed man shook his head fervently, struggling to fathom the reality of his downfall at the hands of a lowly genin. This cannot be. I am a distinguished nin. Having traversed the shinobi world for over a decade, why must I succumb to someone so insignificant? He exclaimed in disbelief. What need is there for so many questions? You only need to know that your end is imminent. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhi Ge let out a fierce roar and struck the chest of the cloaked figure with a powerful punch. A resounding boom echoed through the air as the figure's chest caved in, sending him hurtling backward. With a violent cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 47. The promise of a man in that moment. A profound sense of unwillingness flickered in the eyes of the cloaked figure, but his consciousness swiftly became clouded. His body gradually succumbed to weakness. Aha! Witnessing this scene, Zhi Ge could not help but break into a wild laugh. Ah, how could I almost forget about you? Suddenly recalling the 9 sound shinobi behind him, he turned to find them struggling to their feet. Your leader has fallen. Now it is your turn. With that, Zhi Ge's gaze sharply shifted to the 9 sound shinobi. No, please, spare us. We promise we will never attack Konohagakure again. A wave of despair washed over the 9 sound shinobi in that instant. They felt as though they were plummeting into an endless abyss. They were utterly bewildered by the true nature of this seemingly delicate youth. Yet the sheer magnitude of his terrifying power was enough to annihilate them all. Thus, in that moment, the eyes of the 9 sound shinobi sparkled with resignation and fear. Spare you? Zhi Ge let out a cold sneer, his tone icy beyond measure. You bunch of worthless scum, having ravaged Konoha for so long, you still dare to launch a surprise attack on it. This is nothing short of seeking your own demise. With a swift motion, Zhi Ge suddenly vanished from his original position, reappearing amidst the 9 sound ninjas. No. A look of despair instantly spread across the crowd. However, they had no time to resist. In the next moment, Zhi Ge's frigid fist descended upon their bodies. The rubber machine gun. Bang, bang, Bang! A series of muffled sounds reverberated through the air, and in an instant, the bodies of the 9 sound ninjas shattered, their crimson blood staining the ground around them. Humph. Worthless. Zhi Ge cast a disdainful glance around before promptly departing, resolutely pursuing Naruto's trail. Damn it. In this frail condition, even if I catch up, I would likely be a burden, he thought, a bitter smile forming on his lips as he felt the weakness coursing through his body. He was acutely aware that his injuries were far too severe. While they would not claim his life, he doubted he could engage in battle again anytime soon. How could he assist Naruto in such a state? Nevertheless, even if it cost him his life, he was determined to rescue Naruto. After all, he had made a solemn promise to Jiraiya and the third Hokage. No matter the circumstances, he could not yield. With that resolve, Zhi Ge propelled himself forward, transforming into a blur as he hastened to catch up with Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto was locked in a fierce struggle with Gaara. This opponent's ninjutsu was extraordinarily perplexing. Gaara's expression was one of utmost seriousness. He had never anticipated that, after subduing Sasuke, Naruto would prove to be such an equal adversary. Moreover, Naruto was concealing his true strength. Why have you become so formidable in just a month? Gaara stared at Naruto, bewilderment etched across his face. At that moment, he even questioned whether his initial assessment had been misguided. After all, Naruto was merely a 13 or 14-year-old boy, under normal circumstances. It was inconceivable for him to exhibit such significant growth in so short a time. With an opponent as formidable as you before me, I certainly cannot afford to relax. A smile crept onto Naruto's face, laced with provocation, as his attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Witnessing this, Gaara's heart swelled with indignation. Humph, if that is the case, then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Sand coffin, sand waterfall funeral. Gaara bellowed, rapidly forming hand seals with his right hand. In an instant, a torrent of sand cascaded down from the heavens, enveloping Naruto entirely. Gaara clenched his fist, and in that fleeting moment, all the sand constricted, crushing Naruto's form. Trash is trash. No matter how much you shout, the gap in our strengths is insurmountable. As he gazed at Naruto, engulfed by the sand waterfall, Gaara could not help but smirk derisively. However, at that moment, his pupils dilated in shock. Beneath the sand, there was not a single drop of Naruto's blood. Gaara furrowed his brow and dispersed the sand, only to find no trace of Naruto. Damn it, could it be a shadow clone? Gaara's expression darkened considerably. If it were a shadow clone, it meant that Naruto's real body must be lying in wait somewhere nearby. But this place is so vast. Even if Naruto were indeed hiding, it would not be easy for him to find him. Just then, Gaara sensed a familiar chakra fluctuation. Not good. In the next instant, his pupils shrank in alarm as Naruto appeared above him. Multiple shadow clone technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Naruto's form flickered and landed directly behind Gaara. Boom. In the next heartbeat, hundreds of shadow clones erupted forth. Prepare yourself. Allow me to showcase my technique. Naruto's Rindan. With Naruto's furious shout, countless clones charged toward Gaara. Dozens of them converged beneath him, launching him skyward with a single powerful kick. Above, dozens more clones awaited him. As Gaara reached the pinnacle of his ascent, he was met with a tremendous kick, sending him crashing back down. This relentless cycle continued for 7 or 8 exchanges. And to Gaara's shock, the armor of sand protecting him began to rapidly disintegrate. Final blow. Naruto's Rindan. Once again, Gaara was propelled into the sky. This time struck simultaneously by 2,000 Naruto clones. In an instant, the immense force shattered Gaara's sand armor. He plummeted to the ground like a meteor. Bang! A cloud of dust erupted as the earth caved in beneath him. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as Gaara's body convulsed upon the ground, clearly suffering grievous injuries. Is this your power? Truly pathetic. Witnessing Gaara's state, Naruto's face twisted with disdain. You'll pay for this, brat. Gaara struggled to rise. A fierce expression etched across his features. Yet Naruto was unfazed. Haha, let me see just how much you can truly do. Suddenly, Gaara let out a wretched scream, collapsing to his knees and clutching his head in agony. You. Gaara's forehead throbbed with veins as he felt a terrifying power surging from within him. Chapter 48. The power awakens gradually. Is Shikaka finally awakening? Gaara was filled with horror, bewildered by the sudden and intense reaction from the monster within him. You little brat, you have forced me into this state. Gaara gritted his teeth, a murderous intent directed at Naruto. However, at that moment, his pupils dilated in shock. His right hand transformed into a colossal monstrous claw. What is happening? Naruto had thought victory was assured. But he was taken aback by the revelation of Gaara's hidden power. His eyes narrowed, and he swiftly evaded. Unfortunately, Gaara was not willing to let Naruto escape. His sand claws tore through the air, aiming directly at Naruto. Seeing Gaara's assault, Naruto had no time to hesitate, instantly using the shadow clone technique to vanish, while his true form appeared to Gaara's left. "Take this," Naruto growled, drawing a kunai to strike at Gaara. Yet, unexpectedly, a massive tail emerged from behind Gaara, effortlessly swatting Naruto away. Oh! Struck by the tail, blood mist erupted from Naruto's mouth, his face contorted in pain. Gaara looked at Naruto with cold disdain, a mocking smile gracing his features. "You are truly weak." Gaara's expression was one of utter contempt. "Damn it, what kind of monster is this?" Clutching his chest, Naruto struggled to his feet. After witnessing Gaara's new ability, a profound sense of dread enveloped him. Gaara's attacks are far too unpredictable. "Naruto, act quickly to eliminate this foe. I can sense his chakra multiplying. If you do not strike now, we will perish here." At that moment, a frantic voice echoed in Naruto's ears. It was Sasuke, who had just regained consciousness after being injured and unconscious. Upon hearing Sasuke's voice, Naruto's expression shifted several times, seemingly in turmoil. "No matter. I must deal with this person first." After a brief moment, he made his choice and stepped closer to Gaara, observing Naruto's action. A hint of disdain appeared on Gaara's face, his eyes narrowed, and a cruel smile graced his lips. "Naruto, you must perish here today." Buzz! In the next instant, a thick layer of sand surged around Gaara's body, coalescing upon his surface like impenetrable steel. Sand tsunami. Bang! With a swift motion, Gaara slammed his palm down, causing the surrounding sand to explode, shooting toward Naruto like a torrential rain of flowers. The speed of the sand was astonishing, creating a whistling sound in the air that evoked a sense of suffocation. So fast. Seeing the oncoming storm of sand, Naruto instinctively gasped. In the next moment, he propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap. Boom! Countless grains of sand crashed to the ground, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust. Gaara's attack missed, but he had no intention of conceding, continuing to wield his sand arms to strike forward. Just then, the monster within Gaara surged with renewed energy. At that moment, Gaara's arms morphed into monstrous appendages, rendering his appearance almost entirely inhuman. Sand tsunami. In the blink of an eye, Gaara unleashed his jutsu once more. Countless grains of sand surged forward like a tempest, targeting Naruto. Has this guy gone mad? Why does he expend such immense energy in battle? Gaara's actions left Naruto utterly astounded. But at that instant, Gaara's sand technique was already in motion. Countless grains of sand struck Naruto with ferocity. In an instant, Naruto was engulfed by the sand. Boom! A dull thud reverberated as the sand around Gaara suddenly dispersed. At that moment, Naruto was bloodied, his face ashen. Witnessing Naruto's plight, Gaara completely snapped. After a brief roar and struggle, he transformed into Shikaku, the One-Tail. What? Is this the monster within Gaara? How? Terrifying. The sudden appearance of the colossal creature left Naruto in shock. He had never anticipated that the beast within Gaara could be so formidable. Such a creature, even Orochimaru would not be able to withstand. What was even more alarming was that Gaara's chakra continued to swell, growing increasingly terrifying. "You little brat, prepare to die." Gaara bellowed, and in the next moment, his massive form dove toward the ground. Seeing Gaara controlling Shikaku descending upon him, Naruto let out a defiant roar and leapt upward. Chidori. Raikiri. Sasuke, sensing Naruto's peril, unleashed Raikiri in response. However, before Sasuke's attack could even touch Gaara, Shikaku swatted him aside effortlessly. Boom! Sasuke crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as though his insides had been rearranged, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Gaara's power was simply terrifying. His jutsu exceeded the limits of his rank, containing cataclysmic force and overwhelming might that was truly off the charts. "Naruto, run. This is beyond the realm of ninja battles." Sasuke struggled, but found himself unable to rise. "Naruto, you are next." Upon seeing Sasuke sent flying, Gaara roared in fury once more, commanding Shikaku to unleash his sand arms toward Naruto. Though severely injured, Naruto resolutely stood up once more and charged forward. Summoning jutsu. "Come forth, great Toad Sage." Naruto's face contorted with ferocity as he bellowed, and in the next moment, a colossal toad appeared before him, glaring menacingly at Gaara. Upon seeing the toad, Gaara's expression faltered slightly, his eyes instantly turning red. For on the toad's forehead was a distinct red mark. That was the mark of the Great Sage. Gaara's heart raced, He had never expected that Naruto possessed such a formidable summoning beast. However, even the great Toad Sage would find it difficult to withstand the power of a tailed beast. Chapter 49, Shikaku emerges, crushing all. Seeing the sand Shikaku before him, the great Toad Sage furrowed his brow. He understood that he could not combat this tailed beast alone. Yet, to withdraw now would certainly invite the beast's pursuit. Moreover, Naruto's life would undoubtedly be endangered in the process. What should I do? The great Toad Sage found himself in a dilemma. After a grueling battle, Naruto, having summoned the great Toad Sage by sheer force, was utterly exhausted. Gaara keenly sensed this and seized the opportunity, directing Shikaku to bear down on Naruto. Naruto, the great Toad Sage, witnessing this, exerted all his strength to shield Naruto from Shikaku's might, but was still unable to fully suppress the beast's power. Just as it seemed Naruto would be crushed, a frustrated smile appeared on his lips. Rubber battle axe. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from the ground as Zhi Ge charged from the woods, delivering a powerful kick to Shikaku's belly. Boom! Shikaku's massive form was unceremoniously sent crashing to the ground, flattening a swath of forest. Who is it? Gaara's eyes flashed with cold fury as he turned to the source of the noise. It is I, Uchiha Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge scoffed derisively. So it was you. I wondered why you were so weak. Upon recognizing Zhi Ge, Gaara sneered disdainfully. In the depths of the death forest, the once defeated Zhi Ge now stood before me. At this moment, Gaara had grown exponentially stronger, far surpassing his former self, and thus regarded Zhi Ge with utter disdain. With this in mind, there was no need to squander time. I would swiftly eliminate both of them. Gaara let out a derisive laugh, and in the next instant, he commanded Shikaku to launch an attack on Zhi Ge. Humph, Gaara, during our last encounter, I warned you that there would come a day when our fates would be settled. Zhi Ge did not retreat. Instead, he clenched his fist tightly and struck fiercely downward at Shohei. The rubber battering ram. Bang. The two forces collided, producing a violent clash. Boom. In the next moment, Zhi Ge's body was sent flying by Shohei. Well, pooh. Zhi Ge coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion instantly paling significantly, revealing an expression of profound agony. This strike imparted a crucial lesson to Zhi Ge. Even with the most formidable mastery of armament haki, a vast disparity in strength renders it futile. Zhi Ge, are you all right? Naruto inquired with genuine concern. I can still endure. I'm fine, he replied. Zhi Ge wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced a smile as he spoke. What a bunch of fools. Since you two are eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. Gaara urged Shikaku forward, commanding it to charge at the two adversaries while wielding its massive arms. This impending assault carried an overwhelming force, one that Gaara believed would swiftly eliminate these insignificant pests. Do you truly think me invisible unless I show you some color? He exclaimed. Water release. Iron water bullet. Seeing the dire predicament, the elder toad, disregarding all else, summoned a water sphere and hurled it toward Shikaku, controlled by Gaara. A thunderous crash ensued as the water sphere struck Gaara, sending him flying. In that moment, Gaara's expression shifted. He was taken aback by how easily he had been bested. I did not wish to treat you so ruthlessly, yet you fail to appreciate your situation. Very well, let Shikaku engage you with its own consciousness. Secret technique. The technique of false slumber. Upon concluding his hand seals, Gaara's body suddenly collapsed, as if severed from its power, succumbing to a deep slumber. In his stead arose Shikaku, now fully in command of its own body. Ha ha ha. I am finally free after being bound for so long. I shall annihilate you all. Shikaku screamed in exhilaration, immediately charging at the surrounding foes with astonishing speed, each blink extending over 100 meters. A colossal tail trailed behind, vanishing in an instant, leaving only fleeting afterimages in its wake. This is bad. Shikaku has gained its own consciousness. The situation has turned dire. The elder toad growled, his face contorted with concern. He was acutely aware of Shikaku's capabilities. Its speed was unparalleled, and without teleportation or instantaneous movement, there was no escaping its grasp. Once caught, resistance would be futile, leaving them at its mercy. Curse it. I refuse to be outmatched by a mere giant raccoon, he shouted. Rubber machine gun. Zhi Ge, do not act recklessly. This is not an opponent you can handle. The elder toad intended to intervene, but it was already too late. Zhi Ge soared into the air, launching a flurry of punches towards Shohei. Boom, boom, boom. His fists fell like raindrops upon Shohei, yet after Zhi Ge collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, he was astounded to discover that Shohei bore his onslaught with nary a reaction. You little rascal, it seems you enjoy tickling. That felt quite pleasant. I shall reward you appropriately. Shohei chuckled, then opened his mouth wide, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that surged towards Zhi Ge. Oh no. The Great Toad's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly performed a water technique to shield Zhi Ge from the impending strike. Oh, you're quite eager to help. Are you? Can you protect him from what comes next? Wind style. Vacuum sphere. With a swift clap of his hands, Shohei conjured 3 massive wind spheres infused with immense chakra, hurtling them once more towards Zhi Ge. Damn it. The Great Toad cursed vehemently, retaliating with his own cannonball technique to intercept the wind projectiles, successfully mitigating the force of the first 2. However, at that moment, his defenses crumbled, and the 3rd wind sphere collided with his chest, causing him to spit out blood, his complexion paling significantly. Haha, your defense is pitifully weak. A mere blow, and you falter. You might as well perish. Shohei cackled maniacally, and in the next instant, his tail lashed fiercely towards the Great Toad's face. Smack. The sound echoed as the Great Toad swiftly drew his blade, severing the tail with a single strike. Humph. Without your tail, you're nothing but a toothless rabbit. A sinister grin spread across the Great Toad's face. He understood that although Shohei possessed formidable strength, it was his tail that was paramount. Chapter 50. The despairing sense of powerlessness now that Shohei's tail was severed, it was akin to rendering him limbless. Wentai, you underestimate me. I am Shohei. Shohei grinned widely, shaking his body vigorously, and miraculously, a brand new tail sprouted instantaneously. Impossible. The Great Toad gaped, unable to fathom that Shohei's tail had regrown. His heart swelled with disbelief, utterly shocked by this unexpected capability, leaving him devoid of strategies. Observing the legendary tailed beast, Shohei, in such formidable form, Zhi Ge could not help but exhale a sigh of frustration. Reflecting upon the adversaries he had previously faced, Genin from Sunigakure, Chunin from Kusagakure, and Otogakure, though they posed challenges, he had managed to overcome them with relative ease. For a ninja of his rank, such battles were fitting. Yet, since entering this absurd Chunin exam, he had encountered monstrous foes, the second Hokage, renowned as the king of forbidden techniques, Orochimaru, along with his summoned serpent. Just barely escaping with his life, he now faced the legendary tailed beast, Shohei. Was there any justice in this world? Zhi Ge, do not hesitate. We must unite our strength. The Great Toad called gravely to Zhi Ge, who, after regaining his composure, rose without a moment's delay. I concur. I refuse to believe that together we cannot vanquish this monster. Damn it. The Great Toad gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Shohei, brandishing his sword as he charged forward. Shohei met this challenge head-on, advancing towards the Great Toad. Boom. The collision resonated, and the shock wave of energy rippled outward, snapping trees asunder. The Great Toad struggled to withstand Shohei's overwhelming power, his body forced to retreat continuously. Haha. This is the disparity in our strengths. The gap between us is insurmountable. What will you do now? Shohei taunted boastfully, reveling in his superiority as a proud-tailed beast, unafraid of any foe. Just as he prepared to mock the Great Toad further, a peculiar smile crept upon the Great Toad's lips. Humph. This time, let us see if you will not surrender obediently. With a sinister chuckle, he gestured with his hand, summoning forth a new strategy. Swish. Swish. The body of Zhi Ge was hurled directly towards Shohei by the formidable Toad Chief. Thank you, Toad Chief. Witness my decisive strike. Rubber siege cannon. Propelled by the Toad Chief, Zhi Ge unleashed his most potent attack, aiming to strike Shohei on the head. However, Shohei merely curled his lip in disdain, opening his mouth to unleash a fireball towards Zhi Ge. Boom, boom, boom. The collision between the fireball and the rubber cannon produced a cacophony of thunderous sounds, causing the entire hillside to tremble. Toad Watai, you have truly disappointed me. Do you think such a combination attack with a mere brat can affect me? Shohei disdainfully glanced at Toad Chief before opening his mouth to expel a torrent of black flames. What kind of flames are these? Toad Chief's pupils constricted, a profound sense of dread welling within him. He felt as if his very body was on the verge of melting away. Not only that, but he also sensed a potent corrosiveness, with his garments already beginning to disintegrate. No. Toad Chief struggled desperately. Yet his body felt as though it were glued to the rubber, rendering him utterly immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the flames crept closer. Roar. Toad Chief emitted a heart-wrenching cry, while Shohei responded with a smug snort. Toad Watai, this is your own doing. A chilling murderous intent flickered in Shohei's gaze. Toad Watai, today, I shall take your life. With a furious roar, he expanded his form and leapt toward Toad Watai's position. Toad Chief was on the brink of collapse, yet his eyes remained ablaze with unyielding fury. Toad Chief, you have done your utmost. You must flee. Naruto's face reflected sorrow as he observed Toad Wantai's battered body. However, Toad Wantai shook his head slightly, a resolute expression gracing his features, his gaze unwavering. No. If I abandon you, I am unworthy of being called your leader. I shall never engage in such treachery. With that, Toad Wantai's focus returned to Shohei. Allow me. Rubber firework rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Zhi Ge's figure soared into the air. He clapped his hands, and simultaneously, his limbs elongated like fireworks, shooting towards Shohei. Do not harbor foolish hopes. Wind release. Gale twist. Shohei let out a cold laugh and unleashed his signature technique. Thunderous roars echoed as countless ferocious gusts coalesced into a colossal dragon, sweeping toward Zhi Ge. With a resounding crash, the wind dragon collided fiercely with the shower of fireworks, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. Zhi Ge's body was violently hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. Ha ha ha, you cannot withstand this move. Shohei laughed heartily and charged toward Zhi Ge again, intent on devouring this wretched creature alive. Zhi Ge was tossed by the tempest and fell heavily, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. At that moment, his hockey defenses shattered completely. Should he endure another devastating blow, even his rubbery form could not guarantee his survival. No. Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge. The cries of the three, Frog Boss, Naruto, and Sasuke, echoed in alarm, while Shohei merely chuckled disdainfully. Prepare to meet your demise. Ha ha ha. Shohei cackled madly, his eyes fixed on the trio, a cruel smile curving his lips. Witnessing Shohei's sinister demeanor, Zhi Ge's expression turned to one of despair. He realized he was beyond salvation. Truly, he never expected that Uchiha Zhi Ge would find himself in such a dire situation, even with the system at his disposal, reduced to this pitiful state. With a deep sigh, he felt a surge of unwillingness in his eyes. He had presumed that this competition would offer him a chance to redeem himself. Suddenly, he sensed an inexplicable transformation occurring within his body. Chapter 51. Engaging the second gear, his skin appeared as if it had been steamed, taking on an inexplicable hue of red, accompanied by wisps of swirling vapor. What on earth is happening? Am I not merely playing a game? After a moment of astonishment, Zhi Ge began to question whether he had entered a dreamlike illusion. However, when he lowered his head to scrutinize his own body, he was instantly rendered speechless with shock. The wounds on his limbs began to gradually heal, and his previously weak legs astonishingly started to regain strength. Goodness, is this even possible? This is simply beyond comprehension. Zhi Ge was utterly bewildered. Just as he grappled with the mysterious changes occurring within his body, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed once more in his mind. Ding! The system detected that the host had independently comprehended the second gear of the rubber fruit through combat experience. Ding! The system awarded a special military ration and a protective talisman. Special military ration? Protective talisman? What purpose do these serve? Zhi Ge gazed at the two pieces of information swirling in his mind, filled with curiosity. Ding! Special military rations. Effect. Restores the user's complete stamina and injuries. Ding! Amulet. Effect. Activates automatically when the bearer suffers a fatal injury, mitigating lethal damage and teleporting the user to a random location. Alas, what difference does it make if the first item is given or not? Ultimately, it will be used soon. This amulet is quite peculiar, who knows? I might find it indispensable shortly. Observing the two items bestowed upon him by the system, Zhi Ge couldn't help but furrow his brow. Nevertheless, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. Given the dire circumstances, there was no time to argue with this troublesome system. With that thought in mind, Zhi Ge promptly took the special military rations and tossed them into his mouth. Instantly, a warm liquid flowed through his stomach, enveloping him in a sense of comfort. He felt all his strength restored to its zenith. At this moment, he was finally able to free his hands to re-engage in battle with Shohei. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Naruto unleashed the power of the Nine-Tails chakra. However, due to his inability to control such immense power, even with the Nine-Tails chakra, he was still severely suppressed by Shohei. Nonetheless, this provided Zhi Ge with precious time. Now is the moment to step in and turn the tide. Now, I shall test the power of the second tier. In a moment of fury, Zhi Ge let out a thunderous roar, unleashing the power of the second gear. Instantly, his entire being transformed into a vibrant crimson hue, with countless wisps of steam emanating from his pores, presenting an awe-inspiring spectacle. Shohei, your doom is at hand. With a thunderous roar, Zhi Ge's figure flickered and instantaneously vanished from his original position, his fist striking fiercely against Shohei's back. Humph, a mere trick. Shohei scoffed. deftly evading the blow with a speed beyond the capabilities of the naked eye. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Zhi Ge was forcefully pushed back several steps. Haha, kid? Do you truly believe that such feeble strength can breach my defenses? What a delusion! Shohei erupted into boisterous laughter, lunging once more toward Zhi Ge. Your defense is indeed formidable. However, this is merely my warm-up. Zhi Ge chuckled coldly, his figure gliding across the ground with a swiftness akin to lightning. Swiftly catching up to Shohei. Bang! Another resounding impact echoed as Zhi Ge's right arm struck fiercely against Shohei's abdomen. A surge of energy rippled through the atmosphere, creating waves upon the surface of Shohei's belly. Though the blow did not inflict any physical harm, it still caused Shohei to furrow his brows tightly, for he could distinctly sense that Zhi Ge's power had more than doubled since their last encounter. What could this possibly mean? Shohei stared wide-eyed at Zhi Ge, displaying a hint of astonishment. Do you still not comprehend? Allow me to elucidate. This is the might of the second tier, a formidable strength rarely encountered within the confines of any ordinary ninja village. With a thunderous roar, Zhi Ge abruptly lifted his left foot and delivered a powerful kick to the chest of Shohei. This strike was a remarkable amalgamation of speed and explosive force. The impact resonated like thunder, its potency surpassed even that of his previous punch. Shohei, a towering beast standing 100 meters tall, was astonishingly propelled back by 5 paces. The sheer strength of this kick far exceeded Shohei's expectations. It had not anticipated that Zhi Ge's power had escalated to such a formidable level, capable of unsettling a tailed beast of its caliber. Damn it! What kind of elixir has this brat consumed to gain such strength? Shohei cursed, a flicker of astonishment rising within. Nevertheless, it swiftly regained its composure. After all, it was a tailed beast, and regardless of the opponent's prodigious strength, it could not be vanquished. With this thought, Shohei let out a cold smile and charged once more at Zhi Ge. Boom, boom, boom. Shohei's attacks were exceedingly fierce, each strike infused with potent chakra, causing Zhi Ge to retreat step by step under the relentless onslaught. Zhi Ge could distinctly perceive that although the power of the second gear had elevated him to an entirely new realm, he still found himself unable to confront the attack of the guardian crane head-on. Just at that moment, the air around him suddenly distorted, and then a tail, robust as a dragon, abruptly manifested at his side. Snap! API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhi Ge, in acute pain, found the enormous tail before him utterly bizarre. Even he could not evade it. Heh, little brat. How do you like that? Now you understand my formidable power, don't you? No matter what kind of elixir you've consumed, or how much your strength has surged, there will always be an insurmountable chasm between us. Gui mocked. Zhi Ge glared at Shohei with clenched teeth, yet chose to remain silent. He had just experienced the terrifying power of that tail, which could effortlessly penetrate his defenses. It seemed that his strength was utterly ineffectual against it. This realization filled Zhi Ge with a sense of sorrow and indignation. He never anticipated that the second tier of power he had painstakingly comprehended would be incapable of withstanding the tailed beast's onslaught. Zhi Ge, the attacks of a tailed beast differ from those of humans. The sheer volume of chakra it wields is beyond what ordinary ninjutsu can compare to. Do not entertain thoughts of engaging it in a war of attrition or defense. Since you have acquired newfound strength, why not go all out and confront it head-on? The elder toad bellowed, having witnessed Zhi Ge's distress at the hands of Shohei. Upon hearing the elder toad's words, Zhi Ge momentarily fell into contemplation. A head-on confrontation? Indeed. How could he have overlooked that? Since he could no longer withstand Shohei's techniques, he might as well take a gamble. The activation of the second tier had also endowed him with numerous enhanced techniques, making Shohei the perfect opponent to hone his skills. Chapter 52, The Tailed Beast Orb That Destroys Everything. With this thought, excitement illuminated Zhi Ge's eyes as he charged towards Shohei. The latter's heart skipped a beat. What had prompted this reckless approach? How dare this audacious youth rush towards him? Yet, it soon became clear to Shohei that Zhi Ge was far from foolish. His actions surely had a purpose. Shohei, prepare to face my technique. Rubber jet rocket cannon. With a resolute stance, Zhi Ge first shaped his hands into fierce claws, employing the remarkable elasticity of his rubber-like physique. He extended his arms backward before launching a formidable assault upon Shohei's body. This technique, amplified by his supreme mastery of armament hockey, exhibited immense power. As he swung through the air, one could almost perceive the sparks generated by the friction with the atmosphere. Humph! How formidable could mere strikes of fists and feet truly be? To dare act so brazenly before me is nothing short of folly. With a slight scoff, Showa deftly evaded the threat posed by this attack, his form barely shifting. Did you think this would be the conclusion? Zhi Ge let out a cold snort as he swiftly altered his stance, unleashing yet another strike. Bang bang. He attacked Shohei while continuously shifting his position, skillfully evading Shohei's counterattacks each time. In this flurry of blows, he not only remained unscathed but also managed to create considerable trouble for Shohei. The latter, taken aback, found itself in a state of disarray. It had not anticipated Zhi Ge's remarkable speed and formidable strength. At that moment, Shohei could no longer afford to underestimate Zhi Ge and was compelled to confront him with utmost seriousness. However, despite Zhi Ge's display of unparalleled combat prowess on the side of Konoha, he was still in a second-tier state, and the disparity in power compared to the tailed beast, Shohei, remained substantial. After several exchanges, Shohei successfully thwarted Zhi Ge's assaults and delivered a powerful blow with its massive hands, sending Zhi Ge crashing down. Thud. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a fierce roar, Zhi Ge gazed at Shohei with an expression of disbelief. He had never anticipated that Shohei's assault would be so formidable, rendering even his second-tier strength nearly futile. Ha ha ha. No matter how powerful you may be, you are merely an ordinary human, existing on a fundamentally different plane than I. Do not waste your efforts. Surrender at once. Shohei laughed heartily, showing no surprise at Zhi Ge's defeat, and even exuding a sense of triumph, convinced that victory was within his grasp. Is that so? With a disdainful snort, Zhi Ge declared, "You are not worthy of my surrender. Even at the second tier, I can effortlessly vanquish you." Ha ha ha, is that so? Then do come and test your mettle, responded Shohei, bursting into laughter, eager to confront Zhi Ge personally. Die. Rubber jet battle axe. Zhi Ge let out a low growl, utilizing his rubber-like body's remarkable stretching ability to transform his foot into a colossal shape, reaching skyward and forcefully descending upon Shohei. This maneuver was astonishingly powerful, possessing immense destructive potential. Zhi Ge's extended foot was now the size of Shohei's entire head. Observing the impending strike, Shohei inwardly exclaimed his misfortune, hurriedly shielding his head with his tail. Thud. The rubber war axe crashed down violently upon Shohei's tail. The impact made Shohei's tail quiver, and astonishingly, it was crushed in an instant under Zhi Ge's weight. Pain surged through Shohei's body, intensifying with each passing moment, and he realized that further delay would undoubtedly lead to his injury. Without hesitation, he unleashed the ultimate technique bestowed upon him as a tailed beast. Well done. I must concede, among the masters I have encountered, you indeed rank within the top 10. But this is where it ends. I shall obliterate you. Annihilate everything. As Shohei spoke, he widened his mouth, a dark sphere of chakra swelling within, growing larger by the second. How fortunate I am. Yet, your bravado shall reach its limit here, for my next strike will surely wound you. Behold, rubber jet spiral blast. Zhi Ge swiftly rotated his arm a full 180 degrees, exerting all his strength towards the defending crane. However, before he could unleash his formidable strike, the formidable frog leader abruptly seized Zhi Ge's body and leapt rapidly into the distance. Frog leader, what are you doing? I was just about to execute my most powerful move. Zhi Ge, filled with perplexity, inquired. He could not fathom why the frog boss had suddenly taken him away. Zhi Ge, stop clinging to your ignorance. Just look at where you were standing a moment ago. The frog boss bellowed at Zhi Ge. As Zhi Ge followed the direction indicated by the elder frog, his countenance instantly turned pale. What once stood in his vicinity, the trees and rocks, had vanished without a trace. In their stead was a vast, bottomless pit spanning several kilometers. The black chakra sphere mentioned earlier by the guardian crane had obliterated everything in that area. What is this? Zhi Ge gazed at the scene before him, his voice beginning to tremble. At last, he comprehended why Orochimaru held such reverence for the tailed beasts, and why both Jiraiya and the Hokage regarded Shikaku with such caution. Rather than viewing Shikaku as merely a tailed beast, it could be perceived as a merciless weapon capable of obliterating everything in its path. This is the tailed beast ball, an entity that can disregard any form of defense, effortlessly annihilating anything within its reach. The great toad spoke slowly. This is precisely why I sought to prevent you from confronting Shikaku. You are not his equal. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ge was acutely aware that he was no match for Shohei. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to concede to this reality. With a scoff, he defiantly retorted, "How could I possibly be inferior to Shohei? I am currently at the 2nd tier. All I need is to advance one more level to attain the power of the 3rd tier, and at that point, I shall undoubtedly vanquish Shohei with ease." Although he could not quite comprehend the distinctions between the 2nd and 3rd tiers, he understood that Shohei's strength was not something within their grasp. It is imperative to recognize that your power could never surpass that of Shohei, even if we combine the strength of the 4 of us. We would still be unable to defeat him. The Elder Frog shook his head with a wry smile, aware that Zhi Ge's newfound formidable power was the source of his overconfidence. "You are not wrong, Elder Frog, but—" Zhi Ge wished to continue the argument, yet upon discerning the unwavering resolve in the eyes of Master Frog, he reluctantly ceased his objections. "Very well, under these circumstances, it would be prudent for us to depart from this place at the earliest opportunity. After all, the lecherous sage and the esteemed Hokage merely tasked me with ensuring Naruto's safe return. Now that we find ourselves unable to prevail, fleeing should certainly be an option. Should it not?" Chapter 53. Who shall serve as bait? As Zhi Ge finished speaking, he prepared to turn and flee. Although his current strength could not match that of Shohei, he still held confidence in his ability to escape. Alas, it is regrettable that we cannot elude capture now. Shohei has become serious, and under its watchful gaze, it is impossible for us to withdraw unscathed. This creature is a master of sealing and tracking techniques among the many-tailed beasts. The great toad sighed deeply, expressing disapproval of Zhi Ge's approach. Could it be that such absurdity exists in this world? Unable to fight back, unable to flee, must we truly meet our demise in this place? On the face of Zhi Ge, a profound expression of sorrow and indignation emerged. For reasons unknown, he found himself gripped by an inexplicable fear of death. He was an ordinary individual who had once harbored dreams of success and envisioned himself as a legend within the ninja world. Most importantly, he bore the weighty mission of vindicating the truth behind the Uchiha clan's past injustices. Yet, if his life were to be extinguished at this moment, all would be rendered futile. In truth, there were indeed ways to conquer Shoha. The Elder Toad suddenly spoke in a mysterious tone. "Elder Toad, are you jesting with me? Our lives hang by a thread, and you suddenly reveal that there is a method to defeat Shoha? Why did you not disclose such crucial information sooner?" Zhi Ge glared furiously at the frog leader, nearly fainting upon hearing his words. "Hee. I was just too anxious and forgot. It suddenly came to mind. It's not too late. Fortunately, we are still alive." The frog leader awkwardly scratched his head. Then his expression turned serious. "However, this matter is exceedingly dangerous. We must deliberate carefully." After speaking, the frog leader surveyed the surrounding wreckage before his gaze fell upon the cherry blossom tree, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light, as if an idea had struck him. Upon seeing the appearance of the great toad, Zhi Ge instinctively sensed that the great toad must have devised a plan. Thus, he promptly followed suit. "Great toad, do you perhaps have a solution? Please, do share it without delay." Zhi Ge, with an air of impatience, inquired. "There is indeed a method, albeit a rather perilous one," replied the Elder Frog hesitantly. "What is this method? Speak quickly. If you do not, I shall truly disregard it," Zhi Ge urged anxiously. For he understood that the formidable frog leader was a being of his word. When he spoke of danger, it undoubtedly signified a considerable risk. Very well then. Although Shohei was an extraordinary tailed beast, as the Jinchuriki connected to it, he remained vulnerable. Once we unravel Gaara's deceptive slumber technique, Shohei would fall back into a deep sleep, allowing us to claim victory without a fight. "Ah, so this is how it is." Upon hearing this, Zhi Ge immediately responded with a cheerful smile. "In that case, I shall give it a try." After uttering these words, he dashed towards Shohei. "Wait." The frog leader urgently called out to him. "Zhi Ge, this matter is of great significance. It requires the cooperation of 2 individuals to accomplish. One must draw Shohei's attention, while the other stealthily approaches from behind to awaken Gaara." As the frog leader spoke, he glanced at Naruto beside him. Naruto, grasping the implication, quickly understood the frog leader's intent. "I will assist," he declared, moving to Zhi Ge's side, his gaze fixed on the distant Shohei. "Zhi Ge, Naruto, it would be best for you two to engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who will attract Shohei's attention," suggested the frog leader. Observing both Naruto and Zhi Ge, Why complicate things so? Zhi Ge did not comprehend the intentions of the Toad Boss. 4. The bait responsible for drawing attention had a significant likelihood of perishing. The tone of the Toad Boss suddenly turned grave. What did you just say?" Upon hearing the Toad Boss's words, both Zhi Ge and Naruto were taken aback, simultaneously breaking into a cold sweat and casting meaningful glances at one another. I'll do it. I'll be the bait. Naruto exclaimed first, leaving Zhi Ge utterly astonished, as he and Naruto were not truly friends, having only crossed paths a few times during the Chunin exams. Yet, this fellow was unexpectedly willing to sacrifice his life for someone he barely knew. In that moment, Zhi Ge felt a pang of shame for not having spoken up first. You two useless fools. Stop squabbling. Of course, I will take on the role of bait. It's time for me to contribute to this battle. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached their ears. Zhi Ge and Naruto looked up to find Sasuke perched on the back of the Toad Boss, having inexplicably awakened at some point. Perhaps it would be better to reconsider. Zhi Ge gazed at Sasuke, shaking his head in disbelief. He was acutely aware of Sasuke's formidable strength, and at this moment, to act as bait would be tantamount to courting death, a sheer act of folly. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Sasuke shot him a fiery glare, his eyes nearly ablaze with indignation, feeling utterly worthless in Zhi Ge's eyes. No. How could I ever dare to disrespect you? I merely believe it would be wiser for you to reserve your life for the vengeance against Uchiha Itachi. I would hate to see you meet an untimely demise. Zhi Ge hastily explained. My life is my own. No need for your concern. However, upon hearing Sasuke's words, Zhi Ge was rendered speechless, his face turning an ominous shade of pale, filled with a desire to strike down the insolent brat. How outrageous. If that is the case, then go ahead. The giant toad observed the two with a shake of his head. Humph. Sasuke snorted disdainfully and charged toward Shikaku. Yet, in that moment, Zhi Ge swiftly appeared behind Sasuke. What more do you wish to say? You. Sasuke glared sideways at Zhi Ge, but before he could utter another word, Zhi Ge struck him forcefully on the neck. Sasuke felt a darkness envelop him, and he promptly lost consciousness. I apologize, but I still believe you are far too weak. I merely refrained from stating it earlier. Allow me to take on this bait. Zhi Ge, with fervor, charged directly toward the front of Shohei, leaving Naruto and Toad Sage in a state of bewilderment. Upon witnessing Sasuke succumb to unconsciousness, Toad Sage could not help but shake his head in dismay. Naruto, quickly, take a detour. Do not squander Zhi Ge's earnest intentions. Toad Sage urged Naruto. Heeding the advice, Naruto promptly turned and sprinted toward Shohei, exclaiming, You foul raccoon. Here I come again. Zhi Ge faced Shohei, a smirk gracing his lips, revealing two prominent canine teeth, giving him a rather disreputable appearance. Chapter 54. The invaders defeat. What brings you here again? Seeking death? Shohei furrowed his brow, his gaze icy as it bore into Zhi Ge. Haha. Let us see who meets their demise first. Thunder Fruit's power. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. A thunderous proclamation erupted from Zhi Ge's lips, and an immense surge of electricity coursed through his being, manifesting as a colossal golden thunderbird that soared into the air, emitting a resounding cry. Boom. Upon its emergence, the thunderbird unfurled its wings and swooped down fiercely toward Shohei. Observing this, Shohei hastily attempted to evade, yet he was a moment too late. The thunderbird collided violently with him, sending a jolt of paralysis coursing through his body. Roar. In agony, Shohei let out a furious roar. Naruto now? Zhi Ge shouted loudly, aware that at this moment, Shohei was temporarily incapacitated. Though only a fleeting few seconds remained, seizing this opportunity was imperative. Good. Naruto nodded and unleashed the shadow clone technique, charging towards Shohei from behind. You bastard. Shohei exclaimed in fury upon realizing Zhi Ge's underhanded tactics. Seizing the moment, Naruto quickened his pace, lunging directly at Gaara, who lay dormant within Shohei. Bang! Bang! Naruto swung his arms, delivering a flurry of heavy punches upon Gaara's form. Oh, that hurts. Gaara cried out in agony, jolting awake. He felt as though his internal organs had been displaced, his body was racked with pain, and he became utterly rigid. Damn it, you two despicable brats. I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Upon awakening, Gaara noticed the light in Shohei's eyes had instantly faded. Mere seconds later, Shohei's entire form disintegrated into a scattered pile of sand, collapsing onto the ground. With Shohei vanishing, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Now, only the severely injured Gaara remained, and the scales of victory rapidly tipped in favor of the Hidden Leaf Village. Gaara, come to your senses. You can no longer stir up any waves. Your plan to dismantle the leaf has utterly failed. As Zhi Ge gazed upon Gaara, who lay prostrate on the ground, he erupted into maniacal laughter. No, this is far from over. A tempest of raging sand. Gaara gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, unleashing a thunderous roar. Waves of furious sand surged forth from within him, transforming into a swirling sandstorm that swept across the surroundings, emanating an aura powerful enough to devour everything in its path. Neither Zhi Ge nor Naruto anticipated that Gaara possessed a technique capable of turning the tide. This is troubling. As Zhi Ge beheld the furious winds bearing down upon him, he swiftly sought refuge. However, the swirling sands, as if imbued with a life of their own, relentlessly pursued him, incessantly assaulting his form. Zhi Ge continuously evaded, his body radiating bolts of lightning that repeatedly countered Gaara's assaults. However, his speed diminished with each passing moment, the electric energy surrounding him waning, and his momentum significantly weakened. Naruto was not in a better state. Fatigue began to manifest in his body, his breath becoming increasingly feeble. They supported each other, struggling to endure. Yet this scenario could not persist for long, as both sustained varying degrees of injury. At that moment, the swirling sand abruptly ceased, heralding Gaara's chakra nearing depletion. Witnessing his sand fail to subdue Zhi Ge and Naruto, Gaara's heart sank into despair, finally grasping the essence of hopelessness and the true meaning of a dire predicament. No, Gaara screamed in a frenzy. I shall never succumb to these two worthless beings. Despite the gravity of the situation, his defiance lingered. Seeing Gaara devoid of any will to resist, Zhi Ge intended to rush forward and subdue him. Yet, as Zhi Ge shifted his body, he was pierced by excruciating pain. The second stage had inflicted too great a toll on him, rendering him incapable of launching an attack. Beside him, Naruto fared no better. The relentless battles had drained him of vitality, and the recent use of multiple shadow clones had pushed him to his limits. In that moment, the three exchanged determined glances, each yearning to defeat the other, yet none possessed the strength to advance further. Gaara. During this standoff, Temari and Kankuro of the Sand Village suddenly appeared beside Gaara. This is bad. Reinforcements have arrived, Zhi Ge exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of dread. Naruto's face paled at the sight of Kankuro and Temari. Temari glanced at Gaara and noticed his dire condition, her face contorted with concern. Gaara, drenched in sweat, was taken aback by the predicament he found himself in. He understood the severity of his situation. If it continued, he might well perish here. Gaara, we must leave. Everything here no longer concerns us. Surely, you do not wish to die here. Temari approached Gaara, her voice gentle. Upon hearing her words, Gaara fell silent for a moment before following her and Kankuro away. It seems we are temporarily safe. Zhi Ge sighed in relief, realizing that their adversaries had chosen not to strike but rather departed. Meanwhile, the medical team from Konoha arrived on the battlefield, rescuing the severely injured Zhi Ge, Naruto, and Sasuke. Where am I? Zhi Ge gradually opened his eyes, only to find himself lying in bed, while his neighbor, Naruto, was soundly asleep, his body wrapped in bandages. You're awake? This is a hospital, you little rascal. Suddenly, the voice of Jiraiya echoed in Zhi Ge's ears. Turning his head, he saw Jiraiya standing by the windowsill. The hospital? What about Orochimaru? Have we defeated him? What has become of Konohagakure? Did Orochimaru's plan to destroy the village succeed? Zhi Ge spoke in rapid succession. Hearing this, Jiraiya shook his head and sighed, saying, Orochimaru was originally defeated by me in the third Hokage. Unfortunately, at the last moment, this scoundrel was rescued by his subordinates. However, it is fortunate that you and Naruto successfully halted the rampage of Shikaku, the One-Tail, and coupled with Orochimaru's defeat, the plans to destroy Konoha have naturally been thwarted. Upon listening to Jiraiya's words, Zhi Ge could not help but exhale deeply, feeling as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Nevertheless, Zhi Ge quickly furrowed his brow, questioning him. Why was Orochimaru allowed to escape? You and the Hokage are the most formidable ninjas in the village. How could the two of you allow him any chance of evasion? Oh, Jiraiya sighed in resignation, unsure of how to explain. Chapter 55. A reluctant heart. It's not entirely the old man's fault. At the critical moment, he once again showed mercy, unable to strike down this former disciple. Jiraiya lamented, letting out another soft sigh. Although he placed the blame on the third Hokage, in truth, during the final stages of their confrontation, Jiraiya also lacked the resolve to eliminate Orochimaru. After all, they were childhood companions, and the bond between Jiraiya and Orochimaru was akin to that of Naruto and Sasuke. Such connections cannot simply be severed. With Orochimaru's escape, it is likely that immense turmoil will arise in the future. Zhi Ge, you must seize the time to diligently train, Jiraiya said, patting Zhi Ge on the shoulder. Rest assured, I shall enhance my abilities swiftly. In my battle against Gaara, I have already learned new techniques, though I am yet unable to wield them with agility. Zhi Ge nodded and said, very well. Once you and Naruto have fully recovered, I shall take you both to undertake a significant mission. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. A significant mission? What kind of mission is it? Zhi Ge, filled with curiosity, inquired. Jiraiya, with a mysterious smile, replied, I am searching for the 5th Hokage. What? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhi Ge exclaimed in astonishment. Has the 3rd Hokage, the old man, truly fallen? Zhi Ge was taken aback. No. You mustn't speak such nonsense. The old man is alive and well. Jiraiya immediately refuted Zhi Ge's conjecture. Then what does the search for the 5th Hokage signify? Zhi Ge could not help but feel perplexed. The mastermind behind the recent destruction of Konoha was none other than Orochimaru, the most favored disciple of the old man. It was due to a momentary lapse in judgment by the old man that Orochimaru was spared, leading to the calamity that befell Konoha village. Furthermore, the old man had failed to capture Orochimaru this time, which left Zhi Ge feeling a sense of guilt towards the families of Konoha. Thus, he entrusted me with the task of finding the next Hokage. Jiraiya sighed and remarked, so that's how it is. How can one blame the elderly Hokage? It is indeed ironic that the malevolence of the wicked brings guilt upon the virtuous. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhi Ge shook his head. It appears you've matured considerably. You are no longer that foolish child who endlessly clamored for vengeance. Jiraiya affectionately ruffled Zhi Ge's hair, smiling as he spoke. Indeed, ever since I witnessed Sasuke's plight, I have come to realize how naive my childhood self was. Revenge is not a matter to be spoken of lightly. Once I become stronger, I shall uncover the truth behind those events. Zhi Ge resolutely stated, haha, very well. Now, make sure to rest adequately. Once your injuries have healed, I shall inform you of the day when you and Naruto will set forth. Jiraiya chuckled softly before turning and departing from the hospital room. Zhi Ge's recovery was remarkably swift. Merely 2 days had passed before he could rise from his bed. Having lost his entire family, he found himself alone in the hospital, bereft of visitors. Fortunately, the bonds he forged with the 12 guardians of Konoha during the Nin exams ensured that he was not entirely devoid of companionship, as friends took turns to attend to him, rendering his plight less arduous than it might have been. On this particular day, Zhi Ge ventured to the outskirts of Konoha village for his customary morning practice. Thanks to the astonishing healing properties of the rubber fruit, he had fully regained his strength. However, on his way back, he was suddenly drawn to a cacophony of noise. Pausing in his tracks, he curiously made his way toward the source of the commotion. What could possibly account for such a lively disturbance so early in the morning? Zhi Ge swiftly arrived at the location from which the sound emanated, only to discover that the leading jonin of the Nara and Inuzuka teams, Asuma and Kurenai, were standing there. Opposite them stood 2 figures clad in red cloaks and adorned with wide-brimmed hats. Observing the tense standoff, it was evident that these two were not to be trifled with. What could this situation possibly entail? Why were 2 jonin present here? Hey, you little brat. Who permitted you to spy? What? Just as Zhi Ge sought to discern the unfolding drama, a sudden and overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged from behind him. When he turned to look, he was stunned to see one of the cloaked figures, who had been standing there moments ago, now charging at him with a massive blade. Was that man still standing there? How infuriating. Was this an entity doppelganger? Zhi Ge raised his hands to block in front of him, harnessing the power of armament haki to withstand the blow from the sword. However, the opponent's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, and Zhi Ge was sent flying, landing before the 4 individuals. Zhi Ge, what are you doing here? Asuma and Kurenai rushed to support the fallen Zhi Ge, their expressions filled with astonishment. What in the world is happening? It's infuriating that even with only a fraction of his true power, he remains so formidable. Zhi Ge struggled to rise, only then realizing that the assailant was merely a watery doppelganger of that man. There is no time to explain. Zhi Ge, you must leave this place at once. These 2 are exceedingly perilous. The impending battle is beyond the capabilities of a mere genin like you. Asuma urged with a grave expression. No, I absolutely refuse to abandon you. Zhi Ge shook his head in refusal, then shouted at Asuma. Who on earth are these 2 individuals? How audacious they must be to dare engage in battle with both of you esteemed jonin in broad daylight within the village of Konoha. Zhi Ge wore a face of fury, unable to tolerate the indignities suffered by the village of Konoha, especially during this period of its recent devastation and ongoing recovery. The 2 individuals before him were none other than Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki. Itachi had once been a renegade ninja of Konoha, while Kisame was a member of the notorious 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Both were formidable adversaries, and Asuma urged with a grave tone, his eyes reflecting deep concern. You should step aside, Uchiha Itachi. Zhi Ge's fist struck the ground with great force. Asuma, witnessing Zhi Ge's intense reaction, couldn't help but furrow his brows. Zhi Ge, what is troubling you? Why do you harbor such animosity towards him? Zhi Ge took a deep breath and calmly replied, It's nothing. I merely recalled my former brothers and sisters, all of whom perished at the hands of this man. Now that I stand before him once more, retreat is not an option. Asuma's gaze towards Itachi grew increasingly complex. Indeed, Itachi was a rogue ninja of Konoha, bearing significant responsibility for the Uchiha clan massacre. Uchiha Zhi Ge. Mr. Itachi, it is surprising to find another member of the Uchiha clan existing in this village aside from your brother. It seems you did not eliminate all traces of your lineage after all. Kisame Hashigaki spoke coldly, his tone laced with mockery and derision towards Zhi Ge. No matter. We have received orders, have we not? If we encounter this brat Zhi Ge, we might as well take him back for research. The leader mentioned that his physique is quite extraordinary and may be utilized in future plans. Chapter 56. The morning mist returns. Itachi Uchiha said indifferently, showing no surprise at Zhi Ge's identity. In that case, let us commence. Kisame's eyes bore into Zhi Ge with sharp intensity as he slowly spoke, his voice infused with an overwhelming aura of menace. I am eager to see what abilities you possess, Zhi Ge coldly remarked, his muscles taut with tension. He was resolute in his determination not to find himself in a predicament again. He must summon his strength and fight with all his might. Observing Zhi Ge's expression and aura, Asuma and Kurenai exchanged a glance. This young lad possesses an intense desire for battle. Prepare yourself, little one. With that, Kisame swung his samahata and charged towards Zhi Ge. As the fierce battle unfolded, Zhi Ge swiftly brandished the kunai in his hand, directing it towards the formidable Kisame Hashigaki. By this point, Zhi Ge had mastered the technique of imbuing his kunai with armament haki, and the confrontation between the two warriors rapidly escalated into a fierce melee. This young adversary proves to be quite resilient and formidable. I am eager to ascertain whether his strength surpasses my own. Kisame gazed into Zhi Ge's eyes, filled with an unquenchable fighting spirit, as the blade of his samahata became increasingly razor-sharp. The air around them thickened with tension. The clash of these two ninjas transforming the arena into a battlefield where their weapons sparked brilliantly in the air, unleashing a torrent of energy that snapped trees in their vicinity. The ground shook with a thunderous roar as the two ninjas engaged in a relentless struggle, their weapons colliding with resounding force and sending plumes of dust spiraling into the air. Remarkable. I never anticipated that Zhi Ge, at such a tender age, would master the art of channeling chakra into his weapon. Kurenai Yuhi observed the duel, her heart swelling with admiration. No, Zhi Ge does not possess chakra within him. Rather, he wields some other form of power. Though its nature remains a mystery, its potency is undeniable. Kurenai, we have no time to dawdle. Our opponent is Itachi Uchiha. Quickly, employ your genjutsu. Asuma turned to Kurenai, urging her to focus on the formidable Itachi, the strongest of the Uchiha clan. Understood. Kurenai nodded, retrieving a rope from her pocket. With a swift motion, she hurled the rope, its other end swiftly securing itself to a nearby tree, propelling it towards Itachi. I apologize, Miss Yui, but such trivial ninjutsu cannot possibly affect me. I will demonstrate the chasm that lies between the ninjas of Konoha and myself. A wicked smile crept across Itachi's face as he observed Kurenai's attempt, and he unsheathed a shuriken, slicing through the rope. With a resounding crack, the rope shattered, and Itachi's figure vanished, reappearing ominously behind Kurenai. Beware! Asuma shouted a warning, but it was too late. Just as his words left his lips, Itachi's kunai lunged towards Kurenai's back. Damn it! Asuma cursed under his breath, realizing he was too late to intervene. Is this an illusion? Itachi thrust the shuriken into Kurenai, only to witness her form transform into a massive tree. The tree erupted with countless vines, ensnaring Itachi tightly. Is this genjutsu? Truly impressive. Miss Yuhi. As Itachi found himself bound by the vine, shock flickered in his eyes as he comprehended that what he had just perceived was but an illusion. You remain unchanged, ever fond of ambush. However, this time, it is not you who strikes first, but rather I, Itachi Uchiha. Your demise is imminent. Kurenai laughed coldly, tightening the vines around Itachi, constricting them with lethal intent. Kurenai's true self emerged from behind the tree, kunai in hand, plunging it towards Itachi. With a swift grace, she darted towards him like a specter, the encircling vines constricting ever tighter, drawing blood as they tore into his flesh. Cursed be this pain. Itachi felt as if his very bones were being shattered, his eyes ablaze with a fierce battle spirit, yet he found himself unable to escape the vine's grasp. Itachi Uchiha. Surrender now. I strongly advise you to relinquish your resistance and submit, or you shall meet a most gruesome end. Zhi Ge stood beside Yuhi Kurenai. His gaze icy as he regarded Uchiha Itachi with an air of disdain. Miss Yuhi Kurenai, if you believe that tormenting me brings you joy, I would not mind prolonging your pleasure for a few moments. Alas, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Upon uttering these words, Itachi's expression abruptly shifted, and the ensuing events left Kurenai utterly astounded. In an instant, their bodies had inexplicably exchanged places, where Itachi had been bound to a tree by her vines. She now found herself ensnared in the same manner. The blood that flowed incessantly was, astonishingly, her own. How could this be? Is this an illusion? Had I, before casting my illusion, already fallen prey to Itachi's genjutsu? Kurenai was utterly shocked. She had never anticipated that Itachi would manipulate her with his illusions. Nor could she fathom that she had been ensnared without her awareness. Heh, Miss Yuhi Kurenai, it seems you are not so foolish after all. Quite impressive, indeed. You are worthy of the title of Konoha's foremost illusionist. As Itachi's form gradually returned to normal, a mocking smile graced his lips as he observed Kurenai's astonishment, internally lamenting that he had not misjudged her. Though her illusions were formidable, they paled in comparison to his own. Evidently, she had diminished since his time in the village. This cannot be real. Kurenai cried, tears glistening in her eyes as she shook her head in disbelief. Such a pity, Miss Yuhi Kurenai. But as your adversary, I must eliminate you. With that, Itachi thrust the kunai in his hand towards her, aiming directly for her heart, resolute in his intent to end her life. Itachi, do not go too far. Asuma shouted, unleashing a powerful aura directed at Itachi in a desperate attempt to intervene. Chapter 57, Tsukuyami. He hoped to thwart Itachi's attack, but his efforts were in vain. As his aura was released, a multitude of thorny vines suddenly erupted from the ground, forcing him to retreat. Asuma, do not concern yourself with me. Flee this place at once. Kurenai implored, worry etched across her face as she addressed Asuma. Who dares? Itachi's eyes narrowed sharply, instantly retracting the kunai he had been about to launch. He leapt backward, scanning his surroundings, and his gaze fell upon a silver-haired man before him. No wonder you could approach me so silently. It is you, Kakashi. Itachi regarded the silver-haired figure with an air of nonchalance, as if he had anticipated Kakashi's sudden emergence. Indeed, it is I. Itachi, I am honored that you still remember me, Kakashi replied with a faint smile, glancing at Zhi Ge who was still engaged in combat. Astonished by the sight, this young man is actually holding his own against Hoshigaki Kisame. It appears he has significantly outpaced his peers in strength. Kakashi recognized that Kisame was not exerting his full power, yet even a moderately skilled nin would struggle under such conditions. Clearly, Zhi Ge had reached at least the pinnacle of nin level. With Kakashi's timely arrival, Kurenai swiftly freed herself from her constraints. The battlefield now unfolded as Zhi Ge faced off against Kisame, while Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma prepared to confront Itachi. Itachi, as a renegade ninja. How dare you return to Konoha? You have no chance of escape now, Kakashi declared, his tone steady. It seems you possess the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan, Kakashi. Yet the power that does not belong to you can never be wielded to its fullest extent. The three of you stand no chance of subduing me, Itachi retorted coolly. Humph. Infuriated by Itachi's words, Kakashi scoffed, Itachi, let me test your strength. I shall demonstrate the gap between us, and you will witness the true power of the Sharingan. Mangeki Sharingan, activate. In an instant, Itachi's eyes transformed, revealing a unique pattern as a formidable pressure enveloped the area. I did not expect you to hastily activate the Mangeki. It inflicts considerable strain on your body. Suddenly, Hoshigaki Kisame emerged from the water, positioning himself beside Itachi. Zhi Ge realized that the opponent he had been battling was merely a water clone. Damn, are you trying to play mind games with me? With a fierce reprimand, Zhi Ge joined Kakashi's side. Zhi Ge, Hong, Asuma, you must close your eyes during the battle. The power of the Mangeki Sharingan is beyond your capacity to withstand. Kakashi's expression was grave, urgently warning them, fearing that the sight of Itachi Uchiha's eyes would ensnare them, leading to dire consequences. But Kakashi-sensei, if we close our eyes, how can we fight? Yuhi Kurenai inquired, a look of confusion crossing her face. Leave everything to me. You three step aside. I will handle this Uchiha Itachi and swiftly bring you to safety. With that, Kakashi prepared to act. Kakashi-sensei, your confidence in your abilities is rather misplaced, Itachi remarked, his demeanor growing somber, accompanied by a subtle smile. Confidence? You have no comprehension of your own folly. Kakashi retorted scornfully, casting a dismissive glance at Itachi. Very well. Let us put it to the test. Kakashi declared coldly, his form vanishing in an instant, reappearing at Itachi's side, his right palm aimed at him. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A torrent of violent water surged forth, targeting Itachi directly. Sensing the immense chakra wave emanating from beside him, Itachi's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated Kakashi's swift assault, but this presented an opportunity to demonstrate the terrifying power of the Manjiki Sharingan before others. Kakashi-sensei, allow me to reveal the chasm that lies between your Sharingan and myself. Tsukuyami. With a fierce glare, Itachi's eyes activated, causing Kakashi's water dragon to vanish in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi found himself ensnared in the infinite realm of Tsukuyami. Kakashi-sensei, what is happening now? When can we open our eyes? Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Zhi Ge closed his eyes, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding around him. Just moments ago, he had heard Kakashi's confident declaration. Yet in less than 2 seconds, that voice had vanished entirely. How infuriating. If that is the case, I shall throw caution to the wind. Driven by an insatiable curiosity towards the unknown, Zhi Ge opened his eyes, and the sight before him left him utterly astonished. Kakashi appeared as though he had suddenly lost his soul, plunging straight into the river. How could this be possible? Teacher Kakashi had been instantaneously defeated. He was a remarkably formidable elite jonin from the Hidden Leaf Village. Zhi Ge gazed at the scene unfolding before him, his face etched with disbelief. In his eyes, the Uchiha Itachi standing before him must possess some formidable ninjutsu, which had led to Kakashi's instantaneous defeat, rather than a mere reflection of Kakashi's own inadequacies. Yet, in that very moment, Zhi Ge swiftly seized Kakashi's body, preventing him from drowning in the water. Thankfully, he still had breath. Zhi Ge settled Kakashi on the shore. His face contorted with rage as he glared at Uchiha Itachi. This man had effortlessly dispatched Kakashi in an instant, a display of power that undoubtedly surpassed his own. Yet, Zhi Ge understood that he could not show weakness at this moment. To do so would be to invite his own demise. Uchiha Zhi Ge, it appears you have grown significantly over the years. Your strength likely now eclipses that of Sasuke, Itachi remarked, his demeanor relaxed. A hint of genuine smile gracing his lips, a rare expression from Uchiha Itachi. How dare you even mention Sasuke? Zhi Ge retorted fiercely. You are, at present, akin to a rat crossing the street. The entirety of Konoha will not spare you, not even your own brother, who daily speaks of your demise. It seems today, I shall be the one to fulfill that objective. Zhi Ge glared at Uchiha Itachi with gritted teeth. Zhi Ge, I did not expect you to be quite intriguing. Since you wish to take my life, then come forth, provided you truly possess the capability to do so, Uchiha Itachi remarked casually. Very well. Today, I shall end your existence. I want you to comprehend the enormity of your transgressions. With that, Zhi Ge raised his fist and struck towards Uchiha Itachi. His fist was enveloped in armed color, resembling a sharp blade, aimed fiercely at Itachi's abdomen. Such arrogance, Uchiha Itachi remarked dismissively. Just as the fist was about to connect with Itachi's abdomen, his figure suddenly vanished, and in the next instant, Uchiha Itachi appeared behind Zhi Ge. How is this possible? This speed is utterly monstrous. It surpasses Kakashi by leaps and bounds. Zhi Ge, with a face full of disbelief, spoke. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Uchiha Itachi delivered a swift kick to his back, sending Zhi Ge hurtling through the air for dozens of meters. However, for Zhi Ge, the physical prowess of Uchiha Itachi inflicted little harm. After all, he possessed a rubber-like resilience. Though he had been kicked, not a single bruise marred his body. Uchiha Zhi Ge, do you still dare to claim you can kill me? Uchiha Itachi inquired nonchalantly. Your strength is formidable, but mine is equally impressive. Allow me to unveil a power you have never encountered before. Zhi Ge spoke coldly, harboring a twinge of trepidation towards Uchiha Itachi. Yet he had no intention of yielding to the latter's oppressive presence. Life is a precious gift, and to survive is indeed a formidable challenge. Why then succumb to such folly? Uchiha Itachi regarded Zhi Ge with a faint smile, and then extended his hand, grasping at the air before him. Suddenly, several finely crafted shuriken materialized in Itachi's hand, spinning gracefully in midair before hurtling towards Zhi Ge's neck. Damn, these shuriken are proving to be quite the nuisance. A serious expression emerged on Zhi Ge's face, yet he remained composed. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself off the ground, transforming into a streak of lightning that evaded the attack. However, Uchiha Itachi relentlessly pursued him, his shuriken seeming to possess a life of their own. Darting through the air and altering their trajectory with each throw, relentlessly aimed at Zhi Ge. This technique was one of his most proficient ninjutsu. As Zhi Ge deftly evaded the shurikens, he swiftly pivoted and delivered a powerful punch aimed at Uchiha Itachi. In response, Uchiha Itachi skillfully brandished his kunai to deflect Zhi Ge's assault. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, their fists and feet colliding in a symphony of combat. This cannot continue. I must seize the opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, I will inevitably fall to Uchiha Itachi. This opponent is undeniably formidable. His taijutsu is far more potent than it initially appears. In a state of inner turmoil, Zhi Ge anxiously pondered. Just as his anxiety peaked, Uchiha Itachi abruptly halted his assault, standing still and gazing at him intently. Why have you ceased your attack? Are you perhaps afraid? Zhi Ge scoffed. You need not provoke me. I am indeed fearful, but not of you. Rather, I dread the squandering of my own vitality and energy. Uchiha Itachi gazed at Zhi Ge with a hint of disdain flickering across his countenance. Splendid. Truly splendid. How dare you hold me in such contempt? Allow me to demonstrate my next technique. 40 million volts. Thunderous spell. Zhi Ge's eyes blazed with fury, radiating an intense heat that enveloped his entire being. Waves of blue lightning danced across his skin, resembling serpentine electric currents. What? Zhi Ge has actually mastered lightning release. Moreover, it appears this technique possesses considerable power. Upon witnessing Zhi Ge's unleashed abilities, Uchiha Itachi's pupils narrowed. Break for me! With a fierce shout, Zhi Ge clenched his fists tightly and then thrust them forward with great force. Two powerful bolts of electricity erupted from his hands, hurtling towards Uchiha Itachi with tremendous intensity. Ha ha ha, Uchiha Itachi, I wonder how much longer you can endure. With a hearty laugh, Zhi Ge proclaimed the might of his technique. Yet little did he know that he could never bring about my demise. Uchiha Itachi gazed upon the arrogant and laughter-filled Zhi Ge, and a chilling smile unexpectedly graced his face. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Itachi vanished, only to reappear before Zhi Ge, thrusting his kunai decisively into Zhi Ge's chest. Clang! How could this be? With a forceful jab of the kunai, Itachi found Zhi Ge's body to be as unyielding as steel. The weapon shattered into two pieces, leaving not even a scratch upon his chest. He chuckled, surprised. Are you? I possess the utmost mastery of Busashoka Haki. How could mere conventional ninja tools possibly harm me? Upon witnessing the astonished expression of Uchiha Itachi, Zhi Ge could not help but burst into triumphant laughter. Itachi furrowed his brow, realizing that he had overlooked this matter. However, he swiftly regained his composure. The kunai in his hand surged forth once more, plunging into Zhi Ge's body again. Ah! Zhi Ge let out a mournful cry, clutching his chest as blood trickled down between his fingers in a steady, haunting rhythm. In the eyes of Zhi Ge, astonishment filled his gaze. He had not anticipated being slapped in the face within a mere second. Channeling his chakra into the kunai, he understood that the potency of his chakra would enhance the sharpness of the weapon. I hope you will not become overly confident in your defensive capabilities in the future, Uchiha Itachi remarked with a tone imbued with a sense of admonition. How infuriating. I shall not be defeated by you, Zhi Ge retorted. If that is the case, allow me to showcase my latest technique. Recently discharged from the hospital, Zhi Ge had initially intended to refrain from unleashing his second-tier power. However, facing an opponent of Uchiha Itachi's caliber left him no choice. Engaging in trivial skirmishes as he normally would could very well lead to his demise. With a fierce roar, Zhi Ge immediately shifted into second gear. His entire body transformed into a crimson hue, with strength, speed, and explosive power all multiplying exponentially. The change in his physical color did not escape Uchiha Itachi's narrowed gaze, causing an involuntary tremor within him. Uchiha Itachi, it is not merely my color that has changed. You shall soon discover the truth. With a hearty laugh, Zhi Ge suddenly charged towards Uchiha Itachi. In that moment, Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted, as he distinctly sensed a tremendous surge in Zhi Ge's strength. Bang! Their bodies collided once more, producing a resounding echo. Both warriors trembled slightly, having unleashed their full might. What terrifying power! To withstand the force of my second tier. In his heart, Zhi Ge was filled with astonishment. He now fully embraced the notion of fighting to the death. Uchiha Itachi, prepared to experience my ultimate technique. With a thunderous roar, Zhi Ge's figure suddenly darted forward, his hands crashing together with tremendous force. The armed color of his haki surged violently within him, causing his skin to flush a deep crimson, riddled with layers of cracks. Chapter 59. The weakness of rubber. Is this your technique of energy conversion? Uchiha Itachi thought in astonishment, observing Zhi Ge's reddened form. Humph. Indeed, this is it. I have exerted every ounce of effort to master this technique. Now, let me demonstrate who will ultimately prevail. Rubber jet hammer. With a mighty roar, Zhi Ge forcefully thrust his palms outward, causing the air around him to twist violently. He then struck down with great force towards Uchiha Itachi. Unyielding, Uchiha Itachi retaliated with a powerful punch. The two figures collided fiercely in midair. Crack! Both Uchiha Itachi and Zhi Ge were sent flying, each retreating several steps before regaining their balance. Remarkable. To think one could withstand my full force assault. Should I unleash my power once more? You shall have no chance at all. Zhi Ge's complexion was ashen, with blood staining the corner of his lips. In contrast, Uchiha Itachi appeared unscathed. Merely panting heavily in place, the impact of Zhi Ge's full-force strike in his second form evidently taking a toll on his body. This fellow's strength has indeed become formidable. However, it is not over yet. Uchiha Itachi mused inwardly. Ha ha ha, Uchiha Itachi, can you still stand firm now? Zhi Ge gazed at Uchiha Itachi and inquired. I am not even injured. Uchiha Itachi chuckled softly. Since you possess such confidence, I shall indulge you. The gaze of Zhi Ge was filled with a venomous resentment as he suddenly leaped backward. The rubber jet missile foot. With a swift surge, Zhi Ge's body expanded rapidly. He then bent his legs sharply and extended his arms with great force, propelling himself towards Uchiha Itachi like a projectile. Uchiha Itachi's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated Zhi Ge's speed to be so astonishing. Uchiha Itachi, brace yourself. Behold my rubber missile kick. Zhi Ge swung his arms fiercely, and soon a swirling mass of black mist enveloped his feet. Shadows surged forward towards Uchiha Itachi, concealed by the veil of darkness. In the face of Zhi Ge's onslaught, Uchiha Itachi exhibited no reaction. He merely stood still, observing the unfolding events with serene composure. The ground trembled with a cacophony of crashes as countless shadows collided with Itachi, ripples emanating outward. Uchiha Itachi, is this truly the extent of your prowess? I am astonished that you cannot evade even this strike of mine. Zhi Ge looked up and laughed heartily, his laughter filled with disdain and mockery. What? How did it suddenly turn into this? Just as Zhi Ge believed he had the upper hand, the Uchiha Itachi beneath him transformed into countless crows and took flight. These crows gathered in a new location, only to reconstitute into Uchiha Itachi once more. How infuriating, resorting to such trivial tricks. Itachi, if you have the courage, then fight me seriously. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Zhi Ge was instantly consumed by a profound sense of wrath, feeling a tremendous humiliation. Just moments ago, he had been mocking Uchiha Itachi. Yet now he found himself the subject of Itachi's scorn through action. In light of this, he exclaimed, Fire style? Phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Itachi shouted, swiftly forming hand seals. In an instant, countless flames surged towards Zhi Ge, completely engulfing him. The air was filled with explosive roars as the fireballs blazed, producing thunderous sounds. And billowing black smoke emerged from the inferno, obscuring even Zhi Ge's figure. How could this happen? I cannot even withstand such a fire technique. Zhi Ge gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. His garments had been reduced to ashes, revealing his fair skin and toned muscles beneath. A smile graced Uchiha Itachi's face, for he had just employed the Phoenix fire technique, a fire-based ninjutsu of considerable area effect. Although the power of this technique was not particularly formidable, it undoubtedly magnified the damage against someone with Zhi Ge's rubber-like physique. Damn it! How could he have discovered my weakness so swiftly? Upon witnessing the burns that marred his entire body, Zhi Ge was consumed by a profound rage. He realized that his injuries were grievous, and should he persist in battling Uchiha Itachi, defeat was an inevitable outcome. This Uchiha Itachi proved to be exceedingly formidable. If only he could devote a few more years to his training, he was certain he would emerge victorious against him. Within his heart, Zhi Ge silently pondered. What is the matter, Zhi Ge? Is it true that you cannot withstand such a trivial confrontation? If that is the case, I must admit I am rather disappointed. The indifferent voice of Uchiha Itachi echoed in Zhi Ge's ears, causing his expression to grow increasingly somber. I shall demonstrate to you what true power really is. Zhi Ge inhaled deeply, then charged forward with great force, his hands flailing vigorously. The speed of his rubber punches in second gear was astonishingly swift. However, before Uchiha Itachi, These assaults appeared to unfold in slow motion. Itachi effortlessly evaded each of Zhi Ge's strikes. Zhi Ge observed Uchiha Itachi, who appeared utterly composed, and an inexplicable sense of frustration welled up within him. Am I truly lacking in strength? How can there be such a vast disparity before him? I have even activated my second form. Such power should be sufficient to overpower the majority. With anger simmering within, Zhi Ge's hands became increasingly agile, each strike infused with tremendous explosive power. Regrettably, none of this had any effect whatsoever in the presence of Uchiha Itachi. With a single punch, Uchiha Itachi sent Zhi Ge flying, then stepped forward once more, his right hand clenched into a fist, delivering a crushing blow to Zhi Ge's chest. Bang! A wave of excruciating pain surged through Zhi Ge, causing him to spit blood. His body propelled backwards until he collided with a tree and then slid to the ground. Zhi Ge, you are no match for me. It would be wise to surrender. I promise not to kill you, merely to cripple one of your arms and a leg. What do you say? Uchiha Itachi looked down upon Zhi Ge from his elevated position. Uchiha Itachi, you will not succeed. I will ensure your demise. Thunder Fruit power. 30 million volts. Lightning Beast. With a thunderous roar, Zhi Ge unleashed his most formidable technique upon Uchiha Itachi. A quadrupedal lightning beast materialized above Itachi's head, its claws poised to pounce. The lightning beast. Upon witnessing Zhi Ge's skill, Itachi's pupils constricted slightly. He could distinctly perceive the terrifying power encapsulated within this move, leading to a newfound understanding of Zhi Ge's might in that fleeting moment. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning beast lunged at Itachi, unleashing a series of deafening explosions. Under the onslaught of the beast, Itachi's defenses were swiftly obliterated. Damn it! Itachi's expression darkened as he endeavored to fend off the beast's assault while continuously evading. Yet, despite his efforts, he found himself at a disadvantage. Chapter 60, A Regular at the Hospital. Boom. Itachi could no longer withstand the onslaught and was struck directly in the chest by the lightning beast. How about that? Is my lightning beast impressive? I once sealed the spirit of the second Hokage with this very technique, though at that time, I wielded only a mere tenth of my true power. It was still sufficiently formidable. Stop fighting, Zhi Ge said with a cold smile, as he observed the change in Uchiha Itachi's expression. The soul of the second Hokage. Very good. Your techniques are indeed formidable, Uchiha Itachi replied calmly. His gaze shifted, resting upon Zhi Ge as he continued. Yet, what is the worth of even the mightiest power if it cannot strike its adversary? What does that mean? Upon hearing these words, Zhi Ge was engulfed by an ominous premonition. Uchiha Itachi, what schemes are you concocting? Uchiha Itachi offered no response to Zhi Ge's inquiry. Instead, his form abruptly shattered, transforming into a wisp of smoke. How infuriating. After all my efforts, I have merely struck this wretched clone of his. Zhi Ge's face turned ashen, and he then lifted his gaze towards the spot where Uchiha Itachi had just stood. Itachi's residual image lingered in the air, while he gazed at Zhi Ge with a mocking expression. Zhi Ge, your strength is indeed formidable, but I had long anticipated your use of such a sneak attack. The moment you unleashed your second form, I immediately employed the shadow clone technique. It is impossible for you to defeat me with a single strike. Perhaps you should return and train diligently for another 2 years. With that, Uchiha Itachi's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared beside Kisame Hoshigaki. Uchiha Itachi, I am determined to kill you with my own hands. Zhi Ge gazed at the silhouette of Uchiha Itachi, his voice laced with resentment. Though his current strength was not significantly inferior to Itachi's, he found himself vastly outmatched in terms of techniques and battle experience. His only advantage lay in the compatibility of his twin fruit abilities with his physical structure. However, this synergy was not absolute, as he had yet to fully harness the potential of his powers. Consequently, during their confrontation, Zhi Ge found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. Let us go, Itachi called out to Kisame Hoshigaki, noticing Zhi Ge's desperate state, before swiftly leading him away into the distance. Accursed Uchiha Itachi, you shall not escape. Today, I will ensure that you remain. With a thunderous roar, the warrior leaped forward in an instant, utilizing a rubber slingshot to appear directly before Uchiha Itachi. Zhi Ge extended his hands, attempting to grasp Uchiha Itachi's neck in a bid to strangle him. Why resort to such measures? Tsukinomi. Uchiha Itachi let out a cold snort, and in an instant, the power of his Mangeki Sharingan was unleashed. In but a single encounter, Zhi Ge fell victim to the illusion woven by Tsukinomi. Zhi Ge's body froze momentarily in midair before it gradually succumbed to gravity, crashing heavily onto the ground. I have warned you that you are no match for me. Consider this a lesson, Uchiha Itachi coldly admonished Zhi Ge, before turning away and vanishing alongside Kisame Hashigaki. Uchiha. Itachi. Zhi Ge struggled painfully to rise from the ground. His teeth clenched as he managed to utter a few words before slipping into unconsciousness. Itachi, you could have effortlessly eliminated that boy Zhi Ge and brought him back to the leader. Why did you linger with him for so long only to let him go? Kisame Hashigaki inquired, a look of bewilderment on his face. This time was different. I had heard that he defeated Shikaka during Orochimaru's invasion, so initially. I merely sought to gauge Zhi Ge's true strength, Itachi Uchiha replied with a calm demeanor. Oh, I see. I thought you were reluctant to kill him so quickly and wanted to toy with him a little, Kisame remarked, a look of realization dawning upon him. When he unleashed his ultimate technique, I understood his level. I intended to capture him alive then, but unfortunately, Guy also joined the fray against you. And I sense Konoha's Umbu drawing near. If we continue to engage, the situation would likely turn unfavorable for us, Itachi explained, to which Kisame nodded in agreement. The duo swiftly departed from the influence of the Hidden Leaf Village, retreating into the distance. Damn it, where am I? After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhi Ge regained consciousness once more. Congratulations, you found yourself in the hospital again, Jiraiya declared, seated beside Zhi Ge's bed with a mischievous grin. Curse you, perverted sage. I had just left the hospital. I was merely out for my morning exercises. Upon hearing some commotion nearby, my curiosity got the better of me, and I went to investigate, only to run into Itachi. What terrible luck I have. Zhi Ge exclaimed in frustration, ha. Who told you to have such a punchable face? Jiraiya retorted with a cheerful mockery. Damn it, perverted sage. It's all because you didn't teach me diligently that I was so thoroughly defeated by Uchiha Itachi. Once my silver vase plum reaches its second volume, I shall not allow you to see it. How can this be? Moreover, even if I possessed extraordinary abilities, it would be impossible for me to train you to the level of Hokage. After all, Uchiha Itachi is a formidable opponent with elite strength, and it is entirely reasonable that you cannot defeat him. Do not take it too much to heart. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively and continued, however, I must say, your physique is indeed remarkable. You managed to awaken from such a high-level genjutsu so swiftly. Kakashi, who fell victim to the same illusion, is still unconscious next door. You never cease to amaze me. Is it truly that absurd? Zhi Ge widened his eyes, appearing utterly bewildered. Therefore, you're already strong enough. There is no need to regard this matter too heavily. I comprehend now. Zhi Ge nodded slightly, and suddenly, vague images of Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki flashed through his mind. Unable to restrain himself, he murmured, these two, I shall inevitably deal with them. Enough. Stop daydreaming. I did not come here for idle conversation. I am here to take you on an A-rank mission. Jiraiya's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of seriousness, his tone chillingly grave. An A-rank mission? Zhi Ge widened his eyes. At present, he held the rank of a genin, and A-rank missions were tasks that only J-nin and elite J-nin could undertake. As an ordinary genin, he was utterly unqualified to accept such perilous assignments under normal circumstances. Yet, Jiraiya had unexpectedly assigned him an A-rank mission, which left him astounded. Indeed, an A-rank mission. This was the very task I previously mentioned to you, involving Naruto and myself in the search for the fifth Hokage. Do not inquire as to why I have entrusted you with such a responsibility. It is a burden you must bear on your own, Jiraiya stated coldly. Chapter 61. The first A-rank mission. Why must I shoulder such a responsibility? With greater power comes greater responsibility. Do you understand? Furthermore, you are no longer an ordinary child. You have become a formidable figure in the hearts of the villagers of Konoha. After all, you made significant contributions during Orochimaru's invasion, Jiraiya declared earnestly. But there are no buts. Do you not wish to grow stronger? If you were too timid to confront this challenge, then you might as well abandon any thoughts of becoming powerful, Jiraiya stated coldly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhi Ge sighed, and then followed suit. Soon, Jiraiya led Naruto and Zhi Ge out of the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village. The trio journeyed for nearly 2 days, arriving at a quaint little town. Throughout this journey, Jiraiya had been instructing Naruto in the mastery of the Rasengan, while Zhi Ge, devoid of chakra, naturally did not partake in the training. What is this place? Zhi Ge inquired, glancing around with curiosity. According to the clues, this was a locale frequented by that individual. Jiraiya calmly analyzed their surroundings, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Where exactly can we find that person? Zhi Ge asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. Well, I shall first gather some intelligence. You two youngsters wait for me at the inn. After giving his instructions, Jiraiya set off alone towards the eastern part of the town, while Zhi Ge and Naruto remained behind. Naruto, do you really think that person is here? Zhi Ge gazed at the familiar buildings surrounding him, an inexplicable sense of tension welling up within his heart. Naruto shook his head, fell into a brief silence, and then slowly spoke. The perverted sage must be off chasing women. Let us not believe him. As the two exchanged banter, they made their way into the inn. Upon entering their room and looking out at the street view, Zhi Ge's mind was suddenly flooded with memories of his battle against Uchiha Itachi. I was effortlessly defeated by him, and in such a disgraceful manner. Zhi Ge hung his head in a state of despondency, embodying a sense of defeat. Is that fellow truly that formidable? Naruto inquired with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, he is quite powerful. Zhi Ge gradually lifted his head, revealing a resolute gaze. He was the man who had annihilated our entire Uchiha clan, a figure even more formidable than I had imagined. Fortunately, this matter had not reached Sasuke's ears. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have gone mad seeking vengeance against his brother. Naruto sighed. For while he did not harbor a strong dislike for Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke frequently mentioned him, leaving a profound impression on Naruto. Alas, that fool Sasuke, despite his inadequate strength, was in such a rush for revenge. In my view, should he encounter Itachi, he would be defeated in an instant. Zhi Ge chuckled. Haha, indeed. Sasuke is nothing but an idiot. Naruto laughed heartily. Just as the two were engaged in their light-hearted banter, Zhi Ge suddenly felt a chill coursing through his heart. Something was amiss. Zhi Ge immediately became alert, sensing a chilling aura of impending danger. Just then, a series of urgent knocks resonated from outside the door. Could it be the lecherous immortal returning? Without a hint of awareness of the peril, Naruto rushed to open the door. Naruto, do not open the door. Zhi Ge urgently exclaimed. Unfortunately, it was too late. Naruto swung the door open, revealing none other than Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki standing outside. Who are you? Upon seeing Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, Naruto was instantly thrown into a state of panic. He instinctively positioned himself at the threshold, his eyes warily fixed on them. Naruto, be cautious. He is Sasuke's elder brother, Uchiha Itachi. Behind him stands the rogue ninja from the village hidden in the mist. Kisame Hashigaki. With a loud shout, Zhi Ge expressed his utter astonishment at encountering these two individuals at such a critical moment. It was truly a stroke of misfortune. Oh, Zhi Ge, I never expected to find you here. Uchiha Itachi remarked, a mocking smile gracing his lips, while the cold visage of Kisame Hashigaki loomed behind him. This is simply splendid. Itachi, we are exceptionally fortunate today. The two little brats are conveniently together. Let us capture them both and take them back. Kisame uttered ominously, his gaze towards Zhi Ge and Naruto brimming with a thirst for blood. Upon hearing his words, Zhi Ge's fists clenched in anxiety. This scoundrel intended to target both him and Naruto. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, Uchiha Itachi concurred, then turned his attention towards Zhi Ge and Naruto. It was evident that these two youngsters would not comply easily. Perhaps it would be prudent to sever a hand and a leg first, making their capture more manageable. As Kisame spoke, he unsheathed his formidable sword, Samahata. How utterly ridiculous. If you believe you can accomplish that, then by all means, give it a try. Zhi Ge let out a cold sneer. He was fully prepared to engage in battle at any moment, although deep down he understood that he was no match for them. However, he was still capable of stalling for time to ensure Naruto's retreat. If that is the case, then I shall take you on first. As he spoke, Kisame Hashigaki raised his Samahata and swung it fiercely towards Zhi Ge. In that instant, Zhi Ge swiftly drew a kunai from his waist to defend himself. But he was still a fraction too slow, resulting in his arm being cleaved by the Samahata. With a cry of anguish, Zhi Ge hurriedly covered his wound. Unfortunately, before he could catch his breath, he was met with yet another deadly assault. Hold on. You should be facing me. At that moment, a voice of reprimand echoed from the end of the corridor. As Zhi Ge turned around, he was astonished to find none other than Uchiha Sasuke. What on earth? Brother, what brings you here at such a moment? Zhi Ge could not help but lament upon spotting Sasuke's figure. Why must this fool appear at such a moment? I heard that Itachi had been lurking in the village and that he was seeking you and Naruto. Fearing for your safety, I hastened my way here, and fortunately, I have finally found you. As Uchiha Sasuke spoke, he dashed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhi Ge and Naruto. How absurd. You are clearly the weakest here. Naruto's strength has already surpassed yours by a considerable margin, and yet you still come to our defense. I fear you may soon find yourself in dire straits. Zhi Ge felt an overwhelming urge to weep silently. Yet, he refrained from voicing these sentiments. For Sasuke's tireless journey to support him and Naruto signified that he had come to regard them as comrades. Chapter 62. Eating, sleeping, and battling his brother. Although Sasuke seemed somewhat oblivious to his own limitations at that moment, the very spirit he exhibited touched Zhi Ge to some extent. Ah, so this is your dear younger brother. How intriguing. As he beheld Uchiha Sasuke, the corners of Hoshigaki Kisame's mouth curled slightly, revealing a hint of derision. Uchiha Itachi, I have lived to this day solely to eliminate you. Today, I shall finally fulfill my desire. Sharingan, activate. Chidori. Raikiri. The instant Sasuke laid eyes on Uchiha Itachi, every pore on his body stood on end. He widened his eyes in shock as a surge of potent lightning erupted from his hand. No way. Sasuke. Don't act rashly. Charging in like that is no different from seeking death. Zhi Ge originally intended to intercept the frenzied Sasuke, but unexpectedly, Sasuke charged forward without hesitation. Chidori. He shouted, as powerful bolts of lightning coalesced in his hand and surged toward Itachi Uchiha. This technique was taught to you by Kakashi, wasn't it? Unfortunately, it holds no significance against me. Itachi Uchiha disdainfully shook his head, swiftly evading Sasuke's assault, and with a swift motion of his right arm, he delivered a crushing blow, sending Sasuke crashing into the wall. With a thud, Sasuke fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Is this truly necessary? How ruthless can you be? After all, he is your own brother. Zhi Ge and Naruto were taken aback, their eyes widening at the scene before them. You need not concern yourselves with me. Flee at once. This battle is between Itachi and me. Sasuke struggled to rise, gritting his teeth as he spoke to Zhi Ge and Naruto. Sasuke, can you not see? Your strength is but a jest in the face of Itachi. Take my advice and retreat while you still can. In a moment of fervor, Shige's eyes blazed with intensity. He could not abandon Sasuke to flee alone. For such an act would gnaw at his conscience. Ha ha ha, what a pitiful bunch you are. Even at this critical juncture, you still cling to the notion of mutual protection. I dare say you should abandon such fanciful thoughts. With the combined strength of the three of you, escape is utterly futile. The Akatsuki member, Kisame Hoshigaki, guffawed at the sight. Silence, you fiend. Naruto shot a fierce glare at Kisame, then turned to Sasuke, saying, since you've come to our aid, let us together vanquish these two wretches. With that, Naruto unsheathed his kunai and lunged toward Kisame. Humph, you wish to slay me? By all means, give it a try. Kisame scoffed, brandishing his sword, Samahata. In response, madness. Utter madness. Truly, it is remarkable that these two emerged from the same group. They must possess some grave affliction. Even if the three of us combined our strength, we would still be no match for these two. Zhi Ge silently lamented within. Yet he could not afford to show any signs of weakness at this critical moment. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he surged forward behind Naruto, charging at the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki. Breakthrough. Kisame's Samahata swept before Naruto, instantly dispersing the minuscule trace of Ninetales chakra that had just been summoned, leaving not a single remnant. What is this? Naruto gazed at Kisame in astonishment, sensing the overwhelming power radiating from him. Even Naruto, who had always relied on the formidable strength of the Ninetales chakra, found it utterly ineffective against Kisame. Heh, my Samahata is not merely a large blade. It devours all chakra it encounters. Kisame boasted triumphantly. The power you take pride in is nothing but a joke in my presence. With a flick of his weapon, he sent Naruto sprawling once more. Ha 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 ha, I am eager to see what tricks you two have left. Kisame taunted, his expression one of mockery as he regarded Naruto and Zhi Ge. Taste my fist. Rubber-pounding fist. Zhi Ge let out a thunderous roar, raising his arms high before bringing them down with tremendous force. Boom. As his fist struck, the air seemed to shatter, and Zhi Ge's fist, infused with the power of Haki, transformed into a shooting star, swiftly reaching the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki. Bang! Kisame swung his sword, the Samahata, colliding with Zhi Ge's strike, producing a deafening sound. Zhi Ge could no longer withstand the force of the impact and was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently against the doorframe with a muffled thud. Cough, cough. Zhi Ge suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing, clasping his chest as he struggled to rise to his feet, yet his face remained etched with an indomitable spirit. Zhi Ge, are you all right? Naruto gazed at Zhi Ge with a hint of concern. Huh, I'm fine, just feeling a bit of pain. With gritted teeth, Zhi Ge endured the pain and charged towards the formidable Kasame Hashigaki. Haha, you two truly do not know the peril you face. Today, I shall demonstrate the vast chasm that exists between us. Kisame sneered and advanced directly. Bang, bang, bang. The room reverberated with a series of muffled thuds as the two figures engaged in a fierce struggle, their fists colliding with such force that each strike resonated like the clashing of iron. After a series of resounding impacts, the combatants momentarily separated. To my surprise, your martial prowess is quite commendable. At such a tender age, you possess remarkable physical skills that indeed live up to the Uchiha name. After exchanging several blows, Kisame was astonished to find that he could not easily dominate his opponent in hand-to-hand combat, prompting him to offer a begrudging admiration. You also exhibit impressive close-quarters combat abilities. However, I shall not concede defeat to you. Zhi Ge wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth as he charged once more towards Han Shir. Had he not been injured by the shark skin moments ago, he would have been able to unleash even greater power now. Humph. I wonder how long you can endure this. Han Shir let out a cold snicker, and with a tremor of the shark skin, he unleashed another powerful punch towards Zhi Ge. Bang! This blow was evidently far more formidable than the previous one. Zhi Ge felt a resounding thud in his head, and blood erupted from his nostrils. You wretch, you possess such abilities. Zhi Ge stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open, as he had never anticipated that his opponent harbored such terrifying power. What? Is that it? You two may as well await your demise. Han Shirji, the ghost of the dry persimmon, laughed triumphantly. Boom. In the next instant, a formidable wave of energy erupted, obliterating everything within the room. Following this, three figures were violently cast out, crashing onto the ground and leaving deep craters in the solid concrete floor. Ouch, that hurts. Zhi Ge clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes filled with an undeniable resentment. Naruto lay on the ground, his body twitching slightly, yet he was not dead. However, I shall not concede. I am determined to win this battle. With that declaration, Zhi Ge summoned his strength and stood upright once more. Chapter 63. Jiraiya to the rescue. Meanwhile, Sasuke found himself mercilessly ravaged by Itachi Uchiha. The disparity in power between the two was staggering, under Itachi's relentless assault. Sasuke could barely defend himself, each punch landing squarely upon him. He felt as though his entire body was disintegrating, blood seeping continuously from his wounds. No, it cannot be. I have trained tirelessly. How could I be defeated? This is impossible. I must resist. I must fight back. Sasuke's face flushed with rage as he desperately swung his arms in an attempt to break free from Itachi's grasp, but his efforts were in vain. The more he struggled, the harder Itachi's fist struck. Did you not claim to be formidable? Why, then, are you so weak? Itachi mocked, exuding an air of superiority that only fueled Sasuke's fury further. Stop it. Sasuke roared, his crimson eyes seeming on the verge of bleeding, as if he were descending into madness. You have always been this way, eternally feeble. Where is your hatred? The stronger your hatred, the more powerful you will become. Your current weakness stems from an insufficient depth of hatred. Itachi's voice dripped with disdain and derision. I tell you, the more you remain like this, the less you will ever surpass me. You will forever be that wretched fool who can only look up at me. One day, I will kill you. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shimmering with intense hatred, yet he understood the futility of it all. He dared not make any further moves. His only option now was to strive for strength, to grow, and perhaps then he could eliminate this contemptible foe before him. I warned you. You are unworthy to contend with me. Do you see those two companions of yours? You are inferior even to a single one of their fingers. Your power is as feeble as an ant. Itachi looked down on Sasuke with utter disdain, as if he did not consider him a rival at all. I will grow stronger. I will definitely kill you. Sasuke screamed, having succumbed entirely to madness. Is that so? Unfortunately, that is a matter for the future. Your current strength is nowhere near a match for me. In that case, let me assist you in nurturing your hatred for me. With that, Itachi swiftly extended his right hand and forcefully struck Sasuke's chest. With a sickening crack, the blow shattered Sasuke's ribs, a dark liquid surging from his chest and staining his garments. Ah! Sasuke screamed in agony, stumbling backward before collapsing to the ground, his body trembling violently. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Activate. Tsukuyami. Itachi scoffed, his eyes instantly transforming into red patterns, and he unleashed the illusion of Tsukuyami, invading Sasuke's consciousness. Within the realm of this genjutsu, Sasuke's mind was bombarded with the harrowing memories of that fateful day when Itachi annihilated their clan. His family and kin were slaughtered repeatedly before his eyes, blood swirling chaotically, and he could only watch helplessly as the horrors unfolded. His heart bled, his soul tormented by anguish. His will crumbled as he felt himself losing all rationality, consumed solely by the desire for vengeance. "Sasuke, what is wrong?" Naruto shouted in alarm, rushing over to support the staggering Sasuke. Yet, Kisame Hashigaki's sword-like skin barred his approach, preventing him from getting any closer. At last, unable to endure the mental torment any longer, Sasuke rolled his eyes back and lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless husk. "Haha, Itachi, isn't this a bit cruel to your brother? Even I, an outsider, cannot bear to witness this," Kisame observed coldly, his eyes glinting with mockery as he gazed at the unconscious Sasuke. "This boy is far too weak. A little hardship won't do him any harm. Had it not been for the more pressing matter of capturing Naruto and Zhi Ge, I would have killed him long ago." Itachi regarded Sasuke with indifference, his eyes filled with scorn, as if he did not see Sasuke as a rival at all. "Now it's your turn. What manner of death do you prefer?" Kisame turned to Naruto and Zhi Ge, his gaze icy with murderous intent. "You." Naruto's eyes brimmed with tears as he looked at the unconscious Sasuke, then turned his furious gaze toward Kisame and Itachi. "I will not allow you to succeed. I will avenge Sasuke and return to you all that he has endured today," Naruto declared fiercely, his eyes locked on Kisame and Itachi. "Oh, a bit of spirit, I see. Then come and kill me," Kisame sneered, unperturbed. "But you would do well to assess the situation before speaking. You are no match for me." With that, Kisame swung his sword-like skin toward Naruto's head. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and Naruto despairingly closed his eyes. Yet, to his astonishment, he felt no pain. When he opened his eyes, he discovered a fully armed giant frog had shielded him from the blow. Perverted sage. At nearly the same moment, Zhi Ge sensed a formidable presence approaching from behind and turned to find Jiraiya had arrived. "Perverted sage," Naruto exclaimed in sheer delight at Jiraiya's appearance. At that moment, he was oblivious to the astonished expressions on Itachi and Kisame's faces. How could this man possibly be here? Have our schemes been unraveled so swiftly? Kisame's brow furrowed, a hint of confusion crossing his features. "Do you think I would be easily swayed by a beautiful woman? You dare bully my two disciples while I am away. You are exceedingly bold." Jiraiya cast a cold, ruthless glance at the fallen Sasuke and Naruto, a smile on his face that sent chills down their spines. We did not expect you to be ensnared by that woman, but since you are here, let us dispose of you together," Kisame said awkwardly, though internally he was profoundly shaken, for he had glimpsed extraordinary power in Jiraiya's eyes. This man, could he truly intend to confront both himself and Itachi? Humph. "Do not think your schemes can deceive me. My vision is far superior to yours. You both must perish." Chapter 64. The Flames of Amaterasu. With that, Jiraiya exuded a powerful aura of murderous intent, stepping forward and delivering a punch directly at Kisame. Kisame's expression changed instantly as he hurriedly attempted to evade. Bang! At the moment when the formidable Kisame dodged, Jiraiya's fist struck nothing but the adjacent pillar. With a resounding crash, the massive stone crumbled, transforming into a cloud of dust that scattered in the wind. "This is impossible. This man has managed to shatter a stone pillar with a mere punch." Kisame's pupils constricted, his face a mask of astonishment. His strength was nearly on par with Itachi's, perhaps only slightly inferior. Yet, he had not anticipated that his opponent could so effortlessly penetrate the sturdy pillar with a single blow. What kind of power is this? He could not fathom it. "Itachi, I will take care of your brother. I will ensure both of your lives remain intact," Jiraiya declared, casting a disdainful glance at Kisame and Itachi. He then invoked the summoning technique to call forth the stomach of the great toad of Mount Myaboku, ensnaring everyone within. "What is this?" Kisame was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the great toad's stomach. No matter how formidable one might be, escape from within is utterly impossible. Surrender and become its nourishment. A smirk of amusement played on Jiraiya's lips, his eyes glinting with mockery. "Damn it, what have you done?" Kisame's expression shifted slightly, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He had not anticipated Jiraiya's sudden maneuver. He was aware that the great toad's stomach could consume anything, having heard tales of it in his youth. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede and raised his sword, Samahata, to slash violently at the stomach wall. However, his efforts were met with dismay as his blade left not a single mark upon the surface. How could this be? What kind of monster is that stomach? Kisame was filled with disbelief. Follow me. Itachi's voice broke through, laced with a tone of urgency. Kisame hesitated briefly, unsure of Itachi's intentions, yet he complied. Following Itachi's lead away from the confrontation, he understood well that his strength did not match Jiraiya's. Engaging him would yield no favorable outcome. So it was prudent to heed Itachi's suggestion and retreat for the time being. The pair swiftly made their escape, with Jiraiya pursuing closely behind. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves cornered. At that critical juncture, Itachi's eyes widened as he unleashed his Manjiki Sharingan's unique ability, Amaterasu. Amaterasu. Itachi's fierce shout ignited the wall of the great toad's stomach, instantly burning a gaping hole through it. Taking advantage of the chaos, Itachi and Kisame darted through the opening, evading Jiraiya's relentless pursuit. Why? Why are we fleeing? While I may not rival Jiraiya, you are at least his equal. If we join forces. Kisame's words were abruptly cut off by Itachi. No need. Our objective is not him. Furthermore, I am not his match. We have a crucial mission at hand. There is no necessity for a protracted battle here. Itachi cast a cold glance back at Jiraiya before plunging into the depths of the forest with Kisame in tow. Damn it. They actually escaped. Upon witnessing Itachi and Kisame's flight, Jiraiya's fury surged. However, he refrained from chasing them further, for he understood that Itachi was no ordinary adversary. Should he rashly pursue, he might well fall into Itachi's trap. Humph. You may have fled swiftly. Jiraiya scoffed, turning to seek out Shikamaru and Naruto. How are you two faring? Jiraiya approached Naruto and Shikamaru, observing their disheveled state, a pang of guilt washing over him. We are fine. But the situation over there is rather dire. Zhi Ge, with a look of helplessness, gestured towards Sasuke, who lay unconscious on the ground. He should be fine. You all take a moment to rest. Once you regain some strength, we can continue our journey. I have already notified the Umbu. They will come to carry Sasuke back to Konoha for treatment, Jiraiya remarked, casting a glance at the fallen Sasuke before continuing in a subdued tone. What a stroke of misfortune, to encounter those two again. This A-rank mission has escalated into an S-rank expedition. With a deep sigh, Zhi Ge shook his head incessantly, conveying his profound discontent. Fear not, for I am here by your side. They shall not dare to appear in the near future, rest assured. Jiraiya reassured him, patting Zhi Ge's shoulder with earnest sincerity. Yet, it was precisely because of your unreliable presence that Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki chose to attack us. Zhi Ge hesitated, wearing a profoundly resentful expression as he gazed at Jiraiya. What did you say? Are you questioning my capabilities? Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Jiraiya's countenance darkened, and he spoke with a notably frosty tone. Never mind. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to pursue the matter further. After a brief respite, the trio continued on their journey towards their destination. With Jiraiya having already gathered intelligence, their pace quickened significantly, and within half a day's time, they arrived at another small town. All right, let us dine here tonight, and rest well before setting off again tomorrow, Jiraiya exclaimed, as he spotted a quaint tavern, leading Zhi Ge and Naruto inside without hesitation. However, upon entering, Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. No, it can't be. Is today truly this fortunate? To stumble upon it so easily. What have you discovered, you lecherous sage? Zhi Ge and Naruto followed Jiraiya's gaze, discovering that his eyes were fixated on a voluptuous blonde beauty. Damn, you lecherous sage. Can you not restrain yourself in front of us children? Naruto's face displayed a flash of indignation at Jiraiya's behavior. It was not only Naruto who felt this way. Zhi Ge was equally displeased. What do you two little brats understand? This is the person we are supposed to find for our mission. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. Yet he did not diminish the lascivious gleam in his eyes. What did you say? Both Zhi Ge and Naruto were taken aback, clearly unable to believe Jiraiya's words. Hey, Jiraiya, is today a reunion of sorts? I never expected to encounter old friends consecutively. At that moment, a voluptuous blonde woman waved directly at Jiraiya and the others, signaling them to join her. Chapter 65. Defeating you with one hand. Upon witnessing this, Jiraiya and Zhi Ge exchanged glances, then slowly approached and took a seat opposite the blonde beauty. What does consecutively mean? Could it be? Indeed, just this afternoon, I ran into Orochimaru. The blonde woman nodded, a cheerful smile adorning her face. Orochimaru. The pupils of Zhi Ge and Naruto suddenly constricted, and they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This mission truly was fraught with misfortune. First, they encountered the terrifying opponents, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki, and just when they thought they could catch their breath, they received news of Orochimaru's presence nearby. Orochimaru. To think he had also arrived. Jiraiya furrowed his brow in contemplation. Who are these two brats? Oh. These are my two disciples, Naruto and Zhi Ge. This beautiful lady is our target for this mission, Tsunade. She is also one of the legendary Sannin, renowned alongside me. Our task is to persuade her to return to the Hidden Leaf Village as the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya introduced both parties to one another. What? You want her to be the 5th Hokage? Naruto exclaimed in shock, while Zhi Ge remained remarkably composed, having long been aware of the mission's true purpose. I refuse. I have no interest in such a role. Tsunade unhesitatingly declined, offering no regard for the proposal. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated Tsunade's refusal. You actually turned it down. Countless individuals have risked their lives to obtain such a title, and you deem it worthless. Naruto shouted in indignation. Humph. What is so great about that title? Only a fool would want it. Tsunade retorted dismissively, showing no appreciation for the honor. You brat. Even if you are a woman, I am still furious. Naruto fumed, his anger boiling over. To insult the title of Hokage was to insult his dreams. What's the matter, you little brat? Do you want to fight? Tsunade stood her ground, meeting Naruto's gaze with a challenging look. TCH. Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? Zhi Ge and I are powerful ninjas. We won't back down from you. Naruto stood up in a fury, prepared to duel with Tsunade. Hey, Naruto. If you're going to fight, don't drag me into this. This lady Tsunade is one of the legendary Sannin. As Zhi Ge settled down to sip some water, he was taken aback and spat it out upon hearing Naruto's declaration that he intended to duel him and Tsunade. I'm not afraid of her. With that, Naruto strode out of the tavern alongside Tsunade, leaving Zhi Ge standing there, utterly dumbfounded. Hey, you two brats, as an adult. I won't take you seriously as mere genin. I shall engage you with only one hand. Tsunade teased as they walked down the street, playfully provoking Naruto and Zhi Ge. Humph. Even if you use all your strength, I can still crush you. You should just give up. Naruto retorted defiantly. Oh really? Then let us put it to the test. Let us see who can overpower whom. After exchanging a few heated words, the two began to clash, completely disregarding the bystanders around them. Since that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my new technique. Rasengan, Naruto shouted. Unleashing his power as a surge of formidable chakra erupted from within him, coalescing into a vibrant blue sphere that shot towards Tsunade. Rasengan, that sounds somewhat familiar. I can't believe Jiraiya taught this kid that technique. Tsunade momentarily paused, though she dismissed it, recognizing the vast disparity in their abilities. Just as Naruto lunged forward with the Rasengan poised to strike, Tsunade deftly flicked his forehead protector away with a single finger. Before Naruto could even comprehend the turn of events, she swiftly delivered a sharp flick to his forehead, rendering him unconscious in mere seconds. Remarkably, this entire sequence of actions transpired in less than 2 seconds. Good. So powerful. As Zhi Ge observed Tsunade effortlessly overpower Naruto, he could not help but swallow hard. Ha! I have stated before that I can easily handle you two novices with just one hand. Now it's your turn. Tsunade laughed triumphantly, turning around to fix her piercing gaze directly upon Zhi Ge. You. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhi Ge burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. I never imagined your face would be so supple. It truly feels akin to rubber. Tsunade chuckled heartily, her gaze towards Zhi Ge brimming with playful mockery. You scoundrel. How dare you make fun of me? I am not as easily dealt with as Naruto. Second state. Activate. In a fit of rage. The formidable warrior's muscle swelled, and his body transformed into a familiar crimson hue. With a thunderous roar, an immense pressure surged from his being, captivating the attention of everyone on the street. What? This fellow possesses such remarkable prowess. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, but soon an exhilarating spark ignited in her eyes. Truly, it is no surprise that a descendant of the Uchiha clan can wield such extraordinary power. How intriguing. This only fuels my desire to engage in battle with you. Tsunade licked her lips, her gaze brimming with the fervor of combat. Rubber Jet Infinite Fist. With a thunderous shout, Zhi Ge swung his fists with remarkable speed, charging directly towards Tsunade. What an impressive move. Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she confidently extended her index finger to counter the attack. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, with Zhi Ge's every punch resonating like a hammer striking steel, producing a piercing metallic clang. How formidable. Had it been anyone else, they would have been utterly incapacitated by my second-tier technique with just a single finger, yet Tsunade remained unfazed, deftly blocking every strike. Truly deserving of her title as one of the legendary three ninjas, Zhi Ge launched a flurry of punches, yet could not make a dent in Tsunade's defenses. And he couldn't help but admire her. Tsunade, in turn, regarded him with an expression of equal admiration. Young man, you are indeed far superior to the unconscious Naruto over there. With your strength, becoming a Chunin is more than sufficient, she praised while deftly evading his attacks. Thank you for the compliment, Lady Tsunade, but I shall demonstrate that my true power extends far beyond merely being a Chunin. Power of the Thunder Fruit. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. With a low growl, Zhi Ge summoned the tempestuous power of thunder, and a brilliant bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, transforming into a thunderbird that soared towards Tsunade. Come forth. Witness how I shall deal with you. Tsunade responded with a fierce cry, striking the ground with a powerful fist. Meeting the thunderbird head-on. Boom. In the wake of the colossal collision, the thunderbird shattered, scattering arcs of electricity across the sky. What is this? Extraordinary power. As he gazed at the disintegrated thunderbird, Zhi Ge's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. Chapter 66. The Poison in the Wine. Zhi Ge was utterly astonished, never anticipating that his thunderbird would prove so ineffectual when confronted with a true master. What kind of power is this? However, Tsunade did not afford him a moment to ponder, charging forward once more and delivering a powerful straight punch aimed directly at Zhi Ge's face. Zhi Ge, unwavering and resolute, unleashed the full extent of his armed haki, extending his hand to meet the formidable punch delivered by Tsunade. As their fists collided, a surge of energy coursed through Zhi Ge, leaving his complexion pallid as he collapsed onto the ground. In contrast, Tsunade merely experienced a slight ache in her arm. Nothing more. You have lost, little brother, she remarked with a condescending smile, her demeanor exuding superiority. How infuriating. Why is there such a disparity in strength? Zhi Ge lowered his head in dejection. Humph. Yet, at such a tender age, your formidable prowess signifies that Konoha village is not devoid of talent, which brings me solace. Tsunade affectionately patted Zhi Ge's head, her demeanor radiating warmth and kindness. Observing her expression, Zhi Ge felt a wave of exasperation, as if he were the subject of playful mockery. Look, Tsunade, the future of Konoha village remains incredibly promising. What do you say? Come back with us and assume the mantle of the 5th Hokage. This is also the old man's wish. Jiraiya suddenly sprinted over from a distance, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at Tsunade. I have no intention of going. I have no desire to become that Hokage. If your purpose is merely to reminisce, I welcome you. But if you come as a messenger for the old man, then please, be my guest. Tsunade replied with visible disdain. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, feeling awkward. Very well, we shall stay in this quaint town tonight, and should you change your mind, do not hesitate to inform me. Aware that persistence would be futile, Jiraiya departed alongside Zhi Ge and the unconscious Naruto. Watching the trio's retreating figures, a faint smirk curled at the corners of Tsunade's mouth. You wish for me to return to Konoha? It shall not be so simple. A night devoid of conversation ensued. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, its warm rays bathed the land, casting a serene glow upon the small town. Ah! At last, I have enjoyed a restful slumber. Zhi Ge opened his sleepy eyes, exuding an air of languor. He glanced around his surroundings, only to reveal a hint of confusion. Lecherous immortal, what has happened to you? Zhi Ge suddenly noticed Jiraiya, pale and slumped against the wall, seemingly in a state of distress. I think I've been poisoned. Damn it, Tsunade must have slipped something into my drink yesterday. I can't gather any chakra. And I feel utterly drained. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, his complexion exceedingly grim. What? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Zhi Ge was taken aback. He hastily rushed to Jiraiya's side to examine his condition. What kind of toxin is this? Zhi Ge inquired with a grave expression, his countenance growing increasingly solemn. This toxin is unlike anything I have ever encountered. I am unaware of its nature, yet once contaminated, it must be neutralized. At present, I am unable to gather my chakra, thus I cannot employ it to dispel this affliction. Curse it. Zhi Ge silently cursed under his breath. His brow furrowed deeply. No matter what happens, I must save you today. I shall seek out Tsunade for the antidote at once. Zhi Ge took a deep breath, his face displaying unwavering determination. However, at that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Zhi Ge hastily opened the door, only to find Tsunade's assistant. Shizun. Zhi Ge. Where is Lord Jiraiya? Shizun exclaimed anxiously. How dare you even mention that perverted sage? If it weren't for that old hag Tsunade drugging him, how could he have become so feeble? Zhi Ge, feeling irritable, shouted out loud. Upon hearing his call, Jingxiang immediately displayed a look of remorse. I am truly sorry, Zhi Ge-kun, but there is a reason for all of this. Yesterday afternoon, Lady Tsunade made a deal with Orochimaru, and in order to prevent Jiraiya-sama from becoming an obstacle, she poisoned the wine. What did you say? Tsunade actually made a deal with that scoundrel Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ge's anger flared instantly. Where is Tsunade now? She has gone to the forest outside the village to meet Orochimaru. The only one who can stop all of this is Jiraiya-sama. Which is why I have come to deliver the antidote. Jingxiang said, her head bowed. Humph. Then hurry up and come inside. Zhi Ge turned and stepped into the room, placing the antidote beside Jiraiya's bed. With a tone of resignation, he urged, perverted sage. You must take the antidote quickly. If you delay, it will be too late. Jiraiya accepted the antidote and swallowed it whole, channeling his chakra to refine it. Unfortunately, even after consuming the antidote, he realized that his strength was diminished to merely 30% of his usual capabilities. Jiraiya shook his head in bitter acknowledgement. However, he mused. It was still better than being utterly incapacitated. Sister Jingxiang, what kind of deal did Tsunade strike with Orochimaru? Zhi Ge observed as Jiraiya finished the antidote and promptly inquired. This. During the assault on the Hidden Leaf Village, Lord Third Hokage severed Orochimaru's hands with the soul-severing technique, rendering him incapacitated for an extended period. Consequently, Orochimaru sought the assistance of Lady Tsunade, renowned as the god of medical ninjas. Shizuka sighed, that old fiend is truly insidious. Hearing Shizuka's words, Jiraiya could not suppress his resentment. So, this means Orochimaru is currently unable to utilize ninjutsu? Zhi Ge's eyes suddenly brightened as if a thought had struck him. It must be so. Jingxiang nodded in agreement. This makes things even easier. Let us hasten to the rendezvous point. This is indeed the finest opportunity to capture Orochimaru. Zhi Ge, brimming with excitement, swiftly rose to his feet. What are you planning to do? Jiraiya urgently intervened, his expression filled with caution. Orochimaru, even without the use of his hands, remains an exceedingly perilous entity. Do not entertain any reckless notions. Rest assured, I shall not act impulsively. Zhi Ge patted his chest and assured everyone. He understood that it was ultimately for his own good, so he did not feel anger. That's splendid. Jingxiang, you shall lead the way. Zhi Ge, quickly carry me on your back. We must set off. Jiraiya commanded with a grave expression. All right, but what about Naruto? He seems to be sleeping quite soundly. Zhi Ge scratched his head. Let us not worry about it for now. Let him sleep here. The situation will undoubtedly become perilous shortly, and I have no time to concern myself with you. With that, the three hurriedly dashed towards the outskirts of the village, heading straight for the rendezvous point of Tsunade and Orochimaru. At that moment, Tsunade and Orochimaru were locked in a gaze, the atmosphere tinged with tension. Chapter 67. Negotiation Breakdown. I never expected you to acquiesce to my request so readily. It seems that the people of Konoha have become insignificant to you. Humph. Spare me the pleasantries. Can you fulfill the conditions you promised me? Tsunade exclaimed in anger. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, then a sinister smile crept across his face. I can do it. However, I wish for you to refrain from interfering in Konoha's affairs. What do you mean by that? Tsunade inquired, puzzled. Quite simply, although my previous plan failed, I will eventually destroy Konoha with my own hands. Orochimaru stated coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, sending chills down one's spine. I can't believe you still harbor such grandiose dreams. As far as I know, Konoha is currently flourishing with new talent. Even your summoning beast, Manda, was slain by a mere child. Tsunade scoffed, mocking him. Humph. The reason I didn't kill that child was to conceal my abilities. When the time is right, I will shatter him into pieces. Orochimaru growled through gritted teeth, as if he yearned to dismantle Zhi Ge. Ha. By then, you might already be dead. Tsunade retorted with a cold laugh. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru laughed maniacally, his face contorting into a more menacing expression, as though a storm were about to erupt. Don't think for a moment that I am afraid. Then try me. Orochimaru, this is not Konoha, and the current situation remains under my control. Tsunade dismissed him with disdain. What do you mean by that? Is today not our day of negotiation? Why do you suddenly harbor such hostility towards me? A flash of ferocity crossed Orochimaru's eyes, surprised by Tsunade's abrupt change in attitude. My hostility towards you stems from two reasons. First, You are the person I despise the most, and second, I will not assist the enemies of Konoha. Tsunade articulated each word clearly. Haraha. So our negotiation has indeed fallen apart. Orochimaru laughed maniacally. Indeed, I will no longer negotiate any terms with you. Tsunade declared firmly. How resolute you are in refusing to cooperate. In that case, do not blame me for being merciless. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sinister smile. His gaze chilling to the bone, inciting a sense of dread. What do you intend to do? Tsunade's vigilance heightened. Naturally, you will have to pay a price. Orochimaru's eyes glinted with malice, as if they could freeze all in their path. Suddenly, he expelled a plume of black smoke towards Tsunade, and his assistant, Kabuto, lunged at her. Humph. Just him? Tsunade showed no fear and retaliated with a punch. Bang. The two forces collided, creating a tremendous shockwave. Tsunade was forced back several steps, while Kabuto staggered backward, struggling to regain his footing, his eyes wide with shock. I never imagined this fellow possessed such strength. Truly, the legendary Tsunade. Kabuto murmured, bewildered. He had thought himself formidable enough, only to realize that this woman's extraordinary power far surpassed his own, instilling a sense of oppression. Kabuto, you are merely a second-rate ninja. How dare you challenge me? Tsunade bellowed. Kabuto refrained from retorting, remaining silent. Seeing this, Tsunade snorted coldly and charged at Kabuto. The two soon engaged in a fierce battle. Boom. The surrounding buildings crumbled, and the ground was blasted into a massive crater, dust and debris obscuring the sky. Both Tsunade and Kabuto had entered a frenzied state, unleashing their full power in combat. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand, each equally matched in strength. Amidst their intense struggle, three dark figures suddenly descended from the sky, landing beside them, Jiraiya, Zhi Ge, and Shizen. Orochimaru, I cannot believe you dared to come here. Zhi Ge coldly fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru, speaking in a tone laced with hostility. Ha ha ha, what is this? Are you all so cowardly as to hide in Konoha, too frightened to confront me? Orochimaru laughed maniacally, his voice dripping with arrogance, utterly dismissive of those around him. Last time, you managed to escape. This time, do not expect to leave alive. Zhi Ge gritted his teeth and spoke, brimming with eagerness. Humph, I shall see what you, a bunch of insignificant pests, truly intend to do. Orochimaru scoffed. Then let us engage in a fierce battle. With a low growl, Zhi Ge leaped into the air. The second gear, engage. In an instant, the fabric of his attire erupted, revealing his sculpted muscles and prominent veins. Hiss. Immediately, Zhi Ge transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards Orochimaru with a speed that rivaled thunder. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Orochimaru, his fist poised to strike. Boom. Orochimaru, undeterred, lifted his right foot and forcefully stomped the ground, shattering the earth beneath him, and retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at Zhi Ge. Bang. The two collided, their bodies rebounding violently, crashing against the walls with a thunderous roar. Cough, cough, cough. Zhi Ge coughed up blood, his complexion pale, with traces of crimson at the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with apprehension. Orochimaru was no better. His body trembled incessantly, a thin stream of bright red blood slowly sliding from his lips. I never anticipated that your strength would increase to such an extent. In less than a month, what on earth have you experienced? Orochimaru wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his voice cold. With his hands rendered useless, Orochimaru's combat prowess was significantly diminished. Nevertheless, he still believed he could handle a mere child like Zhi Ge. Yet, the power Zhi Ge had just displayed far exceeded his expectations, resembling a completely different person from the last time they met in Konoha. All of this is thanks to you. Were it not for your influence, I would not have grown stronger. Zhi Ge glared fiercely at Orochimaru, his eyes brimming with resentment. Who would have thought that you possessed such extraordinary talent? It is no wonder you have emerged as the foremost prodigy of the younger generation in Konoha. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glimmer flickering within, as a sense of trepidation began to take root in his heart. Orochimaru, today marks the end of your days. Zhi Ge let out a sinister laugh. It remains to be seen if you possess such prowess. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, and his aura became increasingly formidable. Once again, the battle between the two erupted. Although Orochimaru's strength had significantly diminished due to his hands, he was still one of the legendary Sannin, and his power remained formidable. For a moment, the two were evenly matched. Chapter 68. A reunion with Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Tsunade found herself unexpectedly forced to retreat repeatedly by Kabuto. Unable to approach him at all. This was precisely because Kabuto exploited Tsunade's hemophobia, manipulating her with relentless precision. Ha ha. Your abilities are rather unimpressive. Orochimaru mocked triumphantly. As he spoke, he continuously unleashed taijutsu, launching attacks towards Zhi Ge. Relying solely on the strength of his legs, Orochimaru managed to engage Zhi Ge in a balanced struggle. Humph, with such power, you might as well conserve your energy. With a disdainful smirk, Zhi Ge declared, Rubber Jet, unleash the mighty fist. Immediately, he thrust his arms forward, summoning an intense and searing fist of energy that surged towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyelids fluttered slightly as he swiftly evaded the impending strike, darting to the side. Bang! The rubber fist collided fiercely with a nearby stone pillar, sending shards of rock flying and reducing the entire marble structure to dust. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhi Ge's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that you could evade my assault. It seems your physical prowess is indeed remarkable. Zhi Ge spoke softly, acknowledging that his strength was the weakest among them. Yet his physical power was remarkably robust and unique, even bordering on the terrifying. He had now cultivated himself to a second-tier state, with his bodily fortitude and resilience far surpassing that of an ordinary ninja from the village. However, he was taken aback that Orochimaru had evaded him. It was utterly unexpected. Humph. But what of it? Orochimaru glared fiercely, exuding an aura of malevolence. Today, I shall personally slay you wretched insects. As he spoke, his imposing presence surged, akin to a demon lord, capable of overwhelming the very mountains and rivers. He forcefully propelled himself from the ground, launching forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards Zhi Ge. His speed was astonishing, like a tempest. And in the blink of an eye, he was already at Zhi Ge's side. How amusing. You intend to do it yourself? Let's see if your hands can still be of use. With a cold snicker, he swung his fist towards Orochimaru's head. This time, he would not allow Orochimaru to succeed so easily. Humph. Ignorant fool. Orochimaru sneered, his body suddenly shaking as an incredibly terrifying chakra erupted forth. The surface of his skin manifested patches of inky black scales. Hiss. The scales emitted a repulsive sound, reminiscent of serpentine fangs, glistening with a chilling gleam in the sunlight. Snake scales. Have you truly transformed yourself into a serpent? With a piercing gaze, Zhi Ge felt a shiver run down his spine. He had never encountered such a technique from Orochimaru, which appeared utterly repulsive. This is merely a form of ninjutsu manifested through my body. Orochimaru cackled maniacally, advancing step by step towards Zhi Ge, intent on annihilating those humble ninjas. With a slight furrow of her brows, Zhi Ge swiftly retreated. Do you intend to take my life? He remarked with a cold smirk. Your life is already mine to claim. Orochimaru intoned ominously. Heh, Orochimaru, do you truly believe you can triumph over me? Just with your currently incapacitated hands? With a tone laced with mockery, he remarked that he had grown significantly. His physique had become robust, and his body more agile. Although Orochimaru had mutated, he was still gravely injured, making it no simple task to extinguish his life. Is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate true power. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, a chilling glint of murderous intent flickering in their depths. Kusanagi. As his words fell, Orochimaru's body twisted abruptly, and the Kusanagi sword swiftly spiraled forth from his mouth. He gripped the hilt of the Kusanagi sword with his teeth and lunged towards him with lethal intent, observing the Kusanagi slice through the air, generating a fierce howling wind. He felt his pupils constrict and hastily swung his fist to counter Orochimaru's onslaught. Boom! The resounding clash of their forces erupted like thunder, followed by excruciating pain radiating from the point of their collision. With a piercing cry, Zhi Ge's body was violently propelled backward, crashing to the ground and spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Orochimaru staggered, his form wavering before he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Orochimaru's eyes betrayed a hint of fatigue, clearly indicating that the injuries he sustained in Konoha were grievous and he had yet to recover to an optimal condition. Who would have thought that you, Orochimaru, would find yourself in such a predicament? It is truly disheartening. Zhi Ge, clutching his chest, rose to his feet, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes. You. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Orochimaru's face flushed a deep crimson. Do not revel in your triumph. I shall not concede. Today, I am determined to eradicate you. Orochimaru's eyes burned with a fierce intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Zhi Ge. Humph, such audacious bravado. Allow me to escort you on your final journey today. In the depths of Zhi Ge's eyes, a chilling light flickered, while the armor of his haki enveloped him in an unyielding embrace. Yet, in that very moment, Zhi Ge realized that on his right hand, which had just clashed with the Kusanagi sword, there lay a grievous wound, deep enough to reveal bone, continuously oozing blood. How could this be possible? My fist. Shrouded in haki, how could it be wounded by a mere blade? The conflict was beyond belief. Humph. Do you really think you can contend with me? Orochimaru sneered, stating, "This Kusanagi sword is a divine artifact, far beyond the ordinary ninja tools." Divine artifact? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Zhi Ge's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru possessed such means, including a divine weapon. A sense of trepidation surged within him. Indeed, Orochimaru was the most formidable ninja feared by Konoha village. At that moment, a glint of cunning flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. "Haha, Zhi Ge, you are already injured and can no longer be my match. Why not kneel and beg for mercy? If you choose to submit, you shall become my right-hand man." Just like Kabuto, he laughed maniacally, as if victory were assured. Gazing at Orochimaru's sinister expression, Zhi Ge's fury ignited. With a fierce glare, he declared, "In your dreams. How could I ever submit to someone like you? If that is the case, then you shall perish." Orochimaru's gaze turned sharp, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, a violent wind surged around Zhi Ge and Orochimaru, raging fiercely. In an instant, 3 sharp shurikens, akin to venomous serpents striking, shot toward Orochimaru's throat. What? Chapter 69, The Battle of the Three Ninjas. Orochimaru's face changed. He had never anticipated a sneak attack. He swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly escaping the assault of the 3 shurikens, but one managed to graze his thigh, blood splattering forth. Baka. Orochimaru's expression darkened to the utmost. He lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. "Who dares to ambush me? Ha ha ha, Orochimaru. It seems your physical condition is quite poor as well. You couldn't even evade a shuriken." Jiraiya leaned against a large tree, unable to contain his laughter. "The perverted sage? Does this mean the toxins within you have been completely eradicated? Excellent. Now we can capture Orochimaru." Upon seeing Jiraiya, Zhi Ge's face lit up with joy. "Well, not quite, as I still lack the strength," he replied. "I merely intervened because I noticed you were in danger." Jiraiya awkwardly rubbed his nose as he spoke. "You are utterly unreliable. In that case, I shall confront Orochimaru alone." "Wait, where is Tsunade?" Zhi Ge surveyed the surroundings and was taken aback to discover that Tsunade was engaged in combat with Orochimaru's subordinate, Yakushi Kabuto. The intensity of their battle left Zhi Ge utterly astonished. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have believed it. At that moment, Kurenai, who was supposed to be on par with Yakushi Kabuto, lay unconscious on the ground, while Tsunade was being relentlessly pushed back, showing little sign of resistance. It is worth noting that Tsunade is one of the legendary Sannin. Shouldn't dealing with Yakushi Kabuto have been a trivial matter? Yet, the unfolding situation was entirely beyond his expectations. What on earth? Was this some sort of cruel joke? 2 Sannin teammates, one being mercilessly battered and unable to fight back, and the other poisoned and rendered powerless. It seemed that the entire burden rested solely on my shoulders as a mere Konoha shinobi. This was utterly absurd. Zhi Ge stood in stunned silence, utterly devastated by the scene before him. Humph. Orochimaru, witnessing the expressions of Jiraiya and Zhi Ge, let out a cold chuckle and remarked, "What do you think, Zhi Ge? The outcome is now abundantly clear. Are you considering surrendering to me? You certainly won't regret it." Orochimaru's voice dripped with enticing allure. "Dream on. I would never betray the lecherous sage." Zhi Ge let out a cold huff, his eyes brimming with determination. "Zhi Ge, you have truly moved me. You are indeed my esteemed disciple." Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Jiraiya could not help but shed tears of emotion. To refuse a toast and instead accept a punishment drink. "If that is the case, I shall have no choice but to make you submit in my own way." Orochimaru's gaze turned frigid, his body shuddered, and the Kusanagi sword in his mouth expanded once more. "Perish." With that, Orochimaru lunged directly at Zhi Ge. He forcefully stomped his right foot onto a mighty tree, launching himself with tremendous force. His fist descended fiercely upon Zhi Ge, the terrifying shadow of his punch coalescing in midair. Witnessing this scene, Zhi Ge's eyes widened in alarm. This is dire. Zhi Ge felt an ominous premonition within, yet his body weakly attempted to evade to the side, simultaneously launching a powerful punch to counter Orochimaru's assault. Bang! A tremendous force struck him, sending Zhi Ge flying through the air. Uffed. Zhi Ge could not help but spurt a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion pallid, and a hint of despair flickering in his eyes. It seems that even if Orochimaru is but a worthless serpent, he is not one I can easily defeat. Perverse sage. In that case, I shall assist Tsunade-sama. You hold off Orochimaru for now. I shall take my leave. As Zhi Ge finished speaking, he did not wait for Jiraiya to react and promptly fled. How infuriating. You wretched boy. You made me shed so many tears of emotion for nothing. How could you abandon me so swiftly? Abandonment is more disgraceful than betrayal. Jiraiya trembled with rage, pointing at Zhi Ge's departing silhouette and hurling curses. Ha ha ha, Jiraiya. You have truly trained a remarkable disciple. Now it is time for our battle. Orochimaru laughed heartily, his figure once again transforming into a fleeting shadow as he pursued Jiraiya. Orochimaru, stop right there. I have no desire to fight you. If you wish to battle, go after my disciple. Jiraiya thought to himself as he saw Orochimaru charging towards him, secretly lamenting his predicament. At this moment, he could only muster about 30 to 40% of his strength. And facing Orochimaru was indeed a considerable strain. Humph. Not only will I target your disciple, but I shall also eliminate both you and your disciple. A chilling glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he quickened his pace, relentlessly chasing after Jiraiya. Realizing the dire situation, Jiraiya took to his heels. Although he could exert around 30% of his strength, the lingering toxins in his body severely hindered his speed, leaving him far slower than usual. And he could see that Orochimaru, with the Kusanagi sword in his mouth, was closing in on him. Ah! Jiraiya screamed in a frenzy, his face betraying his anxiety. How despicable! That beast is catching up. Jiraiya's eyes turned red, his heart racing, wishing he could faint at that very moment. However, at this juncture, Zhi Ge had already reached Tsunade's side. Observing her bloodied form seated on the ground, gasping for breath, Zhi Ge could not help but furrow his brow. Sister Tsunade, are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit injured, I want to die. Tsunade forced a faint smile. That damnable scoundrel. Zhi Ge clenched his fist tightly. Leave this to me. Tsunade, please tend to your injuries. Upon finishing his words, Zhi Ge immediately summoned the power of armament haki, positioning himself between Tsunade and Kabuto. Wait, Zhi Ge, do not concern yourself with me. You must step aside. Tsunade exclaimed, her teeth gritted, as she grasped Zhi Ge's arm urgently. No, I must save you, sister. You still need to return to Konoha and assume the role of Hokage. The village is in dire need of a leader during these challenging times. Zhi Ge shook his head, resolutely rejecting Tsunade's proposal, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Haven't I already instructed you on what to do? Step aside now. Your life is in imminent danger. Tsunade, perceiving Zhi Ge's attitude, felt a surge of anger and couldn't help but shout. Ha! Tsunade, this little brat has always regarded me as mere trash. He will not heed your counsel. Very well. Let me dispose of him first, and then I shall deal with you. Yakushi Kabuto sneered, his gaze dark and fixated on Zhi Ge. Humph, I shall not retreat. If you possess the capability, come at me directly. Why trouble a woman? Zhi Ge, with a firm grip around his neck, shouted loudly. Chapter 70, Zhi Ge vs. Yakushi Kabuto. Zhi Ge. Tsunade gazed at Zhi Ge's silhouette, suddenly feeling an uncanny familiarity. The spirited essence of a youthful hero seemed to echo from a distant past. Oh, it appears you are indeed a gentleman. Yakushi Kabuto mocked. And so what? Zhi Ge exhibited an unwavering demeanor, embodying an audacious defiance against death. Alas, in the tumult of war, it is often the idealists such as he who meet their demise first. As Yaoshiro spoke, he lunged towards Zhi Ge, his surgical knife gleaming with a fierce chakra, piercing through the air with lethal intent. Humph. Observing Yaoshiro's advance, Zhi Ge scoffed, propelling himself upward with a powerful kick, deftly evading the impending assault. In the next instant, Yaoshiro's foot struck the ground, causing the earth to cave in with a resounding crash, a cloud of dusty, ochre smoke billowing forth, obscuring his whereabouts. How peculiar his movements are. Zhi Ge couldn't suppress his astonishment at this display. Yet, in the very next moment, he sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind. Instinctively aware of the impending threat, Zhi Ge's pupils constricted, and he swiftly sidestepped. Bang! Just as he evaded, a tremendous force collided with his shoulder, sending him tumbling to the ground, his balance shattered. Cough, cough, cough. Zhi Ge coughed violently, his face smeared with blood. Ha! Little brat, let's see how arrogant you can be now. The corner of Yaoshiro's mouth curled into a sinister smile as he lunged forward with the scalpel once more. Clang! At that moment, Zhi Ge extended his hand to block the blade. What? Witnessing Zhi Ge's unscathed arm, Yaoshiro's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible! Gazing at the flawless skin on Zhi Ge's arm, Yaoshiro was filled with astonishment. How could this be? Observing the shock on Yaoshiro's face, Zhi Ge smirked coldly. I possess a body enveloped in supreme armament haki. Even your ninjutsu cannot match my strength. Your feeble power is akin to a child's toy in my presence. With that, Zhi Ge charged towards Yao Shurdo, swinging his iron fist, accompanied by a howling wind. Damn little brat. Though I cannot comprehend your words, daring to insult me is unforgivable. You shall not live. Fury ignited in Yao Shurdo's eyes as he relentlessly slashed with the scalpel. Clang, clang, clang. Their attacks collided, creating a cacophony that left trails in the air. Boom. Both men were flung back, crashing against the wall with a series of resounding thuds. Excellent. You truly do not disappoint. After regaining his footing, Yao Shurdo wore an expression of admiration. But do remember, I am stronger than you. With that proclamation, Yao Shurdo surged forward, engaging Zhi Ge in a fierce confrontation once again. Infuriated by the scene before him, Zhi Ge felt a surge of humiliation. How could he be bested by one of Orochimaru's subordinates? This was utterly disgraceful. Since you wish for death so eagerly, I shall oblige. As he spoke, a thick cloud of white smoke erupted from Zhi Ge's body, enveloping him entirely. This was the effect of Zhi Ge forcibly activating his second gear once more. Zhi Ge could distinctly feel the excruciating pain coursing through every muscle in his body, akin to the sting of needles. Yet, even in the face of such overwhelming side effects, he resolutely maintained his second-tier state. After all, the pharmacist still possessed strength nearly on par with Kakashi. Should he let his guard down even slightly, he would undoubtedly be annihilated. This foe was perilously formidable. Boy, no matter how hard you strive, you remain nothing but a worthless wretch. To think you could defeat me? It will be 100 years before you stand a chance. The pharmacist sneered ominously, his eyes blazing with a fierce and menacing light. Now, allow me to witness your true prowess. Zhi Ge took a deep breath, his fists clenched tightly, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds as a tremendous force surged forth. In the next moment, 2 orbs of white lightning manifested in his palms, flickering with an ominous glow, seemingly harboring the terrifying power to annihilate the world. Die, he exclaimed. Power of the thunder fruit. Lightning orbs. With eyes wide open, Zhi Ge swung his hand fiercely, sending 2 white lightning orbs hurtling towards Yao Shurdo. Observing the approaching orbs, Yao Shurdo revealed a hint of disdain in his gaze. You think you can kill me with such feeble attacks? How utterly foolish. In the next instant, chakra surged around his body, enveloping him in a thin protective membrane. Bang! The 2 white lightning orbs struck Yao Shurdo, yet he remained utterly unscathed, his clothes intact. What is this? Zhi Ge's eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. Humph! You dare to challenge me with such pitiful strength? You are seeking your own demise. With that, Yao Shurdo slashed his surgical knife, unleashing a beam of white light aimed directly at Zhi Ge. Fool! Die! Do not think you can defeat me so easily. In response to Yao Shurdo's action, Zhi Ge let out a cold shout and charged forward with his fist raised against the oncoming knife. Boom! 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 The two engaged in a fierce battle once more, with Yao Shurdo's knife techniques growing increasingly rapid, while Zhi Ge deftly evaded the attacks, launching frenzied counterattacks. Bang! 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 The two continued to clash, waves of energy wreaking havoc around them, leaving destruction in their wake. Just then, Zhi Ge's expression hardened as a silver-gray current surged from his body, quickly condensing into a slender electric arc boom. With a resounding crash, Yao Shurdo was sent flying by the current created by the arc, shattering several walls before crashing to the ground. Thud. Upon landing, cracks appeared in Yao Shurdo's glasses. How can this be? Why does your technique fluctuate in strength? He rose from the ground, clutching his chest, astonished as he stared at Zhi Ge. Because I am a master. I am nothing like you, a mere pawn of Orochimaru. Zhi Ge grinned broadly, revealing his pristine teeth. However, the true reason was that Zhi Ge had forcibly activated his second stage repeatedly, pushing his body to its limits and unable to sustain the power for long. Little brat, do not overstep your bounds. Your words will lead you into a perilous situation. Yao Shurdo gritted his teeth, his aura erupting, his eyes glinting with icy rage. Chapter 71. The perfect fusion of 2 fruits. Are you not formidable? What is the matter? Are you afraid? Haha. You cannot even defeat me, a mere chunin from Konoha. Yet you dare to act arrogantly before me? Zhi Ge observed as Yukushi Kabuto exhausted every taunt he could conceive. You. Upon hearing this, Yukushi Kabuto momentarily froze. Indeed, he had allowed this little imp to provoke him. If this continued, he would inevitably fall into the trap set by his opponent. Such a lapse was utterly unacceptable for the astute Kabuto. With this thought, his expression finally regained its composure. However, what difference does it make how much you say? You still must perish. Kabuto scoffed coldly, his scalpel trembling in his grasp as he swung it once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, A dense array of blades manifested around Yukushi Kabuto, encasing him like an impenetrable steel barrier, rendering any breakthrough impossible. Humph. Observing this spectacle, Zhi Ge let out a disdainful snort, his feet striking the ground with force, launching his body into a rapid acceleration. In the next instant, Zhi Ge twisted, his arm flinging outward, unleashing arcs of lightning that erupted from his limb, entangling the blades surrounding Yukushi Kabuto. Crackle, crackle, crackle. In an instant, a cacophony of piercing metallic friction reverberated throughout the forest. Yukushi Kabuto smirked slightly, his hands swiftly forming seals. Wind release. Violent gale dance. At once, the chakra within Yukushi Kabuto surged, transforming into countless wind blades that swept outward. No matter how formidable your lightning may be, if struck by my wind blades, you shall be shredded. As he spoke, Kabuto waved his hands once more, unleashing a torrent of wind blades that obliterated everything in their path, creating a chaotic expanse. Witnessing this, Zhi Ge's lips curled into a faint smile. Indeed, a bit of wit. To think he could conceive of using wind to counter my lightning, but alas, your little tricks cannot deter me. With that, Zhi Ge swung his hands vigorously, conjuring circles of blue-purple halos above them. 30 million volts. Rolling thunder. A mighty punch was thrown, releasing an overwhelming force of thunder that spread outward. Boom. In the next moment, all the thunderous energy burrowed underground, then surged back toward Yukushi Kabuto. How intriguing, attempting to evade my wind release by burrowing underground. Kabuto's pupils constricted, and his expression grew serious. This attack was indeed noteworthy. No wonder that Orochimaru-sama held this little brat in such high esteem. He truly possessed some strength. Kabuto snorted coldly, then with a wave of his right hand, the wind blades that had coiled around him transformed into razor-sharp wind swords that charged forward once again. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a series of violent collisions echoed throughout the area as numerous wind swords pierced into the ground, intertwining with the lightning, creating dazzling beams of light that crisscrossed the earth, incessantly bombarding everything above. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the entire forest was filled with thunder and gales, the air resonating with explosive roars. And the landscape lay in utter devastation. How infuriating. You wretched brat. Just how much power have you concealed? Gazing at the scene before him, Yukushi Kabuto's face was awash with fury. He had never anticipated that his opponent's strength would be so formidable. Even such a degree of assault might challenge Orochimaru himself. Is this truly an ordinary Leaf Village genin? It appeared he had gravely miscalculated the intelligence he had gathered on Zhi Ge. Compared to the clumsy fool who could only throw punches and kicks during the Chunin exams, the current Zhi Ge was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Little brat, I shall make you perish here today. Yukushi Kabuto roared, striking down with his scalpel once more, this time with even greater force. The aura surrounding his attack more menacing. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clashes rang out, as the battle between lightning and wind swords created afterimages too swift for the eye to capture. Rumble. Ultimately, a deep, resounding noise erupted as Yukushi Kabuto was sent flying back, crashing heavily to the ground. Haraha. Witnessing this, Zhi Ge burst into raucous laughter. You have lost. With that, Zhi Ge prepared to stride toward Yukushi Kabuto, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Little brat, do not be so arrogant. Even if you're strong now, you are still no match for me. Yukushi Kabuto ground his teeth in fury. Is that so? Then let us see. With that, Zhi Ge exerted his legs powerfully, shooting forth like a cannonball, reaching Yukushi Kabuto's front in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Kabuto's expression hardened, and he immediately swung his scalpel toward his opponent. Clang, clang, clang. The blade and lightning intertwined, sparks flying as a cacophony of piercing sounds resonated through the air. A series of sharp sounds rang out, as the scalpel in Yukushi Kabuto's hand was utterly suppressed by the force of the lightning, rendering him unable to advance even an inch. How could this be? Yukushi Kabuto's eyes widened, disbelief flooding his expression. It was well known that his chakra scalpel was among the finest in the ninja world, yet today, facing this little brat, he found himself struggling so fiercely. In that moment of distraction, Zhi Ge delivered a kick to Yukushi Kabuto's chest. Bam! Kabuto felt as though his chest were about to explode, his body flying several meters before he could regain his balance, blood spilling from his mouth. How could this happen? Clutching his chest, Kabuto's face was etched with shock. His taijutsu combined with the chakra scalpel was one of his most formidable techniques, aside from Orochimaru. He had never encountered a worthy adversary. Moreover, he had clearly sensed that Zhi Ge's taijutsu was nothing extraordinary. Why then could his opponent send him flying so far? Could it be? Is it due to this little brat's unique physique? Kabuto speculated inwardly, yet he could not fathom how his opponent had achieved this. This question plagued his mind, leaving him utterly vexed. Enough. I have no interest in playing these petty games with you. You believe I am unworthy to challenge Orochimaru? Then allow me to demonstrate my prowess firsthand. With that, Zhi Ge clenched his right fist and struck fiercely toward Yakushi Kabuto. Observing the approaching fist, Kabuto's pupils constricted, his right hand tightly gripping the hilt of his scalpel, intent on blocking the attack. However, overestimating yourself. With a sudden surge of strength, Zhi Ge shattered Yakushi Kabuto's blade with a single blow. Splatter. A jet of blood erupted as Kabuto's body flew backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 72, The White Snake Clone Cough, Cough, Cough. As Yakushi Kabuto struggled to rise, he gazed at Zhi Ge with eyes full of trepidation. I never imagined your taijutsu could reach such heights. You have been so arrogant for so long now. It is my turn. As his words fell, Zhi Ge's body quivered, and the power of lightning surged exponentially, swiftly enveloping a vast area around him. Crackle, crackle. The thunderous roar reverberated through the air, as streaks of silvery lightning cleaved the sky, furiously targeting the apothecary do. Bang, bang, bang. The apothecary hastily raised his other blade, swinging wildly in an attempt to shatter the oncoming bolts. Yet, the moment his blade met the lightning, it disintegrated into countless fragments, dissipating into the ether. Such a terrifying combination technique. The apothecary's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of dread igniting within him. At that moment, the figure of Zhi Ge abruptly vanished, and in the next heartbeat, a flash of lightning appeared at the apothecary's neck. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the apothecary's head was enveloped by an invisible surge of electricity, reducing it to charred remains. Gasping for breath, upon witnessing the apothecary's demise, Zhi Ge couldn't help but exhale in relief, his expression betraying a hint of exhaustion. However, to Zhi Ge's astonishment, the lifeless body of the apothecary transformed into a withered white serpent. What is this? Zhi Ge's eyes widened in perplexity. Little brat, you have performed admirably. To think you could even vanquish the white snake clone conjured by the esteemed Orochimaru. Though, it must be noted, the clone possesses merely a quarter of its original strength. A chilling voice echoed from behind Zhi Ge, sending a shiver down his spine, prompting him to hastily turn around. To his astonishment, Yakushi Kabuto emerged unscathed from the depths of the earth, wearing a cold smirk as he fixed his gaze upon him. So this fiend had not perished? Zhi Ge's heart sank in disbelief. Until now, he had believed he had finally acquired the power to eliminate Yakushi Kabuto. Yet, he now realized that the truth was far from it. Not only was Yakushi Kabuto alive, but he stood directly before Zhi Ge, a harbinger of despair. Even with all his strength, Zhi Ge could barely match a quarter of Kabuto's prowess. You did this on purpose. With gritted teeth, Zhi Ge spoke, of course. A cold smile played on Yakushi Kabuto's lips as he regarded Zhi Ge with a mocking expression. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Your physical techniques, though impressive when combined with lightning release, are merely the most rudimentary of combinations. Perhaps an ordinary ninja would be overwhelmed by you. But my abilities rank among the elite of the J-Nin. To think you could triumph over me is nothing short of delusional. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ge's countenance darkened, realizing that the man before him was not only cunning but also exceedingly sly. No, I cannot allow you to continue this arrogance. With that thought, Zhi Ge's expression twisted into a more menacing scowl. This time, I shall make you pay dearly. As he spoke, Zhi Ge propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, closing the distance to Yakushi Kabuto in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! An overwhelming force erupted. Yet Yakushi Kabuto effortlessly caught it with a single hand. Look at you, your stamina and strength diminishing by the moment, and yet you still feign strength. The only difference between you and Naruto is that you possess a modicum of intelligence, albeit not much more. Zhi Ge's face flushed with anger. This was an undeniable insult. Have you finished your taunts? What is your plan? Will you concede? Yakushi Kabuto asked with a victorious demeanor, his face brimming with smugness. No. Rubber jet swing punch. At that moment, Zhi Ge vanished from his original position, reappearing to deliver another unreserved punch aimed directly at Yakushi Kabuto's back. Bang! The resounding impact sent Yakushi Kabuto stumbling back a few steps, but he quickly regained his footing. This time, let's see where you can escape. He sneered. However, just as his words fell, Zhi Ge's figure materialized once more, launching another heavy punch towards Yakushi Kabuto. Futile. Wind release. Gale blade. Yakushi Kabuto roared, as the air around him swiftly coalesced, unleashing hundreds of razor-sharp blades of wind. Boom. Countless blades collided, hurtling towards Zhi Ge in a deadly barrage, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that unleashed a ferocious wave of force. Crack, crack. The sounds of destruction rang out as debris scattered in every direction. Zhi Ge found himself engulfed by the onslaught of wind blades, his body propelled backward, crashing heavily against a stone wall before collapsing to the ground. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Zhi Ge wounded, a gleeful expression spread across Yakushi Kabuto's face. Ha! Little brat, you have met your match. How pitiful. Did you ever think you would find yourself in such a situation, easily defeated and unable to retaliate? Yakushi Kabuto laughed maniacally. Do not revel too soon. I will not concede so easily. Zhi Ge wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze icy as she regarded Yakushi Kabuto. Despite the numerous gashes inflicted upon her by the Gale Blade, she resolutely rose to her feet. She would not allow herself to be humiliated before this man. Why? Why are you fighting so desperately? Tsunade observed Zhi Ge's silhouette, her previously frigid heart beginning to soften. Ha ha. You are the most foolish ninja I have ever encountered. In that case, allow me to send you to your demise. With a thunderous shout, Yakushi Kabuto summoned a 5-meter-long azure wind dragon that surged towards Zhi Ge. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Zhi Ge's pupils constricted in alarm. Damn it. In an instant, she realized she was in grave peril. This wind dragon, composed of wind attribute chakra, possessed terrifying power. Even in pristine condition, she would not dare confront it head-on, let alone in her current state. Die. Yakushi Kabuto scoffed, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes as he envisioned Zhi Ge's death. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, a shadowy figure silently appeared before him, obstructing his path. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Yakushi Kabuto felt a tremendous force slam into his chest, propelling him backward to crash heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Boom. 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 The resounding impacts continued as Yakushi Kabuto fell heavily, the dust settling around him. Chapter 73, the best candidate for reanimation at that moment. He finally opened his eyes, a shadowy figure coming into view. You have recovered. Yakushi Kabuto exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing Tsunade before him. I had already recovered, but you simply hadn't noticed. Tsunade replied with a smile, having witnessed the young girl's valiant efforts to save her. If I do not intervene now, it would be quite unreasonable. With a grin, she approached Yakushi Kabuto, delicately placing her slender right palm upon his forehead. Yakushi Kabuto's expression shifted dramatically as he struggled to rise, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. In the next instant, Tsunade abruptly retracted her hand. Swish. Her figure vanished from sight. Yakushi Kabuto's face contorted with fear as he looked up, only to find Tsunade reappearing above him, one foot pressing down on his back. Stay right there. Tsunade sneered, exerting force with her foot, a wild pressure compelling Yakushi Kabuto into the earth. Damn it. How much strength does this woman possess? Yakushi Kabuto's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Tsunade. This woman could truly force him into the ground. Such a degree of oppression was unprecedented in his life. No wonder she is the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, the sage of the leaf. Tsunade, observing Yakushi Kabuto's astonished demeanor, allowed a smug smile to grace her lips. My strength far exceeds your imagination. This kick used merely a third of my power. If I had employed 80%, you would have been flattened. At her words, Yakushi Kabuto's mouth twitched. Goodness, what manner of creature is this woman? Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Orochimaru-sama, I have failed. Yakushi Kabuto suddenly shouted behind him as Orochimaru arrived on the scene. However, the multitude of wounds adorning his body suggested he had not fared well against Jiraiya either. Failure is trivial. I have never bested Jiraiya. Orochimaru dismissed Yakushi Kabuto with a disdainful glance before scanning the formidable Tsunade on the ground. This woman is extraordinarily powerful, possessing incredible healing abilities and strength. It seems she must be eliminated swiftly. Otherwise, we will face endless repercussions. A glint of cold light flickered in Yakushi Kabuto's eyes, while Orochimaru's expression turned grave. Orochimaru-sama, please exercise caution. Yakushi Kabuto implored earnestly, his eyes filled with solemnity. I am aware, yet it appears today we shall not succeed. Orochimaru replied coolly, as a battered Jiraiya approached. The tides of battle had shifted dramatically, now pitting Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Zhi Ge against the gravely injured Yakushi Kabuto and the battered Orochimaru. The scales of victory had entirely tipped to one side. Orochimaru-sama, this mission has failed. Not only have you not achieved your desires, but you have also sustained injuries. I suggest a temporary retreat. Otherwise, we may all meet our end here. Yakushi Kabuto contemplated for a moment before proposing. Retreat? Orochimaru mused, his brow furrowing slightly as anger flickered in his eyes. It seemed there was no alternative. The situation was indeed unfavorable for them. No, we cannot allow them to escape. This is a unique opportunity. If we let it slip by, we may never have another chance to capture Orochimaru. As Zhi Ge perceived the intentions of Orochimaru and Kabuto to make a hasty retreat, he attempted to rise and impede their escape, only to be engulfed by darkness and lose consciousness. At that moment, his body had been thoroughly exhausted. He simply had not realized it earlier due to overwhelming excitement. Now's the time. Lord Orochimaru. Quickly, let's leave, Kabuto exclaimed, his face brightening at the sight of the unconscious Zhi Ge. Very well, let us depart, Orochimaru replied, casting a lingering glance at Zhi Ge, who lay in a pool of his own blood, his eyes filled with reluctance. With a swift motion of his robe, he and Kabuto hurried away. Tsunade and Jiraiya, meanwhile, showed no inclination to pursue, as they too had suffered significant losses. Recuperation was their utmost priority. Lord Orochimaru, I have comprehensively grasped all of Zhi Ge's abilities. His talent and combat skills far surpass those of his peers. I am convinced that with but a modicum of training, he could attain the strength of a Jonin within a year. If he were to become your reincarnation vessel, it would be nothing short of perfection, Kabuto asserted as they fled. This boy is indeed remarkable. If all proceeds smoothly, he may inherit all that I possess, which was my initial thought. However, Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with a hint of apprehension. After a moment of silence, he sighed and shook his head. Alas, this child is far too resilient. Controlling him seems nearly impossible. Furthermore, that damned Jiraiya appears to have nearly dispelled the darkness within him. A child burdened by his family's bitter enmity has begun to fight for Konoha. One cannot deny that Jiraiya's brainwashing is the most formidable aspect. Lord Orochimaru, you must not relinquish hope. This boy is undoubtedly the finest reincarnation vessel, Kabuto interjected, recognizing the boy's extraordinary physical gifts at such a tender age. Complemented by his formidable lightning affinity, a talent scarcely found throughout the ninja world. Regrettably, such a gem does not belong to me, Orochimaru lamented, shaking his head once more before turning to Kabuto. I have resolved to abandon the notion of using Zhi Ge as my reincarnation vessel. Fortunately, I have already implanted a curse mark on Uchiha Sasuke. Though this substitute pales in comparison to Zhi Ge, he has at least awakened his Sharingan. With the power of the Sharingan, I can realize my lifelong ambitions. But what if we also fail to recruit him? Kabuto inquired, brows furrowed. Failure? How could that be? This fellow has been training under Kakashi at an agonizingly slow pace, and Zhi Ge, his clansman, has completely overshadowed him in every aspect. Under such pressure, Sasuke will undoubtedly seek greater power. He will agree to come to me, Orochimaru declared with a booming laugh. Yet Kabuto was still inclined to offer counsel. But Orochimaru silenced him with a wave of his hand. No more words. Once a decision is made, it shall not be altered. Understood. Kabuto gritted his teeth, acquiescing to Orochimaru's resolution. Lord Orochimaru, what are your plans moving forward? Find an opportunity to have the four of them infiltrate Konoha and bring Sasuke to me, Orochimaru commanded. Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. Chapter 74. A substantial reward in Konoha village. Within the ninja hospital, Zhi Ge, after several days of unconsciousness, finally stirred awake. As he opened his eyes and beheld his surroundings, he nearly burst into tears. What is it? Have you been rendered foolish? Jiraiya, who was examining Zhi Ge's wounds, asked with a concerned expression upon noticing the boy's tearful demeanor. Perverted sage, have I been trapped in a genjutsu this entire time? Why is it that every time I awaken, I find myself in a hospital? Zhi Ge, with a sorrowful expression etched upon his face, wept profusely, tears cascading down his cheeks. Ever since participating in the Chunin exams, he had become a frequent visitor to the hospital. Regardless of the tasks he undertook, he invariably found himself awakening in a hospital bed. This only goes to show your earnest dedication. Jiraiya chuckled, patting Zhi Ge on the shoulder before picking up the food from the table to feed him. How do you feel in your current state? Jiraiya inquired. Zhi Ge, still in the recovery phase, acknowledged that while most of his injuries had healed, the internal wounds accumulated from prolonged battles still required time to mend. I cannot bear it. My head feels excruciatingly painful, as if 1,000 needles are piercing through it. Zhi Ge clutched his head, crying out in agony. The side effects of repeatedly engaging the second gear were strikingly evident, as his body reacted intensely. Do not rush. Take your time to adapt, he admonished himself. Otherwise, it may leave lingering consequences. Thus, he could only wait for the headache to subside. Zhi Ge sighed, lamenting the unfortunate circumstances. It is truly regrettable that despite our immense efforts, we ultimately failed to capture Orochimaru. Recalling the moments before his fainting spell, Zhi Ge couldn't suppress another sigh. If only his strength had been greater, it would have undoubtedly been the perfect opportunity. Ha ha ha. Do not fret. Once your body has fully recovered, there will be ample chances to defeat Orochimaru. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. However, rest assured, I possess a method to assist you in enhancing your strength, Jiraiya proclaimed. What method? As Zhi Ge's eyes sparkled with anticipation, he eagerly inquired. Let's discuss once you feel better. First, let's have something to eat to replenish our energy. Jiraiya smiled faintly, assisting Zhi Ge to his feet and pouring him a bowl of water. Have a drink. Thank you, lecherous sage. Zhi Ge took the cup, expressing gratitude with a smile towards Jiraiya, and then drank it in one gulp. Having been an orphan since childhood, Zhi Ge could only feel a semblance of familial warmth in Jiraiya's presence. Ha. Why are you being so polite? You are my prized disciple, Jiraiya remarked with a smile. Indeed, Zhi Ge nodded emphatically upon hearing those words. Perhaps one day you may even have the chance to surpass my former disciple, Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya reined in the smile that had graced his face and looked earnestly at Zhi Ge. Namikaze Minato, you say? He is renowned as the Yellow Flash, the fourth Hokage. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback, but soon a resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. Then I must strive with all my might. He then recalled the pressing matter at hand. I almost forgot. The fifth Hokage has instructed me to inform you that, upon awakening, you should report to the Hokage's office. It is said that there is good news awaiting. The fifth Hokage? You mean Tsunade? Indeed. She has agreed to assume the position of the fifth Hokage. Tsunade-san. She has actually consented to take on the role of the fifth Hokage. Upon hearing this, Zhi Ge was filled with immense joy. He understood that Tsunade was an exceptionally proud woman, known for her fiery temperament. Yet, to his surprise, she had ultimately acquiesced to the demands of Konoha. It seemed that this mission had truly been a resounding success. Indeed, she is currently awaiting you in the Hokage's office, Jiraiya remarked with a smile. I shall report at once. Upon hearing the words, Zhi Ge was filled with exuberance and swiftly exited the infirmary. The strength of this young lad is indeed formidable. In just a few days, he has made such a remarkable recovery. Jiraiya shook his head. Acknowledging the brilliance of youth, it is undeniable that one cannot escape the passage of time. Zhi Ge, you have finally arrived. Tsunade gazed at Zhi Ge as he entered, her expression radiating warmth and relief. Indeed, Zhi Ge stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Sister Tsunade, please take a seat. Thank you. After Zhi Ge settled down, Tsunade gazed at his face and suddenly smiled. Zhi Ge, you have accomplished this mission splendidly. It is quite remarkable for a genin to successfully complete an A-rank task. Therefore, the higher-ups of Konoha have decided after careful deliberation. Are they going to reward me with the promotion to Chunin? Zhi Ge raised his head in exhilaration, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Well, that's not quite the case. Tsunade hesitated for a moment and replied, Konoha has not prepared any reward for you to become a Chunin. After all, this is a significant matter that cannot be treated lightly. Therefore, you must continue to carry out your tasks and accumulate experience. But how can that be? I have already made so many contributions. Moreover, my strength has long surpassed the level of a Chunin. Zhi Ge hastily rose to his feet, expressing his eagerness to ascend to the rank of Nin. This is an order, Tsunade stated coldly. This. Zhi Ge lowered his head, refraining from retorting, his eyes betraying a profound sense of disappointment. However, do not despair. In light of your exceptional contributions to the Hidden Leaf Village, the higher-ups have resolved to reward you. Reward me with what? Am I to leap over the Chunin rank and ascend directly to Jonin? A surge of ecstasy flooded through Zhi Ge's heart as he eagerly inquired. Of course not. What rewards you is this? Tsunade stated while revealing an exquisite wooden box. Could it be the secret ninjutsu of the first Hokage? Or perhaps the compendium of forbidden techniques from the second Hokage? The corners of Zhi Ge's mouth twitched, and once again, an expression of excitement graced his face. These ninjutsu techniques were exceedingly precious, once mastered. They would bestow upon him unparalleled renown and status within the ninja realm. However, that was not the case. It was merely a monetary reward. Tsunade shot Zhi Ge a glance and remarked, You are overthinking this. This is your compensation. This. Well, I suppose cash is indeed more tangible. Zhi Ge scratched his head and then took the wooden box containing the reward from Tsunade's hands. However, upon opening the box, the contents nearly caused him to foam at the mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. What? Only 500 Rio. I safeguarded Konoha and completed an A-rank mission, and yet I am rewarded with merely 500 Rio. Zhi Ge was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that after enduring numerous life and death missions, he would receive a mere 500 coins, a monumental loss. Ah, ha ha ha. Initially, you were supposed to receive 50,000 coins. However, as you are aware, Konoha village has suffered severe devastation at the hands of Orochimaru and is currently in a state of reconstruction. Funds are desperately needed everywhere, so the bonus. Haha. Chapter 75, The Invisible Rift. Tsunade forced a smile, attempting to explain. What a predicament. Had I known, I would have defected and joined Orochimaru instead. With a sorrowful gaze devoid of tears, he looked at Tsunade, his eyes brimming with resentment. What did you just say? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Should you dare to betray the village, your punishment shall be doubled. You will be confined to the isolation chamber for 6 months of reflection. Ah, please, no. Zhi Ge was suddenly flustered. I was merely jesting. In fact, $500 is quite satisfactory. Humph. Upon hearing this, Tsunade let out a soft huff. Yet the anger on her face remained unabated. She waved her hand dismissively. You may leave now. Upon receiving a reprieve, Zhi Ge swiftly departed from the Hokage's office. To my astonishment, Zhi Ge proved to be quite gullible. After all, he is merely a child. At last, I possessed the means to settle my numerous debts. After Zhi Ge's exit, Tsunade couldn't help but stifle a chuckle, and she promptly retrieved the remaining 49,500 yen from beneath the desk. Oh, the treacherous village of Konoha. It has squandered my youth and exploited the meager labor of the lower-ranked shinobi. After leaving the Hokage's office, Zhi Ge couldn't help but murmur to himself. Just then, he spotted Sasuke approaching him. Oh, has this fellow's injury healed? With such thoughts, Zhi Ge approached and greeted him. Hello, Sasuke. Have your injuries healed? Oh, you're still alive? Sasuke remarked sarcastically upon seeing Zhi Ge. What do you mean by still alive? Zhi Ge shot him a glare, exclaiming, Humph, with such prowess. You've ended up in this pitiful state. It's a wonder you're still alive. Sasuke scoffed in response. Hey, you little brat, are you asking for a beating? Do you believe I could shatter your skull with a single punch? Upon hearing those words, Zhi Ge immediately raised his fist in fury. Are you going to hit me? Sasuke scoffed. Go ahead, give it a try. Their gazes clashed intensely. At that moment, Zhi Ge was filled with confusion. What had caused Sasuke to suddenly become so aggressive? Although he had always enjoyed putting on a tough facade, he had previously been quite courteous towards his fellow villagers. What on earth are you two doing? An observing Jonin interjected, swiftly stepping in to defuse the situation. My apologies, I was just joking. He chuckled awkwardly. Joking? From the looks on your faces, it hardly seems like a jest. In fact, it appears as though you are about to quarrel. I have no issues with him. You are mistaken. Zhi Ge hastily distanced himself from the situation. He had no desire to fall out with Sasuke. Humph, I am well aware of both your temperaments. You are, after all, the only two of your clan. Why must you be at such odds with one another? The Jonin glanced at Sasuke and remarked, Clan? Huh, I have no wish to be associated with such a person. Sasuke scoffed, his gaze fixed on Zhi Ge, filled with disdain. What do you mean by that? Do you truly wish to fight? Let us not forget the Chunin exams, when it was I who left you searching for your teeth. Enough, enough, enough. Upon hearing this, he was instantly filled with indignation and roared. The Chunin exams? That was merely a stroke of luck for you. I am no longer the person I was back then. Sasuke, undeterred, appeared eager for the challenge. Haha, just a few days ago. Wasn't it someone who was knocked down by their own brother with a single punch? Since you are so confident, let us compete and see who emerges victorious in the end. Zhi Ge let out a cold laugh, then turned his gaze towards Sasuke. Do you still dare to bring this matter up? Seeking death. Upon hearing this, Sasuke was instantly consumed by rage and charged directly at Zhi Ge. Humph. You are still as naive as ever, you little brat. As Zhi Ge deftly evaded Sasuke's onslaught, he mockingly declared, And what of your immaturity? A creature like you is unworthy to be my adversary. Is that so? Then by all means, give it your best shot. The two engaged in a spirited clash, wholly absorbed in their contest. Meanwhile, the nearby Jonin frowned at the spectacle before him. What on earth is wrong with you two? Do not act so recklessly. He was taken aback to witness their brazen altercation occurring right in front of him, as though he were invisible. In an instant, the Jonin positioned himself between the two, seizing each by the collar and lifting them effortlessly. What are you doing? Put me down. Please, let us go. They cried in unison, struggling against his grip. Yet, to the Jonin, their resistance resembled ants attempting to shake a mighty tree. Enough. We are all comrades here. Why must you turn against one another? Upon hearing these words, Zhi Ge immediately ceased his resistance. Sasuke, too, lowered his head, his eyes filled with confusion. How utterly uninteresting. I shall take my leave. With a cold remark, Sasuke turned and departed. What the hell? A defeated foe. What is he so smug about? Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered by the erratic behavior of this unpredictable individual. Zhi Ge, you are unaware, but yesterday this fellow had a skirmish with Naruto, who was in the same group while at the hospital. Had Kakashi not intervened in time, who knows what chaos might have ensued. The Jonin sighed and remarked, What? Upon hearing the Jonin's words, Zhi Ge was rendered even more astonished. Naruto is considered Sasuke's closest friend. This fool actually dared to strike him. Has he truly lost his senses? Never mind, since no one is clear about the underlying circumstances, and you have just been discharged from the hospital. It would be prudent for you to return and rest. The Jonin shook his head and continued walking towards the medical department. With a mere nod, Zhi Ge said little and proceeded towards home. Upon returning, Sasuke glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was already 11 o'clock at night. He turned on the light, revealing a room that remained starkly empty. Sitting in a chair, he gazed at the group photograph of Team 7. Enveloped in silence for an extended moment, memories of their shared missions flickered incessantly in his mind. The fragments of their past together causing even this cold-hearted youth to feel his eyes welling up with emotion. Yet, the words spoken by the four-sound shinobi the previous night resurfaced relentlessly. Would Orochimaru truly grant him the power to surpass everything? Clenching his teeth, Sasuke recalled the cursed seal bestowed upon him by Orochimaru. Each time it manifested was also when he lost control in a fit of rage. The shock that power delivered continuously affirmed the truth of the sound shinobi's claims. Justice or evil, countless images flooded his mind, repeatedly assaulting his moral boundaries. And the dilemma of choice plunged him into a state of profound conflict. However, a kunai in the corner of the room pulled his thoughts back to the past. It was a gift from his beloved older brother, Itachi Uchiha. This brother, once his greatest affection, had become his sworn enemy. Chapter 76. Sasuke's defection. Would playing ninja games with friends in Konoha truly make you stronger? In this comfortable village, you would only squander your talents. Look at Uchiha Zhi Ge. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you have been left far behind. Only Lord Orochimaru can bestow upon you the power you desire. Do you not seek revenge? The words of the sound shinobi surged through Sasuke's mind. And the kunai left behind by his brother became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Rising from his seat, he slung a bag over his shoulder, turned off the light, and exited the room. Hey, where are you off to at such a late hour? Upon returning from solitary cultivation, Zhi Ge suddenly heard a familiar voice resonating behind him. As Zhi Ge turned back, he was astonished to see Sasuke, who had fought with him at noon. Of course, he had been training. What, does he still wish to engage in battle with me? Zhi Ge smiled, his eyes brimming with provocation. That is not the case. I am well aware that presently, I am no match for you. In a surprising turn, Sasuke spoke with an unusually relaxed tone, momentarily catching Zhi Ge off guard. However, the next time we meet, it is quite likely that you will be the one searching for your teeth. Sasuke pivoted his words and continued to stride forward. You truly are full of yourself. I do not believe you can surpass me. By the way, you seem to be preparing for a long journey. Where are you headed at this late hour? Zhi Ge inquired with a smile, observing Sasuke with a lingering suspicion that he was concocting some dubious scheme. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Sasuke merely chuckled coldly, stating, I am simply carrying out a mission. There is no need for such apprehension. Oh, I see, came the reply. Zhi Ge nodded slightly, yet he remained somewhat perplexed. However, your complexion appears rather pale. Could it be that you have sustained an injury? Sasuke was momentarily taken aback by the words of peace. He instinctively touched his face, realizing it indeed bore a slight pallor. It's nothing. Perhaps it's just a result of insufficient sleep last night. He offered a nonchalant explanation before quickening his pace to move forward. In that case, do take care. Zhi Ge shrugged nonchalantly. Then, with a fleeting glance, he strolled in the direction of home. Farewell, companion. Sasuke observed Zhi Ge's silhouette, and as his words faded, the figure vanished. What an odd fellow. What could be troubling him today? As Zhi Ge ambled along, he mumbled to himself. However, he soon cast the matter aside and returned home to indulge in a deep slumber. The exhaustion from his cultivation, coupled with the relentless series of battles he had engaged in over the past few days, rendered his sleep particularly profound. It was not until around noon that he was roused by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Bang, bang, bang. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhi Ge parted the way, allowing Jing-in to enter. May I inquire what brings you here, Miss Jing-in? Sasuke. Sasuke has defected. What? Upon hearing Jing-yin's words, Zhi Ge's eyes widened in disbelief. A look of incredulity etched upon his face. Are you jesting with me? No. Everything I have said is true. Sasuke fled last night. Jing-in hastily shook her head, observing Zhi Ge's expression as she spoke, hoping he would not doubt her words. Why would he flee? Zhi Ge wore a bewildered expression, clearly reluctant to accept the reality before him. However, as he reflected on Sasuke's peculiar behavior from the previous night, everything suddenly began to make sense. Although this young man often reveled in his bravado, the notion of defection left Zhi Ge with a tinge of disappointment. He found himself pondering. I too am somewhat perplexed. In any case, the last clue mentioned by Sakura regarding Sasuke pointed towards seeking Orochimaru. Jing-in furrowed her brow and recounted the events of Sasuke's defection in meticulous detail to Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge nodded, unable to suppress a sense of emotion within. This young rascal is indeed formidable, managing to escape from so many pursuers and successfully eluding the boundaries of the village. What were the J-Nin guards doing? Yet, why is he seeking Orochimaru? Does he intend to take revenge on Uchiha Itachi? However, I do not believe that Orochimaru possesses the strength to contend with Uchiha Itachi. If one were in search of a powerful mentor, it would be wiser to seek out the lecherous sage. Zhi Ge furrowed his brow in contemplation. Despite Jiraiya's seemingly unreliable demeanor, he possessed remarkable skill in mentoring his disciples. You seek me not merely to inform me of Sasuke's defection, do you? Is there any way in which I might assist you? Zhi Ge pondered, aware that the messenger would not come merely out of idle curiosity to inform him of Sasuke's defection. Actually, I have come to notify you that this morning, Lord Hokage has organized a temporary team led by Shikamaru, consisting of Choji, Neji, Kiba, and Naruto, to retrieve Sasuke. What? Upon hearing this news, Zhi Ge's expression darkened significantly, but he quickly reassured himself, reasoning that such a formidable group should have no trouble pursuing a single individual like Sasuke. However, circumstances took an unexpected turn. According to the latest intelligence, it was not merely Sasuke who had defected. Rather, he had been lured away by Orochimaru's subordinates. They were a quartet, and earlier in the day, they had encountered our elite J-Nin team during a mission. Among our ranks, Nara Shikamaru and Inuzuka Kiba had engaged in battle with these four for less than half an hour before sustaining grave injuries. How could this happen? Nara Shikamaru and Inuzuka Kiba are both elite J-Nin. Zhi Ge's face paled at this revelation. Who was responsible for this? Moreover, the most pressing concern was that if Naruto and his team encountered this group, it would be tantamount to courting death. The strength of these four was comparable to that of their own squad, and their jutsu was exceedingly elusive, posing a formidable challenge. Preliminary assessments suggested at least one possessed the prowess of an elite J-Nin. With a heavy sigh, the messenger spoke gravely. Thus, Lady Tsunade has instructed me to inform you to hurry and provide support. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhi Ge nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Thank you. You're welcome. It is my duty. With that, the messenger prepared to depart, but Zhi Ge called out to her. Wait, is that all? Huh? You wouldn't want to backtrack, would you? At his words, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course not. But, am I not assigned any companions? I am but a lower-ranking shinobi tasked with pursuing such a dangerous individual? Alone? Against four. Well, regarding that, Lady Tsunade mentioned that aside from the regular defense ninjas, all available shinobi have been dispatched on missions, leaving only you. Me? Zhi Ge's brow furrowed at this revelation. But I am merely a lower-ranking shinobi, pursuing elite J-Nin. 4 of them. This is exceedingly perilous. I know you've always been ambitious, and unfortunately, this is the situation we face. I am only the messenger. What of Lady Tsunade? She should personally intervene. Apologies, Zhi Ge, but Lady Tsunade is currently occupied with other matters and cannot assist. However, rest assured, Sunagakure has re-established its alliance with Konoha Gakure, and volunteer comrades from Sunagakure are en route. The messenger patted her chest confidently, yet her words only darkened Zhi Ge's expression further. By the time they arrived from Sunagakure, I fear my body may already be cold. Zhi Ge's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Yet Jing Yin remained oblivious to it. Let us set forth at once. The return of Sasuke, as well as the safety of Naruto and the others, rests solely upon your shoulders. Can you bear to witness Naruto and Neji meet an untimely demise? As Jing Yin spoke, her gaze was fixed intently on Zhi Ge's changing expression. Is it truly that grave? Are you certain this is not a moral coercion? Why do I feel as though I have fallen into a trap once more? Upon hearing this, Zhi Ge's expression darkened considerably. No. It is only a hero of your caliber who can accomplish such a task. This is the first A-rank mission assigned to you by Lady Tsunade. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint her. With a bitter smile, Zhi Ge pondered how he could possibly take Sasuke away. That stubborn individual was as unyielding as an ox. However, since Shizen had made such a request, Zhi Ge felt compelled to acquiesce. After all, this was an order from Tsunade. Even though he harbored a strong desire to refuse, he understood that defiance could lead to dire consequences. Thus, I shall take on this responsibility. Rest assured, it is my duty, and I shall ensure the safe return of Naruto and the others. As for whether Sasuke will return, that is a matter left to fate. Zhi Ge nodded and turned to stride outside. Naruto, I shall hasten to your aid, he exclaimed. You must hold on. Upon leaving the village and entering the forest, Zhi Ge's heart was tumultuous. Perhaps Naruto could barely survive. But to involve Kiba and CHG in such a perilous endeavor seemed akin to sending them to their doom. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Zhi Ge could not help but accelerate, fearing that even a moment's delay could result in the loss of a comrade. He was resolute in his desire to avert such a fate. As he sped along, it was too long before he discovered signs of a fierce struggle on the grass, indicating that two factions had clashed violently in this very spot. Zhi Ge halted his steps, concealing himself in the shadows as he observed the unfolding conflict. His ears quivered slightly, as if attuned to some distant sound. After a brief moment, a look of joy illuminated Zhi Ge's face. It is them. Indeed, they are in the vicinity. Zhi Ge hastened forward, and before long, he indeed spotted Ding Si's silhouette. Ding Si was engaged in combat with a rotund adversary, and Zhi Ge found the figure of this portly opponent strikingly familiar. Zhi Ge, what brings you here? Ding Si exclaimed, nearly leaping in excitement upon seeing Zhi Ge unexpectedly appear behind him. Who is this fellow? Zhi Ge scrutinized the corpulent figure before him, and suddenly, a thought struck him, causing his complexion to pale dramatically. Could it be a member of Orochimaru's guard team? This was the very individual who had participated in the assault on Konoha and the ambush of the third Hokage. How fortuitous. It was time to settle both new and old scores. With this realization, Zhi Ge clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. Humph. So it is you, this worthless wretch. Lord Orochimaru spared your life once, allowing you to scurry away like a coward. Yet here you are, brazenly seeking humiliation. Upon witnessing Zhi Ge's sudden appearance, Jirubo's eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation, but he quickly masked it with a derisive smile. Humph. Lord Orochimaru has decreed that should we encounter Uchiha Zhi Ge during this operation, he is to be eradicated on the spot. At the mention of Jirubo's words, Zhi Ge's expression darkened ominously. Is that so? Then I shall see if the loyal hounds under Orochimaru possess the capability to fulfill such a task. Jirubo paused for a moment, taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Foolish. Do you truly comprehend the extent of Lord Orochimaru's strength? If it were not for his desire to avoid confronting you personally, you would have already been torn to shreds. This time, Lord Orochimaru has specifically empowered us four with enhanced curse seals, just in case we encountered a nuisance like you. I cannot believe my luck. I have indeed stumbled upon you. The more Jirubo spoke, the more exhilarated he became, as if he could already envision the moment of Zhi Ge's demise. Orochimaru is but a shadow of his former self. Had he not fled last time, I would have already dispatched him. To think his guard team would be even more reckless. Rest assured, I shall ensure your death is most agonizing. Zhi Ge squinted, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Although Jirobo possessed formidable strength, Zhi Ge was convinced that in this state, he could not possibly be his opponent. Jirobo, upon hearing these words, was filled with rage. How audacious of this little brat. Let me show you the true outcome of this battle, life or death. A powerful chakra began to coalesce around Jirobo, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently and even shaking the ground beneath them, an oppressive aura enveloping the entire forest. Be careful, Zhi Ge. This guy is incredibly strong. Even after consuming my spinach and curry pills, I am no match for him. If you hadn't arrived just in time to support me, I might have met my end here. Ding Xi's expression grew serious. Yet he still managed to offer a warning. I understand. I will do my utmost to defeat him. You need not worry. I will be fine. Ding Xi nodded, aware of his own limitations, deciding it best to remain here and await Zhi Ge's performance. Defeat me? Haha. Such bravado. If you truly possess that ability, then come forth. Earth release. Earthquake technique. Jirobo sneered as he unleashed his earth-based ninjutsu. Boom. The soil roiled violently, as if massive boulders were crashing down, engulfing the entire forest in chaos, branches splintering and collapsing, mud spreading everywhere, creating a scene of utter devastation akin to the apocalypse. What formidable power! Ding Xi's eyes widened in astonishment, a flicker of horror rising within him. Chapter 78. The Earth Prison Hall. Do not resist in vain. You too should simply accept your demise. Jirobo's face was filled with pride and madness, as if he could already envision the scene of Ding Xi and Zhi Ge meeting their end. But at that moment, he witnessed Zhi Ge suddenly vanish from his position, only to reappear directly in front of him, his right leg swinging fiercely as he delivered a powerful kick to Jirobo's abdomen. Rubber bounce knee strike. Bang! Jirobo felt an intense pain in his chest as a colossal force surged through his body, rendering him uncontrollable as he plummeted from the height, crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? Jirobo clutched his abdomen, struggling to rise from the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld Zhi Ge standing in scathe. An expression of incredulity etched on his face. Indeed, even if Orochimaru were present, I would not fear him. What makes you think I would fear you? Zhi Ge smirked derisively at the fallen Jirobo. You. Jirobo's mouth gaped open in shock, speechless for a moment. Truly, you are the formidable opponent I had anticipated. However, do you believe this is the end? Jirobo's expression twisted back into a ferocious grimace, as if a brilliant strategy had suddenly occurred to him. In an instant, Jirobo charged forward, unleashing his taijutsu. Rowan's fist. Rising knee. Shoulder charge. Palm strike. With each move, Jirobo exerted his full strength, each technique brimming with explosive force, creating deep craters in the earth beneath him. This fool, does he wish to engage me in close combat? A smirk of derision crept across Zhi Ge's lips. Who does he think he is? Even with his superior physical talent, he is still not worthy to be my opponent. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Jirobo's face flushed with indignation and fury. You country bumpkin, how dare you insult me? You are as good as dead. You have thoroughly enraged me. You must perish. With a thunderous roar, Jirobo's arms swelled dramatically, his muscles bulging as he was infused with potent cursed chakra, his eyes burning crimson, resembling a demonic deity as he lunged forward. This foolish idiot, so utterly dim-witted. No wonder he has become Orochimaru's lackey. What a waste of my performance time. Rubber launch kick. As Jirobo charged at him, a deep smirk of mockery graced Zhi Ge's face. Suddenly, he exerted force with his left leg, propelling his body forward like a cannonball, delivering a fierce kick to Jirobo's midsection. With a thud, Jirobo was sent flying several meters away by Zhi Ge's strike. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his complexion pale, clearly injured by Zhi Ge's earlier blow. How can this be? How is this possible? Jirobo clutched his stomach, gazing at Zhi Ge in disbelief. He could not fathom why, despite having unleashed the cursed power enhanced by Orochimaru, his taijutsu had failed to affect his opponent in any way. Do you truly believe that your taijutsu holds any value before me? Allow me to enlighten you. In terms of physical prowess, I am your ancestor. Zhi Ge cast a dispassionate glance at Xilong Fang, then slowly raised his right hand, clenching his fist tightly. Rubber storm fist. The air reverberated with a thunderous roar as a spiraling hurricane manifested, accompanied by a fierce howling, charging towards Xilong Fang. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Xilong Fang's eyes as he sensed the swirling tempest. He realized he was facing a formidable opponent. Boom. Xilong Fang exerted every ounce of effort to evade Zhi Ge's punch, yet Zhi Ge did not relent, pressing on with relentless aggression. The air crackled with intensity as the assault continued. At this sight, Xilong Fang finally adopted a serious demeanor, understanding that his adversary's strikes were far from trivial. Drawing a deep breath, he swiftly formed hand seals, and a colossal stone slab rose before him. Earth release. Earth returns. This massive stone completely enveloped Xilong Fang's body. Yet it seemed, alas, it was too late. Gazing at the imposing rock, Zhi Ge's eyes glimmered with mockery. As his words echoed, his right fist struck the stone slab with tremendous force, shattering it into countless fragments that scattered into the air like dust. witnessing the destruction. Si Longfang's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. What is this? Your defensive ninjutsu is utterly feeble. A sardonic smile appeared on Zhi Ge's face. You cannot even withstand a mere ordinary attack from me, yet you wish to engage in combat? How infuriating! Jirobo roared in anger. What manner of monster are you, possessing such formidable strength? What is this bizarre constitution of yours? You have far too many questions. Zhi Ge let out a cold snort and charged once more towards Zhi Langfang. Get away from me, huh? As Zhi Ge's strides drew ever closer. Zhi Langfang could no longer contain himself, erupting into a frantic scream, his face awash with terror and confusion. Boom! With a thunderous roar. Zhi Langfang's body suffered yet another devastating blow. Before Zhi Ge, he appeared as fragile as paper, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. I refuse to believe it. Your martial prowess should not be this formidable. My cursed seal power is among the most elite of ninja techniques. How could you possibly defeat me? Zhi Langfang's hoarse voice echoed, his visage marred by unwillingness. You actually dare to cherish the pitiful powers bestowed upon you by Orochimaru? How utterly laughable! Zhi Ge gazed at the retreating Jirobo, extending his hand with a single motion to grasp the collar of his garment. Yet, at that moment, Jirobo unexpectedly revealed a sinister smile. Not good. Zhi Ge, you've fallen into his trap. Ding Xi's voice rang out abruptly. Having foreseen the unfolding events and urgently warning Zhi Ge, what trap? Upon hearing Ding Xi's words, Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback. Only now did he realize the peril he was in. Too late. Earth release. Imprisonment. Jirobo's malevolent grin widened as towering earthen walls loomed around Zhi Ge. Before he could comprehend the situation, these walls converged, encasing him in a 360-degree prison without escape. What is this? As Zhi Ge stared at the suddenly materializing earthen barrier, his pupils dilated and his heart raced uncontrollably. Haha. Chapter 79, Absorbing Chakra? Apologies, but I shall not. At that moment, Zhi Ge heard an uproarious cackle from beyond the walls, the chilling laughter of Jirobo. Haraha. Zhi Ge, did you not expect this? I feigned weakness to lower your guard, and you fell right into my trap. Within my earth prison, your chakra will be methodically drained. Resign yourself to your fate. Jirobo sneered, his face a mask of derision. Earth prison? This is the ninjutsu taught to you by Orochimaru. Yet you are so pathetic as to think you could kill me with it. How foolish. You are truly worthless. As Jirobo's words washed over him, a surge of fury ignited within Zhi Ge. Worthless? The term twisted Jirobo's features into a grotesque snarl. Since you deem me worthless, let us see if you can escape. Ha! Fear not. In 5 minutes, your resolve will crumble. A cruel smile spread across Jirobo's face as he expanded his body, exerting all his effort to siphon Zhi Ge's chakra. This is bad. Zhi Ge is in danger. I must devise a plan. Ding Xi's expression shifted dramatically, his anxiety mounting. He knew that without a supply of chakra, Zhi Ge's strength would diminish significantly, making him an easy target for Jirobo. Get lost, you fat fool. I'm in a cursed seal state now. You're not the kind of scum who can interfere with me. Jirobo taunted, seemingly having anticipated Ding Xi's actions. Hearing this, Ding Xi's face darkened. No matter what you say, I want to back down. I still have many things to accomplish. With determination, Ding Xi clenched his teeth and retrieved a small box from his sleeve, within which lay the final spicy pill from the trio of colored orbs. Consuming it would grant him a 100-fold increase in power, enabling him to rescue Zhi Ge, yet at the cost of his own life. But how could he allow his comrade from Konoha to perish because of him? After a fleeting moment of internal conflict, Ding Xi trembled as he unscrewed the cap of the spicy pill. Just then, he noticed something amiss in Jirobo's expression. Why? How could this be? Why can't I absorb even a trace of chakra from my earth prison this time? This shouldn't be happening. Having painstakingly ensnared Zhi Ge within his earth prison, Jirobo was now alarmed to find himself unable to siphon any chakra, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Haha. While the notion of trapping me to absorb my chakra is quite ingenious, it hinges on a crucial prerequisite. With a chuckle, Zhi Ge appeared to revel in his position within the barrier. How is this even possible? What conditions could have led to this? A jolt of shock coursed through Jirongfang's heart, prompting him to shout urgently. It is only if I truly possess chakra that this could happen. This is inconceivable. Upon hearing this statement, Jirongfang's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept the conclusion before him. Are you jesting? How could you possibly be devoid of chakra? I have witnessed your prowess firsthand. Your mastery of lightning release is so exquisite, It is simply impossible for you to lack chakra. Are you trying to deceive me? Jirongfang roared, clearly in denial of this reality. Are you joking with me? Observing Jirongfang's reaction, Zhi Ge couldn't help but emit a cold laugh. Whether I am jesting or not, you will soon find out, Zhi Ge coldly remarked, then suddenly raised his hands, with fierce lightning flickering continuously within his palms. This is the art of lightning release. You have unleashed lightning release, yet you claim to lack chakra. Indeed, perhaps this is a variant belonging to lightning release. However, I have no need for such a thing as chakra, Zhi Ge proclaimed proudly, a hint of arrogance gracing his countenance. What nonsensical drivel are you uttering? Have you been so thoroughly intimidated by me that you've lost your wits? Upon hearing these words, a profound astonishment flickered in Zilangfang's eyes, and his expression twisted into one of menace. Arguing with someone of your questionable intellect is nothing but a waste of my time. Now, open your eyes wide and behold the power of the Thunder Fruit. 10 million volts. Thunderwave. With a fierce shout, Zhi Ge unleashed a sudden eruption of brilliant blue light from his arms, as a surge of lightning energy coalesced violently within his palms. The power of the lightning wave was immense. Upon striking the barrier of the earthen prison, it shattered it instantly, transforming it into a storm of debris that scattered in all directions. The thunderous roar echoed relentlessly throughout the confines of the earthen prison, causing it to tremble violently. Outside, Zilangfang's expression darkened to an extreme, with blood even seeping from his eyes. I will not accept this. I will not accept this. Zilangfang bellowed, his face contorted with madness. He could not comprehend why the meticulously crafted, perfect barrier he had painstakingly established could be so effortlessly dismantled. Zilangfang refused to believe this outcome, for his ninjutsu was no less formidable than that of any other ninja. How infuriating! You wretched fool! Zilangfang's visage twisted in rage, as the cursed seals on his body spun incessantly, augmenting his chakra in a desperate attempt to restore his strength. Is this truly the extent of your power? Zhi Ge scoffed derisively, his eyes brimming with disdain. You dare oppose me with such feeble chakra? How utterly presumptuous! Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Zhi Ge lunged forward with a sudden step. 10 million volts. Lightning fist. As his declaration resonated in the air, a brilliant bolt of blue lightning erupted from his right fist, propelled by the elasticity of his rubber-like body, slicing through the atmosphere towards Jirobo with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the lightning had reached Jirobo, whose face contorted in fear. He desperately attempted to evade the oncoming blue flash, yet his efforts proved futile. No, a frenzied look overtook Jirobo's countenance. His eyes fixated on the lightning as he frantically waved his hands, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu in a futile attempt to withstand the impending strike. However, the disparity in power between him and Zhi Ge was insurmountable. Within mere breaths, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering backwards several meters. You, how could you? Chapter 8. The resolve to die for one's comrade. Jirobo's face was etched with shock, clearly unprepared for the sheer might of his adversary. Ha! I have told you, the gap between us is insurmountable. Zhi Ge's laughter echoed, reveling in Jirobo's dismay. Zhi Ge, I acknowledge your strength. Yet, I do not believe this alone can vanquish me. Now, allow me to reveal the true extent of my power. Jirobo inhaled deeply, determination flickering across his face. As he did, the seals on his body multiplied, enveloping him entirely until he fully transformed. His formerly short hair lengthened and turned a striking yellow. His skin hardened and darkened, and claws sprouted from his hands. Zhi Ge gazed in astonishment at the remarkable transformation before him. Although he was unsure of the circumstances surrounding this individual, he could distinctly sense that the opponent's strength had seemingly multiplied several times over. At long last, this is my cursed seal transformation state too. Previously, I would only resort to this against opponents of elite Jonin caliber, yet today, it appears that I must employ it against you. I must concede, you truly are a formidable adversary, but alas, this is where it ends. The brilliance in Zhi Lang's eyes ignited like a dazzling flame, his chakra surging tumultuously, enveloping him in an aura of terrifying menace. Damn, is this the body that has been modified by Orochimaru? Witnessing Zhi Lang in such a state, Zhi Ge couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Indeed. Now you comprehend the gravity of the situation. Zhi Lang cackled maniacally. You are fortunate to have witnessed the augmented power of the cursed seal bestowed upon me by the great Orochimaru. Now you may die? Such arrogance. Upon hearing these words, Zhi Ge disdainfully curled his lip. Are you certain you can kill me? Humph. Then let us see. Bang. With that declaration, Zhi Lang surged forward at an astonishing speed, delivering a fierce punch to Zhi Ge's abdomen. The impact of the crushing fist sent Zhi Ge hurtling backwards like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. This blow has inflicted injury upon him. Yet, Zhi Ge's expression remained serene, undeterred by the pain he had sustained. Witnessing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Zhi Lang's eyes. You, of all people, managed to withstand my attack. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. It's futile. Your cursed seal power is simply too feeble. Whether in ninjutsu or taijutsu, it is also pathetically weak. With a serene smile, Zhi Ge remarked, refrain from boasting. For your endurance is finite. Sorobo roared, surging towards Zhi Ge once more. The sounds of impact reverberated as they clashed, their fists relentlessly pounding against each other. The surrounding terrain scarred by the force of their blows. Their figures intertwined in a furious dance, each launching a relentless assault. The forest was consumed by the clamor of their brutal exchange, silencing all other sounds. Between them, phantasmal afterimages blurred as they moved. The air rent by the howling of their fists, causing the trees to tremble. Thuds and cracks echoed through the air, punctuated by cries of pain, as figures were sent hurtling backward. Finally, after a series of punishing collisions, Sorobo's face grew increasingly pallid. With a final, resounding blow, Sorobo was struck, collapsing heavily to the ground. Spitting blood, he grimaced in agony. Damn you! I refuse to believe your body is made of iron. You must be grievously wounded as well. Sorobo exclaimed, incensed. Zhi Ge retorted with a laugh. How naive. My body's fortitude surpasses iron. What can you possibly do to me? Zhi Ge sneered and said, You. Zhi Lang, filled with rage, retorted, What? Do you still wish to fight me? If so, come at me. I shall show no mercy. With that, Zhi Ge slowly raised his palm, aiming directly at Zhi Lang's heart. A surge of terrifying power erupted instantly. No, Zhi Lang shouted, attempting to flee. Yet, how could Zhi Ge grant him such an opportunity? A thought flashed through his mind, and a bolt of lightning coalesced in Zhi Ge's right palm, which he then fiercely struck against Zhi Lang's chest. In an instant, Zhi Lang's body exploded, a mist of blood scattering everywhere. This, Ding Xi, hiding behind a large tree, was rendered utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Zhi Lang, who had been left utterly defenseless, would be killed by a single strike from Zhi Ge, leaving not even a corpse behind. It was simply terrifying. Zhi Ge, you are truly formidable. As a peer, the gap between us is insurmountable. After a long while, Ding Xi murmured to himself, Ding Xi, do not take it to heart. The fact that you could delay him here is already quite remarkable. Hurry back to the village. The words of Zhi Ge spoke volumes, shattering Ding Xi's train of thought. No, now is not the time to return. Shikamaru and Naruto are still ahead, pursuing the enemy. They are awaiting my support. Ding Xi resolutely declined. Yet, in light of your actions, Zhi Ge was taken aback, although Ding Xi's strength was not particularly remarkable. He was a person willing to make sacrifices for his friends. Despite having sustained serious injuries, he still wanted to assist others. Upon reflecting on this, Zhi Ge's face broke into a resolute smile. Rest assured, Ding Xi, I have come here under the orders of Lord Hokage to assist you. I will certainly manage the situation from here on out. You should return quickly. This is also a specific request from Lord Hokage. Zhi Ge told a small lie here. He was acutely aware that the enemies ahead would only grow stronger. If Ding Xi insisted on proceeding, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. Yet, for the sake of Ding Xi's safety, he did not hesitate to weave this deception. Very well then. Just be cautious. Ding Xi understood the gravity of the situation and realized there was no time to waste. Thus he had no choice but to depart for the moment. Zhi Ge nodded. I shall take my leave now. Be cautious and do not act recklessly. After speaking, Ding Xi turned and walked into the distance. Understood. Rest assured. The sound of conflict echoed once more as he swung his fist and then vanished from sight. Observing the silhouette of Zhi Ge, Ding Xi was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sentiment. It was a sensation he had never experienced before, yet it lingered in his memory with remarkable intensity. At that moment, Ding Xi had already regarded Zhi Ge as a crucial companion. Chapter 81. The Abomination with 6 hands. After parting ways with Ding Xi, Zhi Ge swiftly advanced forward. The battle with Zhi Lang Fong had been relatively manageable for Zhi Ge. Despite encountering some difficulties, it ultimately proved to be more thrilling than perilous. Moreover, he had conserved a significant amount of stamina, which would prove advantageous for the impending pursuit. Just as Zhi Ge contemplated the nature of the adversaries he might encounter ahead, he suddenly noticed an abundance of eerie spider webs in the nearby woods. Upon closer inspection, Zhi Ge discovered that these spider webs indeed contained chakra components. Naruto and his companions were not adept at utilizing such ninjutsu. It seemed the enemy was lurking nearby. With that, Zhi Ge pressed his body against the strands of silk. Indeed. The moment Zhi Ge's skin made contact with the web, a terrifying force surged into him. Hiss! Zhi Ge could not help but draw in a sharp breath. How formidable! This overwhelming chakra is capable of eroding my own haki. Could it be that these chakras are the manifestation of the enemy's illusions? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a tremendous explosion echoed from a short distance away. Oh no, what am I dawdling here for? Those individuals are still waiting for my assistance. In an instant, Zhi Ge regained his senses. His speed surged once more, amplifying severfold as he swiftly dashed into the distance. Before long, he traversed a vast expanse of spider silk. Within his line of sight, dark streaks were rapidly approaching him. These shadowy figures moved with astonishing swiftness, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Boom! One of the dark streaks struck him fiercely, sending him sprawling backward. Thud! In midair, Zhi Ge's body crashed violently into the thicket below. Ouch! That hurts terribly. Lying amidst the grass, he could not help but groan in agony. However, as he gathered his wits and glanced towards the dark figures, he discovered that they were, in fact, enormous black spiders. Each spider was the size of a fist, and their aggressiveness was particularly formidable. It was this oversight that had led to his earlier misfortune. It seemed these spiders were sent by the enemy for reconnaissance. How infuriating. They dare to obstruct my path. Die, all of you. The power of the Thunder Fruit. Thunderbolt plunder. Zhi Ge was instantly engulfed in fury, emanating a crackling aura of lightning. With a fierce whoosh, powerful bolts of lightning surged forth, striking down the surrounding spiders. These creatures had no chance of resistance, as they were utterly obliterated by the electric onslaught. Zhi Ge, undeterred, pressed onward after vanquishing the spider. Yet, scarcely a minute had passed when he beheld Hinata Niji, battered and bruised. Ah, what misfortune has befallen the talented scion of the Hyuga clan? Zhi Ge, upon spotting Ning Xiai, couldn't help but jest. There is no time for idle chatter. Just now, through my Byakugan, I observed you hastening towards my direction. You must exercise caution. An adversary lurks nearby, and I am currently engaged in a skirmish with him. Ning Xiai promptly replied, rest assured. I have already dispatched numerous reconnaissance spiders. If the enemy dares to show themselves, they shall find only a path to their demise. Zhi Ge let out a cold snort and remarked, I sincerely hope so. Ning Xiai nodded in agreement. Although he held a deep trust in Zhi Ge, he was acutely aware of the adversary's formidable strength, having witnessed it firsthand. At this moment, Ning Xiai understood that it was not the time to lower his guard. Who is this reckless little imp daring to utter such audacious words? It seems I must teach you a lesson. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed as a peculiar figure with 6 arms descended from the tree, hanging upside down. Behind him trailed long strands of spider silk, suggesting that the webs and spiders were indeed his handiwork. Humph! Who are you? Why do you obstruct Naruto and his companions? With a piercing gaze, Zhi Ge solemnly inquired, Ha ha ha. Foolish child, are you truly so ignorant? Do you not recognize my identity? We have crossed paths in the Hidden Leaf Village. The grotesque figure with 6 arms mocked. Ah, yet another lackey of Orochimaru, I see. I have already dispatched one portly fellow. Now it is your turn. Zhi Ge spoke coldly. Upon hearing his words, the 6-armed creature's expression turned sour. Humph, little brat, don't think that just because you managed to defeat Zerobang, you can effortlessly vanquish me, Gedongmaru. I'll be frank with you. I am nothing like that fool. This time, you absolutely stand no chance. Gedongmaru snorted disdainfully. Is that so? Then I must say, I am genuinely looking forward to it. However, in my opinion, aside from being more grotesque than him, you are not much different at all. Zhi Ge's lips curled into a faint smile. You seek death. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's taunt, Gui Tongwan erupted in fury, suddenly extending 6 arms towards Zhi Ge in an attempt to grasp him. Whoosh! 6 fierce gusts of wind violently tore through the air. However, Zhi Ge did not flinch. He merely raised a hand and pointed decisively. Bang! The 2 forces collided with a resounding thud, causing Zhi Ge to stagger back 2 steps. It was evident that this individual was indeed markedly different from the one known as Xi Lang Feng. Little brat, it would be wise for you to surrender. At this sight, Gui Tongwan's expression shifted to one of exhilaration. Let us see what unfolds. Zhi Ge let out a cold laugh, then charged forward once more. A rubber straight punch. The figure of Zhi Ge vanished once more from the original spot. This time, he materialized beside Gui Tongmaru. With a thunderous roar, Gui Tongmaru sensed the assault from behind and swiftly turned, striking at Zhi Ge with a claw. Snap! The rubber fist of Zhi Ge collided with his claw, producing a sharp crack. However, this time there was no explosion, as their attacks yielded little effect. You think you can contend with me at this level? Such arrogance! Scoffed Gue Tongwan disdainfully. Just then, a white figure descended from the heavens, landing a punch squarely on Gue Tongwan's face. Boom! With a resounding crash, Gue Tongwan was sent flying. Cough, cough, cough. After being struck, he immediately spat out blood. You, vile, white-eyed brat. I had almost forgotten you were my opponent. Gue Tongwan roared, clutching his swollen cheek in fury. Divided attention during battle can lead to death, Ning Xi remarked coldly, gazing at Gue Tongwan. Humph, do you think you can defeat me merely with your eyes? Dream on. I shall pluck your eyeballs out and toss them into the sea to feed the fish. Gue Tongwan retorted angrily. Upon hearing this, Ning Xi raised an eyebrow and sneered. Since you wish for death so eagerly, allow me to grant your request. Chapter 82. 2 fists cannot match 4 arms. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms. As his words fell, Ning Xi's figure suddenly vanished. In the next moment, he appeared before Gue Tongwan, striking toward his chest with a palm. Gue Tongwan, realizing the danger, quickly wielded 6 enormous arms to shield himself. However, these colossal appendages seemed as insubstantial as paper before Ning Xi, easily torn apart. Boom! Ning Xi's right hand crashed down upon Gue Tongwan's shoulder, an overwhelming force instantly shattering his defenses. Uft! Blood erupted from Gue Tongwan's mouth. How is this possible? His eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched across his face. Is this your so-called defense? Ning Xi scoffed. No. My defense possesses a high level of strength. Gue Tongwan vehemently denied. Then let me put it to the test. With that, Ning Xi stepped forward, transforming into a blur. Bang! A heavy punch struck Gue Tongwan's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Woo, woo. The excruciating pain in his belly left him powerless to even groan. Humph. Observing Gue Tongwan sprawled on the ground, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. Zhi Ge was momentarily stunned. He had not expected that he would be of little help, with Ning Xi taking center stage. It seems you two are one who enjoys boasting, Ning Xi remarked as he slowly approached the fallen Gue Tongwan. Don't come closer. This fellow still has hidden cards to play. Be careful. Suddenly, Zhi Ge recalled the previous battle and shouted aloud. Ningji was taken aback by his words and involuntarily halted his steps. How infuriating. This fellow actually exposed me. Gitongmaru sprang up from the ground, gritting his teeth in anger. Do you think you've secured victory just like that? I advise you not to waste your efforts. You simply cannot defeat me. Ningji replied coolly. How can you know unless you try? As he spoke, Gitongmaru's body began to undergo a transformation, countless cursed seals spreading from his neck, wherever the seals traversed. All the wounds on his body healed completely, and astonishingly, his strength surged alongside the expansion of the seals. What? How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, he was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that this opponent, after battling for so long, harbored such incredible power within him. Haha. How can it be impossible? Kid, today, you shall experience the might of my cursed seals. Gitongmaru declared arrogantly. Hey, 6-armed monster. Transform all at once. Don't dawdle. I am pressed for time. Impatience laced his voice as he spoke. Having witnessed the formidable power of Jirobo previously, he recognized that the boy before him, Gitongmaru, bore the same cursed seal, signifying his potential to transform. Humph. Now that you are privy to this secret, prepare to witness the might I unleash upon my transformation. With that, Gitongmaru commenced his metamorphosis. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted suddenly from his being, and he seemed to morph into a fearsome apparition. A third eye opened upon his forehead, rendering his visage truly terrifying. Gitongmaru's transformation sent a chill of cold sweat cascading down Niji's spine. Thanks to his Byakugan, Niji was acutely aware of the fluctuations in Gitongmaru's chakra. Astonishingly, the chakra after Gitongmaru's transformation surged to over 6 times its original intensity. The power of this individual now dwarfed Niji's own. How infuriating. I never anticipated this fellow. Yet, even in the face of such a formidable adversary, Niji remained undaunted, resolutely taking a stance to brace for Gitongmaru's assault. Niji, fall back. Zhi Ge hastily exclaimed. Ning Xi paused, casting a puzzled glance toward Zhi Ge. Gue Tongwan's cursed seal allows him to unleash several times his chakra in a short span. You are undoubtedly no match for him. Step aside, I shall confront him. With that, Zhi Ge intended to advance and engage Gui Tongwan. No way. How could I stand by and watch you face death alone? Ningxi immediately halted Zhi Ge's advance, positioning himself resolutely in front of him. Rest assured, I have already battled that rotund Jirobo, and I understand their true capabilities. Allow me to fight in your stead this time. Seeing Ningxi standing protectively in front of him, Zhi Ge felt a surge of gratitude and nodded. He then charged towards Gui Tongwan. Hey, seeking death. Gui Tongwan scoffed disdainfully as he observed Zhi Ge's approach. In an instant, Gui Tongwan raised his hand and seized Zhi Ge by the shoulder, violently tossing him aside. Bang! As Zhi Ge's form collided with a mighty tree. The entire trunk was abruptly shattered in half. Witnessing this spectacle, Gui Tongwan immediately displayed a smirk of derision. You are simply too weak. You cannot withstand even a single strike from me. With that proclamation, Gui Tongwan charged directly at Zhi Ge. How infuriating. Having more hands grants you an undeniable advantage. Zhi Ge bellowed in response, launching himself once more into the fray. The two figures became entangled in a fierce struggle, punctuated by the sound of heavy impacts. As the adage goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. And what of Gui Tongwan's 6 hands? After merely a dozen exchanges, Zhi Ge realized he had suffered numerous hidden blows, scratches upon his body, and sudden punches to his abdomen. Though he was protected by his armament haki, he could not withstand the innate advantages of his opponent's physicality. The state wrought by the cursed seal indeed exhibited considerable prowess. It was capable of matching my ordinary form in combat. It appears I must create some distance and engage in a battle of ranged attacks. As Zhi Ge deftly evaded, he pondered, haha, come, allow me to fully demonstrate my power. The spirited Kayatomo exclaimed with fervor. In the next moment, his figure flickered and vanished from sight, only to reappear at Zhi Ge's side, seizing him by the chest and lifting him effortlessly upwards before forcefully hurling him away. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as Zhi Ge's body collided with a grand tree, blood gushing forth and staining the leaves of vivid crimson. Cough, cough, cough. Zhi Ge coughed up a mouthful of blood, his pale visage rising as he wiped away the crimson stains, resolutely continuing the battle. The power of this fellow's curse seal is truly monstrous, capable of inflicting harm upon me. It seems he is indeed somewhat more formidable than that Sukaru. Zhi Ge expressed his frustration, stating, It's all right. I can take the lead and feign an attack while you utilize your lightning from a distance. We can coordinate our efforts. Chapter 83. The spider-like man Ningxi offered a faint smile, providing comfort. Upon hearing Ningxi's words, Zhi Ge was momentarily taken aback, then immediately shook his head vigorously. No way. I just said I would handle it myself, and now, barely 2 minutes in. I need your help? That would be like slapping my own face. Rest assured, I have many aces up my sleeve yet to be revealed. Just wait and see. Ningxi nodded in response to Zhi Ge's declaration. Although he was unsure of what the aces were, Zhi Ge's confidence suggested he had a means to cope, alleviating any worries. Come on, let me see what you're truly capable of. Zhi Ge squinted slightly, observing the imposing figure of the monstrous Kidomaru before him. A sly smile curled at the corners of Kidomaru's mouth as he let out a chilling laugh, charging forward once more. Witnessing this expression, Zhi Ge furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of wariness within. The power of Kidomaru had transcended the ordinary. Should he falter this time, it would be a source of humiliation before Ningxi. In that moment, Zhi Ge gripped his right arm tightly, with arcs of lightning flickering within. A bolt of lightning shot forth with remarkable speed. Boom! The electric strike collided with Kidomaru, yet it was effortlessly absorbed by the cursed seal-imbued skin, leaving him unscathed. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such lightning release is indeed impressive. No wonder you are a lower ninja of Konoha. If only it were a tad more potent, it might suffice for a mere tickle. Kidomaru remarked with a cold sneer. Humph! Rubber missile. Observing Kidomaru's demeanor, Zhi Ge snorted disdainfully and swiftly unleashed a powerful kick with his right leg. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as Zhi Ge's leg shattered the towering tree behind him, sending it crashing down and creating a substantial crater in the ground below. Well, you possess quite the strength, Kidomaru exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. Indeed, consider yourself fortunate to have evaded in time, or else it would have been your ribs that faced the same fate. Zhi Ge scoffed, not necessarily. Watch out. Upon hearing this, Gui Tongwan was instantly filled with rage. He lunged forward, his 6 arms pulling back, as countless fine threads surged towards Zhi Ge. However, Zhi Ge remained unfazed and executed a rubber whip kick. Crack! The whip kick collided with the fine threads, producing a crisp sound, and astonishingly, the multitude of threads were scattered apart. Witnessing this, Gui Tongwan's eyes widened in shock. You can actually sever the threads infused with my cursed chakra. Fascinating, truly fascinating. It seems your taijutsu is commendable. Gui Tongwan exclaimed excitedly as he charged at Zhi Ge once more. Not daring to hesitate, Zhi Ge swiftly met him head-on. The two engaged in a breathtaking chase, their speeds astonishing as they continuously shifted positions in a dance of offense and defense. This fellow is indeed remarkable. Just a few weeks have passed, and he is utterly different from the Zhi Ge I fought during the Chunin exams. His progress is astounding. Ningxi couldn't help but murmur to himself. Their speeds were incredibly swift, one to the left, the other to the right, rendering them unable to outmaneuver one another for the moment. Moreover, Gui Tongwan's speed had evidently increased significantly. This enhancement stemmed from the power of the cursed seal within him. At this moment, Gui Tongwan no longer feared Zhi Ge. Instead, he began to ruthlessly exploit his physical advantages, aiming to leverage the power of the cursed seal to eliminate Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge, refusing to be outdone, unleashed the power of the thunder fruit, unleashing a barrage of purple lightning upon Gui Tongwan. Crackle. Accompanied by the sounds of thunder striking Gui Tongwan's skin, his strength began to grow even more formidable. Ningxi was struck with a sense of dread. How could this guy's power escalate so drastically? Previously, during their skirmish, while Gui Tongwan's speed had improved, it merely allowed him to match Zhi Ge. He had not gained the upper hand. Yet now, he was directly suppressing Zhi Ge. This is bad. His cursed seal power is still augmenting. Ningxi shouted in an attempt to warn Zhi Ge. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, Gui Tongwan suddenly swung his arm, snapping his fingers in the air. Small black tendrils erupted from his body, extending rapidly like tentacles, enveloping Zhi Ge in an instant, and forming a confining prison. Within this prison, countless tendrils writhed, resembling the gaping maws of ferocious demons waiting for their prey. Damn it! Feeling the threat of the tendrils, Zhi Ge bellowed, then lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch of rubber bullets towards the tendrils. Boom! A tremendous force surged forth, obliterating the tendrils. Seeing this, Gui Tongwan chuckled. Haha. Such a level of power is still insufficient to withstand me. I wonder if you can endure my further assaults. Barely had the words left his mouth when he snapped his fingers again, causing the damaged tendrils to regenerate and attack Zhi Ge once more, reminiscent of a monstrous creature. As the tendrils charged with ferocity, Zhi Ge became anxious, executing a roll and leaping into the air. Whoosh! Countless black threads erupted from Gui Tongwan's body, transforming into numerous tendrils that darted toward Zhi Ge. Witnessing this, Zhi Ge's expression shifted. He pressed his toes against the ground and propelled himself skyward like a cannonball. However, Gui Tongwan caught this movement and grinned. I didn't expect your body to possess such incredible elasticity. As he spoke, he pivoted, unleashing a flurry of golden spider silk infused with chakra towards the airborne Zhi Ge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The delicate threads pierced through the air, striking Zhi Ge. Thud. A sharp pain shot through Zhi Ge's waist, followed by Gui Tongwan waving his hand, a thick golden thread piercing through Zhi Ge's body. As Zhi Ge descended slowly, Gui Tongwan cackled. How does it feel to be pierced now? Hearing this, Zhi Ge couldn't help but smile bitterly. He never expected to be caught by this guy midair. No matter how sturdy your body may be, you ultimately cannot escape my cursed chakra. Observing this, Gui Tongwan sneered, pulling the spider silk towards himself, causing Zhi Ge to be yanked along. Bang! Zhi Ge's body fell heavily to the ground, instantly sending a cloud of dust and smoke into the air. Coughing violently, Zhi Ge found himself choking on the dirt. Chapter 84. Testing a new technique on you. This fellow, does he truly possess only the strength of a special jonin? Why does it feel as though the intelligence provided by Jing is rather inaccurate? Surely, he must at least be at the level of a jonin. Zhi Ge could not help but frown. Haha, youngster, you are no match for me now. Just admit your defeat. Gitongmaru declared arrogantly. Defeat? Zhi Ge shook his head with a smile, and said, You are thinking too simplistically. Although I am injured now, do not presume that you can take me down. Oh, is that so? In that case, I shall send you to your demise today. Gui Tongwan smirked coldly and suddenly unleashed a strand of golden spider silk from his mouth, aiming it directly at Zhi Ge. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the golden silk struck Zhi Ge's body like bullets, causing blood to gush forth uncontrollably. Observing this, a sinister expression crept across Gui Tongwan's face. Now I shall see how long you can endure. Buzzing. At that moment, Zhi Ge's hands began to tremble with a peculiar sound, and shimmering blue light flickered erratically across his form. Witnessing the blue light enveloping Zhi Ge, Gui Tong Wan was momentarily taken aback. How could this boy wield such power? What is this? He pondered in astonishment. Just then, a surge of electric energy erupted from Zhi Ge's hands, instantly enveloping his arms. Sizzle. Following this, Gui Tong Wan felt a tingling sensation in his hands, a searing pain rendering his complexion pale and causing beads of sweat to dot his brow. Hiss. Observing this, Zhi Ge emitted a series of strange sounds from his mouth. Subsequently, arcs of blue lightning coiled around his hands, forming two spheres of electric light. What is this? Lightning can actually condense into shape. Gazing at the spheres of lightning in Zhi Ge's hands, Gui Tong Wan could not suppress his astonishment. Indeed, I must test whether my lightning spheres are superior, or if my teacher Kakashi's Chidori reigns supreme. Zhi Ge nodded with a sinister grin and charged towards Gui Tong Wan. What a joke. Sensing Zhi Ge's presence, Gui Tong Wan's expression darkened. He was acutely aware that if struck by those two spheres of lightning, he would either perish or suffer grievous injury. With this thought in mind, Gui Tong Wan hastily severed the threads and fled deeper into the forest. Attempting to escape? Observing Gui Tong Wan's actions, Zhi Ge scoffed disdainfully and directly manipulated the lightning spheres in pursuit of him. Bang! 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 The spheres crackled ominously in Zhi Ge's grasp, clearly gathering an even more formidable thunderous power. The intent of Zhi Ge is unmistakable. He aims to impose these two spheres of lightning upon Gitongmaru, akin to Naruto's Rasengan, in order to render him utterly powerless in battle. However, this course of action harbors considerable peril. The explosive power of these lightning spheres is tremendous should they detonate. Even steel forged from special materials would stand no chance against the blast, and Zhi Ge's hands serve as the sole conduit for their control, inevitably subjecting him to backlash. This young man has lost his mind. Sensing the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from the spheres in Zhi Ge's grasp, Gitongmaru was struck with dread and fled desperately. Yet, Zhi Ge had already anticipated his movements. Whoosh! Just as Gitongmaru had scarcely distanced himself, Zhi Ge appeared before him, seizing him by the collar. Let me go. Let go of me. Gitongmaru's expression turned ashen, paralyzed with fear of provoking an explosion from the lightning spheres. Let go? Observing Gitongmaru's distress, Zhi Ge could not help but chuckle. Then, with his right hand gripping a lightning sphere, he tossed it effortlessly away. Whoosh! The sphere, freed from its restraints, hurtled directly towards Gitongmaru. I'm doomed. Gitongmaru's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed the horrifying power contained within the sphere, making him feel as though his very bones were on the verge of shattering. Ah! Lord Orochimaru! Save me! Overwhelmed by the oppressive force of the sphere, Gitongmaru could not suppress a scream. Yet, his cries would not summon any aid at this moment. He was accompanied solely by two thunderous spheres of lightning hurtling towards him. Boom! Boom! The successive explosions resounded, leaving Gitongmaru drenched in blood. With 3.5 of his 6 arms blown apart, a massive indentation carved into his chest, and all his ribs shattered. I beg you, save me. I will never dare oppose you again. As the severity of his injuries escalated, Gitongmaru, overwhelmed by pain, pleaded for mercy from Zhi Ge. Hearing his words, Zhi Ge's lips curled into a mocking smile. Heh. Gitongmaru, you were once an assailant of Konoha, an enemy with whom I share a deep-seated animosity. You dare to claim you will never oppose me again? How absurd. I know, but I truly realize my mistakes. Faced with Zhi Ge's frigid gaze, Gitongmaru was gripped by terror, urgently wailing, I beg you, save me. I am willing to offer all the intelligence I possess about Orochimaru as compensation. Please, spare me. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing that information about Orochimaru could be obtained, Zhi Ge's eyes brightened with intrigue. Indeed, if you grant me this one mercy, I am willing to divulge all the intelligence I possess on Orochimaru. I beg of you, spare me. Gui Tong Wan hastily nodded in agreement. Observing this, Zhi Ge's gaze grew fervent. He was indeed desperate for information regarding Orochimaru, especially since he had been tirelessly seeking an opportunity to eliminate him. He could not bear the thought of his comrades in the village facing peril once more. Very well, I shall grant you a reprieve for now. Zhi Ge retracted his aggressive stance, wearing an expression of profound compassion as he said, however, I must first escort you back to the Hidden Leaf Village and confine you to the torture department. Upon hearing these words, the countenance of Gui Tong Wan visibly improved. As he lay on the ground, panting heavily. After subduing Gui Tong Wan, Zhi Ge swiftly turned to assess Ningxi's injuries. Ningxia, how are you faring? I am fine. Merely some superficial wounds. I just need to rest for a bit. Ugh. Before Ningxia could finish his sentence, a torrent of foul blood erupted from his mouth, indicating that during the skirmish with Gui Tongwan, he must have been afflicted by his spider venom. Otherwise, you should return to the village to recuperate. It would also be prudent to bring Gui Tongwan back. Once we acquire information from Orochimaru, our Hidden Leaf village will gain the upper hand. Zhi Ge cast a glance at Ningxia and proposed a course of action. In response, Ningxia shook his head, assuring, "It's fine, I'm all right. I can still hold on." Hearing this, Zhi Ge furrowed his brow and reiterated the persuasive arguments he had previously used on Ningxia. Chapter 85, A Life and Death Arrow Indeed. The kind-hearted Ningxia was convinced. All right, I shall first escort this individual back to the village. Zhi Ge, you must exercise utmost caution. The enemies that lie ahead will surely be formidable. We must retrieve Sasuke. And, be careful. Just as Ningxia was about to say more, he suddenly noticed Gui Tongwan, who had been lying on the ground, seemingly on the brink of death, now wielding a towering golden bow, aiming directly at Zhi Ge's heart. In that critical moment, Ningxia did not hesitate. He pushed the bewildered Zhi Ge aside, sacrificing himself to absorb the fatal arrow with his back. With a sickening thud, the golden arrow pierced Ningxia's chest, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl, blood gushing forth immediately. Ningxia, witnessing this scene, a crimson hue flooded Zhi Ge's eyes as he screamed in desperation, "I will not allow you to die. You must survive. It is your life that I owe my own to. I will not die." Upon hearing Zhi Ge's anguished cries, Ningxia managed a bitter smile, yet his strength was nearly depleted. Damn it, you scoundrel. I showed you mercy, and yet you are so treacherous? Zhi Ge erupted into a furious roar, disregarding the fallen Ningxia, and charged directly at Gui Tongwan. Haha, you little brat are truly a fool. Do you actually believe the words of your enemy? Have you lost your mind? To have someone like you as a teammate is an utter misfortune. You will only bring doom to those around you. Gui Tongwan cackled arrogantly, then swiftly drew a golden arrow from his quiver, aiming it at the oncoming Zhi Ge. This arrow was crafted from the unique viscous gold within Gui Tongwan's being, possessing immense power. Even more terrifying was the fact that the tail of the arrow was entwined with spider silk shot from his mouth, ensuring an unerring strike. Die. A sinister glint flickered in Gui Tongwan's eyes as he raised his arm, drawing the golden bow to its utmost tension, transforming the arrow into a streak of shooting star. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows whistled through the air, hurtling towards Zhi Ge in the blink of an eye. Zhi Ge sought to evade the arrow using the thunder fruit, but alas, he was a moment too late and was struck directly in the shoulder, pinned against the great tree behind him. Blood gushed forth as he coughed violently, his strength waning instantaneously, leaving him devoid of the energy to even shift his shoulder. Haha, little brat, let us see how you escape this predicament. Your life is now mine. Gui Tongwan proclaimed with a boisterous laugh, stepping forward to retrieve a golden arrow, preparing to draw his bow once more to shoot at Zhi Ge. Why? How can you recover your strength despite being so weakened? The expression on Zhi Ge's face was one of disbelief, his gaze directed at Gui Tongwan, filled with shock and confusion. Just moments ago, he had inflicted severe injuries upon Gui Tongwan, leaving him nearly depleted of strength, yet now, he stood before him once more. Haha, your question is utterly foolish. Do you not know who I am? I am the spider Gui Tongwan. Lord Orochimaru specifically enhanced the power of the curse seal before sending us to confront you. And now I am twice as strong as I was before. Gui Tongwan erupted into a maniacal laughter, his grin exuding an eerie and sinister aura. I see. But then, how is it that I managed to evade your attack, yet your arrow still found its mark? Zhi Ge gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, his left leg trembling slightly, evidently bearing the weight of a grievous injury. However, upon witnessing Zhi Ge's condition, Gui Tongwan's face broke into a mocking grin. Haha, what a foolhardy soul you are. Do you have any inkling of the potency of my arrow? Gui Tongwan sneered. With a single shot, even without resorting to any secret arts, I could pierce through a body of steel, turning it into a mere pincushion. You are undoubtedly doomed. Moreover, this golden arrow is intricately woven with the threads of spider silk from within me, allowing me to manipulate the trajectory by adjusting the frequency of my heartbeat at any moment. Now you comprehend the gravity of your demise, do you not? Upon hearing Gui Tongwan's words, Zhi Ge's eyes widened in shock. So that's it. I wonder if you have ever heard this saying? Zhi Ge suddenly inquired with a smile. What words? Gui Tongwan, somewhat bewildered, asked in return, what do you mean? The villain perishes from excessive chatter. With each deliberate word, Zhi Ge spoke, his right fist tightly clenched, the muscles of his body subtly rippling. What do you mean? At this point, you are nothing but a worthless being, and yet you dare to feign strength before me. Gui Tongwan erupted in fury, taken aback by the audacity of this young boy to insult him. In that instant, Zhi Ge completely unleashed his rage, his eyes ignited with 2 arcs of azure light, enveloping Gui Tongwan in an overwhelming sense of imminent danger. Allow me to demonstrate that I am not merely pretentious. The power of the Thunder Fruit. 30 million volts. Shadow Thunderstrike. Zhi Ge suddenly grasped the golden arrow that pierced through his left shoulder with an iron grip, and in that fleeting moment, all the power of thunder surged into it. Both the golden arrow and the chakra threads possessed conductive properties, and within a mere second, the entirety of the thunderous energy was transmitted through the threads and into the mouth of Gui Tongwan, striking directly at his innards. Boom, boom, boom. With the sound of 3 explosions, Gui Tongwan's body was instantly obliterated, his flesh, intestines, and bones reduced to mere fragments. Hiss, hiss, hiss. An ominous cloud of smoke began to waft from his body, and his grotesque head transformed into charred remnants of decay. Worthless wretch. Zhi Ge spat disdainfully at the head of Kentoki Maru before swiftly turning to stand before Niji. Niji had just taken a fatal arrow for Zhi Ge and now lay motionless on the ground. This is bad. The lad is nearly breathless. Witnessing this scene, Zhi Ge's pupils constricted sharply as he hurriedly knelt before Niji, checking for any signs of breath. Fortunately, he was still alive. Zhi Ge gasped for breath, astonishment flickering in his eyes. He swiftly retrieved the last remaining exquisite military ration pill from his pocket, a reward he had received upon the conclusion of the 3rd examination. Having consumed one in a moment of peril, he had intended to reserve this final pill for a dire situation. Yet now, with Ningxi's life hanging by a thread, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Zhi Ge swiftly pried open Ningxi's mouth, crushing a pill with his hand and scattering the fragments within. In less than a minute, Ningxi's wounds began to heal, and he gradually regained consciousness. Coughing softly, he uttered, "I am not dead," as he opened his eyes, appearing frail. Chapter 86, Tooth for Tooth. You truly possess remarkable resilience. Zhi Ge patted his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, a flicker of concern crossed his face as he glanced at Ningxi. Although my medicine has preserved your life, your current condition is dire. You are unfit to continue fighting. Depart swiftly, and leave the rest to me. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Ningxi nodded, acknowledging that he indeed needed to recuperate for a while, as his injuries were far too severe. Thank you, Zhi Ge. Ningxi bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Oh, why are you being so formal with me? If it weren't for you shielding me from that arrow, I would have perished long ago. Hurry and leave. I will surely catch up with Naruto and Shikamaru and bring them back alive. Zhi Ge waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Niji with a serious expression. Upon hearing these words, Niji dropped any pretense, nodded in agreement, and then turned to depart from the scene. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that all 4 members of Orochimaru's guard had arrived. I have already eliminated 2, leaving 2 remaining. Moreover, I no longer possess any soldier pills, so I must not be careless in the battles to come. Zhi Ge pondered deeply, continuing his pursuit ahead. He had to hasten his efforts to locate Naruto, Shikamaru, and Kiba. His only recourse was to accelerate his pace. As he sprinted forward, the sharp sound of slicing air pierced his ears, prompting him to lift his gaze toward the distance. Thunderous roars echoed. From several hundred meters away, 2 black whirlwinds descended from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater. This is Kiba's technique. Ningxi found himself momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. The manifestation of this technique was undeniable evidence that Kiba was engaged in battle right here. Kiba, is that you? With a commanding shout, Zhi Ge swiftly dashed towards the locations of the 2 large craters. As the smoke cleared, it was indeed Ye and his ninja hound, Chi-Wan, standing there. Zhi Ge, what brings you here? Ye inquired, somewhat taken aback, as he had been on the verge of departing when he encountered Zhi Ge. Regardless, it seems you have survived, and judging by your current appearance, you appear to be in quite good shape. Zhi Ge cast a glance at you, and Chi-Wan, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. Huh, how could I possibly perish so easily? It is simply that fellow who is exceedingly cunning. Both Chi-Wan and I have failed to land a strike on him. Is his strength truly formidable? Zhi Ge inquired. Humph. Upon hearing this, he clenched his teeth. This fellow is simply inhuman. His strength far exceeds my expectations. Oh, then he absolutely must not be allowed to escape. I have already dealt with his two companions. Now it is his turn. Zhi Ge pondered, his expression shifting between light and shadow. Oh, it appears that reinforcements from Konoha have arrived. You, young one, seem to possess quite the fortune. As Zhi Ge and Yu Zheng conversed, an eerie sound suddenly emanated from behind them. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind a rock, eyes gleaming with a chilling intent to kill. Are you also a member of Orochimaru's guard? Zhi Ge furrowed his brows and inquired. Indeed, I am Zhi Ge, the captain of Lord Orochimaru's guard. Zhi Ge, I never imagined you would track me down to this place. Does that mean Jirobo and Kidomaru have perished? Zhi Ge grinned insidiously, advancing slowly towards Zhi Ge. Humph, your two companions are dead, and yet you still find joy in this? It seems you all are cut from the same cloth. Ha ha ha, companions. We are merely pawns in Lord Orochimaru's game. As long as we can bring Sasuke to Orochimaru's side, our deaths would be worth it. Zhi Ge erupted into maniacal laughter, his face alight with madness. You are truly a lunatic. Zhi Ge gazed at the unscrupulous Zhi Ge before him, his brow furrowing ever deeper. He had not anticipated that this Zhi Ge would be such a shameless scoundrel, treating himself and his companions as mere sacrifices. There was no need for further discourse, Zhi Ge. Let us join forces to vanquish him. Shino and Naruto are waiting for us up ahead. You clenched his fists, a surge of fury igniting within his heart. Very well. I shall take on the role of restraining Zhi Ge, while you focus on inflicting damage, regardless of the cost. Rest assured. Zhi Ge nodded slightly and then charged forward without hesitation. Baka, today, I shall make you experience my formidable prowess. Upon witnessing Zhi Ge's proactive assault, the nearby ninja no longer hesitated and boldly engaged. The two figures transformed into mere afterimages as they clashed in a rapid exchange of dozens of strikes, each collision resonating with a deafening sound that made the surrounding air crackle. Bang, bang. After an intense aerial duel that spanned 50 exchanges, both ninjas retreated a couple of steps. Your strength is commendable. No wonder you have been chosen by Orochimaru. Zhi Ge licked his lips, his eyes brimming with a fierce determination. Aren't you formidable as well? If you were to align yourself with Lord Orochimaru, it would certainly become even more intriguing. Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Zhi Ge scoffed. I would never stoop to being a sycophant. Only a fool like Sasuke would be duped by the likes of that trash. Orochimaru. Zhi Ge cast a cold glance at the nearby figure and then swiftly charged forward. A rubber straight punch. Zhi Ge let out a fierce shout, his fist striking simultaneously with tremendous force towards Zhi Ge, the impact akin to that of cannonballs aimed directly at his head. Upon witnessing Zhi Ge's assault, Zhi Ge's pupils instinctively contracted into pinpricks, and he swiftly leaped to the side, narrowly evading the oncoming strike. However, Zhi Ge's right arm coiled around Zhi Ge like a venomous serpent, ensnaring his neck with unyielding grip. Your reflexes are indeed quite remarkable. Zhi Ge let out a cold snort as he swiftly seized the neck of the nearby individual, then with a powerful twist, he hurled them away. Bang! The individual crashed heavily to the ground, clutching their throat and coughing violently. Alas, you are no longer my match. As Zhi Ge concluded his words, he swiftly dashed towards the vicinity. His right foot delivered a precise kick against the ground, only to be met with an unexpected turn of events when a pair of hands suddenly emerged from behind the nearby figure, tightly grasping Zhi Ge's foot. What? Are you also a creature with multiple limbs? Zhi Ge exclaimed in astonishment. However, there was no response from the vicinity. He simply maintained a calm gaze upon Zhi Ge, his hands gripping Zhi Ge's feet with an unyielding tenacity, akin to a colossal python ensnaring its prey. Zhi Ge attempted to withdraw his foot, but despite his relentless efforts, it remained utterly immovable, leaving him devoid of any strength to struggle. Witnessing this scene, Zhi Ge's expression abruptly shifted. Chapter 87. Encountering another oddity? Curse it. What on earth is this contraption? With gritted teeth, Zhi Ge understood that if he could not eliminate this adversary, he would indeed find himself in peril today. Ha! I am not a freak like Gue Tongwan. I merely carry my brother Yujun. Zhi Ge scoffed, seizing Zhi Ge's ankle with his right hand and forcefully pulling back, attempting to tear his foot apart. However, Zhi Ge was no ordinary individual. His physical prowess surpassed that of the typical ninja, rendering Zhi Ge's efforts futile. The two remained locked in a stalemate. Astonishingly, a second head emerged behind Zhi Ge, nearly identical in appearance, and the hands gripping Zhi Ge's right foot belonged to this very figure. It turned out to be a conjoined twin. What a wretched foe. Why must all my enemies be such aberrations? Faced with this unified duo, Zhi Ge silently lamented his predicament. How infuriating. What on earth should I do now? This Jun is no weaker than Gui Tongwan, and he is burdened by Jun as well. It seems I have encountered every oddity in the ninja world. In his heart, Zhi Ge thought, Jin, do not squander any more time. Quickly assist in eliminating Zhi Ge. We must not keep Lord Orochimaru waiting. We need to act swiftly. Understood, brother. Jin nodded, aware of the urgency of the situation and that he could not afford to delay with Zhi Ge any longer. Yeah, now's the moment. Seizing the opportunity as his opponent momentarily faltered, Zhi Ge called upon Ya, who had been lying in ambush. Ya and Shimura were already prepared, eagerly anticipating this precise moment. In an instant, they transformed into a two-headed wolf using the beast mimicry technique. Aiming at Jin's form, they unleashed their ultimate attack. Die, you monster! Wolf Fanya. The two heads opened wide, revealing gaping maws, as robust fangs erupted from the dual wolf's jaws, morphing into two swirling black tornadoes that hurtled towards Jin. Heh, I didn't expect you two to coordinate so well. However, it's regrettable that this will prove ineffectual against me. Summoning technique. Rashomon. Jin cackled, swiftly forming hand seals. With a flick of his right hand, a colossal gate adorned with a ghastly visage materialized before him. Bang, bang, bang. The wolf's sharp teeth collided against the Rashomon, producing a cacophony of violent clashes. Yet the massive gate merely bent slightly under the assault. Haha, did you not foresee this? Your rudimentary ninjutsu is utterly incapable of breaching my defenses. Jin laughed heartily. Damn it. You stumbled and collapsed onto the ground, having expended nearly all of his chakra with that attack. Chimaru, the ninja dog, had fainted entirely. Upon seeing this, Ye immediately cradled him in his arms, wary of Jin seizing the moment to launch a surprise attack. Oh dear, it appears I must devise a plan on my own. Zhi Ge gazed at the looming Rashomon before him, a weary sigh escaping his lips as he regarded the helpless Ye. Though he possessed considerable strength, the abilities of his adversary, Jin, were exceedingly perplexing, rendering him nearly indefensible. At that moment, Jin surged forward with great ferocity, his hands poised to strike Zhi Ge directly. Bang, bang, bang. Jin unleashed a trio of powerful punches upon Zhi Ge's chest, leaving him gasping for breath, his body rendered feeble and incapable of evading the onslaught. Haha, your strength is rather unimpressive. Jin mocked. Why is your body so resilient? Is it some sort of armor made from ninja tools? Humph. That's none of your concern. It's my turn now. Jin retorted with a cold snort, then formed hand seals, conjuring a series of formidable ninjutsu techniques. Multi-strike. Boom, boom, boom. These techniques unleashed a tremendous force, striking Zhi Ge and propelling him through the air until he collided violently with the trunk of a towering tree. Wow! Jin exclaimed, his excitement palpable at the sight. I never imagined your endurance would be so lacking. Ha ha ha. It seems your life shall end here today. Zhi Ge stood up while clutching his stomach, feeling as though a tempest raged within, racked with excruciating pain. Damn it. Who would have thought that this fellow's 4 hands could be so dexterous? Zhi Ge gritted his teeth, casting a cold glance at Jin. Do you truly believe this will lead to your victory? You underestimate me. My strength extends far beyond this, he declared. Jin responded with a mocking smile. Allow me to showcase the latest technique I have developed. Ascending kick. With that proclamation, Jin's figure flickered, and in the next instant, he stood before Zhi Ge, lifting his leg to deliver a powerful kick. Get away from me. Zhi Ge let out a furious roar, then struck out with a palm. With a resounding bang, the two forces collided in midair and subsequently erupted. Jin staggered back a couple of steps, while Zhi Ge fell directly to the ground. Zhi Ge spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze somewhat dazed, clearly indicating he had sustained injuries. He had not anticipated that this adversary would be so formidable. Coupled with the wounds he had yet to recover from after battling with Gui Tongwan, he was now unable to unleash his usual prowess. You are indeed powerful. However, you are still insufficient to take my life. Zhi Ge wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, casting a chilling gaze at Jin. Jin let out a cold laugh. Do you truly believe you can triumph? Let me assure you, today marks your demise. I shall flay your skin and shatter your bones, devour you whole, then drink your blood and feast upon your flesh. Zhi Ge took a deep breath, astonished by the sheer brutality of his adversary. Humph, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Zhi Ge let out a cold snort before rising directly from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and approached Jin. Meanwhile, Jin abandoned any pretense and immediately activated the seals on his body to further enhance his chakra. He intended to use this chakra to augment his physical abilities, preparing to overpower Zhi Ge. Observing Zhi Ge's actions, Zhi Ge smirked coldly. However, this time he chose not to initiate an attack, instead opting to remain stationary. He wanted to see what tricks Zhi Ge had up his sleeve. Indeed, after Zhi Ge completed the incantation, his body began to undergo a transformation. His originally dark gray pupils gradually shifted to a striking golden hue, and a metallic horn began to pulsate on his forehead. Zhi Ge stared in astonishment at Zhi Ge, unable to fathom that his opponent had morphed into a completely different form. How about that? Surprised, are you? This is my second state. How do I compare to the likes of Jirubo and Kadumaru you encountered before? Haha. Zhi Ge laughed triumphantly. His current state was not merely an increase in strength, but also conferred upon him even more formidable abilities. Chapter 88, The Man of Dual Aspects. The previous two adversaries experienced transformations that altered their ninjutsu. What, then, are your capabilities? Zhi Ge suppressed the shock within and asked softly, what do you think? Zhi Ge chuckled, take a guess. If you get it right, I might just tell you. How shameless. At a moment where it's a fight to the death. You still have the audacity to play around. Haha. Zhi Ge's laughter was cold, and he cast a disdainful glance at Zhi Ge before stating, my abilities transcend the realm of ninjas. As for you, you are merely a fledgling ninja who has just stepped into the ninja world. This battle holds no suspense. What? Upon hearing Zhi Ge's words, Zhi Ge's pupils constricted slightly, revealing a hint of fear. Transcending the realm of ninjas? What on earth is that? Could it be that this fellow's ninjutsu is beyond conventional techniques? Zhi Ge's heart began to waver. Yet he soon found solace in his thoughts. The opponent's techniques were not conventional ninjutsu, and coincidentally, his own skills bore no relation to it either. Thus, he considered this battle to be quite fair. I shall observe closely what abilities you truly possess. Zhi Ge glared fiercely at Zhi Ge. Then with a swift motion of his right arm, propelled it forward, utilizing the elasticity of his rubber-like physique to launch a punch aimed directly at Zhi Ge's face. However, Zhi Ge had long since anticipated Zhi Ge's strategy. He deftly employed his brother Eugen's arm to block Zhi Ge's fist, simultaneously exerting force with both hands to pull Zhi Ge towards himself. Goodness! With a piercing scream, Zhi Ge was abruptly yanked forward by Zhi Ge. In an explosive clash, Zhi Ge delivered a powerful knee strike that landed squarely against Zhi Ge's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. Thud. With a resounding thud, Zhi Ge's body slammed against the earth, his form skidding across the rough terrain, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. A paroxysm of coughs racked his frame. Zhi Ge, with great difficulty, managed to rise to his feet, feeling the intense pain coursing through his body. He instinctively bent over, retching violently as he expelled copious amounts of blood. To his astonishment, despite sharing a single body with his brother, his reactions remained remarkably agile. Zhi Ge wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gazed at the surroundings, declaring, in that case, let us fight to the death. Let us see who can emerge alive from this forest. Very well, I shall accompany you. Indeed, let us commence at once. With a fierce shout, Zhi Ge charged towards Zhi Ge. Zhi Ge let out a cold snort, swiftly evading Zhi Ge's onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. Zhi Ge continued to dodge Zhi Ge's attacks, but their strengths were closely matched, making it impossible for either to gain the upper hand in the short term. Damn it! Frustrated by Zhi Ge's evasiveness, Zhi Ge couldn't help but curse under his breath. Why can this guy always evade my strikes? Can he truly predict my every move? Your defense is utterly pathetic, Zhi Ge mocked.